Good Wednesday morning, everybody. John and Lance along with Del for the next 3 hours here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. And we've got two things to talk about today. Two. The Golden State Warriors and Hunter Brown. And we're going to start with the Golden State Warriors. They had a hard time last night with Memphis. All right. It came down to the wire. Maybe if Ja doesn't sprain his ankle, although he was still pretty good after that, but Steph hurt his wrist, and he still was throwing up. He's unbelievable. The
greatest shot maker in the history of basketball. Nobody
greatest shot maker ever.
Greatest shot maker, and it's not.
And
I don't even know that it's who's second. I can't even think.
No, I mean no. And you know what? And somebody said this.
He just yelled out Jimmy Butler.
No, I didn't. I said Corey Brewer.
Oh,
and I just want to say
Brewer, same
Butler.
thing.
Corey Brewer.
Say Steph, Lord. Corey Brewer, same thing.
Good Lord.
Somebody said this. He's making a case to be the best ever.
Yeah, I mean they had that. He deserves to be in a conversation. He deserves to be in a conversation.
He's got championships.
You know,
he's the greatest. He's the most prolific shooter in the history of the game. Mm-hmm. It's not even arguable.
He's very clutch.
He's extremely clutch.
Just look at yesterday. I mean, he had two huge threes at the end of the game when the game was on the line to seal it. Steph Curry is the greatest shooter that we've ever seen. He's the greatest shot maker, and those are different. Ray Allen wasn't a shot maker. He was a great shooter. Steph can get to his shots. He's got floaters. He's got one hand, weird moving left, shoot right. Like Steph can do things I've never seen anybody do in terms of making shots, and he's clutch, and he's a rocket heckler too.
Oh my God.
There's no way around it. I wonder if he's going to get the Amen treatment. I don't know. Will they put Amen on him?
Well, yeah, he held him to 3 points last time. Why wouldn't you?
Oh, yeah, that's right. He already gave Steph the blues. That's right.
Yeah.
It was SGA followed by Steph.
Yeah. I mean,
I bet Steph's having a hard time sleeping last night when he started thinking about Amen Thompson.
You know what? He probably thought, you know what? I should lose this game. I'd much rather play Oklahoma City than Amen. Amen for 5 games, because that's all it's going to take the Rockets.
Will Steph average 14.5 points a game?
Wow, that's a pretty good number. I don't know. When you're talking about 3?
I mean, the number should be something like, 23.5.
Nah, he'll average 20. He'll average 20. Yeah. I mean,
I guess. He's not going to get holding a 3 again, but Steph is going to have to work hard against Amen, because it's not just Amen. They're going to throw a few different guys.
Oh yeah, well, but for the most part, I would hope that when Steph's on the court, Amen's going to be on him. I would hope. And then the Jimmy Butler factor is there as well. He's intense. He is. Del, you can speak to this.
Anybody's scared of Jimmy.
Playoff Jimmy is, I mean, of course they didn't win it all, but they got close. It is what kind of gear does he hit now in the postseason?
The gear will be one where he turns into this ultra aggressive player that you wouldn't have expected, because you rarely saw it in the regular season. He'll hunt mismatches. He'll attack consistently, and when the shots aren't there, he will draw fouls. Of course, he will tell you he'll play the right way, so he'll obviously be looking for Steph and try to look for open shooters. But you'll see a guy who will be, as much as Steph frustrates you because of the shots he makes, Jimmy's going to frustrate you because he will draw so many fouls on guys, because he's an artist doing it. You're going to be bothered by Jimmy Butler to a level that you probably didn't know you could be, just because of the way he plays the game. And he's going to hunt steals. If the Rockets are unaware for any moment, you saw it in the game last night where I think Jaren Jackson Jr. caught the ball right above the free throw line, took a beat, was unaware, and Jimmy stuck behind him, stole the ball. Şengün's going to have to be ultra aware of that because Jimmy will hunt steals. It can mess with the defense if he doesn't get him, but he'll take those risks. So you're gonna feel Steph and another heckler in the building on Sunday.
I don't know how I feel about
Draymond is a heckler, and Steph will piss you off.
Well, Draymond, the question on Draymond to me is going to be, Draymond the player gives me so little concern. I could sleep unbothered for 14 straight hours thinking about Draymond Green. I could care less. That guy has nothing that scares me one single bit other than his ability to start stuff. That's it. I mean, is he going to get the Rockets out of it? And the Rockets usually respond pretty well. If you poke at them, they've got they're probably the saltiest team in the league right now. But I don't want him getting Amen Thompson out of his game. Dylan Brooks, it almost seems too easy, Dylan versus Draymond, something to happen. That seems too easy. I don't want Draymond doing some kind of hard foul to Jalen Green and taking him out of his game. Alperen Şengün taking him out of his game. Draymond, the basketball player, worthless. That guy sucks. I'm glad. I hope he retires. I'm tired of him. I'm literally tired of Draymond Green, the basketball player. That guy, I can jump higher than Draymond Green today. Right now, and I'd be afraid to hurt myself jumping. I could still probably clear Draymond Green's vertical. Did you see
the end of the game last night? You know where Draymond is really, really good? I think there's a lot of self-awareness with Draymond.
No,
Draymond
he is self-aware.
Sitting on the elbow with the ball in his hands,
yeah,
and he's just waiting for Steph to give him the ball behind his back and let Steph throw it up, and set a pick and let Steph throw it up. Draymond's rebounds versus Draymond's assists. Give me numbers. What do you think Draymond averages in rebounds and assists?
Direct scores for assists, I'd say. Rebounds, we're probably talking about 7.5 rebounds a game. Assists probably looking like 5, I would think, something like that.
6.1, 5.6.
No, I'm saying what I think it's going to be.
Oh,
yeah, I wasn't giving you. I think the rebounds are going to be higher.
Rockets maybe. Listen, wait a minute. The Rockets are the biggest team in the league.
No, okay? I get it, but but Golden State's got to get rebounds. Somebody's getting rebounds.
Well, not necessarily, because when they do the double, when the Rockets go double bigs, it is one of the best combinations in basketball.
How much are they doing that?
And the double bigs last night for Memphis gave them problems.
Yeah, but I'm curious to see how often they go to it. I guess with the front court of Golden State, you can go to it. Yeah, because that's not something they can't really mismatch you like they used to mismatch you.
And by the way, I don't know, is the schedule favorable? Sunday, Wednesday, Saturday,
God
Monday,
bless.
Wednesday.
It's that much time in between?
Sunday, Wednesday, Saturday. Advantage
NBA,
Rockets?
what are you doing, NBA? Are they just trying to maximize? We didn't used to have it that far apart,
it's been this way for a while.
Has it been that far, split that far apart?
Yes.
It's the one round where you get the rest.
Yeah, we've complained about this before. Well, there are so many teams playing. It'll tighten up.
I don't remember complaining about it because I've been in the playoffs for so long.
Well, right. But it's been this way for a while.
Had the Rockets been in the playoffs since play-ins? I don't think they've even
when the Rockets were in the playoffs with James, this was the first round because there's so many games going on, and they want to drag the first. For whatever reason, they love to drag the first round out. I don't know why, but they do. And I don't know with a young team. Now the Rockets weren't good in back-to-back, so rest in between is going to be a good thing, I think. But with a younger team, I think you'd like to play more. And the Rockets Rockets average 24, and the Golden State averages like 32.
No, you got Draymond and Steph and Jimmy Butler are older players. You 100% would rather play sooner.
Yeah.
You 100% would rather play sooner.
Of course, I don't want Steph to get into a rhythm.
I swear to you, that still seems like it's more than the first round used to be. That level of gaps between games. You're talking 3 games in a week. It's not.
Yeah.
I've got to think some of that is just to maximize TV exposure.
But for the first week, and then if it becomes a long series, it'll be every other day.
Every other day, yeah.
But for the first 3 games, you're going to have that 2 days between each game.
No, I remember that. This even when James was in the playoffs, they did this. But when James was here in the playoffs, this has been going on for a while. They dragged this out for whatever reason.
The 2 games on on either ESPN or TNT, and then you'll have your NBA TV game. So there's a lot of games they have to get through, and they want them to get as much attention as possible. So you drag it out for the first 3, and then if the series goes long, you figure it out. Like they're not going to get 8, 7 game series. So at some point, it'll be every other day.
The bad news for us: 8:30 start, 8:30 start, 7:30 start, and 9 o'clock start.
9 o'clock Monday. That's game 4.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're right. I'm looking at 17-18. They played April 15th, April 18th, April 21st.
Yeah.
So it was, and then April 23rd, and then April 25th. Yeah.
Yeah. This is how they do it. They put 2 or 3 days in between.
Mm-hmm.
2 days in between.
1 day in between. Yeah, it's 2 days in between now. But is it 2 now, or is it even
now.
3?
No, it's only
Sunday to
2.
Wednesday.
It's only 2. Okay. Yeah. So I guess that has been the case.
Yeah.
Because that was the first round against Minnesota. It was the same.
And they got to work
2
around
games,
your
2
stupid
games.
sport, the draft.
Yeah, because you know not to play with the draft. Please don't play with the draft's name, because the draft will smash you.
Yeah, because we got to bring it to a site where it's so convenient for everybody.
It ain't about the amount of people in Green Bay. Most people are watching on TV, and I don't know that the NBA playoffs want to be compared with the draft's ratings. The NBA should smoke. I mean, the NBA playoffs should absolutely annihilate the NFL draft TV ratings. It should. But I don't know that it will.
You know what? I'm going to tell you this. It will be the most people ever in the city of Green Bay, in Green Bay's history.
Oh, yeah, you're probably right.
No, it's not. I don't even think it's going to be close. It'll be the most people Green Bay has ever had at one time in their city.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I can see that. I can see that. There is a tremendous amount of people who go to the NFL draft.
Yeah, they love that.
It's filled up with, I wanted to say, I can't remember if it's 250,000. It's just a huge amount. I don't know how they're going to house everybody in terms of I mean, the hotel. Well, I do know they're going to have to stay on all the outlying
Appleton,
areas.
Milwaukee.
Because NFL Network, I think Colleen Wolfe already told me they're staying. I think they are staying maybe at Appleton.
Appleton. It's about a 45-minute ride.
So
every day.
Last year,
what a pain
in Detroit, 775,000 people went to the draft.
Okay, it was that much. Yeah.
Yeah, but
in the city of Green Bay, as of 2023, had 105,000 people.
Oh, it'll be the most Green. Well, ever. They do have Packer games, but only a certain amount can go. So yeah, it'll be the most that they've ever seen.
The most they've ever had.
Yeah.
So what's the date of the?
The draft is the 27th?
27th, I think.
Through the 29th.
So it's next Thursday.
Yeah.
Starts next
It'll
Thursday.
Be
first round.
Low of 40, high of 55.
It's not bad for them.
Low
it's
of
raining
30?
Wednesday. It's raining Tuesday.
Well, then it's raining.
Well, they got to have it stopped because it's an outdoor event.
What a stupid place to have it.
I mean, just the worst. Nobody's happy with it.
You'll never see the UFL having their draft in Green Bay.
No, you could have just stopped it. You'll never see the UFL having a draft.
In Green Bay.
Never publicized, never broadcast. You could have just stopped there. You'll never see the UFL
have a draft. You'll never see the UFL's draft.
Yes.
That's accurate. You will never hear about it or see it.
You won't hear that. Ding, 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 ding. You'll never hear that. You'll never hear something.
The pick is in.
You'll never see any of that.
The pick is in. Weber Hofsklaver.
It'll be
from
just
Idaho.
The Brahmas will tweet out who they drafted. Oh, look, we've taken a. I don't know who's going to come up next.
We've taken a kid out of Central Florida. We've taken a linebacker out of Central Florida who ran a 4.72 at his pro day. Yay.
With the first pick in the draft, the San Antonio Brahmas take Tyler Van Dyke, quarterback. Where's he now? Is he at NC State or something? I don't even know where he is now.
Oh, no one knows. No one can
Second
tell.
pick, Josh Sims.
Jeff Sims?
Jeff Sims, yeah.
Jeff Sims. All right, let's break. We got a lot to talk. What do you
Third
think
pick,
of this
Clayton
matchup?
Tune.
Oh, he's at SMU. That's where he's Sonny's guy now, Tyler Van Dyke.
What do you think of this matchup? Let's go. 713-780-3776. 3776.
I'm excited. I mean,
Are
now
you
that it's the
excited
Golden State
on
Warriors,
the other
let's
side?
let's get some revenge. Let's get some revenge.
Let's talk about it on the other side, right here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. So we are members over at East River 9, okay? So you get a corporate membership. Packages are tailored for your company's team building, client entertaining needs. 12 rounds of golf is just $400 a month. 24 rounds of golf, $700 a month. This is like unbelievable prices, people. Pickleball editions, you can throw this in as well. 4-court rental, $140 a month. 6-court rental, $180. You're not going to find this, and this is a great place. See, you can do this at night with your employees. You can, and your employees have your employees want to bring a customer. How great is that? Lighted golf, lighted pickleball, a bar and restaurant. This is a great way for you to entertain your people and they're still working the whole day. Or you bring your employees there and have team building there. What a great idea. So they're not taking up the workday. They can go at night and do this, okay? You can also go unlimited golf rounds. And listen, this is a great, great way for you to get clients out there and for you to team build, all right? This is happening. You also got it's awesome. It's an awesome place to watch any sporting event. You got your Astros on. You got your Rockets playoffs on. You've got all the golf every week. You got golf on there, and you've also got crawfish boils every weekend through May. East River 9 is cool. Really, really, really cool. You're looking for a great way to entertain, or you're looking for just a great place to play golf. Golf at eastriver9.com. That's golf at eastriver9.com.
You're listening to Houston's longest-running sports radio morning show. From the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's John and Lance.
All right, welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. So, wow, this is unbelievable. Did you see the Devin Booker extension that he's going to get this offseason?
Number.
2 years, it's basically $150 million. He's going to basically get $75 million per year.
Mm-hmm.
Basically $75 million per year. And so any hopes that Devin Booker would be coming here are no longer. So well, listen, if you looked at Jalen versus the Suns this year versus Booker versus the Rockets this year, if you didn't know anything, if you were an alien and you just got here and you said, well, why would the Rockets, your answer would be, why would the Rockets want that guy instead of the guy that they have? Because Jalen just goes nuts against the Suns.
Mm-hmm.
Just nuts. Okay? And he outplays them every time.
I'm just not like, I get people see it as an upgrade, and I guess it is. I just don't think it's an upgrade necessarily. I think there's a conversation to be had about if you want to turn your team upside down to get Devin Booker. I like him. I don't know that he is like you're talking about. Like, yeah, I mean, I just think there's too many guys on the right. I don't know that. I think he's a primary scorer. I think he's somebody that you search for in a standard offense. I'm not sure they're built that way. The more I've thought about it, because you don't know what Jalen's going to have the games. Fred will have 18, 19 shots in a single game. Some days it's going to be Alper and Şengün. So, I mean, I'm not saying he wouldn't fit. I think in a weird way, I was thinking about this, and I do think Kevin Garnett fits better in the short term. Kevin Garnett would cost you less. But, Kevin Durant. Garnett probably doesn't have a lot left.
Kevin Garnett,
yeah.
I was like,
Kevin Durant. No, Kevin Durant. I think he could fit in more easily with the Rockets, if that makes sense. But mostly I'm just worried about not busting this team up too much if you make a move.
Yeah. No, listen, Kevin Durant, I saw it again. Kevin Durant addition, as a matter of fact, I saved it here, what the starting lineup would look like. If you got rid of Fred VanVleet and you had, listen, Kevin Durant might make it an easier transition for Amen to play the point.
Mm-hmm.
You know, because Kevin Durant can just score. You just give Kevin Durant the ball and let him score. And wow, you look good as a point guard. Nice assist because Kevin Durant just scored. Oh my God, I'm looking at what about the Lance Zierlein action figure?
It's pretty strong.
What the bleep is this?
My friend Christian made it. Christian Guerrero made it.
Okay, I'm going to tweet this out. Okay,
unbelievable.
I'm going to retweet this. It is embarrassing. Well,
he sent it to me. It's got Mecao into leche. It's got, which is I got that from Harold. I mentioned it to Christian. He thought it's the funniest thing ever because he knows it's like a Cuban saying, I think. Harold's Colombian, but he used to say it when we were shooting dice. Yeah, Mecao into leche. Se acabó el cuentijo. And when he throw his dice, when we were at the little boat, this back all the way when we were you had to go to the boat in Louisiana and it had to go out.
I thought the milk was your boo-boo juice.
No. That's Mecao.
You look a little like Joel, actually.
No, I look like Ross Tucker. Dell nailed it. It's literally like a combination of old Travis Rogers and Ross Tucker.
I don't know. I think it's Joel.
I don't think it looks anything like Joel. Me and Dell think it looks like Ross Tucker. I can't believe you nailed that. That was a perfect one, Dell. And then so it's got disc. It's got a walking boot, and it's got the Mecao into leche, which is the poo. It means I crap in your milk, which for some reason is something you say when you shoot dice. And then I think that's it. Ryan's has an OGD. Ryan Lashane has an OGD, a knife. You've got one coming today. Don't worry.
I do. That's
Yeah,
sweet.
they've got you. It's like
So-
Gucci shoes, and you'll see it.
So here's the starting lineup: Amen, Jalen, Tari, KD, and Şengün.
Mhm.
With Dylan Brooks coming off the bench.
Wait. What?
Yeah. This is if you get KD.
Oh, I was like, wait, what are we talking about here?
Yeah. And I guess okay, so
I don't
Jabari-
want them. Let the record reflect. I'm aware of there's some Houston people that feel like you have to screw everything up. There's
Well, I don't
nothing that
think
we
this
can
is
have
screwing
that's a good
anything
thing.
up.
We
I don't
have to
think-
try to do something
Do you
better.
really think this is screwing anything up? You're not getting rid of any of your guys.
We don't know.
Jabari's coming off the bench.
Well, wait a minute.
Dylan's
We don't know who they have to give up to match contracts. We don't know.
Well,
we don't know what the trade value is going to be. You may have somebody else who wants Kevin Garnett.
yeah, but you also have their draft picks, which
Yeah, I mean that's great.
got
You still
4
have
of
to
their
match.
picks, which
You
they
still
would
have to
want back.
match. I mean,
Mhm.
Dylan would have to go, or Fred would have to go, and Fred would have to opt in. And I don't know that Fred's opting in to be traded. That's probably not something that they're going to do.
Fred would probably not mind having that money go to Phoenix. I
Well,
don't
Fred's
know.
probably set for life. Fred may want to. Fred also may want to choose his own
He
course.
played in Toronto. He might want to play in Phoenix.
Well, I mean, but that team's going to suck. He may not want to be on a team that sucks.
Yeah.
For Fred may be about winning. He may not be about where it's warmest to golf. I'm not sure that's
Well,
Fred's number one priority.
See, were you not surprised a little bit by the Suns' crappiness? I was. I can't believe that they're as bad as they are.
Well, you're going to be worse.
Yeah.
You're going to be
possibly.
worse because the next step will be once you get rid of him, Booker could be the next one to go because if you sign him to that number, now when you make a trade, you're going to get multiple players back that have to match that number, and some of them are going to be pretty good. You got a chance to get 2 pretty good ones, at least 2 talented ones. So I'm not in a hurry just to always tinker with everything. Some things don't need to be tinkered with. And I don't think this team is at a point where they need to be tinkered with. Now, I get it if you want to say Cam Whitmore's not going to be here. What about moving Cam Whitmore, and doing something with him? I don't think it requires. I think right now, I don't know. Some people just seem in such a hurry. Maybe I'm misreading it. Maybe there's not a lot of people like this. But the idea of finishing in the 2 seed in the West when you were the 11 seed and you're going to try to find ways to change it, like, what do we do now? We just jumped 9 spots and you had 52 wins. How can we change this? I just think that sounds kind of crazy because you don't have to yet. You don't have guys who are exiting contracts yet. So I don't see the reason to do it just because you like the name Kevin Garnett, an old guy who has injury background.
Yeah, I don't think you're going to have to. You're not going to have to upset the apple cart. I think you're going to get him for. And if it's just Fred that goes and KD comes in, you're a better team. So, well, I mean, that's this offseason. We can talk about that. Steve Kerr has already started. Dream Shake sent us this, and I don't know if you got this sound. I'll put it in the rundown, Dell. But I'm already sick of Steve Kerr. I'm already had enough of him. Okay.
Dell said he played it already yesterday on his show.
About
no one cares
Steph
about that
grabbing
show. No one cares about your show, Dell. Not like that. We care about the MAPE show.
About grabbing Steph. Did he play it yesterday?
Not on our show.
No, it didn't happen.
He tries to act like
happen
if something happened on his show, it's been eliminated.
It didn't even happen.
Like it's like he puts a line through the sound if he plays it
that.
once on his show.
It's just more evidence to point out how I'm on it, and you're not.
It's because you hide stuff. You bring nothing.
You
won't tell us anything.
How did I
You
hide
could have
it?
told us. It'd be a good sound.
why
You
didn't
should
you-
play this.
I'm gonna go through the rundown and see if I actually put it on yesterday. You guys just didn't get to it, which is more
didn't.
likely the scenario.
No, you didn't.
We'll see.
No, you didn't.
We'll see. I'll look at it because we keep track of everything.
Well, it's in the rundown now. It's in the rundown
Go to
now.
break.
And we might want to hear Steve Kerr
Go to
after we hear
break.
from Chris in the Woodlands. Chris, what's up?
Hey, guys. Good morning. How are you?
Good.
I know you're Hall of Famers. Yeah, I know you're Hall of Famers, so I shouldn't make anything. But I agree with Lance, man. Why? We got the Rockets in the 2 seed. I feel like with the 2017 Astros, we're going to take over the West. Now, why are we talking about trades? Like, I'm not trying to correct you as a Hall of Famer, John, because I know I'm not a Hall of Famer and you are. But what are we doing? I mean, we need to be talking about how how
Well,
Dylan
we
Brooks
got
is gonna
we got
shut
3
down
hours,
Jimmy
Chris.
Butler and
Chris, we
Ahmed.
got 3 hours, so we'll get to all that
Why are we
too.
talking about trades? Why are we
Well,
talking about trades?
No, because we were looking at
Trades?
Devin Booker's contract,
Trades?
and it came. Sorry, Chris.
We
Right,
talking
but
about trades.
Next time you're programming the show, Chris, we'll definitely get
Well,
back
his
to
point is not. I don't think his point is on the show. I think he's talking about as a city in general. Why is it even a topic?
you. Oh,
Like,
well,
why? I don't think he's talking
I
about
think
the show.
No, he directed it directly at me, so that's fine. And you know what? I can take as soon as Chris is our program director, I'll give a crap about what Chris thinks.
Well, the job is open.
It is open, actually. You can come, Chris.
Is it a
Instead
job?
of-
I think we eliminated that
We
job.
kind of have a guy. I mean, Joe does a lot of that, but
Yeah,
Well,
but
Joe- Joe does
Joe
fine.
actually is the guy, isn't
yeah.
he
Joe-
does all the
Well,
things you
it's
would
not
do.
like he does the
but he
heavy
doesn't-
lifting.
But he doesn't have that title.
He doesn't
Why
say,
are you
guys,
trying
we need to
give
have a
Joe's
meeting.
job away.
I'm not.
When's the last meeting you had with Joe where he talked about us getting a break on time?
Never.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah.
All right,
so-
well, we'll do that. We'll do that someday. First, though, we're going to talk about Craig DeSurf.
No, Craig DeSurf is. I tell you, Craig DeSurf is the kind of guy I like being in the foxhole when we start dealing with all these tariffs and all these prices start going up on you. And it's going to be like 8 to 12%, I think, for a lot of the vehicles. That's a big jump. That's a big jump in the car industry, and you're going to have to be ready for it. And so, what Craig DeSurf wants you to know is right now, everything that they have in stock, everything that's on the way in the trucks to be dropped off on the in the lot at Gulf Coast Chevrolet Buick GMC, it's all unaffected by any tariffs. All of it is. And right now, they also have Truck Month going on. So in the month of April, you can find the best deal on Chevy Silverados. Let me give you an example of what I'm talking about. Once again, untouched by any tariffs. The prices are the prices. He's giving huge trade-in numbers to pre-owned vehicles because pre-owned vehicles are going to start becoming in demand once the tariffs hit. A lot of people are going to start looking at pre-owned vehicles, so they want to give you top dollar for your pre-owned vehicle. They don't care which vehicle we're talking about, the miles. They want your pre-owned vehicle, and they're going to give you more. And well-qualified buyers are going to get 2.9% APR financing on these Chevy Silverados that last for 72 months. It's got the 1500 Turbo Max engine, and that low rate makes for lower monthly payments. So right now, check out all the vehicles they have in stock at Gulf Coast Chevrolet Buick GMC.com is the website. Check them out for yourself, or head down to Angleton and test drive your next truck right there at the dealership. Chevy, together, let's drive.
You are listening to Houston's longest-running sports radio morning show. From the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's John and Lance.
All right, welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. We got the Golden State Warriors coming up. We'll hear from Steve Kerr. We'll hear from Steven Adams, too. You know, there's a subplot to this game. Steven Adams and Draymond have been going at it for years. Draymond's kicked him in the nuts a couple of times.
Like for real. Like,
yeah, no.
You mean that
real.
literally?
Yes. And takedowns and all. There's a history here.
That's what I'm saying.
So, yeah.
Basketball doesn't bother me at all from Draymond, John. It's this other crap that bothers me.
No, right.
Because the Rockets like to get saucy with you. If you get saucy with them, and this is the king of sauce. Like, no one does it better. Now, we'll say we've got one in Dylan Brooks. But hopefully those two hockey goons just go at it and they leave the really good players alone.
Hey, we've got a few guys. We lead the league in techs and ejections, and we're salty too. This is going to be.
We're very salty.
This is going to be really, really, really nice. This is going to be fun. Hey, Stafford's been waiting for a while. Let's get him in here. Hey, Stafford. Does Stafford have his own music, his own hold music? I know. He's got his own hold music.
Yeah.
I like that. That's
I recognize this.
I mean, he's at work.
Let's go to the other call. Just keep him on hold. I wish we had hold music.
He's putting us on hold. We could put him on hold.
Who's next up?
Well, it's the quickest. There's Dale. That's not true. It's the quickest wait times in it.
Let's get Matt in here.
But that doesn't really matter. It could be off.
What's up, Matt?
Hey, guys. There's a reason Steve Kerr got blasted in the face, because he's a soft, liberal little B. I'm tired of him.
What if he had voted for
Warriors come out to play? Yeah.
If he had voted for Trump, would you be like, I kind of like Steve Kerr. I think he says some good stuff.
Yeah, we don't need.
I'd like him in a different world. But in this sense, like, he's a warrior. You should automatically hate him. If he's a Jazz, if he's a Warrior, those are the two big ones. Jazz, Warriors, Yankees. Right. Well, we got different teams. So for the Rockets, it's pretty much Jazz and Warriors. And Jazz is pretty leftover. To be honest with you, what do the Jazz have that bothers us? I mean, we've jazzed the Jazz up. The Jazz aren't even in. You're holding on to baggage. You got a lot of additional baggage. I have some baggage with the Jazz. Yeah. Most Rocket fans, younger Rocket fans, they could care less about the Jazz. Like, Jazz, what do the Jazz do to us? Those guys suck.
No. The Jazz, there's history. There's history with both these teams now. This is the fifth time in the last 7 playoffs that the Rockets are facing Golden State.
Mm-hmm.
And they've won every one.
Mm-hmm.
So this is where the ghost of James Harden, rest in peace. This is where the Rockets get their revenge. And James Harden can sleep. He can
finally sleep peacefully with strippers next to him.
Right. Well, you think James
can finally rest peacefully in the strip club?
Do you think
after having a stomach full of a stuffed turkey leg?
Do you think he'll be buried in the MC, the men's club?
He'll be buried somewhere.
Buried in the MC.
He does like Houston. You know, he's got his people here. So that's fine. That's good.
Yeah.
I don't think men's club is James's jam. I think you're on. I think you're on it with strippers. I'm just not sure you're on it with the location.
Yeah. The men's club is a little. It's
a little dated. It's a little dated too.
Well, no, it's fancy. It might be a
little.
That's
what I'm saying. James, and that's not his jam. Maybe Scores. There's some other ones. Yeah. He's got a place. No. He's got a place where they retired his jersey. Remember?
Yeah, in Richmond.
Yeah, I think it's Scores where they did it. or
for him.
Dreams.
God
I think
bless.
it's
He's
Dreams.
a Hall of Famer too.
Yeah, I think it's Dreams. Yeah, he's made the Hall of Fame. He'll make 2 Hall of Fames.
Yeah. He's a stripper Hall of Fame. There's no question.
Oh, just without question. The guy's put in more work for the people.
Well,
he's kind of more of a man of the people than you are.
Yeah.
Certain people.
Well, the sex worker people.
Well,
yeah,
those are
much
people
more.
too.
Much more.
Yeah, those are people too.
No, listen. I used to, before I was married, I was an enthusiast. I'm fine. Let's hear from Steve Kerr.
Right.
And you're grabbing him, you're grabbing Steph, and Ahmed's cheat. This is already, he's starting.
Oh, no. He's trying to, he's in the
He's
air.
laying the groundwork.
Absolutely. He's just getting it started.
Yeah.
Guys, I just told you in the last series this was happening. Didn't you listen?
Yeah. Let's hear from Steve Kerr.
They've been pretty aggressive in the past on, getting the ball out of Steph's hands. What are the keys to countering that?
Lots of screens, make sure that we're getting him open. His teammates are actively trying to get him open. And then, once the ball is in his hands, we're setting plenty of ball screens for him. Those are all good ways. The league's changed quite a bit this year with the physicality. And one way I'm seeing it manifest itself on tape is that everyone's allowed to just grab and hold Steph. Even when he's making a back cut, I'm seeing people grab his arm. So the freedom of movement stuff is kind of out the window, and we have to adapt to that. So it's harder to get him the ball in our off-ball stuff than it used to be. So we just have to adapt.
Maybe I think Steve Kerr might be Republican now. He's looking at the Freedom of Movement Act. And
he doesn't want anyone in or anyone out of Golden State.
Right.
You'll
The
be
Freedom
staying
of
here.
Movement Act.
I don't
He
need
He wants freedom of movement as opposed to, Oh, yeah.
He wants Steph Curry. He wants open borders for Steph Curry. He wants open borders into your lane.
I know.
Steph should be able to get into your lane without any barriers.
I read the room wrong. Saying that Steve Kerr was a Republican now, I guess I was a little off.
Like I said, I don't care what any of your coaches. I don't care how any of your coaches vote. Can they coach and do they bother me? That's that.
So Steven Adams versus Draymond Green.
Mm-hmm.
This is now you're going to if you play the whole thing, Del, you're going to hear the sound. There are multiple instances of Draymond and Steven Adams. First, you're going to hear Steven Adams talking about getting kicked in the nuts, and then you're going to hear Marv Albert and all kinds of announcers talking about.
Sound like Cartman.
Maybe it's Mike Breen.
You sound like Cartman. Talking about Steven Adams got kicked in the nuts.
Yeah,
that's what Cartman says.
Yeah. Oh, you did? Okay. All right. No, you can play Steven Adams' words. Here's Steven Adams on why he and Draymond aren't mates.
I had a tough one, bro. I got kicked in the nuts like twice.
Yeah. I mean, he did kick you in the nuts.
Yeah. Some mates do that, though. Back home, as a high school, I don't know, handshake or something.
Where's that recording? What is that? That's a weird recording.
It was weird. Might have sounded like they took it off the TV. Oh. That's what he does. Yeah.
Man, what bad friends to have.
Yeah, but if you're from there, I mean,
there are different people. That's true. Yeah,
they kick you. They nut taps are happening all the time in high school in Australia.
Yeah. Oh, Australia. Those are some of the roughest people.
Yeah.
Like Australians are maybe the rough. Oh, he's New Zealand or Australian. I think he's a New Zealander, and they're even rougher than the Australians because they're an offshoot of the criminals.
Yeah.
Like Australia was made from the criminals that England tried to get all their criminals and everything. Just throw them to New Zealand. I mean, throw them to Australia. And then from there came the New Zealanders. So yeah, they're rough people.
Yeah.
They're rough
That's why-
people. They're the original
why-
face tat people.
That's why he looks
The
like
Maori
Aquaman.
tribe.
That's why he looks like Aquaman.
I like having them.
Yeah.
I like
yeah.
him on my team. I'm not going to lie.
Yeah. Yeah. No, Raheel, we're not telling Trump that, okay, about Steve Kerr. 713-780-3776
He's not
is the number.
deporting Steve Kerr that we know.
Let's catch up on breaks here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. And if you want to get in, put us on hold. You're more than welcome to do that. We are talking a lot of hoops because guess what? It's NBA playoff time now, and we're back in the playoffs, and your kids are loving it, and they want to play basketball. They want to go out after they watch Amen just crush Steph Curry, hold him to 3 points. They want to get out there and play some defense too, Dad. That's what they want. They don't want to shoot like Steph. Well, they kind of do. They want to shoot like Steph, actually, if you want to know the truth. But here's the deal, is they want to dunk. They want to dunk like Jalen. And you know how they can – because – they're not as athletic as Jalen. I'm just going to go out on a limb and say your kids aren't as athletic as Jalen Green. I'm just going out on a limb.
But maybe they are with Draymond Green, though. They might be as athletic as Draymond.
Okay.
Yeah.
And Draymond can maybe dunk.
Draymond
still.
made it to the league. Yeah.
I don't know that Draymond can dunk still, but but here's the deal. Your kids can, because you can lower the goal down to 5 feet. Even the little kids can enjoy playing basketball. You get a little ball. If you got 4, 5, 6, 7-year-olds, 8-year-olds, 9-year-olds, they want to lower the goal, get them a smaller basketball, let them dunk, let them hang on the rim all day long. They will love it. That's what they want to do, Dad. They want to act like a pro. They want to play like a pro. And the only way they can do that is with the goal that raises and lowers. It's ProDunk.com. ProDunk is the best goal. It's not even arguable. Love ProDunk goal. I had one, and it's fantastic. The guys, all the kids love it. ProDunk.com. Tell Keith Tate you heard it right here, ProDunk.com.
You're back in the Veritex Community Bank Studios with John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Did you guys happen to see the Cam Ward video playing a video game with somebody?
Who
the guy
was?
recorded it. He asked him, "Who are your favorite coaches?"
Yeah.
And he said, "Well, he said, here's the 5 I like. Here's the 5 coaches I like. Number 1 is Brian Callahan. Number 2 is Kevin Stefanski. Number 3 is Brian Daboll. They are drafting 1, 2, and 3. Callahan, Stefanski, and Daboll.
Mm-hmm.
Pete Carroll, he loves him, and Aaron Glenn. Those are his 5 favorite coaches."
Who was saying this?
Cam Ward.
Oh, so he's keeping it open at least.
Well, he's keeping, you know what?
Just in case there's a trade.
He's a politician.
In case there's a trade, you don't want to screw that
Yeah,
up.
those are his favorite coaches. Number 1, Brian
I did
Callahan.
kind of check in on that.
Yeah.
And a trade is possible, but it would have to take – I think it would take a really incredible deal. I think Tennessee is locked in on Cam Ward. We didn't talk about this. What were your thoughts on Shedeur Sanders and Travis Hunter having their numbers retired in Colorado? It's not our school. We can go there. But
no, well, here's the deal is when I saw it yesterday, when I saw it early in the morning, I said, "Oh, that's fake. I don't believe that." I don't, you know, I
thought it was Ball Sack Sports.
I did. I thought, and I looked at who put it out there. I was like, this is BS. He was 13 and 12.
But they'll tell you he turned the whole program around.
Oh,
it was like, who in the right mind wouldn't say Travis Hunter? Travis Hunter was a 5-star at Jackson State. Yeah, he was Shedeur's the quarterback, but my goodness, Travis Hunter is literally just a phenomenal two-way player.
You're just trying to make Deion happy.
So what? Yeah. So what? Deion just got a big deal. The thought. Yeah. This is what someone said, and I think it makes some sense. Typically, jerseys are retired down the line. It's not now. It's down the line. It's pretty much always going to be players who played there long term and had, great accomplishments. Shedeur was 0-1 in a bowl game. He is 4th all time in passing yardage. Yeah, 2 years there versus 4 years. So that's fine. But he's not the all-time leading passer. He does have the most touchdown passes, 64. Second up is 63. But in no other school would a Shedeur Sanders have their number retired. You're there for 2 years and you're 13 and 12 is not like that's not your number's not retired if you're not Deion Sanders' son. So the thought was it happened. Even Travis Hunter would be in just 2 years, but at least he has a Heisman Trophy. The guy is a two-way player. Like there's some acclaim. There's some real acclaim with him.
Right.
The thought is that if Deion was pushing this through, because if he leaves, there's a good chance that they don't, there's going to be salty feelings, and they won't retire his son. So he wanted his son's jersey retired, so he pushed for it early. It doesn't hurt me one way or another. I don't care. It's very strange. A jersey retirement, and they haven't even been drafted. Neither one of these guys. Like, they're not. School is still in the same year. I've never heard of somebody having their jersey retired at that point. Never in my life.
No.
So, and definitely not a 2-year player that never had even a bowl win. Never made it to New York for, those
he was a Heisman finalist.
Was he a Heisman finalist last year?
I believe so.
Who, Shedeur?
Yeah, him, Travis Hunter, Cam Ward, and Dylan Gabriel. I think
no. Ashton Genty was. I don't think Shedeur was there.
Didn't make it.
Yeah, he didn't make it. It was you. The other ones were right, but it was Genty.
Cam Scatterbo would have been next.
No, it was Cam. It was, as you said, Cam Ward,
Dylan
Gabriel, Ashton Genty, and Travis Hunter.
Okay.
Those were the 4. Yeah.
He is a second-team All-American in the AP.
I mean, he usually doesn't get.
He was
a second-team
All-American. 12.
A second-team All-American 1 year, coming off a 4-win season, usually doesn't get a jersey retired. No. Usually, I will say never, ever. Right. So it's just kind of a, Deion is the boss.
It's for Deion is all.
Yeah,
and you know what? We
whatever. It's not. I don't.
We'll see. You know what? It'll all play out. We'll see what happens. I have a feeling Deion's going to be pissed off, but we'll see.
Pissed off about what?
About where Shedeur gets drafted.
Oh, no, but the Hall of Fame thing, he's not pissed off about.
Oh,
He's very happy
no.
about it.
He's loving that.
They made the right decision.
Yeah.
They?
Yeah.
You told him what to do.
Well,
Dion, I've never seen anybody who is, I take that back. Nick Saban was the boss of Alabama.
Yeah.
Dion is the boss of Colorado. They both do Aflac commercials.
Yeah.
Put the pieces to follow.
Follow
the.
I mean, there's some bosses out there. Kelvin Sampson is the boss. Okay.
You think he's the boss of Rene Couture?
Is he the boss of Tillman Fertitta?
I don't feel like he's the boss of the whole school.
He's the boss. He's the boss.
Not like Nick's. Not like he can't get what. Where's his jet? If he's such a boss, where's his jet?
There's a point to be made there.
Yeah, I mean, you think Nick Saban doesn't have a jet? You think Dion doesn't have a jet?
I'll bet you he had use of one.
But was it his?
Anyway, I don't want to hear that he's in the same league with these two bosses. Dion got his son's Shiloh's jersey's getting retired later this month for most missed tackles in a season.
Well, he got his son as the next head coach.
They're going to name the Colorado Journalism School after Deion Sanders Jr. Because of his YouTube channel.
Yep.
Yeah, they could. Who's on hold though? Dade, let's get him in here. Hey, Dade.
Hey, good morning, guys.
How you doing?
Listen, I was listening to you guys about the Steph Curry thing. First off, I'm a Rocket fan. I'm pulling for the Rockets. I hope they go deep. But I listened to the call. I mean, he's telling the truth. Steph would go for 60 if you didn't do all the pulling and grabbing and little things that they do on a nightly basis to try to contain him. And I'm pulling for the Rockets. I hope the Rockets sweep him. But he wasn't lying. I mean, he wasn't lying. They do it night.
Yeah, I think but that's the game. They already allow literally everything. When Steve Kerr played, they allowed nothing. I mean, I'm sorry, they allowed everything then. They allow nothing now. Steve Kerr, you had hand checking, like you were allowed to at least be more physical to help impede. Now it's the concept of free flowing, and it was done to increase scoring. So Steph is just because they have him, they allow a little bit of contact on him. That no one seemed to really care about Yao Ming and Shaquille O'Neal getting the crap kicked out of them on a regular basis and being officiated differently, except the fans of their team. So it's not the first time that you said, hey, we're not going to just give you, we're going to let people play. We're going to let them play a little bit. I don't think there's anything wrong with it. I think you're probably right. I mean, if Steph Curry's he's one of the greatest scorers of all time, easily the best shooter of all time, and the greatest shot maker of all time. You can't let him, if you let him run amok, and even today he will give you 30. Like Steph will give you 30, and that's why if I had a choice between those two teams, I wanted Memphis to win because I fully recognize it. And so does John, and so do you, and so does everybody. We know what Steph can do. I hope Jimmy Butler takes more shots. I'm kind of excited about the Jimmy Butler era Golden State Warriors because I want it to be less Steph and more Jimmy. Give me those Jimmy middies all day long.
I think you'll get what you saw last night. Jimmy will allow. The Grizzlies are a different ballgame. They don't have the type of guys who can get after Jimmy like the Rockets do. But you'll see Jimmy be an aggressor, quarters 1 through 3.5 or so, and then let Steph close.
So Amen gets Steph, Dylan Brooks gets Jimmy.
Well, I mean, who does Fred guard?
Fred guards
maybe.
Oh, the little white kid with curly hair.
Yeah, Podzinski. Yeah.
He's not bad. Actually, he's not a bad player.
He's played better over the second half of the season.
Golden State, wow, is a minus 200 favorite against the Rockets.
They have the
good Lord
second best record in basketball, I think, since Jimmy Butler was acquired.
Oh, is that what they're looking at?
Well, that's what a lot of people are referencing. They're not a 7 seed because what they've been since they traded for Jimmy.
Oh, that's nice money. What are the Rockets coming back? 140?
Plus 170.
170?
They're stealing. Just go ahead and take all your money. It's free.
Yeah. Wow.
I'm so sick of this disrespect.
Plus 170?
Plus 170.
Are you kidding me?
I'm not joking. I just saw it on the screen. I mean, why are you surprised? I've been telling you the whole time they're either 7th or 8th to win the West. They're not. This is a real number. They believe the Rockets have the longest shot on the board out of the West, the second longest, besides whoever is the 8th seed to make it in. It's true. It's true. They believe the Rockets. They've been telling you this whole time the Rockets are the longest shot in the
You
West.
thought I was joking when I said people thought they're like those Hawks teams that would always lose to LeBron. That's what those Hawks teams had good records. I think at one point.
Somebody get this to Ime and to the Rockets, the odds, just to piss them off.
Yeah.
Well, we know John told us Shagun's already pissed.
But this is wild right here. I'm looking at the ESPN analytics. Houston has a 53% chance to win the first round against Golden State. So the numbers tell you that Houston should be a small favorite.
Yep.
The betting odds are 2-1 Golden State. And that, you know, they're playing to the public. I get
that.
They
are playing. That's it.
The odds to win the Western Conference right now.
Way, if you don't make it that way, they're going to get inundated.
The Lakers, the Golden State Warriors are 6.5 to 1 to win the Western Conference. The Rockets are 22 to 1.
The crazy thing is that Vegas is going to allow people to collect 170 on their money. But here's the thing: even at 2 to 1, they'll probably get more Golden State money.
I mean,
they got to make up a lot when the Rockets. They got to get a lot more when the Rockets win the series and they're paying out plus 170. That's crazy to me,
isn't it? It's unbelievable.
Crazy.
Right here, I'm looking at right here, 200 and plus 165. The Rockets are a 1.5 point favorite, and the Rockets are a 1.5 point favorite at home.
Yeah, I ain't worried about home or road in this.
The series price is not going to match what the point spreads are. That's the crazy thing.
No.
The Rockets
got a break.
Will be the favorites.
You know who's got price points that are just fantastic is Doc Linville. Doc Linville's fantastic in that, it really is. When you talk about when you look at what it costs, Doc Linville is competitive, if not better than most everybody in this business. And here's the thing about Doc Linville. Not only does he have a great price on this neo-grafting, but it's the effectiveness. It is the people. It is how good it is and the results that he's getting, which are fantastic. I mean, it really is. It's the best option for doing this that I've seen. All right. There are other ways to do this. The neo-grafting to me was so much better than the cutting and pasting that other surgeons do. It's not even really a surgery. It's weird. It's not like that. It's but the cut and paste is, okay. It's painful and everything else. Listen, the doc's got a 3-day anesthetic. It's not painful. I was back at work. Did it Friday, back at work on Monday. I could have gone back to work the next day. I did it on Friday, though. Fred actually did it on Friday, and he was back at work that day. He was in the chair for 8 hours and worked that night. So you're looking for the best way to get that hair on the top of your head. The neo-grafting is the best way, and Doc is the best way to do it. He's one of the biggest and the best, and he hasn't been doing it that long. 975hair.com. Tell them you heard it right here. 975hair.com. Okay, so I'm looking. Do you looking at ESPN right now? Here's the headline, or here's what they're talking about. Do Warriors have a clear path to NBA title?
It's unbelievable. The disrespect. Amen just held Steph Curry to 3, you freaking idiots.
And listen, the Rockets have a 53%. They right underneath it. Do Warriors have a clear path to NBA title? Rockets have a 53% chance of winning the series.
Man,
and it's is this a clear path for them? What?
Are you guys letting this happen? You guys gonna get riled up about ESPN's model?
No, we've already known that this has been coming. I don't know why we get all mad.
What about the odds?
They don't care about the odds. Don't tell me the odds, John.
Get free money then, John. Go get that free money.
It's disrespectful a little bit, but here's the deal on that, and I've said it multiple times. Odds only are so that there's not too much money going one way so that books don't get inundated. Now, if the books like a side, that's one thing. They'll move the odds. But if the Golden State was, if it was an easy, it should be even money. It should be even money, right? Because it's 53 to 47%. Even money would make sense.
Yeah.
But if you made this series even money, the Golden State money that would come in Vegas would be it's too much of a risk for Vegas to do that. So they make them, but that's ridiculous. 2-1 is ridiculous for Golden State. Nobody believes in this Rockets team, okay? And it's time that they showed that this team, and I'm going to tell you what, the way that they played 2 weeks ago, how hard they were playing against Oklahoma City, and the way that they were playing against Golden State, they get that back, and this is not even going to be a series. This is not even going to be a series because Golden State, even with Draymond, the cheater, even with him, they can't play the physical game that the Rockets play. They just can't. And if this is a physical series, if the refs let them play, the Rockets win this series. Now, the edict from on high might be, don't let the Rockets bully them. Don't let the Rockets get away with it. And if it's a ticky-tack series, the Rockets might not have a chance.
Well,
might not have a chance?
Well,
I mean, if
the league is going to stop, listen, who does the league want in the next round?
Ime Udoka?
Oh, they want Steph versus
LeBron. The league's going to have to suck it because they're not getting it.
They want Steph versus LeBron.
I look at this as a clear path for the Rockets into the Western Conference Finals. Old-ass LeBron, old-ass Steph. Steph, he can't even get 4 on the Rockets.
Are you going to lean into the outlier of his 3-point performance as the new norm?
It's the new norm.
Okay.
Amen Thompson wasn't missing 27 threes in a row, Dell.
Well,
Amen Thompson didn't pull his hamstring. Amen Thompson wasn't out at the strip club the night before. Amen gets rest. He eats vegetables, and he defends your punk ass. That's what Amen Thompson does.
Wow.
So take your punk ass on, and you're going
Are
to
you
find
talking
out what's
to me or the Warriors?
Just a general into the ether.
I mean, who's the punk ass?
Into the ether.
Okay.
I don't really have I don't know.
PA?
I'm talking to people who
are doubting the Rockets?
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah. Let me just tell you something.
All right.
Okay. Watch what happens.
Listening to
I don't think he listens.
I think he's out on you guys.
I think he stopped a while back.
Yeah, don't worry about that.
He stopped calling like this is not a good show.
I concur.
Father TJ loves us.
Father TJ just likes.
I haven't heard from him in a while. So
we get out of sports too much from Father TJ.
Well, maybe his congregation was like, "Hey, you're calling that show? That's not good."
It could be he just said.
Who's on the line, Del?
Well, we got a couple people, but first it's Dill.
Dilf?
Dill. No, D-I-double-L.
Yeah, but
hey, Dill.
What a Gill, Bill, whatever. I'm puzzled with the Kevin Durant loss. If you take a look at this, Kevin Durant smacks of a Daryl Morey move, chasing the star power.
Yeah.
But we look at this front office and the coach. That's the Boston model. I don't remember them ever making a splashy trade for anybody when they were building that model with the team they got.
I will tell you, they were in on Kevin Durant. He just didn't want to go there. They did try to ship Jaylen Brown out for him.
With Ime there?
Well, no, but with Brad Stevens there.
Well, yeah.
Yeah.
Well,
this
iteration. this iteration maybe, but the Boston's the one that started with Kevin Garnett and Ray
Yeah,
Allen
but Ime's here. His point is that they're building the model well after that. And honestly, Bill makes a really good point, because the way that they are built in the image of Ime, and the same way the Boston Celtics were built up like that.
Ime got there after they were built, to be clear.
Well, but they play in that level. That's all Ime knows is toughness.
Y'all are going to piss Chris off, okay? We're talking about Kevin Durant.
The guy who
Chris
you're
in the
heckler.
Woodlands
Okay.
is not
no,
be happy
what we're
with
talking
you.
about, Bill just made a good point. They're not built like that. Is a Morey move. Hey, could you guys know of any 37-year-olds with a history of Achilles injury and injuries that we can go out and grab so we can get older? Does anyone know? Can we get older? That's the Darryl move, is to get as old as possible and have as limited an upside as possible. Bill's right. Yeah. That's not how this team has been built so far.
No. But I don't know. We'll see. The addition of a scorer like Durant, we'll see. I don't know. That is down the road. So we've got a lot of time to talk about that. I think it would be a great move for him, especially if you don't have to give up anything. And you're not getting that much older if you give up Fred and you get Kevin Durant. It's not that much older.
So the timeline, and Ime was there. It was before Ime's first year as the coach of the Celtics. They did try to trade Jaylen Brown, Derek White in the first-round pick for Jaylen Brown, while Ime was in the building.
For Jaylen Brown,
for Durant. Sorry,
but that was a different Durant. That was before Achilles.
Yeah, but to the point, I don't think Ime's against the star. In fact, I think because he was an assistant when Durant was with the Nets, I don't think he would have a problem with Durant coming here. It's just about how much you're giving up to get him. But if you told Ime you can bring in Kevin Durant, I don't think he's saying no.
It is. The question is, what does he legitimately have left, and for how long? Because if you're doing it for a 2-year rental, I don't. But even then, you got to ask yourself, how does this change? Like, how do we change? You have to ask yourself. If you say we don't change, you're softer defensively.
Well, you're softer defensively, but you're certainly a better scoring team.
Well, you have one better scorer for sure. Yeah.
That's down the road. Let's talk about this Golden State series. I'm with Chris. I mean, we got to stop this. Okay, me and Chris we're on board.
You're in lockstep. You and Chris.
Me and Chris are in lockstep. Okay.
Seemed like it when you were yelling at
next,
him.
Dill? Hey, Dill, who's next?
That was Gil or Bill. Let's go
Bill.
with someone that's Noel/Jason. That's what it says up on the board.
All right, Noel, Jason, what's up?
Hey, this is actually Nola Jason, like New Orleans.
Oh, Nola. Okay.
Hey, Nola adjacent.
There's a question for
Yeah,
my name is Jason. There's a question for Lance. I'm a fellow Tulane alumni. Why is Chris Canty wearing an awful for Arch shirt when he has 3 years of eligibility and he makes more in college than he would on a rookie contract next year? And history shows that Mannings go back to college that second year after they play their first.
I don't know. Honestly, I do think most people believe that Arch is eligible to come out next year. Nobody believes he's coming out next year. Nobody in the NFL believes it, because just like you said, the Mannings. First of all, the Mannings don't need the money. The Mannings are going to want him to be as good as possible, and the only way to get really good is to get a lot of reps in. And he hasn't had that many reps. In 2 years, he hasn't had a whole lot of reps. And so he needs, next year will be his third year in the school. The year after that will be his fourth year at the school. He technically has more eligibility, but the belief is that he doesn't leave until the 27 draft. So that's the belief. But you are right. Now, I'll say this. Nobody knows what these guys are actually making in NIL. The agents can put out whatever they want. They can leak it to front office sports or whatever they want. No one actually knows the real numbers. The numbers are put out there, except people who are actually in that industry will know the real number. Our guy Dusty would know what real numbers are. He could probably find them out. But so I'm not 100% sure that he makes more in a rookie contract than the first pick of the draft. But he's not going to be like Arch Manning. We got to be careful now. Arch Manning at no point has shown that he's the most talented quarterback in the draft and like in college football. He hasn't shown that yet.
He's the Heisman favorite.
I know it's all because his name is Manning. If we talk about the name Sanders for Shador. We got to talk about the name Manning for Arch, because Arch does not play at this point like a first pick of the draft. He just doesn't.
All we've seen of him is limited in regular game. We saw him in the pre. He's a ways away.
Yeah,
but you know what?
He needs to play.
You know what? The best thing for him was probably to sit and watch, and now play a couple of years. And he's probably going to be really good. He's probably going to be really, really good, but it's going to take a couple of years for him to do it. And it's good that he's a Manning. It's good that he can wait. It's good that he gets the college experience. It's good that he loves Texas. I mean, this is how great quarterbacks are built. Go play in college, get your all your bumps, you learn, make your mistakes, and play at that level. And then move up when you're ready, as opposed to rushing everything.
Yeah, I'm with you. I'm with you. And he needs reps. Like, you get better by playing football.
Trey Lance is so athletic and has so much potential. Played so little football, look at, you're going to go to the NFL, and then you're done. And then you're done.
Yeah, because you don't really get to learn on the move there. Like, you don't. The practices are different. The games, you're at a much higher level. You're at the highest level. Yeah. It's so much better to get up for, like, Arch got some reps in against some lesser teams this year, and it's good. He needs to keep playing. Now, his NIL money, as with all quarterbacks, will be really good. It would be great if more of these quarterbacks said, man, I'm staying 4 years, because 3 of these, it's one thing if you're a starter for all 3 years. Okay. You got a lot of experience, but if you don't start your first year, to get 3 years of starting experience is a tremendous benefit, to these players.
All right. We got a break.
And NIL levels the field when it comes to going into the draft, because you can't make the argument. You know, Daryl Morey makes the argument, and I've heard him make it. I've been in a room where he's made it. You go in as fast as possible to get to your second contract.
Yeah.
But he's a mercenary type.
All right, we got a break. Rockets, Warriors. Oh, we haven't even touched on Hunter Brown. We've got to talk a little bit about Hunter Brown last night and what the Astros did. We will do that on the other side. But right now, I'm talking about the clock is ticking. You're less than a month away. It's the 16th now. You have until May 15th to protest your taxes. If you do it, okay, I've done it before and I've won.
They're in the middle of mine, John. They're in the middle of mine right now. I just got a text message saying, hey, we got your stuff filed right now. We're in the process of determining value, and our people, like, they're doing all. I just signed. It's so easy. I didn't have to file anything. They did. You're
going to make money on this deal.
I know.
You're going to make money on this deal because they win 86% of the time. And that to me is the most outrageous number. That is the most outrageous number, that Ownwell wins 86% of the time. That means 86% of the time the government is off. And how about all those people that don't do this? And you're 86% of the time you're letting the government get over on you? Are you kidding me? You have got to protest your taxes. You have to do this because you are going to pay more in the long run. It's going to kill you. When you talk about a 3-year deal, when you don't protest your taxes, how it compounds your taxes, it's incredible. So do this. Go to ownwell.com, and start the process. It takes 3 minutes to sign up, and then they do everything. And you don't pay them unless they win, okay? Save money on and you only pay a fraction of what they've won, okay? A fraction. And other companies that are doing this are charging a lot more percentage-wise than Ownwell is. Ownwell.com. The deadline to protest, May 15th for most counties, okay? Save money on your property taxes with Ownwell. Sign up in less than 3 minutes and start your protest today at ownwell.com. That's OWNWELL.com.
The Paul Gallant Show. Weekday afternoons from noon to 3. You are listening to Houston's longest-running sports radio morning show. From the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's John and Lance.
It is kind of weird that Hunter Brown isn't striking more people out. It's a little bit weird in that he's averaging 97 on his fastball. But he struck out. So he had a huge strikeout with runners in scoring position and to end the inning, and then he struck out the next three guys. But 4 strikeouts. 4 strikeouts, 2 walks. The game before, 3 strikeouts, no walks. His first game against Minnesota, he had 8 strikeouts. It was really cold. I don't know. But he's so dominant. He's got 17 straight scoreless innings.
Yeah, he has really been good. His strikeout per 9 is lower. His ERA is good. All the numbers are pretty good. He's just not striking out as many. I think he's not going, I think he's trying to be, I don't see him hitting that out pitch, his strikeout out pitch right now. It doesn't feel like he has one that he's really, this is my jam and I'm throwing it exactly the way I want. And yet the way he's pitching has been very difficult for people to hit other than game 1. He's been on top of it. So, and you have to have that look, he and Fromber's got to level off and become more consistent. When Fromber's good, he's outstanding. Fromber has got to get to that because those two guys pretty much have to be, they've got to be Garrett Cole and not necessarily this good, but they got to be the Cole and Verlander of this staff.
Well, Fromber for whatever reason, he's been leaving the ball up, and he's got to get that corrected. His slider is up in the zone, and it's just they're crushing it. So, but when he's good, when Fromber's really good, he's really good. But Hunter Brown, I think the strikeouts are going to come. He's got 22 and 5. He's 22 strikeouts and 5 walks this year.
That's good. Yeah, better than 4-1.
Yeah, it's better than 4-1. But he's dominant, and he's going 6. He's going 6 every outing. It's 6.0, 6.0, 6.0, 6.0. Another thing is how Brian King has come on. Brian King is holy crap.
Brian King's been terrific.
Listen, the ideal right now. King in the 7th, Abreu in the 8th, Hader in the 9th.
But doesn't it feel like every time we try to push somebody into a new role higher, they fail? I mean, going all the way back to Dotel as the closer, going back to Brian Presley as the closer, it got kind of dicey for him. It's like every time you push somebody into a new level, into level up, it seems like a majority of the time it gets to be too big for him. I don't know why that is. I have no idea why that is.
Well,
Brian
it's
King
certainly
has
not
really
for Brian King because he's been in high leverage situations and he hasn't given up a run. And he's got 4 holds already this season.
Mm-hmm.
So, I mean, Brian King, and listen, I'm going to take a look.
He's only 28 years old.
Yeah, I want to take a look at last year. Brian King actually was okay. I mean, he was actually pretty damn good most all the year. I mean, he posted a lot of zeros for you last year. I think he was a little underrated. I don't know this is a bigger step for him.
But this is a huge step. Strikeout per 9 so far is 14. That's insane. And he's not throwing 99. He's in the low 90s, and he punches people out. His strikeout per 9 last year was 10.94. So far, small sample size, it's 14.04. His strikeout to walk ratio is 6.5 to 1. Last year's 3.2 to 1.
Yeah.
But once again, it is a very small ratio. But his batting average against was only 208 last year. This year it's 103.
His whip last year was 114. Yeah. His ERA was 2.39. These are all really good numbers. He's just a guy that's coming up. He's a lefty, which the Astros have needed badly. They've needed a left-hander out of the bullpen. He's the dude. You just got to keep riding this until he, proves otherwise. He is going to have – this is going to be – he's going to be around 50-some outings this year. He had 28 games last year. He's going to take a big step up.
I think he's going to be close to 60,
in the middle of the season and the end of the season, it wears him out. We'll see. But right now, you got to ride this guy as long as you can. You just got to ride it.
I think I think he's going to be more than 50. I think he's going to end up.
Yeah, he's going to be
a
in the
lot more
60s,
than
maybe.
that. Yeah,
he's going to maybe be in the 60s.
Mm-hmm.
But he is
soft contact, 12%, medium contact, hard contact only 18%. He's mostly had medium contact this year. Looking at his FanGraph numbers, yeah, I think it's really fun to watch him because he's not, and he's been more fly ball than ground ball this year. Last year he was more ground ball. We'll see. Well, we'll see what happens as it begins to level out. His fastball percentage throwing to 62% of the time this year. You know what his average fastball is? 91.8.
Yeah. Well, first of all, lefties, and secondly,
yeah, but 91.8.
You don't have to have an overpower. It doesn't have to be overpowered.
It doesn't have to be overpowered. He's obviously getting some movement. It almost feels like it rises in the zone, but he doesn't even throw 92 miles an hour this year, and his strikeouts are 14 per 9 innings. Like, that's crazy. His slider,
for whatever reason, lefties can get away with that.
His slider, he's throwing 32% of the time. I mean, it's the same. He didn't throw his curveball this year. At least they don't have it in FanGraphs. They just got him as a fastball slider pitcher, is a 2-pitch pitcher with a very occasional sinker. They've got him as a 2-pitch pitcher, and that's it, with just a few changeups. But his curveball, he threw 7.5% of the time last year. They don't have him throwing a curveball this year. They don't have one curveball for him.
Can you believe this is the rotation now is Fromber, Hunter, Blanco, Gusto, Wisniewski. Holy crap. Are you kidding?
Gusto sounds like a clown in a Cirque du Soleil show.
Wow, that's not.
No, that's the name Gusto. Yeah, no, that's what sounds like one of the. Have you ever been to Cirque du Soleil?
Yeah.
You know the clown. They don't put
clown.
They don't put the stuff on their face, but they're always Italian names or French names. That's what it sounds like. Gusto. Hopefully he's out of there soon. That means one of the real pitchers is back.
Well,
but it's not Luis Garcia.
Well, he pitched. He got himself a win. He's got a win and a loss. He didn't look great. He threw 4 innings last outing, and in the start, and he got the loss. But let's hope. This is the rotation. Apparently, Lance McCullers is coming back. That's what I heard. Apparently, he's coming back, and we'll see. Did you see the line drive that Cam Smith hit that almost killed Fetty? He caught it was, I mean, you want to talk about probably the hardest hit ball this season. Fetty knocks it in the air and catches it and doubles him up.
Mm-hmm.
And then, oh, by the way, all due respect to your dad, Jake Myers is one of the best hitters on this team.
I said, come see me at the end of June.
Jake Myers had 3 hits.
Yeah,
Jake Myers drove
great.
in the first run of the game.
Let's just come see me at the end of June. We're not even in May yet.
But
we're not even in May. I don't think you're going to like saying this.
If it wasn't for Jake Myers, we would have scored 3 runs this year.
Old takes exposed.
Okay. We would have scored 3 runs so far this year if it wasn't for Jake Myers.
You don't need to be saying things like Jake Myers is one of the best hitters on this team. It's not going to.
Well, he is so far this year.
Yeah, so far. Do you think he will be at the end of the year? He's got a low 700.
So far.
Low 700 OPS.
Just put some respect on him.
No, that's great. You want to get that excited about him right now? That's great.
I'm excited about Jake Myers.
That's great. We need him to play like this. We need him to have.
We have to.
Yeah, he's got a 700 OPS, and that's great. We need him to hit big like that.
If
that's
Jake
our
Myers,
new number,
700 OPS. That's 1,000. That's 1,200 for most guys.
Yes.
700 for Jake.
Agree.
Okay.
Agree.
And secondly, but Jeremy Payne, you feel bad for him. I just saw a story. His expected batting average is like 317 right now. He is hitting the ball hard. He's just hitting into a lot of bad luck.
It's
a lot of bad luck. So let's go, Jeremy.
Wait,
and by the way,
didn't we say that about Christian Walker?
Christian Walker too. Well, not as much anymore.
Okay, we stopped. We stopped with the exit velo stuff for him.
Christian Walker's chase rate is through the roof right now.
So it wasn't just coming, right? It was he's hitting the ball too hard for this not to change, right?
It was the first week that he was hitting the ball really hard.
Please stop playing with Christian Walker's name. Okay. That's the first thing you need to do.
Bring back Jose.
And Jordan going straightaway center, 419. Thank you. Good night. Let's go,
Look,
Jordan.
I'm watching John hit home runs in the minor leagues and doing backflips. I missed that here. Bring back Singleton.
You want backflip. That's
I
what
mean,
you want.
they both can chase, but at least when Singleton connects, it leaves the yard.
It is. It's awesome. Hey, we got a break here, and I want to talk about golf. And we're still talking sports because we're talking golf. The Insperity is coming your way. Saturday at the Insperity is awesome, okay? The greats of golf at the Insperity Invitational. It's been a ritual here. It's been Jack and Gary and Arnie, and I mean, you want to talk about it's just been so awesome, okay? And it continues. We've had some great winners here. Ben Crenshaw has won here. Oh, well, Ben, Jack, Annika Sorenstam with the greats of golf on Saturdays. Jack, Gary Player, Lee Trevino, Hale Irwin. I mean, Dave Stockton, Johnny Miller. Do you want to talk about big names? The Champions Tour is coming. It is going to be here the weekend of May 3rd, 4th, in that weekend. Okay, 3 days, 2nd, 3rd, and 4th. We're looking for, and it's just so much fun. And oh, by the way, they let you in for free. Come on out. Come on out to the Insperity. Go to insperityinvitational.com and get your tickets. It's at the Woodlands Country Club, the tournament course where we've been for years and years and years, played the Shell Houston Open. And it is just a lot of fun. If you love golf, you got to get out there and see the old guys play. I call them the old guys. I'm one of them. Come watch the old guys play. They can still hit it. They're still really, really good. The Insperity Invitational, insperityinvitational.com.
You are listening to Houston's longest-running sports radio morning show. From the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's John and Lance.
All right, welcome back. So, I texted Lance yesterday, and I said, hey, isn't today payday? Did you get your check? And he was like, yeah, I got my check. I was like, oh, okay. Well, I'm in my bank account. I talk about HRP every day, and boom, look at what they did. They screwed it up.
Yeah. What happened?
Look, I
had
got
a
call.
paycheck that was 2 times as high as usual. I'm not going to say anything. I'm just going to let her ride.
No.
Yeah.
So I'm like, okay, Laura, HRP screwed me. I don't have my check. And she's like, what? You don't have your check? Okay, let me go check. So she comes back and she says, yeah, did you happen to go into your 401k this month? And I said, yeah.
Oh, no.
And she said, well, that's where your check is. I said, what? She said, you are taking the max for the year every check now. And I said,
why are you doing that? Do you know what's happening to 401ks right now? You're ready to lose your whole damn check.
Well, so because, it was tax time, my guy says, hey, John, you need to put the max into your 401k every year. And I said, okay. So what I did is I went in and I put the max in for the year on every one of my checks.
Oh, God.
So I was like, oh, maybe HRP didn't screw up. Here's where HRP screwed up. Let me go in and work on my own 401k.
So they allow you to have the freedom to do what you want, and it's their problem.
That's on them. So have you ever made that mistake? Because it's an act of Congress to get your money back. I was like, hey, can they get that check out of that 401k? And Breon and Rachel worked miracles and got me my check. So I was wrong about HRP.
No, you were right about them.
Screwed me.
It was you. It was a you problem this whole time. Del, did you think HRP screwed this up? Did you think John did?
I didn't. Well, I always knew it was John, and
I did too.
And I went to go check my account, and just to make sure, because he's talking about problems. Oh, look, the money that's supposed to be there is there, because HRP does not screw up.
No,
it was
ever
John error, not HRP error.
I'm watching Ashton Genty highlights. Dude, when I tell you he's the best player in this draft.
How do we get here?
Because Ashton Genty is an absolute killer.
Best player in the draft.
He's the best player in the draft. I mean, you're not going to draft him first because he's a running back. He's better than Travis. He's better than Abdul Carter. He's better than Cam Ward. He's better than Tyler Warren. I've got him as the highest rated player by a long shot in my grades. I've got him with the highest grade I've had since Saquon Barkley at running back. I mean, Ashton Genty is an absolute killer. He will come into the league as a Pro Bowler and maybe all pro.
Okay,
right away.
So Dane Brugler, where he's got Ashton Genty,
being drafted?
Yeah.
Is it still Oakland? Raiders?
Jags, 5th.
Yeah. That's interesting. They've got Etienne, but Etienne's going to be up in a year.
Is Tank still there? Bigsby,
yeah. I don't know why he would do that. The Bigsby and Etienne combo is actually pretty good. I'm not sure why Dane would do that.
Yeah, and I'm not sure the Jags.
Because he's a generational running back is what you're saying?
Yeah, but if you do that, then why not give him to New England and let the quarterback take a lot of pressure? They don't have good. I did Ted Johnson's show in New England, and we went through all this, and like the tackles aren't very good. They're almost forced. This is why you don't want to get to a spot where you have to take tackle. Now they're going to take Campbell or Kelvin Banks, and neither one of those guys is good enough to be drafted 4th in almost any draft.
Yeah. So, so how do you? And you do this all the time, okay? And you say it. Okay, Ashton, and listen, evaluators, general managers are probably saying the same thing. Ashton Genty is the best guy. So when it comes up to me, 1st overall, 2nd overall, 3rd overall, I can see it. I can't take a running back. 4th overall, 5th. how do you get the 6th, 7th, 8th pick,
Not
9th
take
pick
him.
and go, I'm going to pass on the best guy in this draft?
Well, that's a good question. I mean, it depends on how you value it. Like everyone's putting them with the Raiders at 6. I've got them taking Jalen Walker because I tried to get into the mind of how they would operate. And the GM came from, he played at Michigan with Tom Brady. So my guess is Brady's going to have a lot of input in here. And I tried to think, how would Brady see this? Would he see running back as a value since he played on a bunch of teams with just guys at running back?
Yeah.
I mean, they brought in Corey Dillon and but the success came when you had culture changers on defense. If you really want to know the Belichick, it was Tom Brady and then a bunch of culture changers on defense is how it all got started. Teddy Bruschi, Willie McGinnis, Mike Vrabel, all those guys. And so I started thinking, you know what? He's going to look at Jalen Walker and he'll see a culture changer there. So I went Jalen Walker. Then Jets fans got so mad when I put Ashton Genty there in Mach 1. They were furious. Brees Hall is a damn saint. No, he's not. Brees Hall's coming up on he'll be a contract year after this year. He's never run for 1,000 yards. Stop. You can move Brees Hall on draft day, get a 4th rounder for him. Genty's way better. Stop it. But if he doesn't go there, then you get to the Panthers at 8. They're probably not taking running back. Then you go 9, Saints. They're not going to take running back. Then you go 10. Are they going to take left tackle or running back? The Bears. So you can see Genty falling, but I'm kind of, the more I think about it, like you're saying, John, I think everyone's going to see him the same way. There's no, honestly, 3 guys, everyone sees Genty. It's pretty much everyone sees Abdul Carter, Genty, and Travis Hunter as the 3 best players in this draft. And Ryan Clark said something so stupid yesterday. I don't know. The logic here is so bad. He said, you would not take, my brother-in-law sent it to me. He said, you shouldn't take Travis Hunter unless you're going to play him both ways. And his rationale was he's not the best wide receiver in this draft. And he's not, which is wrong, he is. And then he's not a number 1 cornerback. So unless you play him both ways, you don't get the value for him. Well, he goes, he's not as good as Jamar Chase. He's not as good as this guy. He's not as good as this guy. And he keeps naming players from other drafts. Like, dude, those guys aren't in this draft. Somebody's going 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Like, guys are getting drafted. I couldn't believe that Ryan missed the part that, yeah, you may not have him graded as high as some of those other guys, but you have to draft guys in different spots this year. And Travis Hunter is clearly one of the top 3 players.
Yeah,
clearly one of the top 3 players. And you don't have to play him both ways. Now, you will.
Wait, he said he's going to quit football if you don't play him both ways.
Why does he say stuff like this? You know what's going to happen is somebody's going to acquiesce. He's going to get hurt. He'll try to play hurt because he doesn't want to look bad that he decided to go both ways. And then he's going to be out for the rest of the year, and he'll miss 7 games in year 1. And we'll all be like, I know he shouldn't have played both ways. That's what's going to happen. And frankly, he's more likely to get hurt as a cornerback because he's got to run up and run some, tackle running backs and whatnot.
We got to go back. King Butter sent you a Ryan Clark soundbite.
Not him.
Hector Villegas
not
Jr.
Butter.
Hector Villegas Jr. That guy's not my brother-in-law. Butter? That guy's not my brother-in-law. What are you talking about?
He is.
No, they're divorced. What are you talking about? My sister's been divorced from that loser for 5 years. No, never do I.
What is Travis Hunter's playing weight?
Never do I. What's that?
What's Travis Hunter's playing weight?
What's his weight?
What do you think Travis Hunter's playing weight is?
It's like 182. That's thin.
And he's a
I was going to say 89.
He's
thin
slim.
guy. You don't have concerns about that.
No, 100% do. That's why I wouldn't play him both ways. I would never play him both ways. I would give him snaps. I give him like 10 reps a game at wide receiver, which is pretty good. I would play him at corner because I don't know that I've ever seen a cornerback with those ball skills. And it makes sense because so as a wide receiver, he's not polished at getting off a press. He's not polished.
So this is why I'm at. You said best receiver in the draft. Is it just because it's a bad receiver draft?
Yeah.
Okay.
Part of it. Yeah. But he's also got like 10-star ball skills. No one's even close to him. This guy has some of the best ball skills I've ever seen. You've seen all the highlight reel catches.
Sure.
He's got some of the best ball skills I've ever seen. You can teach somebody to be a better route runner. You can teach him to get off press because he has the ability. We look for the ability to do something. He's got the ability to shake and get off press. He just doesn't really have to. He's got the ability to run better routes. All that stuff's going to come. But when the ball's up in the air, he is a monster. And you put him at cornerback where he's got these instincts where he recognizes routes because he runs routes. So he recognizes routes. Once the ball goes up, he's better than a lot of the wide receivers going after the ball.
Your boy, Pete Schrager, now he's on ESPN saying stupid stuff now.
Well, he may not be my boy anymore. That's the
Can
thing.
we hear the stupid stuff when we come back?
Jalen Milroe would be drafted at the end of the first round.
Well, he's in the draft green room.
Schrager is connected. I'm just going to tell you that when Schrager says stuff, I pay attention, especially when it's not something I have.
If Jalen, not
I've got him in a
quarterback.
second, but the dude is going to the draft, John.
But
he's
not
in
as
the
a
room.
quarterback. Not as a quarterback.
Yes, as a quarterback. Now, will he end his career at quarterback? I don't know.
You've got to be
people
the
are acting like they didn't
GM.
see. They're acting like they didn't see football this year. Jalen was terrible throwing the football.
Terrible. How in the world would you draft that guy in the first round? I can't listen. If you picked him in the fourth round, I'd say, you overdrafted him. Overdrafted.
Mm-hmm.
He's terrible at throwing the football. I don't know if you heard, you have to throw the football as a quarterback in the NFL.
This is the crazy thing. The Jalen Hurts stuff, and I've talked to a couple of teams that really like him. Now, one of them believes they just want to get him in the building.
Jalen Hurts or Milroe?
I'm sorry, Milroe. They believe get him in the building and eventually he may become a running back.
Oh, my God.
They believe they're just saying he's built like a will linebacker. He runs like a wide receiver. He's got the running skill of a running back.
We saw this, but we saw this 2 years ago with Anthony Richardson.
Yeah, but Richardson was not this kind of athlete. Jalen is an insane athlete. But you're right. The football stuff looks like Richardson. Inaccurate, bad decision making. Like you can't get there. Watching tape, you cannot get there with Jalen Milroe as anything more on tape as a quarterback. He's fourth or fifth round. Now you add the traits, the explosiveness, the ability to run, maybe package plays, zone read, changing RPOs. Okay, you push him up. Now, what I think is happening is teams are saying we are going to get him in the building, and if it doesn't work out at quarterback, we got an electric athlete who can make plays with the ball in his hands. We'll figure it out. I think that's what people are thinking.
We got a lot of talking going on, Del, and not so much commercials. That's what I think.
Well, I tried to get you out, but you guys wouldn't stop.
Oh yeah, no, that's him. Okay, it's Jalen Milroe.
No, you brought that. He was done talking. You had an in to get out of the segment. You brought the Jalen Milroe
Well,
stuff up.
I've got Billy Brown that I want to talk about right now.
Make the Brown go down.
I think Billy Brown.
We're not saying make the Brown go down anymore, Del.
No more?
No.
What?
We're done with that?
That's Billy's
turds get the birds.
When he was
turds get the birds is what they're doing now.
Turds get the birds.
Turds get the birds.
Huh?
Wow. Turd get the bird. Turd. So Billy Brown, when he was a kid, he always liked to see the Brown go down. I mean, so I don't know how you're going to get that out of him. Okay, since he was a little kid, he always loved.
It's been ingrained in him.
He always loved plumbing.
I've never had these conversations with him.
Has he ever spoken about
his childhood?
John
has gone and played golf. He must have spoken about his childhood like that. Yeah.
He'd get up after dropping a deuce, and he'd just watch it go down. And he said, "You know what? This is what I want to be in life. This is what I want to do. I want to watch the Brown go down."
Oh.
And that was and here he is today.
Is that his story arc? Is that his what is it called?
His origin
story? Yeah. His origin story is a little kid pushing down Brown. Like, this is what I want to do.
Okay, they made
He's
Batman.
good at it. I'm telling you, he's really good at it.
Some kids want to be astronauts or police officers.
Story, and now we're telling Billy Brown's story.
It's like the bane of plumbers.
So his parents Batman's parents getting shot in the alley is Billy watching Brown go down?
Yeah, Billy's watching the Brown don't go down while his parents are banging on the door. Get out of there, Billy. Get out of there.
What are you doing in there, Billy?
Most people,
Billy.
most high school boys would have been doing something else, taking long showers. But I was in there practicing making the Brown go down.
I can hear the narrator, Billy's voice. Man, I wasn't taking long showers like some high school boys.
I'm watching them. I can't even do this commercial.
AqueductPlumbingCompany.com.
ESPN 97.5.
important sports cliches. And when you save money by bundling your home and auto with Progressive, you can get out there and give it 110%, even though that's mathematically impossible. And remember, failure is not an option. Well, it's always an option, just not a good one. But you're not worried because you've got ice in your veins. You're on fire. How could both of those things be true at the same time? Well, that's between you and your doctor. So get out there and leave it all on the
So here's the thing with John Daspit. There have been people who have tried to, they trusted the insurance company to do the right thing, and they've been in bad auto accidents. And one of the things they found out, and this is a terrible story I heard, there was someone had a spinal injury and they didn't know it. They did not go get x-rayed. They did not do any of that stuff. They just kind of try to push through it. So they got obviously the car taken care of. They got some hospital and medical bills taken care of, but it was not, they didn't go through and get everything checked out. And then when they had to have surgery, they had already signed off on the dotted line on the for their check that they had. They got a small pain and suffering check. They had a relatively small check for the hospital bill, and that was it. And when they ended up having the back got worse, was up near the upper back near the neck. As it got worse and worse, they had to go in. They had to have surgery. It came out of their pocket, and it was a situation where they had very poor insurance. It would cost them over $20,000. Just a horrible situation. And John Daspit makes sure when you get injured at work, in the roadway, on the water, wherever it is, he wants to make sure you go in, and any issues, let's get the MRIs, let's get the x-rays, we'll get CAT scans, we'll make sure everything's okay. And if it is, then that's great. If it's not, he makes sure it gets addressed and then it gets paid for by the insurance company. Physical therapy, paid for by the insurance company. If you miss time from work, if you miss 3 days, or if you miss 3 weeks, 3 months, 3 years, that needs to be accounted for. And John Daspit understands how to do that so that the insurance company doesn't get you to sign off quickly and then you get stuck with bills down the road that shouldn't be yours. John Daspit is also going to get you a very fair pain and suffering payment as well for the injury that was sustained due to someone else's negligence. You want someone on your side who understands how it works and who can fight the insurance company to make sure that your payout is fair. It's John Daspit and the Daspit Law Firm, the best personal injury lawyers in the city of Houston. DaspitLaw.com or call 713, call now.
All right, welcome back. Our last hour here this morning on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5, 713-780-3776 is the number if you want to get in. Talking Rockets, Golden State. Golden State wins last night. Take care of business against Ja. Ja sprains his ankle. Wasn't really the same. He still scored somebody. He certainly wasn't nearly as athletic as he had been. Steph actually sprained his right wrist during the game, but he continued to fill it up even after that. And taking on Golden State for the 5th time in the last 7 playoffs that the Rockets have been in, they got Golden State this time in the first round. I don't know of all of the teams that were a possibility that it could have been tougher, that there was a tougher one than Golden State, but that's how it ended up. And you got to, listen, you got to get through Golden State at some point. So might as well, unless, I don't know. This is one of the best teams in the NBA, second best record since they acquired Jimmy Butler. They're really good. You kicked their ass last time you played them at Golden State. I think you got a lot of confidence because of that. I think you're going to be in a different ballpark because a lot of these guys have never been here before. But we saw a Rockets team a couple of weeks ago that just flipped a switch and said, we are sick. We're mad. We're sick of everybody disrespecting us. Yeah, we're about to play Oklahoma City. Okay, watch this. We're about to go to Golden State. Watch this. And kicked ass. Just kicked ass. We played with an attitude, played hard, played at a different level. I think they can get back to that now, right? What they were like a couple weeks ago?
I hope so. They won't have played basketball together as a fluid team. They'll have one time in 2 weeks. So 12 days, whatever it is. So I mean, it's a little bit, but we already knew this going in, that if you did it and somebody got hurt, what are you doing, Ime? You're an idiot. If you did it and they ended up getting a little rusty, what are you doing, Ime? You're an idiot. He was in a no-win situation. So I'm just going to say Ime did the right thing, rested his guys, got them geared up for hopefully a long playoff run, fresh legs, and let's go. Let's see where it takes them. I mean, look, they're not based on timing and crispness and all. They're dogs. They're grimy. Their game is built on grime and filth and flarn and toughness and a fist fight in a phone booth. They're not a finesse team that needs their timing. And my timing's not quite where I need it to be. What timing do you need to stick a forearm in someone's chest on a rebound?
I would imagine this week in practice, they're getting after each other.
Yeah. So I don't really think, I mean, for me, the time off is not really going to be a factor. If you're an erratic shooting team at times anyway. So if that happens, it's not due to rust. It's because that's who you've been for 82 games.
Sunday, Wednesday, Saturday, Monday, times are set, all late games. The Rockets have Golden State, so they're in the late slot. They're going to be, it's going to be late games, 8:30, 9 o'clock throughout this series for the Rockets. So that's fine. We're going to be up late, but we're going to watch some great – this is going to be fun. Back in the playoffs with this team. I'm more excited about – listen, James was great, and there were times where – I thought we were in James. I've said it multiple times. We're in James Harden purgatory. You're right there, but you can't get in heaven. You can't get to heaven, right? And it was true. You couldn't get there because at some point, I know James was great and all blah blah blah, but he wasn't a champion, and I don't know that he'll ever be a champion. And in large part because of how he played defense, and I think that's what. Listen. For the first time ever, Nico Harris met the media for the first time since the trade. Nico Harris met the media, and he continued saying, "Listen, you saw it for almost a full half of basketball what the Mavericks could be before Anthony Davis got hurt."
Yeah, but he always gets hurt. Like that's a bad take. I get Nico has to do this. I kind of feel bad for him. Nico Harrison is going to go down. I mean, he's going to be synonymous with the Luka trade, which is probably not going to work in his favor because Luka's probably going to be a really good basketball player. He may still have the same James Harden issues that you mentioned. And, I'm kind of with you in that. Like we saw what happened with James. If you don't believe in a guy that he has the willingness to put the work in that needs to be put in, and then you give him $370 million, they only get worse. You give him more money. You give him that much money. It's not like he's going to elevate his intensity. More than likely he won't. But Anthony Davis is in his 30s, and he's got a deep, long history of injury.
Yeah, we'll see. And listen, he may be right. Luka may not. I don't think the Lakers are good enough now, and we'll find out after LeBron leaves and blah, blah, blah. It's the Lakers, so they're going to be able to attract players to go there. We'll find out whether or not Luka can translate to a championship. James Harden has never translated to a championship, and in large part because he's the main guy, and he sets a tone defensively. This Rockets team sets a tone defensively that's totally different. And defense wins. We said it, how many times defense wins championships. This is a team that is built to play playoff basketball. Playoff basketball changes. It changes, right? It's tougher. It's more physical. It's going to be lower scoring. You're not going to have as many 139, 124 games. It's just different. It just is harder to play in the postseason. And this Rockets team is built like that, is built to play a playoff basketball.
Yeah.
Whether or not they're too young, whether or not they need to take those steps is another question. And you know what? They probably do. You got them going to the Western Conference Finals?
Who?
Rockets.
No, I don't think they're ready for that yet. I don't think their game is – I don't think they're built for executing in the half court. So the West is too good. Eventually you have to be an execution-based team to win at that highest level. So, no, I think they get tripped up in round one and round two. That's just kind of the next building block is I think that's where it's kind of trending. And that's okay. That's I'm fine. That's where the process is. I don't think their execution and efficiency in the half court is where it needs to be. Now, they'll also strangle you at times in the half court too, which gives them a fighting chance to not shoot well and still win games. So it's like the Houston Cougar model. The Cougs couldn't shoot worth the crap. They had a terrible offensive game in the national championship, and they had a lead with, the minute and a half to go. The Cougars are winning the game, shooting 34% from the field.
Yeah. Yeah.
And there's a simple reason, because they defend. Well, I think the Rockets can do that too. Now, it did fall off at times this year, the defense, but primarily in the fourth quarters when it fell off. They can't have that happen now.
Oh, man, I like this. I can't see who it is, but he's got the Rockets winning this series in 3. Okay. Even though it's a 7-game series.
What do you mean you can't say who it is?
I can't see who it is.
Oh,
the beer man, Greg.
Okay.
He's got the Rockets.
One of our
in 3.
listeners has the Rockets winning the 3. That's fine.
Right. I like it. At the end of this series, the average score for Golden State will be?
What do you mean? The average total points for Golden State
per game.
Based on, so the over-under for the first game is like 213.5, with Golden State scoring about 111. So I would say the average Golden State point total is going to be about 109. About 109.
Is that low enough for the Rockets to win the series?
That's a good question. Maybe not.
I think
may
it's
need
going
to be closer to
lower.
105.
I think it's going to be lower because I think they're going to hold them in the 90s for at least a game or maybe 2.
Yeah, it may need to. Yeah, it may need to be closer to about 106 is where it needs to be. You may be right. 106, 106.5. That's not what it is, though. And the Vegas total's 213.5. So you have to ask yourself, are the Rockets going to play fast? I think it's actually in the Rockets' benefit to speed up, now that I think about it. Not take early shot, not early offense shots where you take, shots too quickly, but I do think it's going to be kind of interesting to see if the Rockets you might want to play faster against an older Golden State team. You may want to make making Steph work on offense, on defense is as important as making him work on offense. The problem is they'll put him on Fred VanVleet, and Fred is stationary and just shoots spot up threes. So Fred's not really going to make him work. So what do? Well, you try to get him in some pick and roll situations, but Fred's not typically a pick and roll guy, because it's not like, you're not really going to – Fred's no threat to go. You can go over the screen on Fred. Even if he gets in the paint, he's never been a good finisher in the paint. So I don't know if you can really put the heat on Steph defensively like I'd want them to.
Well, I think – okay, who leads the Rockets in scoring?
In the series? Jalen.
Yeah. Alperen.
Well, no. Yeah, you may be right, because Jalen's probably going to catch Jimmy.
Probably.
It doesn't matter. He's going to shoot a lot of shots. It could still be Jalen Green.
I think they're going to go. I think they're going to go down low to. They're going to go down low to Alpi a lot. He is going to try. They're going to try to impose their will inside. And he is going to. I think they're going to. I think Alpi is going to have himself a big series. Yeah.
I could see.
I think Alpi's. I think they're better off if Alperen Şengün leads them in scoring.
Rockets scored last time out for the Rock. I'm going to look at Alperen Şengün's splits. So he averaged 19 and 10 this year. It was a little higher at one point, but 19 and 10, good, and 5 assists. Good year for him. From a split standpoint, his splits this year against Golden State, he played in 5 games. Alperen shot 47% from the field. Did not make a three-pointer at all. Shot 65% from the field. His rebounds were 11, 2 a game, which is higher. 17 points, which is below his average, and 4.4 assists, which is below his average. So he actually, this is one of the teams he hasn't played great against, is the Golden State Warriors. Now, Jalen Green, on the other hand, and we got to remember that Jalen Green also, the Rockets, how much did they see? This is a different team with Jimmy Butler. At least how they'll match up with you. Jalen Green, from a split standpoint against Golden State. Now, I'm not even going to look at how Alpern's done in the past. It's whatever's happening this year is what's happening this year. So I don't really care about the past because both teams are a lot different. Golden State this year, he has played in 5 games. Oh, good Lord. He's averaging 31.5% field goal percentage against Golden State. Maybe the worst he's got against any team this year other than Miami. Miami, he shot 27%. Boy, there are some sketch shooting percentages for Jalen Green. 31.5%. He shot 25% from 3. He averaged 3 assists and 3 turnovers, 1-to-1, and averaged 12.6 points a game. Holy crap. Jalen Green, this is his worst team. Of all the teams, Jalen has played the poorest against Golden State, and it's not really even very close. Well, Miami and Golden State, but Golden State's got a 5-game in Indiana.
And Miami was probably when Jimmy was there.
Ooh, yeah, you may be right.
Jimmy didn't play in either game.
Yeah, remember, what are you talking about? Jimmy didn't play basketball at Miami this year.
Oh, that's true.
The first game, there was a Tyler Hero getting tossed game. Jimmy didn't play, and Jimmy was in Golden State when they played their second time.
Wow, this is really bad against Golden State. He really does not play well against him. That is interesting. That's
how
interesting.
big a factor is Buddy Hield going to be?
Buddy's a factor.
Well,
Buddy can score. He can shoot. He's not Clay, but he's all right.
Buddy Hield in games that matter.
Yeah, in games that matter.
He not good. What did Buddy Hield do yesterday?
Nothing.
The Warriors needed 38 and 37 from Steph to survive a Grizzlies team who doesn't beat anyone good. While they got Steph his help, they're going to need to be great to beat the Rockets, because I don't know that there's anything else on that roster that the Rockets would have any concerns about. So you're going to need, if it took all that to beat the Grizzlies, I think you're going to need those 2 dudes in their upper 30s to be at that level just to get out of the first round.
Amen Thompson. Who's the Rocket who plays good against Golden State? It's Alpern plays below his norm. Jalen plays bad. Amen Thompson only averaged against Golden State, only averaged 12 a game, shooting 48% from the field. 1.4 turnovers to 3.6 assists, 8 rebounds in 5 games. Dylan Brooks is okay. I'm trying to figure out is Fred VanVleet just an absolute superhero against them? Who are the Rockets who have played really well against them?
They've only played 1 game well against them.
Well, yeah, think about the games they won.
What were they this year?
They beat them. They beat them twice. Remember, they won a game where the Golden State had a lead late and they threw it away. The Rockets somehow scrapped away a win in a low-scoring game. So that game wasn't one where anyone.
Steph in that game though?
I believe so.
You sure? I think they beat them with no Steph.
I don't remember that. I have to go back and find that box score of their games. And then this last game, Steph scored 3 points. And they only scored 106 themselves.
Tari plays pretty well against
Dylan
them.
Brooks shot well in their game, the one they recently won. He had a really nice game shooting the ball.
Tari plays well against them also.
They won 99-93 against Golden State earlier this year, and no Steph.
91-90? That was the final?
Oh, no. Actually, the Warriors won 99-93.
Yeah, with no Steph, right?
And no Steph.
No wonder they're minus 200.
Steph played in the game the Rockets won by 1, and he scored 19. So he did play in that game. And then they won 106-96 recently.
Fred VanVleet makes $42 million a year. I'm expecting his numbers to be outstanding.
Oh, really?
Against Golden State.
While you're contemplating that, we can go to break.
He shoots 22% from the field for Fred VanVleet.
I need to talk. Listen, I need to talk right now. This is important for poker players out there. Hijack Poker. Download the app. Hijack Poker. Go to Hijack Poker. Texas Card House is putting this out there. You can now, a lot of sites, it's difficult. Your credit card, it's difficult sometimes to get on poker sites with your credit card. You can go to Texas Card House on Westheimer or in Spring, and you can put real money in to your hijack poker account, and you can play online. So they're making it available if your credit card, and sometimes this happens, that your credit card company will say, no, this is a gambling site, whatever. We can't do it. I don't know. I don't know if you can do it with, they said you can put your credit card in. Credit card deposits are also accepted. But if you're having any issue whatsoever and you want to play poker online, you don't want to go to a poker house or whatever, you can go to the poker house, put your cash and put it in to your hijack poker account and play. No bots, real people, backed by Texas Card House. It's only available in Texas, made by Texans for Texans. If you love poker, you want to play poker online, you don't like to go to the card house, that's fine. But you can go to Texas Card House, deposit the money, and play. It's brought to you by Texas Card House, which I feel like is the premier place to play now in the city of Houston. I love playing live. I like live better than online, but I'm gonna throw money when I get home. I'm going over to Texas Card House. I'm gonna throw some money in hijack, and I'm gonna throw some money on the table, and let's go. Let's play some poker. I love it. I don't know if you do. If you're a poker fan, then this is a place to be. All right. TexasCardHouse.com is where you find the how to get on or how to find the location. Westheimer in just off 45 as well in Spring. It is, to me, open 24/7. You can always find a game there. The bar is open until 2 a.m. every day. Never a day off, 24/7. You're looking for poker in the city of Houston. Texas Card House is the place to be. TexasCardHouse.com.
Hey, so here's the thing. When you were playing with Underdog Fantasy, we know the NBA playoffs are here. They've got this really cool feature. It's called the Extender promo. And with the Extender, you can play your way to increasingly bigger boosts with each round of the playoffs. So your boost in play, you put your money in today. I'm just going to tell you how to do it. Go put your money in today. All right. Use promo code Lance. Download the app. Use promo code Lance. You can get up to $1,000 in bonus cash back. So not only will you have the money that you put in, you're also going to have the additional money where they're giving you bonus cash as well. So you're playing with free money. And then through every game, you make a play on the Pick'em Challenge, pick higher or lower on statistics for multiple players. Not only do you have a chance to win up to 1,000 times your original play just by, using your sports knowledge, but every time you play, it's going to unlock another boost, profit boost on your next game. And it's going to go higher and higher and higher through the playoffs. So if you continue to play every single day, every single game, your boosts are going to keep going higher and higher. Do you know what that means? I've won before with 70% profit boosters where I picked right on 3 players on higher or lower. It is a great payoff. And all you got to do is play the games you're already watching. Use your sports knowledge to your advantage, and you got a chance to win big with Underdog Fantasy. But you got to download it, and you got to make a deposit to play. Use promo code Lance. That's promo code Lance, and you are going to get up to $1,000 in bonus cash. Download it today. You must be 18 or older and present in the state where Underdog Fantasy operates. Terms and conditions apply. If you feel like you have a gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER. Go to inspeakgambling.org.
You're back in the Veritex Community Bank Studios with John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
All right, joining us right now, it's 9:30. It's a good friend of mine. He's the guy who started the Joe Moore Awards. You hear me talk about it on the radio from time to time. And I'm on the selection committee because of Aaron. And I got to know Aaron Taylor from CBS Sports. He was a first-round pick, was a Green Bay Packers for years, won a Super Bowl. And a really neat guy. But one of the reasons I wanted to have you on, AT, is, in our text string that we're in, we saw the news on Kyron Lacy, LSU wide receiver who passed away, apparent suicide after a high-speed chase. A guy who obviously felt tremendous, just felt like he was in dire straits and really didn't have anything to live for anymore. And I wanted to bring you on because you kind of uniquely – You've gone through, you're very open about it. You speak to people and you're very well spoken in terms of getting the message across. I wanted you to kind of tell some of your story post football and where, the headspace of an athlete, especially who thinks that football may be over for them or sports may be over for them, because I know it's something that most of us will never even understand what that's like.
Well, I appreciate that, Lance, and I would disagree with you because at the core of what happens when we transition out of sports is we go through an identity crisis, right? If we've always been what we've always done, who are we now that we're no longer able to play X, Y, or Z? So it's the same thing when people suddenly go through divorces. It's the same thing when people suddenly retire or have to change careers or get fired unexpectedly from their 9-to-5 jobs. So we all struggle with transition. What often happens when we go through identity crisis is you go through an identity, right? You lose how you're known to yourself, but also how you're known to the outside world and your social circles. Then, of course, there's the income, how you receive value for the value you bring. Those disappear instantly. Those are what I call the tip of the iceberg of these 5 pillars that I'll lay out here. What's below the water, what we don't often take into account is the purpose piece, right? Why we feel we were born, why we were put on the planet to do what we were doing. Anytime that gets threatened or jeopardized, or we feel that that's the case, it adds an undue amount of pressure and anxiety, which is what happens to athletes. So being part of a community, being part of something bigger than ourselves, right? The team aspect, that's a really big piece of what our identity is. And then finally, it's about that significance. Knowing how we make a difference in the world, every play, good job, good read, good adjustment, good read, good boy for me. So when I went through those 5 pillars and lost that in retirement of identity, income, purpose, significance, and community, we lost that. I lost it in one fell swoop. So I made the mistake of losing one thing where I felt more fulfilled than I've ever felt in my life to trying to replace it with another thing, not having any idea just how lucky I was to hit what I call the elusive sweet spot. And that's that bullseye between what I'm good at, what I like to do, and what I can get paid a lot of money for. So anytime those things are in jeopardy, certainly as it was from Kyron Lacey's perspective, it can create an undue amount of mental pressure. And unfortunately, as it was in this case, and we see so many others, you make a very permanent decision for a very temporary and at this point still unknown set of circumstances that Lacey was going to expect to go through.
Aaron Taylor with us here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Aaron, how much of that, your recovery from that, was faith-based?
A big part. They say that, when there's probably some things I can't say. My relationship with a higher power was critical, and I couldn't do any more of what I was trying to do. And I think what I'm so relieved and inspired by now is that people are wearing their faith on their sleeves again, and we know that there can be problems with that. But overwhelmingly, I think we've gotten too far away. We've become too self-reliant. So at the core of what my recovery was putting my faith in a power greater than myself. And I had to do that. I had to be willing to turn it over because, John, the reality was, brother, 110% of doing things my way was debauchery. It was loneliness. It was sadness on one page with every box to check the American dream on the other. So there was this real big disconnect between having stuff and things and thinking that was going to make me happy and feeling otherwise. So any great recovery story that I've seen, and that's hard for us as athletes to do because we see ball, we get ball. There's no challenge that we don't believe that we can overcome. We get pushed, we push back, and then we knock it over. You have to submit to win to transform your life. And that, for me, without question, came from my belief and my faith and turning my will and my life over to a power greater than myself.
How do you think some of this conversation we're having applies to the Kyron Lacey situation?
Well, we're witnessing the professionalization of college sports, but without the paychecks, protections, and the support systems that professional athletes have. And I think what's happening is not only do they have the pressure to perform on the field or courts, they also have the pressure to perform in the classroom, but we've added this other piece, which is to become influencers and to be marketable. And the dollars of the comparison and contrasting and the fear of missing out and all of these things, Lance, that we had to deal with as rookies at 21, 22-year-old when it was hard enough. And the baby mama drama and your uncle trying to put his hand in your pocket, not trusting anybody, but you trust your family, but they're not qualified to manage your money for you. All of these things are happening at much earlier ages. And quite frankly, the young folks now just, even though there's better support, they're not equipped to be able to handle these things to the scale that is going on. And the Nico Iamaleava situation, what we're seeing with Kyron Lacey, and what we've seen ad nauseum through our sport over the last 4 or 5 years, that's not the problem. Those are symptoms of the problem. And if we got to be careful because these kids aren't just chasing dreams. They're running from anxiety and depression and the fear of being left behind. So if NIL is the new game, we at least owe these kids a rule book that doesn't punish them to try to play it because they're doing so without having the full skills and strength to be able to navigate it successfully. It's having a tremendous negative impact on the mental health of young people across this country, and nobody's doing what they need to be doing about it because they're so worried about getting their TV dollars.
Aaron Taylor here with us on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. The Nico story. We had a caller this week that said, I've lost a lot of luster with college football. We used to watch the recruiting. We talked. We had a group chat that we all talked about, and it's gone. And a lot of that, that love for college football is gone. Does Congress have to step in here because the NCAA has been so? They've been so terrible.
Does the NCAA matter, though, John?
Turned around. Does Congress have to step in, Aaron, and make some rules for this stuff?
Dear God, I hope not, John. For all of our sakes, bro. that's not historically where things get done and get done efficiently. I think Congress has their hands full with a lot of other things with where we're at right now as a nation and worldwide, candidly. So I say that somewhat tongue in cheek, but I sincerely don't believe that federal involvement is the best and most efficient way to solve these problems. In my opinion, there's one way only to solve this issue, and that's collective bargaining. The only thing that's going to stop the lawsuits, the only thing that's going to stop the institutions and the ownership, if you will, and fix the labor costs, the only thing that is going to protect the rights of the players and create any sort of organization where there's rules. We're watching NFL free agency without rules. And guys in the middle of the season decide that they want to go somewhere else. We saw that at UNLV earlier the year. Nico, what's going on at Tennessee? Pull it out in spring and try and, God bless him playing his cards. Like, these are the decisions that aren't being made well. And to be 22 and to have faith in bad agents, I get it. I'm not indicting him for that. He's responsible for that. But he shouldn't even have the right to be able to do that because it's become transactional. And I'm a dude, this is the best sport on the planet, and we're ruining it for money. And it started with COVID when everybody was so worried about what was going to happen in canceling sports. We don't have a revenue problem. As Trev Albert said, the Texas A&M AD, we've got a spending problem. Lance, if me and you ran our houses like the NCAA and Intercollegiate Athletics runs their books, there'd be no nachos for either of us, brother. It is irresponsible, okay? So collective bargaining is the answer, but that would require, and maybe that's where the federal positioning needs to be able to come in to be able to figure out what sort of hybrid employee status student athletes would have. But that's the only thing that's going to be able to eliminate these lawsuits and the pursuit of money, which is the combination of those with the portal and the rules as they are. It's this perfect storm of, I want to say, effery, and I won't, but it is a debacle because there's not a unified efforts to move forward. It's all self-interest. It's the greatest team sport on the planet, and we're all working individually and unilaterally and doing what's in our own best interest instead of our collective best interest. Where are we going to be 2, 3, 5, 10 years from now? It'll be a sport we enjoy watching, but is that really what we want? We need the adults in the room to step the blank up and get their stuff together so that we can preserve one of the last damn good things we have in this country and in the sports world. And now I'm officially on my damn soapbox, so I better shut up before I keep going.
The problem is it went too far. There was we know that the NCAA for years, but we have a problem in this country with overcorrection, where we go way too far the other way. And I think the COVID and everything that went down at that time of 2000, people got scared to take us to put up guardrails and barriers because it became all about the players and the individual. And then when the NCAA tried to have some rules and Supreme Court blanked them, they went a full shutout. I think they were 0-9. I think the NCAA said, well, then we've got no power. We've got nothing that we can do. And that's probably where they are right now. And that's why there's talk about the government stepping in. But really, honestly, I think you have to take another stand if you're the NCAA, and you have to get somebody strong to head it up. And I'd love the idea of Nick Saban, for example. But you have to give it another go and allow the Supreme Court to jump in again. I would love to see everything unionized as well, because then it allows for collective bargaining, which would equally help the players, but also because sometimes the players aren't getting paid what they're supposed to be getting paid in terms of the contract. But also it creates rules because the pigs can't get fat and hogs get slaughtered this entire time, or you're going to have problems. And guys are still getting paid. It doesn't have to be paid like professional sports, because somebody made a great point. Whether Nico Iamaleava is at quarterback or not, 110,000 people are going to be at Neyland Stadium. So it's not him that's bringing in the revenue. It's not. It's the players in the NBA and in the NFL and Major League Baseball. But there's a cycling of players, and it's more about the team and the history and the culture of college football. So it's a little different in terms of how you should be getting paid in college football.
Yeah, and I've said when we had this conversation a decade ago, I said this isn't about pay for play. This is about proportional participation. Student athletes have been getting compensated for a very long time through tuition, room and board, fees, all the different things that they get to offset the cost. That's the equal exchange of value, or inequitable, the unequal exchange of value for the amount of money that they produce and help generate based on what it is they get. Now, when you look at the graph, there's been an exponential increase in every stakeholder across the board institutionally, whereas the cost of a scholarship has gone up marginally. So there's this growing divide. So it was that inequity that we were trying to close, that delta, to try to get it more in proportion to at least track along with what everybody else was enjoying, is these crane shortages we had over the last 15 years, because they're all on college campuses building these buildings. We were looking for a way to be able, or at least I was, a way to have proportional participation. I would love, as part of the compensation package, to have a legacy of a scholarship money, a pool that's set aside, so that when I don't value my college education because I'm looked on the NFL, or I just don't appreciate it because I'm not mature enough yet, that I can come back to school, complete my degree. And some of that goes on now because they need the APR help. But how about that for my children, where I get 2 college tuitions to that university for my children? We have to think long term about this. We have to think about whether or not we can receive access to annuity upon graduation so that we can incentivize students to be able to stay in school. Now, with NIL money, that's one of the things we're starting to see. But the average NIL contract's about under $4,000. So most people, to your point, aren't getting rich. We see the high-profile cases like what we saw with Iyamaliava, but we're also seeing the everyday folks that either are stressed out, getting promised things that aren't getting paid. It's the damn wild, wild west. So again, this all goes back to collective bargaining, sets the ceiling, it sets the floor, and having some sort of agreement on what the standard of rules are, just like the NFL has, because we're basically NFL light at this point, is in everybody's best interest. The problem is the NCAA has scurvy. They have no teeth. They've been the enforcement agency for the presidents. We've got to figure out how to modernize whatever this new entity is going to be. I think that that's where we end up. I think this is a slow play for us to get there. But where we're at now, my personal wish, I know we're headed there, is that it just happens faster so that we can start to serve the student athletes, we can protect the institutions, and most importantly, we can protect the damn game that we all love that is getting in jeopardy by the damn offseason.
I am voting for Aaron Taylor to be the commissioner of the new ACCF, the American Confederation of College Football. The ACCF commissioner, first ever commissioner, is Aaron Taylor. Let's go.
I know.
Okay?
You got to have people who care, and who I think you got to have people who care and who have been a part of it,
that are
been a part of it, and that are smart. Yeah, because, and you know what? It's not going to be comfortable. Social media is going to get mad. They don't deserve no one should have any boundaries. They should be able to do whatever they want, whenever they want. Well, too bad. We got to have rules. Grown-ups have to take over. I'm sorry if you get mad. You can take us to court. But at some point, you have to stand up and say, look, we can't, this doesn't work. Everything that works has guardrails and rules and regulations. And
Aaron, do you accept the nomination for president of the ACCF?
It depends if there's a background check or not. Because if there's a background check, I'm out after about 30 seconds, boy.
That's right. He'll be a consultant. Let him be a consultant. That's
exactly.
It's the best job you can have as consultant.
Well, is Aaron Taylor? Does Notre Dame get into the playoff every year automatically, or no?
The way that it's set up now, they've got the opportunity to be able to do that. They knew going in that what the rules were, that they would be willing to give up not having that first round bye. I think as we saw that, all the teams that had byes didn't seem to do so hot with that. But Notre Dame is a unique entity. They are tied lockstep with the College Football Playoff Committee. And as it is now and as it will be into the future, Notre Dame's special enough to carve out because of the interest and the TV dollars and the history that it is to this sport. I don't think that they deserve or should be granted guaranteed admission to the playoffs. I believe strongly that they should have an opportunity to earn that right. And with Marcus Freeman under the helm, the way things are going, I think that would be their position too. Just give them a chance to be able to get themselves in like everybody else in the country, and I think we'll be happy with that.
That is Aaron Taylor right here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5, the new commissioner, I'm going to call him the czar of the American American Confederation of College Football. He is our fearless leader. Hey, Aaron, thank you so much for being here. We appreciate it. Best of luck this offseason, and let's talk more this college football season.
I love it, man.
Wake your ass up,
Keep
AT.
the
Are you West Coast or East Coast right now?
I'm on the left coast right now, baby.
Okay. Well, during the football season, you go more East Coast, don't you?
Yes, sir. I'm bi-coastal, and it's a lot of travel. But, man, I tell you what, the way that we spend our falls, Lance, I don't know if there's I don't know, just like with your dad, man. I couldn't be happy doing anything else. So it's crazy. It's unconventional. It's a lot of work, but it's the best job on the planet.
And this dude is one of the realest guys and a good friend. And he's a guy who he just cares about what's best for the sport because he loves the sport, which is why I think there needs to be more Aaron Taylors who care about the sport and not just the individual, because it's what feeds everybody. It feeds an ecosystem, but that includes the fans. At some point, you got to think about the fans too, because they make the world go round.
Yep. We got to break it. Aaron, thanks so much. We appreciate you. Thank you.
Thanks, boys. Bye.
Hey, I got to talk about HR&P right now. I got to talk about how wrong I was. I thought HR&P made a mistake. And I've been saying how perfect they are. Well, they were perfect. Yesterday, I had made a huge mistake with my 401k and how much I wanted to put in. And I thought that HR&P no. You know what HR&P did? They fixed my mistake. There are a lot of companies that would just said, oh, sorry, well, you put that in and you're just – no. Breon and Rachel worked their ass off to get me my check. I needed it. I had to have it, and they got it for me, and I can't appreciate them more. It's the kind of service that you get with HR&P. You screw up, they fix it, okay? And they fixed my mistake, and I really appreciate the people at HR&P who are just, I think, the best. They're the best. If you have a payroll company that you're not completely satisfied with, if your payroll company makes mistakes, if you're making HR mistakes, if your taxes are tough, if it's difficult to do your taxes, you're doing it wrong. You don't have HR&P. And we have so many people that come out here and give testimony to how good HR&P is. There's a reason. There's a reason all these people are, because they love them. They love the partnership with HR&P. You will too. HRP.net, 281-880-6525 or HRP.net. All right, here's something really weird. British tennis player Harriet Dart lost to French tennis player Lois Boyson, 6-love, 6-3 in the round of 32 of the Rouen Open. That's not the weird thing. During one of the changeovers, Dart, the British player, said this to the umpire. Can you tell her to wear deodorant because of the smell? Can you tell her to wear deodorant? She smells really bad.
That is a roast.
Do you feel like French tennis players all smell bad or just Lois Boyson?
I guess Boyson.
I don't know.
I
The
guess
French
Boyson.
stink. The French
I was
really...
in France. I didn't notice a bunch of people stinking. To be
oh,
honest
yeah,
with you.
no, they don't
I
have
know
good...
it's a reputation thing, but I was in France. I was like, well, I don't smell a bunch of stinky people.
And I'm looking at pictures of Lois Boyson. She doesn't look like she stinks.
Here we go.
I mean,
what does stink look like? I bet it's not attractive.
Tell.
I bet attractive girls don't look like they stink to you. And now
No,
you're going to act like
girls...
you never spent time in Spain.
Well, that is true.
For people who aren't watching,
I know that story.
He dabbed.
I'm dabbing
after
right now.
Bringing that story up.
Both directions, and I even give
that's
this
a different story. Okay,
was it stink?
Wait a minute. Do I know this story?
Not sure that you do.
Is it? Are you talking about it? No, never mind.
Yeah,
I don't want to.
Let him go to the next one.
Forget it.
What happened? You always have themes. Who else stunk?
No, there's no one else. Well, here's something that stunk.
Okay.
A TikToker
That's why I didn't
found a decomposed body in a hoarder house.
Yeah, that stinks.
Bought at auction. And said, I guess I got to call the police. A decomposed body. Do you want to buy a house with a decomposed body in it?
No.
Okay. I don't think.
I don't want to buy a hoarder's house. Although I will say, unless it's a teardown, but I will say those would probably be the easiest to get low and then flip. You just have to pay some people to come and.
So we had
take that thing apart.
We had a movers at the house last week.
Did they find a body?
They did not find a body,
Okay.
but they showed me picture. One of the guys that was helping us move. I said, how difficult is this house? He goes, well, let me show you a picture. And he showed me a picture of a hoarder house that they had to move. And they have to, the people, they don't touch anything. It was the grossest thing. I mean, the bathroom, you couldn't walk in. It was so gross. People are hoarders are I don't know which is a hoarder or that woman that has 1,100 cats at her house. Which one?
Well, ooh.
John's talking a lot of noise.
This hoarder had a decomposed body.
Yeah. Okay, but what's in that armoire back there? We don't know what you're hiding back there.
I could show you.
I just saw an armoire.
Yeah.
We don't know what's in there.
My wife is the opposite of hoarder.
I bet.
She throws out if she buys some clothes, she buys a dress, doesn't wear it for 3 weeks, she throws it out.
Throws it out.
Yeah, that's my wife.
What about Red Cross, Salvation Army, some charity? Yeah, I would imagine Wendy would do that.
She gives it to Goodwill. Actually.
Yeah, that's a nice thing.
Yeah. And speaking of which, Uber's lost and found. You know what items they include? They have a list of items that Uber that have from lost and found.
I bet that's pretty strong.
A mannequin head with human hair.
Weird.
A live turtle.
Fun.
A 5-gallon bucket of beans.
Got nothing
What
for that.
is a 5-gallon bucket of beans? If you take an Uber and bring a 5-gallon bucket of beans, how can you possibly forget it?
Well, Lance would forget more expensive items. He has done that in the past.
Oh,
yeah, no. He's left his wallet.
I left 700 cash in a New Orleans hotel that somebody found. I left $400 cash in an ATM. I drove off because I was on the phone. I just drove off. When I circled back, it was gone.
Well, that's why you can't be a mule. Too forgetful.
I can't be a drug mule.
Too forgetful.
Can't I totally forgot to bring the drugs. I forgot to mule the drugs in my tail.
The woman who came to clean your hotel room was like, "This for a couple towels?" She just thought
No.
you left her
Luckily,
a
I had somebody else get to it. I was on the road, like, I left my money in a. Yeah, but phone in a cab and Cuba, it's the longest list ever of
you
ADD.
can't be a mule. There's no way.
I can't be any. I can barely even. No, you ought to see when I get off a plane now. The mental checklist I'm going through. I'm terrified every time I step off a plane. Like, what did I leave?
Well, you got to count. I count every day when I leave the house.
What do you count?
Keys are one. Keys, money, wallet, AirPods, and
I don't
Five.
count, but I do go. Yeah, I do that too. I'm like,
your checklist.
But the one that I always forget. Every time I buy sunglasses, I lose sunglasses because it doesn't hit my checklist because I'm not used to having them because I lose them so fast.
Well, that's why you buy cheap sunglasses.
Yeah, well, yeah.
That's it.
Yeah,
that's why. All right, we're done. Mopey and Mapes next right here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Hope you enjoyed the show. We will talk to you again tomorrow, everybody. I got to talk before we go. On the 24th, I'm going to be the starter on number 10 in the afternoon for the Chevron Championship. I got my walking my orders today.
Should they be
and
disrespectfully
I
favored of the
can't be
Rockets?
happier to watch them
Yeah.
tee off on number 10. Number 10 is
doing
par
the Warriors a
4,
disservice by
hardest
forcing them to win
hole
the series,
on the backside.
point
And
out, they had to have
it's
their two
a
best guys go
challenge.
for 30,
They tee off where they play where we play, the blue tees, okay? Not the tips, where the men play when they have championships there at the Nicholas course. But they play our tees. And you know what they shoot over 4 days? 12, 13, 15 under. That's what they shoot. You know what we shoot? A lot more. You know what they are? The women who are playing for the first championship of the year, they're really good. You don't shoot 15 under, 16 under unless you're really good. And they're really, really good. Okay, so it's a lot of fun to watch. It is a first-class event. It's their first major of the year. The tents where you can entertain or just have a good time watching great golf. It's happening at the Nicholas course at the club at Carlton Woods, which I think is the premier facility in the area. It is awesome. You're looking for a great time. It is the Chevron Championship. Get your tickets now at thechevronchampionship.com.
Welcome to the show. And we ended the morning show with a story about hoarders and how disgusting they were. And Lance Zierlein had the audacity to chime in and go how bad they are when he's leaving his dirty, discarded white socks on the floor in our place of work. I tell him about it. He goes, no, they're not dirty. You can see that there are dirt stains from him, I guess, walking outside. He walks outside in his white socks. He's attributing the stains to that, not that he had worn these. And by the way, he told me he uses those socks for disc golf. So he's sweating. He's doing something somewhat athletic, and he's going to tell me they're not dirty. He goes, no, I washed them, but they just happen to have residual stains because I'm always walking outside with them. That doesn't help your cause. Find the bleach. Find the bleach. They're white socks. You wash your whites with other whites. Throw the bleach in there so you don't have to worry about it. Get some OxyClean, whatever it takes, man. But the first things first, don't leave your dirty socks where I'm going to sit to do a show. What's wrong with him? I was going to start with, we know who the Rockets are playing. But instead, sit down, come in, explain why they're white, dirty socks here.
They're not dirty.
They were dirty. They had stains on them.
Now, look, have I walked outside with them?
Yes.
Yes, not today. Or have I walked outside with them? Yes. A lot.
Uh-huh.
So they're washed. That's fine. Are they perfectly white? No, they're like
where's the
2-year-old socks.
You don't have OxyClean or bleach? You don't know how to wash whites?
They can wash with the whites. We're not going to bleach the whole thing because the whites aren't always just pure plain whites. I don't know. I don't wash the clothes.
Of course you don't. You don't know nothing.
I don't really know that, but I just know
why did you
Those
have
are my disc golf socks.
Why did you have socks on the floor?
I had them, and they were in my bag. I took them out, and I was going to put them on to play disc golf, and I'm like, I'll do it later, and I put them on the floor, and I forgot. Little did I know you were going to come in here crying.
Little did you know.
Those socks on the ground.
Little did you know I was going to walk in to do a show,
Make
and they're going to
big deal about nothing, mate.
They're dirt. Well,
big deal about nothing.
You have a history of leaving your dirty napkins, your used napkins.
Here. There's a circle of water here.
Not just a circle of water. You leave like tissues that you use to clean your nose. One time.
And
Stop it.
Stuck in here where you wouldn't have seen it anyway.
You mean where I would put my hands?
Why do you put your hands here?
Why can't I put my hands there?
You don't need to put your hands there.
No, you can't use where I put my hands as a reason and it be my problem.
There's a big to do over nothing.
You know,
some clean socks on the ground.
There was no evidence.
Acting like
no evidence that they were clean.
Like you found a tissue box that had been used in a hotel.
You know
that's what you're acting like.
How I know you're shaken up by it because you came in here to defend yourself. You know,
I heard you yelling, and I knew what this was
You know
about.
you're not supposed to leave dirty
socks. And Leo
socks.
was laughing.
Because you're leaving dirty socks on the floor.
The intern, she was laughing.
Because you cannot leave your dirty clothes on the floor.
I'm not technically leaving my dirty clothes on the floor.
That
happens at the house.
Do they? Well, this isn't your home. Do they have stains on them? Did the socks have stains on them?
Not. What do you mean by stains?
Dirt stains on them?
No, I don't have it in my bag.
Yes.
I was going to pull them out and show them to Twitch. They're not that bad.
They're awful.
They're clean. I smelled them right in front of your face to show you they weren't worn socks.
I don't know.
They're clean.
I don't know your level of comfort with stink, so I'm not sure. Maybe you're
like low.
We know that tennis player.
I don't like stink.
Well,
it's low.
Maybe you aren't bothered by your own stink.
No, it's not. I know when
a lot of people aren't.
I know when I smell like a teenage boy when it gets warm
Wet
outside.
Puppies?
Yeah, like you say, white people smell like when they're.
Don't say I say that. That's what my people say.
It's what Black Twitter says, and it's also true. By the way, it's actually accurate. I've not now, but if I'm outside and it's warm,
they start. By the way, the two white people just smelled themselves. Sean and Lance just smelled to make sure. Just to make sure.
And it's not a stink. It's like a wet dog smell.
That stinks. I don't know if you've heard. Wet dogs stink.
Well, but it's a mild.
It's not a good smell.
It's a mild wet dog smell. It's not like a foul wet dog.
It is.
Smell.
It is a discount.
It's cute. It's like a cute.
It's not cute.
Smell like a cute puppy.
It's not cute.
Like puppy breath.
No one's looking for puppy breath.
Unless that puppy's its own crap.
You know why puppy breath is cute? Because there's little small creatures. They're not grown middle-aged men. Get out of here. Get out of here. Just leaving his dirty crap all over the floor like it's not supposed to matter. Oh, this isn't your home. I know you probably spend more time here than you do at home, but it's not actually your home. So that's how the first segment ends, with Lance and his dirty ass socks. I don't get it, man. Just keep the socks in the bag. Why are they on the floor? Clean or not clean? I'm going to tell you I didn't smell them because I'm not smelling another man's socks. That might be your fetish. Go to Patreon for that, but it's not mine. They look dirty, and he'll acknowledge that they had stains on them. Take it for what it is. If you're looking at me on Twitch or Twitter or YouTube, you probably see a giant liftoff box from the Rockets because it's playoff time.
Yeah.
It sent me a nice care package. I'm not the only one who got it. I'm sure there are a lot of packages going out across the city for people who will talk about the Rockets and their playoff run. We'll get into that. We know their opponent. It is the Golden State Warriors. They held on to beat the Grizz after being up by 20 points. They nearly blow that game. In fact, the Grizz took the lead a couple times, but thanks to Steph Curry and a parade to the foul line for Butler and Curry, it's Warriors versus Rockets. It felt inevitable, and we get it again. Rockets, the 2 seed, not favorite to win that series, but that's to be expected. So we'll talk about that. The schedule's out. We're all set. First game is Sunday, and there'll be two days off between games 1 and 2 and 2 and 3, and then they'll get to a regular schedule after that as far as one day off in between the games. So it's here. We'll talk about that and more when we come back. If you want to get in on anything, whether it be Lance's dirty socks or Rockets basketball or what Hunter Brown did yesterday, we can get into that too. So it's me and Sean. We're just getting started here. We will be back.
Bet app and sign up with
This is the Del Olaleye Show.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Del Olaleye.
Another thing on what happened in the first segment, I bet you if he knew Melissa was walking in here, Lance wouldn't leave his dirty socks hanging out, because you can never come back from that. There's some things that no matter how hard you try, you're going to leave an impression on someone, and it never goes away. Like, we're going to play some audio that Sean hasn't heard. I just labeled it mystery audio, and it's probably a thing. If it's said about you, you can never get it back. Once it's said about you, if people believe it, it's hard to change the narrative. And if Melissa came in and saw dirty ass socks from Lance on the floor, she'd go, "Oh, this is a guy who walks around with dirty socks." You can't fight it. Luckily, it was just me. She's nicer than me. She probably wouldn't point it out, but in her head, she'd always think, "Oh,
dirty sock,
dirty sock Lance." I call him trash ass Lance. In her phone, it'd be dirty socks Lance. That would be the contact for him. Okay. If you are watching us on YouTube or Twitch or Twitter, you might see a personalized Rockets jersey with my last name on it, because the Rockets are giving out gift packages to everyone with the playoffs in store. It's Sunday, game 1 against the Warriors. I got my gift box. Sean just presented his, not by Clutch or anything, just not just by Todd.
I would love Clutch, but I love Todd too. But I would have loved Clutch a little bit more. I was ready to get upset. I was ready to be like, "What does the guy have to do to get a box?" But okay,
talk about the Rockets in any way, shape, or form. You might get one.
I was gonna have to pick them in 4. now because they gave me stuff, I can be journalistically unbiased.
Isn't that the opposite of what's going?
No,
once they give you stuff, aren't you someone who's now in their pocket and you have to?
But now I've already gotten the free stuff.
Yeah, before you had to get in their pocket.
I mean, the season started, they gave me a quarter zip, or they gave us all a quarter.
Yeah, I gave mine away to someone, but I kept the backpack, which is a nice backpack,
and the tumbler.
Yeah,
I've said nothing but good things about the Rockets this year.
Although we haven't had a lot of reasons to say bad things about them.
It was easy.
They've had a really good year.
It was easy. This team rocks.
Good luck if it was 2021. Forced to say good things about them. But the playoffs are here, and we've got, it appears, confirmation that they will be handing out T-shirts for that first playoff game. Not just towels, because there's a T-shirt in the box as well. The slogan will be "Lift Off." So we know what Rusty Harden will be wearing when it's game 1, if he happens to make an appearance.
I wish I was wearing a dress shirt right now. Well, I rarely say that, but I wish I was wearing a dress shirt.
I've never said it, actually.
right now, because I would love to put this lift off T-shirt over my dress shirt, but I guess that'll have to wait until Sunday.
Yeah, maybe you honor Mr. Harden by Rusty, not James, by wearing your button up.
With an eye.
Yeah, with an eye. Wearing your button up and then throwing on your red lift-off shirt as the Rockets take on the Warriors. So that's game 1, and we're here because the Warriors survived the Grizzlies last night. Watching the game, when the Warriors go by 20, you kind of think it's over. I was looking at some Grizzlies accounts, people who cover the team or just root for the team, and they felt like, okay, this is a team we've recognized the last month and a half or so. This game's over. And then the Grizzlies fight back. They withstand a Warriors flurry, and by middle of the fourth quarter, they take a lead. I think it might have been a Desmond Bane 3. Someone knocked down a 3, and they took the lead. And they could not hold off the Warriors, because Steph, even with the hand that was bothering him in the game against the Clippers on Sunday, kept knocking down shots, got open a couple of times, and was just Steph. And that's what we're going to have to contend with here. Because while I do question whether Jimmy Butler can do what he did last night over the course of a series, he was playing under that moniker Playoff Jimmy. He was very aggressive. He hunted mismatches. He got to the foul line, and he wasn't that great from the foul line. I think he missed 6. So he could have easily scored 40+. He just missed 6 free throws. He went 12 for 18 from the line. I think Steph Curry got to the line 13 times last night, and he made them all, I believe. So that's the whistle that we may have to deal with here with the Warriors. There's always that concern with the Warriors, considering the history of the two teams. I thought the Lakers' elite whistle would have been an issue if we had to see them in the playoffs. Be ready for it. You've got an elite, you want to call him grifter, or just foul hunter in
in Jimmy Butler who will ignore what should be an easy layup to draw a foul on you. It is part of his game. It'll be annoying.
That's going to be so infuriating.
You're just going to get a lot of it where it looks like, hey, you could just go up and lay that in. No, he's trying to bait you into an and one situation. And sometimes when he doesn't get a foul, he just smokes a layup because he's so intent on drawing a foul. This wasn't the case last night, but the Scottie Pippen foul that was called where no one touches him. There's a shot of Jimmy Butler looking over to the Warriors bench, and it looks like he knows he didn't get fouled. He gives it like, ooh, I can't believe they called that one, and he on his march to the line. So that's part of the thing with the Warriors. We played sound from Steve Kerr. What I felt was gamesmanship very early, and it worked against the Grizz. Now Steph Curry is obstructed. He is held. But the combo of 31 free throws between the two is nasty work. Nasty work. And if we have to deal with that in the playoff series, it's going to be infuriating. It's just one of the things to take into account with the Rockets' aggressive style of play, guys who are willing to be physical. Will they not just be allowed to be physical? Will they pick up fouls? Will guys who are very important parts of their defensive structure miss extended minutes because they're in foul trouble early, because they're trying to guard Steph Curry in the only way that's effective enough to limit him? Even when you do, he's going to likely go off, but you're trying to make it as hard for him as possible. I don't think they're going to replicate the 3-point outing that they forced him into, but you just want to make him inefficient as possible, and then make him work on the defensive end, and of course, avoid letting Jimmy Butler get to the line. So the series is here. The Warriors are favorites. They're going to be talked about quite a bit, and I wonder if the Rockets will be an afterthought nationally, despite being a 2 seed, despite some of the advantages they have, because the Warriors don't defend well. They're not a great offensive rebounding team. Excuse me. They don't defensive rebound well. They're not a great offensive rebound team. A lot of numbers as far as what the Rockets feel are strengths, are Warrior weaknesses, despite what they've done with Jimmy Butler since they made that trade. So there are some advantages there. You just have the greatness of Steph and whatever playoff Jimmy will be as a concern. Because I don't know that the Warriors have a lot beyond those two. I watched that game, and are they going to depend on Buddy Hield? He is one of their designated shooters. I don't think much of Buddy Hield as a playoff performer. And then Paz is the other guy who has had great moments in the second half of the year who they're going to lean on. And while Butler and Curry were great against the Grizz aren't as they're presently constituted set up to defend the Warriors, because they don't have Jalen Wells, who's a rookie, who's a pretty good defender. Brandon Clark isn't there. Maybe you play less Zach Edey if you can play Brandon Clark, a more switchable defender. And someone tweeted out something very funny. It's not a compliment to Zach Edey. They tweeted out that sometimes Zach Edey looks like he grew a foot before the game. That's how he plays sometimes. Like he just got 7 feet tall.
Yeah.
And now he has to go out and play NBA basketball. They were insistent on playing him. And I get it, the rebounding, but it's part of the old head culture that Shaq and we'll play some sound from inside the NBA. So Kenny Smith had an interesting comp for Jalen Green. The old head culture of, hey, you got to make him pay. You got Zach Edey out there, 7 feet tall. Throw him the ball and let him go to work. Excuse me. Have we watched him in the NBA? He's not that guy.
Let him do work down.
He's
there.
not a guy you throw the ball down into and let him do work. He's
have Ja, Desmond Bane, and Jaren Jackson Jr. all watch him do a hook shot over his left shoulder.
Yeah, and of course that's going to work out. And if you double him, he's not a great passer out of the post. That led to a couple turnovers. So, but that's just, hey, a couple guys who played in an era where you throw the ball into a guy and let him go to work. Shaq, he's not you.
Yeah.
He's not Akeem. He's not David Robinson. He's Zach Edey, who is big and strong, but should not. And if you get him on a dive, a duck in, maybe he'll make a play and lay it in. But making a post move from 10 feet out ain't going to work.
Yeah. To put it in Shaq and Chuck and Kenny terms, he's Ostertag. That's who he is.
And we know how Shaq thought about Ostertag.
Exactly.
Yeah, you're not Shaq. If now they don't have anyone of your size, they're not playing Kevon Looney a lot, and Quentin Post is more of a stretch 5, so he's not a great defender. But if the Jazz thought to themselves, we got to make Shaq work. We're going to give the ball to Ostertag or O'Keefe and let them go to work, you would laugh at them.
Yeah, let Karl Malone just stand there on the weak side, watch him go to work.
Yeah, and that's why they're not gonna dump the ball into Edey. And they did it a couple times and they failed miserably. So it was a poor, I would say, it was something that they shouldn't have done, and it's something that the guys on TNT shouldn't have suggested because it was never going to be a viable option for them, and we saw it. He's big. Rebound the basketball, get the ball out of your hands quickly to someone before you turn the ball over.
I hope I don't get in trouble for saying this. Big stiff, Zach Edey?
I won't call him that. He's a little bit more fluid than that, but I'm not asking him to guard Jimmy Butler.
No.
On switches because you feel the need to stay big because you think if the Warriors are going to play small, you have an advantage there. It's not going to work. And that's why he was in foul trouble all game.
Yeah, right. So spinning this to the Rockets. Double big for life, big for this series. I mean, you got to try it out at least.
And it's been so successful that you have to try it out. But Zach Edey as a big has not worked well for the Grizz.
Yeah. So I just wonder like what lineup would cause, because, the playoffs, Dell, the playoffs are all about matchups.
I've been told that.
And I think certain lineup configurations from the Warriors should like trigger like, okay, we're going double big, and vice versa of like, okay, now we might go Jabari at center or something smaller. I do wonder what the like you mentioned with Quentin Post, if Post is out there, is that when you're like, oh, he's too light in the shorts to box out Steven Adams on the offensive glass. So that's going to, in a funny way, the double big lineup really kickstarts the Rockets offense more than it actually, they raise in defensive quality. It's more about they just have 3 shots every time down the court if they keep missing because they'll keep getting the offensive rebound.
It is a surprise to me that it's worked so well just because the NBA isn't played that way anymore. But sometimes you have to, as they say, zag.
Yeah, it's just a knuckleball that teams aren't ready for.
Yeah, and they're not capable because you have a non-Zach Edey big in Şengün who can make you pay on the offensive end. And then you have Steven Adams, a long-time good screener, and he'll punish you. I gave you the numbers earlier this week where he has the record for best offensive
space or something.
That and best record for offensive rebound percentage.
Oh, yeah.
In the history of the NBA, just ahead of Dennis Rodman. He's been a big part of what the Rockets are going to do, and they'll test that out. We'll see. And if the Warriors don't have any answers for it, you'll punish them that way.
Yeah.
And
or maybe just throw it down to him in the post. Let him go to work.
Unlikely.
Oh.
Unlikely to ask Steven Adams to be a focal point of your offense like the Grizz tried to do.
Yes.
That's let him go after Draymond, and if they put Kevon Looney in because they want to match,
definitely
go after him. There are ways to use Şengün in a situation, whether it be Draymond or Kevon Looney on his back, and of course Quentin Post as well. So Rockets Warriors game 1 on Sunday here in Toyota Center.
Do we have a time on that?
I don't know if I'm
ready to get disrespected depending on what time they play.
If they don't put you in a primetime spot, you want to be disrespected.
8:30.
That's respect. TNT. That's the 8:30. The primetime game.
It's a little late, but
now what do you want? 7:30? What would be perfect for you? 7:30, and then 8:30 again. And of course, it won't start at 8:30. We're probably talking more like 8:45 or something. So it'll be even later than that. And then so the first 3 games will be in prime time. The 2 TNT games, Sunday and then Wednesday, and then on Saturday you'll have ABC. So Rockets featured. Golden State featured, and the Rockets happen to be there. I think it's how the TV people set it up. Okay, it's there. Now you got to prove any disrespect you hear for the next several days is exactly that, disrespect, and go out there and win game 1 and let the world know that it ain't a Warriors coronation for the first round. Jimmy and Steph, whatever.
Yeah.
Come into Toyota Center and see how you do.
Yeah. Steph Curry, chicken curry, Oreo McFlurry, Rockets in 5.
Thank you, Shannon Mapes. Thank you, Unk, for that. It's what Unk that is what Unk does when he talks about his beloved Lakers. You know who Sean likes to talk about? His beloved Prize Picks.
I do love talking about Prize Picks, and if I was more creative, I would think of another rhyme on par with the one that I had basically all night to think of last night. involving Steph Curry, but maybe you just take some lesses on Steph Curry's projections, because right now the Rockets and Warriors, they already have those squares up and ready to go. You can already put them in your lineup. I already like Amin Thompson more than 29.5 points plus rebounds plus assists for game 1 of the Rockets Warriors series. But there's always really any sport you can imagine, any sport that you want. You got baseball. Remember, the Cardinals and the Astros are playing an early one today, so gotta get those lineups in. And going back to basketball, actually, the Prize Picks has a very, very cool thing: takes to tickets for the play, starting in the play-in tournament all the way throughout the playoffs. You can keep making lineups, and you're entered in a chance to win tickets to the finals for you and a +1. So, and a VIP chip. I don't know what the VIP part of that is, but it'll be very important, and you'll be treated as such on Prize Picks. You just got to download the Prize Picks app today. Use promo code MAPES when you sign up to get $50 instantly when you play your first $5 lineup. That's promo code MAPES on Prize Picks to get $50 instantly when you play your first $5 lineup. You don't even have to win to get that money. It's guaranteed. Prize Picks, run your game.
You're listening to the Del Olaleye Show,
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's Del Olaleye.
Welcome back to the show. We'll do more Rocket stuff later, but the Astros win. Hunter Brown was really good. The Astros had a couple opportunities early in that game with the bases loaded, did not come through, but found a way to scratch some runs across. So don't waste the Hunter Brown start. Nice for the team to get a good performance from their starting pitcher after what happened 2 nights ago now with Framber Valdez. We got bad Framber on Monday. We got great Hunter last night, and we'll have Ronel Blanco today. First pitch is scheduled for 12:15. So the Astros trying to do something they have not done all year. Win 2 in a row. They're trying to do it against Nolan Arenado and those at one point hated St. Louis Cardinals. Do people care about the fact that it's the Cardinals anymore? I don't think so. It's been a long while.
I think some people. I still.
You still care?
I still don't like the Cardinals.
Okay.
I think a regular season series doesn't exactly get the juice is pumping.
Got
Also, no Yadier Molina, no Albert Pujols,
Yeah, there's
Chris
a lot
Carpenter,
of guys. A lot of guys.
Jason
No
Isringhausen.
LaRussa as a
Just
manager.
naming guys.
Yeah.
But none of those guys are out there. So it does kind of ease it a little bit, but
that uniform still.
Yeah,
says something.
I really don't like the Cardinals, but I think for some part of the fan base, it adds some juice to it. But especially the Johnny Come Latelys, I don't care.
They weren't. They didn't have to grow up in the fires of Cardinals versus Astros. They don't know nothing about that.
The baseball I grew up watching was 04.
Yeah, they don't even know that those brick red uniforms exist. Don't know nothing about that. Nothing about it. But we'll see if the Astros can beat the hated Cardinals, at least for some of you today.
For me, at least.
You
know what? Astros beat them for me. Beat them not just for me right now. Beat them for
young you.
Like 8-year-old Sean.
Crying Sean.
Wow.
You never cried over an Astros game?
I don't think so. No.
You ain't a real one. That's all I heard there.
Yeah. Not about the Astros, at least.
Cried over any pro teams, or it's always been college?
I mean, the Texans didn't give me any opportunity to until I was in high school.
Yeah, not when you're a kid. When that would be acceptable to cry.
Honestly, it might be that they won a game in 2005.
They
I was
lost
like,
out
no,
on
they're not going to draft Vince Young now.
Yeah.
Actually, the draft, the 2006 draft. No. I don't think a pro team's made me cry.
I'm right there with you. The last time I actually cried over a sporting event was the 93 Sugar Bowl. Miami loses to Bama, going for their second consecutive title. They get smoked by George Teague and Bama and Jay Barker, of all people, at quarterback. I was pretty upset about the loss to Ohio State, but I did not cry. I just hid in my room for a weekend, but I did not cry. I got to go back to when I barely understood what football was the last time I cried over sports. I don't want to go back to those days.
No.
You know, I'm glad I'm a little jaded.
Oh yeah, being dead inside. Way better.
Much better.
Way better.
You can, in 30 minutes of being pissed off about your team after the game, and it's over. And in some cases, you never even get to the point when you're upset.
Yeah, like Texas Ohio State this past January.
Yeah,
it was probably like an hour, and then I don't know,
kind
of move on.
I got a life.
I'm still upset. I'm still not happy. It's just like I'm just not in like a bad mood for the rest of the night anymore.
Yeah, my mood's not gonna ruin someone else's night if I'm around them. You move on.
I mean, what was that 2010 Rose Bowl, the Colt McCoy Rose Bowl?
Yeah.
That one, let's just say I took it to school with me the next day. It was tough to be around me.
Yeah, everyone stay away from Sean. He's going through it today. Marcel Darius always with the target on his back because of what he did to Colt.
I'll never forget.
I still remember the name, and I wasn't even rooting for either team that night. I still remember.
Watch out, Marcel Darius. Not a threat, but watch out.
Just be aware. Head on the swivel, kid. Or grown man.
Yeah, now 10 years older than I am.
Yeah, just head on the swivel. Just be aware. I remember what you did to the great Colt McCoy. But back to the Astros and Ronel Blanco. We'd like a good performance from him. It'd be the first of the season. That'd be nice. I don't believe we're going to get last year's Ronel Blanco, but some reasonable facsimile of that so that he's a viable option where you're not desperate for Lance McCullers to come back, which we talked about yesterday isn't a firm date, but it's expected to be in that Royal Series next week. You'd love to just see the Blanco of last year, even if it's in flashes, because he's underperformed. If we expected last year to transition to this year, he just hasn't been good. So you have Framber, who's up and down, Hunter Brown that you like, and then a lot of question marks because we cannot expect Wesneski to do what he did in his most recent start. It's not fair to him. It's not a foundation you want to lean on. Him, Framber, and Brown. You need one more guy at least. And if it's not Blanco, then you're counting on potentially Lance McCullers when he comes back. So if you think that's a little shaky, I would agree. This foundation isn't solid with the starting pitching, but you did get a good night from the bullpen last night. Abreu, who's had his issues, and Hader, who hasn't had an issues really since game one. They got it done. Hunter Brown goes 6, gives up no runs. King, Abreu, Hader, smooth sailing. I mean, King and Abreu gave up hits, but when it's Abreu, if you give up a hit and that's all, that's what we're looking for, buddy. Don't make us nervous. And until you prove otherwise, particularly in close games, people are going to be a little wary that you aren't the guy they expected to be, at least so far this year.
Yeah, it's all about first impressions here.
Yeah,
And,
he has set a standard where, oh no, Abreu's coming in.
Exactly.
Hopefully this goes well.
Exactly. So it's going to take a while for Abreu to get back to where he was, 22 and 23, where he had a case to being like the most trusted reliever in that bullpen. But yeah, I think anytime that you get a, kind of by the book bullpen outing from the Astros, where it's King, it's Abreu, it's Hader, relatively stress-free. Obviously, it's a 2-0 game, so there is some stress, but it's easy work. That's good. That's just a good one for the whole psyche of the entire fan base that still lives and dies with every game.
Which I don't understand how they do it. That
every year.
We just talked about getting over games after 30 minutes. If living and dying with 162 baseball games, and some of them, depending on how your season is going, it may not be that many, but losing a baseball game, or at least watching your team lose a baseball game, and it affects your mood when you have another one the next day, most likely.
Yeah.
More power to you. I don't know how you regulate that, but I would say, hey, relax a little bit, because legitimately there's another one.
Yeah.
Just the next day.
Right now,
you got 7 months of just another one coming the next day.
There's one at noon today.
Yeah. You didn't, if you had lost last night, you wouldn't even have to wait 24 hours for the next start. It'd be
14 hours?
or so before you got another opportunity to watch your team play.
Yeah.
Good luck today to the Astros in their getaway day, and to Ronel Blanco. The hitting has not been great this series, but we've become used to that. It is funny to just look at the back and forth, because going into the Cardinals series, wow, look at Bregman. Well, comparing to Paredes. Now Paredes goes hitless in his first 2 games, and Bregman goes 5 for 5. He did it in a minor league park, whatever.
Yeah.
Move on. Stop being so reactionary, everybody. You're going to have so many games to figure out if you miss Bregman or not. Why would you allow a weekend to determine who's right or wrong on this particular scenario?
Or even 2 nights ago with Nolan Arenado, where he hits a home run and Paredes doesn't, at least. And there's a little bit of could have had Arenado. It's like Paredes just hit 3 home runs in 3 straight games.
Yeah. It has been gone over quite a bit why that acquisition was made, because of how he hits the baseball and what it might mean in his home ballpark. Whether he ever hits a home run on the road, Who's to say? Right now, I don't have any evidence that he will, at least in an Astros uniform. But I know he's done it in other uniforms, so I expect it to happen.
When they go to Tampa, he has a shot.
So in all the other places he's played?
Yeah, well, Wrigley, he wasn't that good.
No. As a home, all his ex-home ballparks, maybe he'll hit home runs there.
Yeah, and then
we'll see.
New York, or not New York,
Boston,
because they have similar dimensions, at least to the left side, which is the only side he's going to hit a baseball to.
If he's ever going to elevate a ball out of a ballpark,
right field
it's only going to be to left field. Yeah, don't worry, everybody, he'll be fine. And if not, there's another day. There's another game the next day where he could be fine.
Maybe tomorrow he's fine.
Yeah, maybe today.
Maybe
if he's in the lineup,
In
fact, it's out. I'll see if he is in the lineup. But maybe he'll hit home run today.
Yeah, or whenever next they play at Daikin.
Yeah, remember, what has he got? 70 more games at home, something around there.
Friday they go back to Houston. He'll be fine.
There'll be a home run or 2. He'll hit the ball hard, or maybe not that hard, just hard enough. All right, when we come back, we're going to play some mystery audio. Sean has not heard it, I believe. I just set it up as mystery audio, and you can tell me, Sean, is this the most? It's probably not the most disrespectful thing you can say about an opponent, but it might be something, if people believe that, you could never come back from. We'll hear that audio when we come back.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's the Del Olaleye Show.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Now back to Del Olaleye.
Okay, we normally don't talk about this sport, just don't watch it very much, if at all. So this show won't talk about things we don't know anything about, at least on the surface. We may wander into a spot where we start talking about something we have no idea about, but we don't try to. So we don't talk about this sport. But this happened in a tennis match. I'm going to leave it at that. So I have the audio saved over there. Sean's going to play it. Sean has not heard it. It's just labeled as mystery audio. I have my opinion on this. I'll have Sean give his opinion after he hears it, and you guys clearly can have yours as well. Is this one of the more disrespectful things you have ever heard someone say about their opponent?
Can you tell her to wear deodorant? It's smelling to wear deodorant. She's smelling really bad.
If you didn't hear that, I understand. The statement is, can you tell her to wear deodorant? She smells really bad. Sean, you have played sports before. You have smelled people in life and while playing sports.
Yeah, mostly on accident.
Yeah. I'm not looking to smell people.
I'm not sniffing.
Yeah, I'm not sniffing. I don't go and try to see how someone smells. It's not what I'm looking for. Have you ever thought to yourself, I'm sure you have at points, this person stinks, I wish I had deodorant on. Have you ever uttered it out loud for people to hear?
No, I haven't. Maybe not like that. I mean, it's different because it's tennis. It's different in a lot of ways because it's tennis.
Yeah.
Because this guy stinks. Or maybe not this guy stinks. I wish this guy didn't smell as bad as he does. Or just noticing that he smells bad. Mostly it is in more, semi-contact sports or contact. I guess technically a contact sport. It's like in basketball or soccer where you're just like, again, you're boxing someone out, or you're getting close to, on a set play, and you're like, whoa. That's most just like, whoa. I guess we're working hard out here, guys. Tennis, though, you're not real. I mean,
she happened to
famously, you're on different sides of the court.
Yeah, this involved Harriet Dart is the voice you heard. She's British, and she said it about their old rival, the French. Lois Boyson, so maybe some of that is there.
What's happening here?
It's the hated rival, the French. The Brits and the French have had issues since time began.
And you're already thinking, A, Frenchie, don't like them. B, this person stinks. Why? French.
Mm-hmm.
And so that colors in a lot of the gaps here, but still, like in tennis, like how often are you getting close?
It was during as they call it, a changeover, where you walk from one side to the other. They passed each other, and she smelled her, and she said she stinks. Now, Dart was in the process of losing 6-0, 6-3, so maybe that played a part. She was getting her ass kicked, so maybe
by a smelly
French woman.
Yeah,
at least according to her. She has since apologized, but
like that.
You just want her to stand on business. If you say someone stinks,
100 Years' War, they stood on business for 100 years.
That was just one war.
Yeah, exactly. But it was 100 straight years.
Yeah,
not 100 straight. It was 3 different conflicts. But whatever.
Oh, history major. Sean Mapes.
Not major.
Been watching a lot of BBC, watching a lot of those shows, gaining that knowledge.
No, just I don't know, something from sitting in a college classroom just
something
flooded
stuck.
back to me.
Something stuck. Dart says the comment was made in the heat of the moment, and I truly regret it. Excuse me. It's not the way I want to behave, and I take full responsibility. I have a lot of respect for Lois and the way she competed today. I'll learn from this and move on, but she should put on some deodorant.
But that chick reeks.
I may reek on the court because she was mopping the court with me, but she smells.
She smells in real life.
Yeah.
What does take full responsibility like specifically? Because that's just something that's always in an
put
apology.
At the end of something. Yeah, I don't know what that means.
Like she's not getting suspended.
Nothing's happening. You take full responsibility for saying what you say. Well, good.
Yeah,
no one else is responsible for it.
We heard you say it.
You know what, Harriet? You didn't have to tell us that. No one was putting that on anyone else but you. You said it.
Take full responsibility.
I'm glad you're stepping in front of the bullets for someone else, except that someone is you.
Wait, in the apology, at any point did you say that she didn't stink?
She did not say I was wrong about her smelling. She just
That's
said,
all I need to know.
She just said I shouldn't have said
This is a fake apology.
So I believe Harriet Dart believes she stinks, and maybe Lois does.
It's just sorry you heard me. That's what it is.
Well, she said it directly to the umpire. That's who she was talking to. Can you tell? I don't know if it's under the umpire's purview to tell your opponent to put on deodorant.
Yeah, it's also like,
are those rules in tennis that if you smell egregiously, you have to go fix that by going in the back?
Can't.
I don't think
can't
so.
be.
I don't think
Can't
so.
be. I guess the tennis is, again, this is where we normally don't talk about tennis.
So I don't know the rules here.
Yeah, but like other sports, especially like football, you hear about like Mark Schlereth like intentionally peeing his pants so he'd smell worse.
Yeah, to affect the opponent.
Somehow.
I don't know how that. I guess people won't. I guess people can't get over the pee smell while they're playing football, and that's going to bother them.
Didn't the Broncos wear white pants?
At home, yeah, and sometimes on the road. I don't know what Mark Schlereth was up to, other than being. Well, he got the name Stink for a reason.
I know that it worked. Like I believe him.
He was a good player.
I believe him. It's just gross.
Yes, gross. Sorry, Lois Boyson. I've never heard of you before. That's why I struggled with your last name. And going forward, you're going to be the girl that Harry Dart says stinks. Hopefully you can get past that and go on to have a great career. But for this show and for me, she's always going to be the girl that smelled so bad that her opponent told the umpire to fix it.
She's going to have to win so much to
get past this.
For me personally to go Lois name game chick who stinks. I don't have she's gonna have to be a multiple time Grand Slam winner.
She is 21 years old, appears to, well, relatively speaking, she's one of the best tennis players in the world, just compared to the rest of us, but she appears to be kind of an average tennis player right now.
I could take her.
No single, I don't know about that. No single titles, no double titles in her career. It's not a long career so far, but she hasn't won a lot. 126 and 77 is her record.
Okay, not bad. Not bad.
But not an elite player. Career earnings since 2019, 133 plus K. So she's not exactly breaking the bank over the course.
Yeah, but enough to buy deodorant.
Apparently not. And so far this year, according to ESPN, she's made a little under 7,000.
That's crazy.
And according to Harriet Dart, none of it's been put towards deodorant.
I mean, I hope she has other forms of income.
She's only 21, so to be honest, remember she started when she was a teenager.
Okay, that puts the career earnings into
a bit more perspective. We have some greats who were making big money, big bank as when they were young, but
not everyone can be Nico Iamaleava, all right?
I was gonna go with Serena, but sure, I was gonna stick with tennis, but okay.
I'm sorry, Carson Beck. Nico, him and Shabazz Napier are skipping dinners most nights because they're so hungry.
Mm-hmm. If you don't remember, that was the Hungry Huskies.
Yeah, that's a Shabazz Napier.
Back when college kids were making money, but
old reference.
But we just didn't know because that was all under the table. So Harriet Dart has the insult. Lois Boyson, who is now 21, when 4 years ago at 17, she was making over 27K. That's good for a 17-year-old.
That's awesome that's arguably too much for a 17.
Now a lot of it's probably going to training and treatment and all that stuff because you're kind of an independent contractor, so you got to pay for all that stuff yourself. I don't know if she has any sponsorships, but whatever. She's working her way up, and now she has this head. She has this over her head.
How old is
Harriet? You think she should have known better, maybe.
Or just like it puts in a difference.
She's 28 years old. Now Harriet Dart has made quite a bit more. She's made over $2 million in her career.
She's 7 years older. I'd hope so.
But even just on average, she's making
per year.
She hasn't won anything either in her career, but she's made almost $3 million since 2019 career earnings. Pretty good living when you don't win anything. At least tournaments. You're winning matches, obviously.
But for us, they haven't won anything.
Yeah,
you're not lifting a trophy.
Yeah, not even
like
I saw challengers. You're not even winning one of those events before one of the big
I was
events.
Gonna say like the Tucson Open.
You're
not even winning.
She's not even winning the tournament in Cincinnati before you get to the U.S. Open. I think that was the timeline for that movie. People were focused on.
Yeah,
people were focused on the Zendaya making those two guys kiss each other. I was like, hey, let's get to the tennis.
It's the road to the U.S. Open.
Yeah, let's see.
Focus. Hey, fellas, focus up.
Focus. Stop being led around by your by this woman. You're trying to win a tournament here. All right, we'll go to break with that. Being told you stink. Actually, not even being told you stink. Having someone else tell someone you stink and having
tough.
it being caught on mic is tough.
That's tough.
It's very tough.
I've never gone to like a ref and be like, "Hey, ref, you see 55 stinks."
Tell him to put on.
Tell him to fix that.
Because the ref is not going to do anything. The fact that she thought that the umpire had any way to enforce a deodorant rule is nuts. Her head was in a bad spot. She was getting her ass kicked by a girl she thought stunk. That's all it is.
A 21-year-old.
A girl, I guess a woman, 7 years younger than her, kicking her ass up and down on the court. So she had to get some get back. She apologized. She took full responsibility. Thanks, Harriet. Harriet Dart. A name I will never forget now. Lois and Harriet, I'll never forget.
I'll probably forget Lois's last name.
Boyson? I think that's how you pronounce it. I'm not sure.
Yeah.
But Harriet.
Harriet Dart.
It's a distinctive name, and the last name.
When Jackson Dart gets drafted next week,
I'm going to think of Harriet.
I'll probably think of Harriet Dart.
Yeah. Did Jackson Dart talk to Dylan Edwards that way after he let off shots in him when he got sacked? If you don't know, Dylan Edwards, freshman now, going to be a rising sophomore. When he sacked Jackson Dart in a game last year, he just let off shotgun fire into Jackson Dart's body and had not a personal foul, unsportsmanlike conduct penalty. I don't think Jackson Dart. Yeah, well, you stink though. How about that?
Yeah, number 6, he stinks.
Don't think he talked to an SEC ref about that. But now, at least his namesake, as far as his last name is concerned, did it in a tennis tournament I had never heard of and will never pay attention to. But now we have this story. Okay, we'll go to break with that. If you want to call in the second hour, you can, 713-780-3776. We'll hear from Kenny Smith when we come back. He has a comp for Jalen Green. I'm going to tell you right now, I don't buy it, but Kenny Smith thinks Jalen Green can become this player, and we'll see that player, or at least the player that Jalen Green will become in that first round series against the Warriors. So a lot to get to, more Rockets Warriors stuff. We'll be back. We've got more play-in basketball tonight. The 9-10 matchups are tonight. Miami, Chicago to start, and then Dallas and Sacramento. So ESPN got the short stick on this one. Orlando, Atlanta wasn't compelling. The only thing that happened in that one that you might care about is that Trae Young made a mockery of the game, according to the referee, when he had to talk to reporters after. Trae Young got ejected from a game, or the game. He didn't like a play where he didn't get a foul call. He got a technical for arguing that. And then when the ball was rolled down the floor as they were changing ends, he stopped the ball from getting to the ref and then proceeded to do ball tricks with the ball to keep the ball away from the referee. And eventually he picked up a second tech and got thrown out of the game. It won't rise to the level of a suspension, so he'll be available for Atlanta and their home game against whoever wins this game between Chicago and Miami tonight. But you win the game, whether it be Chicago or Miami against Atlanta, or maybe Atlanta wins and you get to play the Cavs. The Magic play Boston in the 2-7, and then we got Dallas and Sacramento. They'll decide who plays the Grizzlies in Memphis for the right to play the Thunder. So we do have more playing basketball tonight. We'll see if we get two good games, one good game, or two awful ones. You just never know. The Heat in Chicago played good games. Chicago's won all of them this year. They all tend to go this way. The Heat get out to a lead. Chicago picks up the tempo, and then the Heat can't compete because they can't play fast. We'll see if they can control the tempo. Joe, when he was producing the show, we talked about it after the show, and I just told him, you'll know who's going to win that game by the tempo, because if the pace picks up, that's the way Chicago wants to play, and that's how they'll win. And if it's a slow, grinded out game, half court stuff, I think Miami wins that one. And with Dallas, Sacramento, I don't know. I imagine Sacramento wins at home. I haven't really put a lot of thought into it.
I doubt we get two good games.
Do we get two non-blowouts?
That's more possible. Even then, just chances are one of these will be not coming down to the wire. Just it'll be a 10-point game or whatever. But I do think, and maybe this is taking too much of the off the court stuff into the on the court analysis. I just have a hard time seeing Dallas
going into Sacramento winning. Yeah,
I don't know.
Sacramento
seems tough to me.
There's only one game difference between the two, but the injuries play a huge part. Of course, Anthony Davis is a game time decision. I guess he's expected to play, but he is a game time decision. Kyrie, we know, is out. So Malik Monk is out. So there are some injuries for both teams, but I would imagine Sacramento in that building.
Yeah.
Would
you
win
don't
that
go
one.
into the Golden One Center and come out in one piece.
Well, not if you're the Warriors.
Well, that's basically a home game for them.
No, I mean they didn't go in there. I think didn't they play a play-in game? I know they played a playoff series where the Warriors won, but didn't they play a play-in game? I think one of Steph Curry's 0 for 3 games. I think they went in there. I think it was a 9-10.
Did they really?
I think it was. I'll have to make sure, but I think they have lost
another mark on Steph Curry's legacy.
Once again, not a Hall of Famer.
Because the only time that they made it, they were the 3 seed, the Kings.
Yes, and they lost to the Warriors as a 6.
Yeah. I just have and not just the Dallas Mavericks, the psychic effect of none of their fans, I think, want the season to continue, but also remember the stat that was going around, I think earlier this year and at the very least last year, Sabonis versus Anthony Davis head to head, and I think it was Anthony Davis was 0 for his last 12, or his team were 0 for 12 in games that both Sabonis and Davis played in. He just had never beaten Sabonis head to head. That streak did come to an end this year, but I mean, still
play the
Sabonis
odds.
is pointing at the scoreboard. It's 2-14.
Yeah, it was last year. The Kings blew out the Warriors. It was Clay's last game. He was really bad in it.
Oh, okay. I remember that now.
Yeah,
I remember that.
So it was 9.
It was what, 1 for 10 or something?
You giving him too much credit. It was 0 for 10.
Oh my God!
No,
a Trevor Ariza
didn't even get to the free throw line either. So he went scoreless in his final Warriors game.
That's why they traded him or that's why they let him walk and got Jimmy, someone who can get to the line.
I don't
grift.
I'm not looking forward to the grifting all series long.
It'll be very annoying because with the Warriors, and we're done talking about the plan.
Oh, thanks.
Just whatever.
All right.
At least the Western Conference plan. If we can talk more about
We don't have
the
to.
Heat game.
There's nothing there to talk about.
The Warriors, it'll be a funny instance of Jimmy Butler's going to be doing grifting. He's going to be jumping into Tari Eason, not taking open layups so he can jump into Tari Eason.
Yep.
Jeremy Green will be doing Mortal Kombat moves on Alperen Şengün.
Yep.
And then at the same time, Steve Kerr in the postgame will complain about the Rockets grabbing Steph Curry. Like
Yes.
those will all happen.
It'll all happen.
Where the Warriors, on one hand, are basically bring out 2x4s to hit people with, and then also Amin Thompson grab Steph Curry. So obviously
freedom of movement.
Yeah. What
He'll
are we
complain
doing
about
here
it.
as a
what
league,
happened to the
what are we
sport? What happened to this sport? I thought we were doing it one way,
Yeah.
but my star
never mind that basically everyone else other than Steph Curry on this team is basically a hockey goon.
It is like Steve Kerr when he gets out, and I get it, you're defending your player, and it helps your team. And I don't know if the complaining or the statements that he made before the Grizzlies game led to his two stars getting to the line 31 times. It couldn't have hurt, but it's like he's walking on ice, and he's not sure if it's sturdy, if it's frozen over completely, because once he talks about how his team is affected by how the game is officiated, then we just look to how your team actually does things, and you have Draymond Green. And then you can throw in the grifting of Butler. Do you know what you do? Do you know who you have on your roster? It's like every time you mention it, Draymond's like a crack in the ice he thought was solid when he has these points. I guess he has to just either forget that that's a thing or he doesn't think about it at all.
Yeah.
Does he ignore it, or he's not self-aware enough to know that when he's complaining about officiating, it just is infuriating for everyone else because you have Draymond on your team.
I mean, what he's doing, he's just doing the Phil Jackson of just like, I am trying to affect next game's referees by saying something. But it is, yeah. I mean, because no one in the press conference is going to be like,
excuse me.
Let's connect the dots here. Like they're only going to ask because when Draymond Green throws a karate chop into someone's throat in this game or in one of these games, the questions will be like, oh, thoughts on the Draymond Green only getting a flagrant one for doing a black belt move, and he'll go, oh, I thought it's the playoffs. I thought that it was a little too stern. I mean, let him play, whatever. And then 2 games later, when Steph Curry scores 5 points because he's getting grabbed off ball for which that's been happening an entire decade now.
Yes. Oh, yes. It's been a decade worth of being grabbed. Yes.
And he's going to go, well, what happened to freedom of movement? No one's going to go, but just in game 1, when Draymond Green did a DDT on someone, what about freedom of movement then?
Do we remember when?
I don't think no offense to Kelly Iko, I don't think he's doing that.
No one's going to ask. Not the guys who
maybe
cover
if
the Warriors.
Jonathan Fagan was still around.
The old head getting it done. Do we remember when they actually were turning on Draymond themselves because they thought, okay, he's going a little too far? There was a time where the Warriors, like Steve Kerr was disgusted, and this has to stop.
That was when they're a 10 seed. Now they have
true.
Jimmy Butler,
and they think they have a chance to win a title.
Yeah, exactly.
Yes.
that is funny that the Warriors did have like a come to Jesus, like, oh man, this run might be over. Are we doing right by Steph? And they had to like really debate of like, I guess we'll trade for Jimmy Butler. Sure, the price is so low, like might as well.
They didn't want to part with Andrew Wiggins. He was such a big part of the culture. They won a title with him. Yeah. He might have been the second best player in that series. They love Wiggs, as they call him. They didn't want to get rid of him. And now Jimmy Butler's watching Steph hit a 3 and get fouled and go, you're a bad MFer. And everyone's all happy to go, oh yeah, because winning matters more than any relationship you might have while you're playing the game. You can hang out with Wiggins in the summer.
Yeah.
He'll be available pretty quickly, by the way.
And
it might be start tonight. You know what? Wiggins might have a chance to be in Houston to watch his ex-team play. Because they got to win 2 games, and they may lose tonight.
Wiggins sitting next to Travis Scott and Rusty Harden. Wiggins is wearing a t-shirt over a dress shirt.
Whatever it takes.
The Warriors have really they've thrown a lot of people overboard to get to this.
Clay had to go.
Man, Wiggins.
Oh,
God.
the original Harrison Barnes.
Harrison Barnes was why they're in the play-in right now. Hit that game winner.
He got his revenge.
But Jonathan Kuminga also.
Well, they can't part with him, but they won't play him either.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. They've made the decision that Jonathan Kuminga is not a part of this team, or not a part. When it gets really serious, we can't have Jonathan Kuminga out there, which is that is a ripple effect. That is a much smaller version, way smaller version of if in this series Ime Udoka is benching Şengün or Green. If Ime does, even a game benches one, maybe not a game, because he's done it enough that he's built up the reputation that he will do it, and it's not a big deal or not a huge deal. But if one of these star players, especially one of the starters, is consistently getting benched in fourth quarters, that will affect what we talk or how we talk about the Rockets in the offseason as far as core 7 members getting thrown overboard. Jonathan Kuminga is doing that exact same thing. He's their Cam Whitmore, more or less.
He is.
Except they invested more in him.
Yes, and they have been unwilling to trade him yet, as you pointed out. He didn't play at all against the Clippers. He didn't play last night. So when it matters most, when games are of the utmost important, he doesn't get time. If you want to play against Portland on a Friday night, go right ahead.
Hey, we'll leave an ISO a couple times.
We'll do that, but when we're trying to win ball games, you don't play. We'll see if he has he did play against the Rockets, so maybe
he had on Sunday?
Yeah,
Or
a couple
two
Sundays ago. Yeah, he played against the Rockets.
And he had his career high against the Rockets in, was that November?
So maybe against the Rockets, they'll
Rocket killer Jonathan.
They
Kuminga.
need a wing, a bigger wing. So maybe they'll use him against the Rockets. We'll see. That's part of the fun of it. Who gets to play, who doesn't, as that matchup will begin on Sunday. We didn't do the Kenny Smith thing. We'll play that when we come back. Kenny Smith has thoughts on Jalen Green and who he might be once this playoff series is over. We'll hear from Kenny Smith on Inside the NBA when we come back.
You're listening to ESPN 97.5. Let's hydrate. Grab a Radler sparkling water, the official sparkling water of ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. A Texas mineral blend available in original lemon lime, grapefruit, satsuma, blackberry, and now wild cherry. Get Radler in Houston. Hey everybody, John Renato here with Dr. Linville. Doc, the app treatment that you've got is really
The Del Olaleye Show continues
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's your host, Del Olaleye.
After the Warriors dispatched the Grizzlies, they went to the Inside the NBA crew for their thoughts on the Warriors Rockets matchup. So you're going to hear Kenny Smith lay out what he thinks is going to happen for Jalen Green after this series is over, and then you're going to hear Charles Barkley interject with disagreement. Here's Kenny Smith on a little series preview and what he thinks could happen for Jalen Green.
If you really look at the second half of the season, since All-Star break, the Golden State Warriors are 21-7. They're not a 7 seed. They're not with Jimmy Butler. They're not playing like a 7 seed. They're playing like a 3 seed.
Like a team that had the second best record in the Western Conference after the All-Star break.
So this is a difficult. This will be a lot of difficulty but I do think that this will be the series that Ime Udoka changes Jalen Green into what he did with Jaylen Brown, helping him out, getting him to that next level and being more consistent. Because Jalen Green is a guy who can get 30 points one night and get 9 the next.
Now he got to work on that, but don't compare him to Jaylen Brown.
I think this is the series that he will be consistent, and that will take the Rockets over the top.
So you hear at the very end, he thinks Jalen Green's consistency will lead to a Rockets series win. You would love for Jalen Green to evolve into pretty much a perennial all-star. There are some differences. Jaylen Brown had made an all-star team before Ime Udoka was his head coach. He was also a bit older. It's not that far apart, but he was 25 years old in the season that Ime took over, in the one season he coached him. Jalen Green still in what they would say is 22-year-old season. So, and Jalen Brown's like 6'7", 6'8". Jalen Green, he's fine size for a two guard, if you want to call him that. But he doesn't have the defensive. Let's just say he tries. He's been better, but he's not the defender that Jaylen Brown simply can be because of his size and his athleticism. There are just differences between the two, and they're at different stages of their career when Ime Udoka took over. And thinking it's going to happen in one series is nuts to me. Why would it happen in this series when is Ime Udoka's going to sprinkle some dust on Jalen Green and he's going to become what Jaylen Brown was at 25 years old? That doesn't make a lot of sense to me.
Oh, you just add a little red and then green turns to brown.
Gotcha. Well done.
Yeah, that's a colors joke for you. I mean, Jalen Green can dribble with his left hand. He has that going for him.
So he can't be like Jaylen Brown then.
Imagine if Jaylen Brown was worse on defense, but could dribble with both hands.
Smaller,
worse on defense, can dribble with both hands. More streaky too. I know. I think that kind of growth, I think it's possible that it could happen in a playoff series just with the added intensity to each game where it's okay, if you think that there's somewhere in there where Jalen Green's you know what, for every game I have to put my best foot forward, but also at the same time
playoff Jalen is what you're saying.
Exactly. But that kind of leads to so during the regular season for 4 years he's just kind of been whatever.
It's the Jimmy Butler experience.
Every 3 games. I think that there's a chance that we think more highly of really any of these Rockets young guys, but it's going to be more in the flashes of if Jalen Green has 4 good games, then that's a win. If not a series win, just a win for Rockets fans and especially for Jalen Green stands. They might just throw a parade, honestly, if that happens.
On Fondren.
Yeah, the consistency, like I actually don't need consistency from this Rockets team. I just need high level flashes, really. That's all you should be looking for. And honestly, that could be enough to win you the series. You just need them to go off 4 times.
And I am not saying Jalen Green can't be great in the series. I just don't think Ime Udoka will have done anything between the end of the regular season and Sunday to have fixed Jalen Green and turned him into Jaylen Brown.
And that's where it becomes, especially in basketball, where it becomes like when a player takes the next step, how much credit does the player get? How much credit does the coach get? And just it's a little bit hairier than in football, where you can pretty obviously just go like, hey, Sam Darnold got way better when Kevin O'Connell started coaching. Like that's a much more easy kind of equation to do. Hey, Mike McDaniel brought out the best in Tua. Like it's just easier to do that than in basketball, where it's like, hey, this guy really turned it on in the playoffs thanks to the coach. Like it works better.
Oh,
for
Tom Coughlin did that for Eli Manning.
Yeah, right.
In the playoffs,
the 2 times
yeah.
that they won a game, he was like, might as well win the whole thing.
He couldn't do that in the regular season for him, but in the playoffs, he flipped the switch.
Yeah, I think for the team, you can give Ime a lot of credit. For individual guys, I'm not as sure.
Yeah,
especially a guy who's coached for 2 years now.
It feels like a bit of a stretch to think it's going to click, and if it does, it's about what Ime has done between now, between Sunday and this upcoming Sunday. It's just weird, but
it's a weird comp too.
Yeah, why? I know they both played for Ime.
Both named Jalen and a color.
Yes,
for
brown
the
and green.
name.
Yes, that's where all the comparisons begin and end for me. I just don't see them as the same type of player.
No. If you want to go like, I don't know, like Jamal Murray, maybe like that's
Jamal Murray did take off in the bubble playoffs.
Exactly.
He became a player that had a lot of potential. People were projecting things, and he turned into. The unfortunate part for him, Donovan Mitchell was playing in that same series and was great, but so it took a little bit of the shine away. But Jamal Murray took a step to a level we did not know that he had.
Yeah.
And of course, it turned into what he has become when he's healthy. He can be a viable number 2 on the title team. He's proven that. So maybe this is Jalen Green's bubble playoffs, for at least what they were for Jamal Murray. We'll see. He's got an opportunity.
A pandemic. And then to move this thing to Orlando.
Once again. And then. So maybe not this season. That's a little quick. But maybe the 25-26 playoffs, if he does it in the bubble.
Yeah, I mean, the Nuggets made the 19 playoffs. So
yeah, so maybe that's all we're looking for. Another global pandemic, another global pandemic, and then Jalen Green becomes.
Yeah, let's get on that. Can we do that?
Well, there's a country.
I know who I gestured to get on that.
Maybe
powers that be.
Point to the east. There's a country involved. Allegedly.
Okay.
That's what I was told.
I've watched a lot of YouTube videos that said a lot of different things.
I don't know who to believe. Is the Earth flat? I don't know. There are a lot of things. There are a lot of theories out there. I don't know who to believe on those. I do know that I don't believe Kenny Smith is right on this one. We'll find out.
Okay.
Kenny Smith is a flat earther of basketball theories. With that one,
flat Earth.
I would comp what he just said to flat Earth stuff. And if he's right, then maybe I have to reevaluate what I think about what this planet is shaped like. Starting Sunday, I may have my answer. Okay.
High stakes for the series.
Yeah. I mean, my mind will be blown. I'll have to think things differently just because Kenny Smith may be right about what Jalen Green is about to become. Okay. We'll move on from that. If you want to get in, I do see someone calling in, 713-780-3776. But before we go to break, I want to talk about Monument Chevrolet. It's truck month, and they're extending it to the end of April because spring is here and they want you to take advantage of all the savings that they're offering. So I've talked a lot about the Chevy Silverado 1500, and that's still something you can save on. The stock is limited, so you need to get out there quickly and get a deal that's unbeatable. And those deals are courtesy of Monument Chevrolet. Go to the website. It's monumentchevrolet.com, and then check out the entire inventory. And they've got 2.9% APR financing, on the Chevy Silverado. It's a great truck you should check out, but they also have other vehicles you can look at, like the Trail Boss Off-Road with the blackout trim and the sporty Z71 Off-Road as well. Or maybe you want the premium Texas edition. So different models, different vehicles, all out there for you, but they sell fast. You need to get out there and check it out. So find your car of choice on the website and then head on out there to Pasadena off of Beltway 8 and 225. They will treat you like family as soon as you step on that campus. And I call it a campus because it's large. They got a large variety of vehicles, from something for your business to their pre-owned inventory, or maybe you want one of those new cars I just talked about. So once you get out there, you'll run into a number of salespeople who understand the car buying process can be a little difficult, but they want to make it easy for you. And that's why they want to treat you like family. They understand cars can be tricky. They just want to let you know they're there for you. And maybe you'll meet Theo. He's been at Monument Chevrolet for 18 years, and he's dedicated to the customers. He listens to what you have to say. He's not going to impose. He's going to listen to you, understand what you want, and get you the car that you desire. So check it out at monumentchevrolet.com and then head on out there. And remember this: Chevrolet, together let's drive.
You're back inside the Veritex Community Bank Studios with Del Olaleye. I mean, you're not actually in the studio, but if you watch ESPN Houston's YouTube channel, it's kind of like you are. No, not really? Okay.
We got a couple more segments to go. Let's get to Dave here. He's got a question about the NBA. What's up, Dave?
Hey, Del, enjoy your show. This is not super topical. It's kind of a stale topic, but it has to do with the Luka-Anthony Davis trade. I wanted to ask your thoughts on something. And bear with me for just a second. You remember when Jim Crane bought the Astros? there was a lot of thought that the Major League Baseball said to him, we'll approve the sale as long as you agree to move the Astros from the National League to the American League.
I remember.
And, again, yes. And so you look at this trade, which is, no one can really explain it. It doesn't make any sense. But the Dallas Mavericks were being sold at the time to, I think, Marion Adelson, who's the widow of this guy who owned all these, Adelson, who owned all these casinos and everything else. And I just wonder whether, as part of the deal to agree to sell an NBA franchise to the Adelson group, that they said to her, look, we need you to agree to this trade. And the LA Lakers are a super important franchise. They need to have a star player. Their star player is about to age out. We'll agree to the sale of the Mavericks to your group, but you've got to agree to move Luka Doncic out to the West Coast. And everyone's talking about Nico Harris and Rob Pelinka, like, one's dumb, one's smart. I wonder whether this whole thing was done way above their heads, even, as part of an ownership deal, as part of the agreement to sell the club. And I just haven't heard anyone else talk about that. Maybe it's been discussed. Maybe that kind of conspiracy theory has been kicked around, but I haven't heard it, and I'm wondering what you think of that. And I'll hang up and listen.
Thank you, Dave.
Thanks.
Now, there have been conspiracy theories around this sale, not to the extent, I believe, that the NBA forced them to so they could sell the team. I do like a deeper, darker conspiracy. Follow the money is something that has been said on the station before, so let's follow the money. Do I believe that the NBA would keep someone from selling a franchise for billions of dollars if they didn't make a trade? I will say no, because why would the NBA care? Unless the Adelsons are dirty money, and the only way the NBA would let it happen is if you send the next star for the Lakers for pretty much for free to them. I appreciate the thought, Dave. I just have to find a way to wrap my mind around why the NBA would stand in the way of a trade. I mean, of a sale that means billions of dollars are going from one group to the other.
Hey, listen, Dallas Mavericks, your first year, we'll let you make the finals. We'll rig it for you to make the finals.
So you're even digging deeper.
Yeah. Hey, we'll force PJ Washington to make all those 3-pointers against OKC.
We're gonna have OKC do what you think it's a smart thing, what basketball people would say is a smart thing, by forcing someone besides Luka and Kyrie to beat them, and then Derrick Jones Jr. would just knock down threes in that series, and so will PJ Washington. Now we're gonna have them miss in the finals because we want the Celtics to win.
Yeah, you'll make the finals. That's our deal.
Yeah.
Make the finals.
You make the finals, and then we take a step back. Whatever happens, happens. We're not gonna put our thumb on the scale in the finals. If you can beat the Celtics, go ahead.
Or Mavericks miss the playoffs. They need to lose tonight or Friday night. So they need to lose. So let's hope they find a way to lose this team that they've built. They're in the draft lottery. Boom. Cooper Flag.
Do you know that you wouldn't know? Why would you? Why would anyone be caring?
Ask me. I might know.
Do you know that the Wizards lost out on the best odds, and now they belong to the Jazz because Bub Harrington?
Yeah, Carlton Carrington, please.
Well, he made a game winner, so I'm calling him Bub. Because Bub Carrington made this acrobatic layup late in a game against the Heat where no one cared. Hell, Terry Rozier is getting minutes, so no one cared.
Wow. Was he playing well?
No, it's Terry Rozier. He was awful. Even in a game where Jaime Hockey, well, he does have the $20+ million salary. Maybe lean on that as opposed to the alleged gambling issues throwing games. But in a game where Jaime Jaquez, who's been bad this year, Juan Wick, can go for 40 points in the game, Terry Rozier couldn't play well. But Bub Carrington throws it in, it goes in, and now the Jazz have the best odds to get Cooper Flag because, of course, why wouldn't Cooper Flag be a perfect fit for Utah? Now, the question is, and it always becomes this since we just started with conspiracies, would the NBA allow him to go there? Wouldn't they want Cooper Flag someplace else? Would they want him in Utah? Like if it's the 5th or 6th pick and Gordon Hayward, if Cooper Flag's the 5th or 6th pick, 5th or 6th player, best player in the draft, they would love him to go to Utah. But as the consensus best player in the draft, Do they want Cooper Flag in Utah?
I think so. You see what you see what Clayton Clark and the discourse is doing.
They want to
WNBA.
revitalize the Utah Jazz. This is the thing that the Jazz have been looking for since they traded Donovan Mitchell and Rudy Gobert.
It's like, what if Gordon Hayward was a generational prospect?
Put him in Utah.
Well, not generational because there's a better prospect last year, but or 2 years ago.
2 years ago, yeah.
Generational though. But yeah, what
generational prospect?
Couldn't
even beat the Cougs? Generational prospect. Okay, whatever.
Couldn't throw an inbound pass.
Yeah.
The what better face to be the face of basketball in Utah?
So leaning into all the narratives, huh? Leaning into it all, like going from Duke, where people wanted to hate him, to going to Utah, where people are going to want to hate him.
Yeah,
and he somehow escaped. People thought he'd be the perfect player to go to Duke to build all that animosity back. The white star who's on the cover of all the magazines, send him to Duke so people will hate him.
Race into this?
Well, because that's part of the deal here.
I just said he would be a great face for Utah.
Yeah. What could you possibly have meant by that? And yet he was able to get past that. No one dislikes Cooper Flag, unless you're like an NC State or Carolina fan. But now go to Utah. The strength of Cooper Flag's appeal would be if he can go to Utah and people don't dislike him.
Yeah, the problem with the draft, and maybe that strengthens my theory that I've believed in for the last 4 minutes.
Sure.
That he's going to Dallas, is that you look at the top 4 and it's Utah, it's Washington, it's Charlotte, and New Orleans. Basically, like 3 of the bottom 4 markets, if you're to like list them out, of like, where do you not want a future NBA star to go? I would say New Orleans, Charlotte, and Utah.
They're not great places.
Washington, it's down there, but it's not the worst. It still is a relatively big city. So there's not really like the obvious, I mean, Philly has the 5th best odds.
And to clean something up, because this is not that recent of a change, but it is something you should know. It's the Wizards, the Jazz, and the Hornets all have the same.
Yeah, they all have the same odds. Really, it just means the Jazz can't fall farther than 5.
Yes.
And now the Wizards, had they not won that game, they would be in that position. But now the Wizards, being the 2 seed in the lottery, the worst they can do is 6.
Yeah. So if things go horribly for you, you can't fall further than 5th for the Jazz.
This happened to the Pistons in the Wembanyama lottery, where they had the worst record in the league, and they ended up picking 5th. And not only do they not get Wembanyama, they also don't get their first choice of Thompson twin.
They got a pretty good one.
But
they didn't get the best one.
We got a real demon at 4.
I'm sure somewhere, some way, some Detroit podcast is called also a demon as well. I don't think demon is unique.
Who is this demon? The league messed up when they let the Rockets get this demon.
And the league messed up when they let Detroit get this demon. I'm sure it's been said. It's just part of the vernacular at this point. But Dave, I appreciate it. I don't think it's likely.
Yeah. When's the lottery? I can't wait for these.
Is it during the first round?
I don't know. It's not on this website I'm looking at with all the
dates,
with all the odds.
When is the NBA draft lottery? It is May 12th.
Okay.
So we got about
a
little less than a month away, but still, we got some time. Maybe that's during the second round, considering how
I
they
think it's
stretch the first rounds of the playoffs, of the NBA playoffs. Okay, we got one more segment to go. If you got a conspiracy, let us know. Did the NBA rig it? And then lay it out for me, because I couldn't come up with one. But if you've got one, let me know. Okay, we'll be back with our final segment, and then it's Paul Gallant time. We will be back.
The Del Olaleye Show continues.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's your host, Del Olaleye.
We're almost done for the day. I expect that Raheel will join us tomorrow. I haven't heard one way or the other. It's generally a last-minute thing where he goes, oh, yeah, can I do this? Sure, man. You got a standing invite, so hopefully we'll hear from Raheel Ramzanali tomorrow, the host of CityCast. And, of course, Michael Carroll joins us every Friday. Friday's a big day for me. It's Sinner's Day. Keep seeing the great reviews. Still at 100 on Rotten Tomatoes. Someone I saw who tweeted about it, who saw it, and was now comparing the combination of Michael B. Jordan and Ryan Coogler to Scorsese and De Niro. That this movie elevates the both of them into a stratosphere where they'll continue to work together and put out great, great movies. A vampire movie's leading you to think that way? Got to be pretty good.
Yeah. What if they do what De Niro and Scorsese did, where they make Goodfellas and then also make Casino, where it's like roughly related? They just make another roughly related vampire movie where they're like, this kind of like the other one.
Well, the plot for this, it all start to finish is on one day.
Oh, like The Pit. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Just
like the Pit. There's a lot of blood. And that's really my only comp.
No Wiley.
Don't know. I don't know. I don't know if a lot of unhappy people, just like the Pit.
Just like the Pit.
Sitting in the lobby. Everyone's unhappy.
I don't know if they have a lobby in Sinners. I don't know.
I don't know. I haven't seen it. I've only seen the previews, only in the trailers. So that'll be my movie of choice. I haven't been to a theater since Brave New World.
Wow. Went out on top.
Did I? I can't believe the Minecraft movie is doing so well. It looked like trash from the minute I saw it in the trailer, but it's killing.
Oh, yeah. It's a great movie.
You saw it?
No, I'm just kidding.
Oh, okay. You are willing to, I would say, punish yourself while you say, enjoy a bad movie. So I thought maybe you had seen Minecraft.
I
Minecraft
never was a Minecraft person.
It was after my time. I play video games now, but Minecraft was not something I was going to get
it was like
into.
a little kid game.
Yeah, it's not for me. Not for me. But Sinners.
That's
for me.
I'm gonna be in the theater like it's the Minecraft movie for Sinners.
What does that mean?
I don't know.
I wish Jack Black was in this. Is that what it's gonna be like?
If they say chicken jockey or something, I'll watch the trailer to find out when they go, we're all sinners. Just
Ryan Coogler, please. Don't do that. Sometimes I'm cool with the name of the movie being in the movie.
Oh, it has to be in the movie.
But how does it get floated in? I'm sure there's some gothic stuff. I'm sure religion will play a part. So I'm assuming sinners will be said.
You just call someone a sinner.
I just don't need the kind of wink at the camera. See what we did there?
Okay.
Make it cool.
Well, it has a 100% on Rotten Tomatoes, so I do have some trust that it won't be completely hacky, but I don't know. Maybe it will be completely hacky.
How could it be 100%?
You think one like wink into the camera knocks it down to at
well,
least
did
99?
You see the trailer where Delroy Lindo? That was a hacky thing. Of all the seriousness of the movie, you got people dying. You see Haley Steinfeld's character Mary get turned into a vampire. One of the dudes from 8 Mile, the big guy from 8 Miles in the movie, he
apparently,
he turns into there it is. He turns into a vampire.
Oh no!
In the trailer, so I was like, "You're giving a lot of stuff away."
Yeah, everyone turns into a vampire.
Michael B. Jordan plays twins. One of the twins turns into a vampire. You see that in the trailer, and then at the end, Delroy Lindo, after all the seriousness is going on, they go, "I think I bleeped myself." That's like the final line of the trailer. I'm like, "What? Why?" It's just seemed off from all the things you're trying to put out there.
It's like Meet the Clumps. So
yeah, all of a sudden there were no jokes in that entire trailer. Nothing funny about it. People dying.
Meet the sinners.
Getting near death. And then at the very end, you get hit with like a slap to the face. Oh. And when you said hacky, I thought to myself, how could it be? And yet, that was pretty hacky. I hope the 100% reviews from the people at Rotten Tomatoes are correct.
Thank God I'm wearing brown pants.
Something like that. Yeah. I think he was wearing brown pants, but he did not say it.
Oh, okay.
So we didn't go too far. So while Shogun was the show's TV show, and then we had, of course, The Gorge.
Yeah.
We've got Sinners.
Big Mount Rushmore so far.
Yeah, we need one more. Are we still going to be around when the next Fast and Furious movie comes out? Because I'm sure you will talk about it endlessly. So we'll just throw that on there. We'll preemptively throw that on Mount Rushmore.
You're going to throw in Fast X Part 2, 2026 at some point release date?
Yes.
Okay.
I'm preemptively because
Thank you.
we will not escape it. I don't care that much about it. Michael will laugh at you about how much you care about it, but you care deeply about that movie franchise.
I mean, the last one ended on a cliffhanger.
If you say so. I don't remember anything.
Did.
I don't remember anything.
It's not if I say so. It did.
I don't remember anything that's happened in one of those movies since the Paul Walker final movie. And they played See You Again?
Yeah.
Something like that. I don't remember anything since that.
Wow.
I've seen them all.
Oh.
I've seen them. I just don't remember anything from them except that John Cena's now the brother in the movies.
Jason Statham saving a baby from a plane.
If you
don't remember that?
Nope, not at all. No moments.
You got to go back and rewatch this.
I really don't. I'm not missing anything. Trust. I'm sure there's a compilation on YouTube where I can see the best moments from the latest movies.
Not the same.
It's better for me as opposed to spending the next 8 hours watching and catching up on that series.
Gotta also watch Hobbs and Shaw too.
I've seen it.
A lot of character.
The only thing I remember from that is Vanessa Kirby's in it, which I'm down with, and Helen Mirren plays the mom. I think.
Yeah. No spoilers, but yes.
She's also in Yellowstone 1923. Although that series is now over. All right, we're done. Paul Gallant is up next, followed by the Killer Bees. Since we're done for the day, Sean, what does that mean?
We did it!
We did. We'll talk to you tomorrow. Talk about on the radio. You get. They got plenty. They've saved a lot the last couple of years not having.
That's true.
They got plenty to give up. Sean,
I'm
in there.
Not
Personalized mate jersey in there.
Yeah, same.
Maybe.
Not gonna lie, I'm pissed for all the fucking games that I've gone to the Texans games and wanted to shoot myself in the head that they did not give me their new jerseys.
Well, NFL area jersey.
But they did it to everyone fucking else. They didn't give it to me.
Well, you haven't been enough of a cheerleader for the team. Who do they give them to?
And literally everyone who covers them. Literally everyone. You know what? Like, honestly, like Rockets, fob me off. Astros can suck my cock because of the parking issues that I have every time I fucking go to that shithole. Texans, buy me off. Buy me off.
Price isn't high.
It's not. It's really not.
Just I'll take the white jersey that you don't have to be white anymore. I'll take it.
Give me your off.
It doesn't matter. You want me to dress like that play
Yeah.
The H-Town Blue jersey?
Yeah.
Whatever.
CFL.
including a stolen base, couple of singles for Myers. Sends this ball to right, and again they're going to challenge Walker. This one's going to fall in. Jeremy's going to be held up, and he's running right through the stop sign, and he is safe. He ran right through the stop sign, and Tony Perez-Chica took a chance and scores the first run of the game.
I don't know. What do you want from me? What do you want from me, people?
It should work now.
It should work now?
Yeah.
Okay. I'm lost.
It's something that I have to manually do every break to take you in and out of.
And we need to do that because
at the radio, no problem.
But
Still
on the
hear you on
internet,
the radio, still hear you on the app.
But on the internet, turning off my microphone does not necessarily turn my microphone off. I found that out the hard way. I may have said some suggestive things about the Houston Astros. I may have said some suggestive things about the Houston Texans. I would like those teams to try a little bit harder to buy me off. That's all I'm trying to say here. But the Astros, as they now are looking for a win in their series over the St. Louis Cardinals, are going to be tasked with meeting this challenge every single day. This is how we're going to cover Astros baseball for the rest of the 2025 season. We're going to just ask the question that they claim to be in the trailer that they had for this season. Are they built for this?
We are built for this.
We're just going to play that over and over again. The Astros, they were kind of built for it last night. They won in an unconventional way. They won another game where they only had 2 extra base hits versus 5 singles. They left the bases loaded a couple of times. They were 1 for 7 with runners in scoring position. They left 7 on base. I mean, these are usually the things that we hear in an Astros loss to open up this season, but they won with base running. You heard Jeremy Pena running all the way home. They had a great game from Jake Myers, of all people, who had 3 hits, had a steal, looked pretty good defensively. And defensively, they made things happen. They got a couple of double plays for Hunter Brown, and Cam Smith scared a guy from running home from second. So last night, the Astros were barely built for this. Barely built for this. Much like I barely filed an extension for my taxes last night after I found out all the data that I'd contabulated over the course of a year had gone missing from my computer. Barely built for this. And now I'm built for this until October 15th. And hopefully the Houston Astros will be playing on October 15th this coming season. The biggest thing that we learned last night, if we didn't learn it already, I'm ready to say it right now. Hunter Brown is Astros P1. I'm not saying ace. I'm not going to do it. I'm a football guy, and we are bringing obnoxious football terms in to the baseball lexicon. Hunter Brown is P1 for the Houston Astros. He's got a 1.5 ERA. That's 10th in all of baseball. Last night, in 6 scoreless innings, only 4 strikeouts, 4 hits, 2 walks, but he has thrown 17 straight scoreless innings. Pretty damn impressive. I trust him more than Framber Valdez. I think I've trusted him more than Framber Valdez for quite some time. That's not to say Framber Valdez isn't a very good pitcher. It's more to say I just feel like Hunter Brown, 1, is somebody who doesn't let things get under his skin anymore. And 2, has a lot of upside. I think he could still get better. I mean, hell, he increased his fastball by what? 1 mile per hour over the course of this offseason? Hunter Brown is Astros P1. Paul, he's an ace. Nope, we're calling him P1. P1, just like QB1 or wide receiver 1 in football. Here's Joe Espada, manager of the Houston Astros, talking about Hunter Brown after the game.
Hunter Brown. Let's start with Hunter Brown. That's really good. Quality start, especially when we need him. He gets on the mound and team expecting to win. He has embraced that role and outstanding performance.
What's been the most impressive thing just about this year since, all 4 of the starts that you noticed about him?
You know what? There was this one, I think it was Donovan hit that little end of the bat double. And he, the way he reacted to it, he said, he pounded the glove and I said, give me the ball back. I'm going to get back on the mound and get the next guy out. That maturity in him, those are little things that I'm always watching. He's got the stuff. The guy's got the heart, the conviction behind every pitch, but it's the little things that he's not being bothered by, things that he can't control.
He is built for this. That last part from Espada, a question. Do you think that might have been a shot at Framber Valdez? Hunter Brown doesn't let the little things affect him. Things like not wearing the right jersey. Things like needing to wear braids, perhaps, to extensions, to give yourself that edge. If things aren't working out so well, you change it up. When things start to get away from him, Hunter Brown doesn't start throwing at batters like we've seen Framber do against division rivals. Hunter Brown has got that composure, which is surprising because he's a significantly younger player than Framber Valdez. Where else do you need to have composure? Oh, yeah, if you're an ace, right? You're flying around in a plane trying to shoot down folks. You got to be calm. You got to be cool. You got to be collected. And you do not want to all of a sudden lose your mind like you're Harry Connick Jr. on Independence Day. You tried to pull off a maneuver that only a drone could pull off these days. And guess what? Oxygen wasn't working. All the G's were sucking it away. Boom. Alien takes him out. No composure there. Hunter Brown, Astros ace, Astros P1. He's got that composure. Seeing some comments already on the most interactive sports talk show in Houston. 713-780-3776 is how you call in. It's also how you text in. You can join on YouTube at ESPN 975. Excuse me, at ESPN Houston, or on Twitch at ESPN 975. Already getting a hater on the YouTube. This is Rocky, who does seem to be down on the Astros this year. That's all I know about Rocky is that, and that he refuses to call Sean by his real name. He calls Sean Shane. Rocky said that this happened against a bad team, Sean.
What? What happened?
Hunter Brown and all that he did?
Yeah, he sucks. Rocky, your favorite team sucks.
I love Sean versus Rocky is my new favorite rivalry.
Whatever. Yeah, you mean Shane.
My bad. Yeah.
Shane.
That's Shane behind the glass, everybody. Shane Mapes.
Cocky.
Listen, for what it's worth, the Cardinals have one of the best offenses in baseball to open the year. So Hunter Brown doing what he did last night is an impressive accomplishment.
No, bad team.
Just a bad team.
Yeah.
Can't give Hunter Brown any credit.
No. Lockie needs to go back to
Lockie.
Yeah, doing that stuff to his brother Saxon. That's what Lockie needs to go back to.
Ooh, a current White Lotus reference. How about that? We need someone to make current references on the show. Only so much you can quote.
Yeah.
The Wire.
Harry Connick Jr. and Independence Day.
I mean, that's a good one, though. That's a good movie.
Came out the year I was born.
Isn't it crazy that Harry Connick Jr. is also a singer?
It is wild.
Wild.
Some have called him the White Nick Cannon.
The White Nick Cannon? Did you just make that up, or is that a real thing? I'd actually believe you on that.
Well, Dell and I were trying to figure out who the White Nick Cannon was, and I was trying to think of someone who sings and acts.
That's really funny. For the 281, Framber is not an ace. Really good, but no ace. Okay.
Okay.
Well, every team has an ace.
Yeah.
With how people use the word ace.
Is that Hunter Brown? It's Hunter Brown?
I think so.
It's got to be Hunter Brown.
I mean, just if we're going off the last 2 games or the last 2 starts for these guys. One guy shut out a bad team. One guy got smashed.
Super smashed.
By a bad team.
A very bad
He should get DFA'd. He sucks.
He's out of here. Anyway, guys, it's the Paul Gallant Show, ESPN 97.5, 92.5. Most interactive sports talk show in Houston. 713-780-3776 to call it, to text it on YouTube at ESPN Houston, on Twitch at ESPN 975. The Rockets officially will play the Warriors with a series that tips off on Sunday. Interesting. Very interesting. Here's the question. Are the Rockets still the Dubs' little bro? Or have things changed over the course of this year? We shall discuss. It's the Paul Gallant Show. Stay put.
You're listening to the Paul Gallant Show,
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's Paul Gallant.
The NBA's play-in tournament was last night, at least the first part of it. You had the 7 and 8 games in both the Western Conference and the Eastern Conference. In the East, we saw a really ugly ass game. And yeah, I still have the Astros on the top TV for that game, but goodness gracious, what a dud between the Orlando Magic and Atlanta Hawks. Magic won that one 120-95. Trae Young got ejected with a really petulant temper tantrum towards the end. And we also saw the Rockets' arch nemesis of the 2010s and beyond, specifically their arch nemesis of just the last 10 years, the Golden State Warriors, get out to a pretty big lead on the Memphis Grizzlies in the first quarter, take some of it back in the second, and withstand a fairly furious Memphis rally towards the end for a 121-116 win over Memphis. I have a question before we talk about what the Warriors are relative to the Rockets. It's this. As good as Steph Curry was, 37 points last night, as good as Jimmy Butler was, 38 points last night, did the Warriors win this game or did the Memphis Grizzlies choke it away? I think you could make a very strong case that the Grizzlies choked it away. Now, sure, the Grizzlies ultimately had to score on that last possession where with 10 seconds to go or so, down 3 points, they had the ability to inbound the ball. 5.4 seconds to go, down 119-116. They took 6 seconds to inbound it. They're called for 5 seconds. That's it. That's the game. They still had to make a shot there on that inbound play. They might not have made a shot on that inbound play. After all, the Golden State Warriors have the possible defensive player of the year in Draymond Green. But at the same time, we're talking about a Memphis team that even though they allowed 38 points to Jimmy Butler and 37 points to Steph Curry, that is without their coach, that was dealing with Ja Morant, who had a bum ankle in this game. He rolled it. The Grizzlies still had a chance to win this thing at the very end, despite all of those things. So, did the Warriors win this one, or did Memphis choke? It's one game. Obviously, if we're talking about a 7-game series, it's a different kind of conversation. But I think there's a strong case to be made that the Grizzlies blew this one more so than the Warriors won this one.
At the very least, like, the Warriors didn't put forth the performance where you're like, oh no.
Right. They did not as a team do that. I will say, though, Steph Curry and Jimmy Butler did make me say, oh no. What a weird game in that the Warriors as a team definitely gave this one, the Grizzlies gave this one to Golden State. But at the same time, I'm looking at the performance by those two guys and I'm like, oh God, oh damn.
Yeah, but then it comes into they're doing it against this Grizzlies team that no one takes seriously. And they needed every bit of it to beat this Grizzlies team that no one takes seriously. So
also true.
It is a kind of it's a clear picture of what we expect is that, like, oh yeah, it's going to be Steph Curry, it's going to be Jimmy Butler, and that's kind of it for this Warriors team. There's going to be Draymond Green, but again, more on defense than worrying about him on offense. And then, yeah, you're just hoping that, Gary Payton II and Buddy Hield and the kind of other guys don't get hot is really like that's the recipe. It's like make Steph and Jimmy work for it, which the Rockets did that the last time they played.
They did.
And to not have role players beat you in playoff games, which, it happens to everybody. That just happens. You just don't need that to happen 4 times in a series.
Exactly. It is a 7-game series. There's an element, though, of just seeing two guys dominate like that, even though it's against a bum-ass team that still choked it.
Yeah.
There's an element of, oh, yeah, those guys are still really good. Playoff Jimmy or play-in Jimmy. 38 points last night was really impressive. Steph Curry as well. And I could tell that the Warriors are feeling themselves. Perhaps they shouldn't. Again, the Grizzlies did hand them this game. But after the game, here is Jimmy Butler, who wants to get another title for Steph Curry.
Get Steph to get this team back into a meaningful position again. What does that feel like?
It feels great. I want everybody to be happy for sure. Steph, he deserves it. What he's done for the game of basketball, not only this city and this organization. He's in it for the long haul. He wants to win. He wants to win every single game, every single possession. And I know I want to win a championship. So he needs his this would be number 5 for him. So he needs one more.
This would be number 5. The Warriors already looking ahead of the Houston Rockets. Am I reaching?
They won a play-in game, and they're talking about rings.
They actually are there. And I get it. Jimmy Butler's excited to be with Steph Curry. This is the best player he's played with probably since ever, right? Unless we want to say Joel Embiid or Karl Anthony Towns are in the same conversation, which combined, I don't think they are.
No, I mean, yeah, Derrick Rose.
I guess Derrick Rose.
Post-injury Derrick Rose.
A million years ago. Right. I mean, this is the best player he's ever played with. So I think it's more about that than it is, they're looking ahead of the Houston Rockets right now. And he's really excited about playing with Steph. I mean, it's not often that you hear any basketball player admit they're the sidekick. And yet here is Jimmy Butler doing it using superheroes to illustrate his point.
I think any team has a chance when I'm on a team, but I know that every team has a chance if Steph's on the team. So I get to play Robin. That's my Batman, and I don't know who else is. We got all the villains over there, Two-Face and Joker and Riddler, everybody else in the Western Conference. But we got a lot of games to win.
I don't think anyone has ever admitted they're Robin in the history of sports. Because who wants to be Robin? Especially if we're talking about the very, very old version of Robin and the goofy TV series with Adam West as Batman. Like, no one's ever wanted to be Robin.
Yeah, or
Robin wears a leotard.
Yeah, people will go like, hey, we'll only go as far as XYZ will take us. But they never volunteer to be what's it like?
Robin.
The boy or whatever.
Yes, the boy wonder.
The boy wonder.
Yeah. But that's Jimmy Butler, of all people. Play-in Jimmy / playoff Jimmy / Tomball's own Jimmy. He's willing to be Robin. So does that make you a little more nervous about this Warriors team?
What does that make Draymond Green?
Draymond Green's Alfred, but a more violent, less civilized Alfred, who was someone who might kick you in the balls and or punch you in the balls. Mm-hmm. He varies it up.
Steve Kerr's Lucius Fox.
Yeah, that makes sense. Although Steve Kerr's got an insufferability to him that...
Is he Alfred?
Would make sense that Alfred is the one that's just helping out, but not hands-on. So maybe it's Steve Kerr's Alfred. So does that make Draymond Green Batgirl? Does that make Draymond Green the second or third versions of Robin? And does that make Jimmy Butler actually Nightwing?
Yeah, I was going to say, is someone Nightwing then?
Right, because there's different versions of Robin. Because Robin goes off and does his own thing as Nightwing because he's pissed off about being in Batman's shadow. Actually, that's probably Draymond. He's podcasting on the side because he's sick of being in Batman's shadow. So thank you, Jimmy Butler, for the superhero comparison that allowed us to go down that rabbit hole. I have a question, though. I know a lot of us have trauma from all these Rockets Warriors series and all these Rockets Warriors games. Are you willing to admit that the Rockets are still the Warriors' little brother, even if this Warriors team is very different? Because Golden State's 16-7 against the Rockets in the playoffs since 2015, 4-0 in series. And going into the third game of this season, there were 5 between the Rockets and Warriors. Golden State had beaten Houston 15 straight times. They had beaten them 8 straight games in Houston. The Warriors own this ass. So you got to admit that the Rockets, even if this is a different version of the Rockets, are the Dubs' little brother. And sure, there's a lot of moments you can point to over the last couple of years that would, I think, give further credence to this. But that's the question I have for you. 713-780-3776 to call or text in on the most interactive sports talk show in Houston, on YouTube at ESPN Houston, on Twitch at ESPN 975. Coming up next, we do this every single Wednesday at 12:30. Who has been soft in the world of sports? Send your nominations in on the most interactive sports talk show in town. And I've got a really, really tough soft boy to nominate. This one actually hurts because this is one of my heroes, but there's no other way to look at this. One of the most important figures that I've ever rooted for is officially a soft boy after something I saw yesterday. You'll hear that story on the other side. Soft boys, it's the Paul Gallant Show. Stay put. In honor of the time that Rockets head coach Ime Udoka called LeBron James a soft ass boy when he was bitching and moaning about the referees. LeBron took issue with Ime's language. We do this at every single Wednesday at 12:30. Soft boys, who has been soft in the world of sports? we got to start off with arguably the greatest coach in the history of football. I guess since North Carolina, the University of North Carolina, is a public school, that means that you can obtain emails sent by Bill Belichick, by Bill Belichick's girlfriend. In case you don't know Bill Belichick's girlfriend, she is a strong, powerful, independent woman. Her name is Jordan Hudson. She is significantly younger than him, and Belichick just turned another year older. He is officially 73 today. Happy birthday to Bill. And she has taken on a very strong role in, I guess, being North Carolina's edition of Baghdad Bob, a propaganda minister. Jordan Hudson does not work for the school or the program, but she does technically work for Belichick's production company. And The Athletic obtained emails sent and received by Hudson, where she is apparently the chief operating officer of Belichick Productions, and she is very sensitive to criticism of Bill Belichick on the UNC football page. She wrote this email. Is there anyone monitoring the UNC football page for slanderous commentary and subsequently deleting it and blocking users that are harassing Bill Belichick in the comments? Belichick wrote this in response to this the next day, quote, I cannot believe that UNC would support my being called a predator, end quote. Wow. Well, message board's going to message board, right? Just like our Twitch is going to Twitch. She also, Jordan Hudson, asked the school's media team to display greater sensitivity to the nepotism associated with Bill Belichick hiring his son, Steve, to be the school's defensive coordinator. She wrote this, though Steve Belichick is in fact Bill's son, he should be depicted and represented as his own established credible entity, as opposed to an extension of Bill. It can be easily misinterpreted that Steve is simply benefiting from nepotism. But that is not the case. Steve was fortunate to have learned defensive football strategy from, quote, the greatest defensive mind, end quote, of all time. He has earned his position due to his performance and output. It is worth emphasizing, she's still going. I mean, my God, stepmommy, that's 7 to 8 years younger than this man. It's worth emphasizing the point that Steve has the experience of being a college, all caps, defensive coordinator and will bring a plethora of knowledge to the coaching staff. I believe being strategic about the depiction of the Steve will prevent controversy and show utmost respect towards Steve's career and validate Bill's decision as a head coach to hire Steve. Jordan Hudson's a ride or die, but this is soft as hell. Belichick dealt with way worse while he was the head coach of the Patriots, perhaps not being called a predator for dating somebody 50 years younger than him. That might be the little wrench compared to Belichick getting dumped on for Spygate, Deflategate, etc. back in the day. But this is soft. Come on. You got to ignore this. I think it sucks for them that public records can be obtained of emails sent between everybody. And now they're going to, I guess, have to be a little bit more careful, you know, and I would advise them not to use the app Signal like we did that one time before bombing Yemen. I would advise them not to use that because that one's clearly not secure, Sean.
Yeah, they got hacked.
They did not get hacked.
No, they got hacked.
A writer got added to it
hacked
for
hacked
some reason.
At the very least, like, don't use the .edu emails, because that's the one they can. Jordan Hudson, I know you have a Gmail. Like, you got to use the Gmail.
Well, maybe she has a .edu, unless they're seeing the responses that Belichick is sending to her, which is how they obtain this.
I guess. I don't know.
She must have a .edu.
She has to. Yeah, she has to.
Maybe she's getting a grad degree or something there. I don't know. This is soft. This is very, very soft. Of course, people are going to assume Bill Belichick hired Steve due to nepotism. He did. Steve's good. Steve's actually done a good job at the college level on his own and in the NFL. Like, he was Washington's defensive coordinator a couple of years ago. But
I think just last year.
Was it just last year? Okay, well, never mind. But hey, Belichick's. You guys used to not care about this stuff on My Face and all the social media apps. Emails are bringing you down before a game's even been played.
Yeah.
If you're that sensitive to the idea of the age gap between you and your smoking hot girlfriend, then, bro, pull the plug. If you're that sensitive to it.
Is this? I guess it's Belichick that doesn't like this. I can say, is this all just Jordan? Could Jordan just be not about this? Because some of them are just Jordan Hudson emails.
But Belichick responded to one of them.
Yeah.
And it's he doesn't like being called a predator.
Understandable, but also, I don't know. Don't date someone who's 25.
Them's the breaks.
I mean, you could go like 35 and you're not called a predator. The difference isn't that big and you're still not called a predator.
Soft Boys continues. Who's been soft in the world of sports? Your nominees, 713-780-3776 to call to text. Emmitt Smith, Dallas Cowboys running back of the old, also Arizona Cardinals legend, was on WIP in Philadelphia. That's the flagship station for the Philadelphia Eagles. And he's sick of hearing about the birds. He's sick of hearing, "Go Birds." I'm sick of it, he said. We've allowed others to nitpick at the star and make fun of the star and make fun of the star, and that's what happens. Now, all of a sudden, over the last 20 years, they win 2 Super Bowls, and they think they're the best thing on the planet. And everywhere I go, I hear, "Go Birds." I'm sick of hearing, "Go Birds." I'm always asking, where are you going? You still got a long way to go to get to us. Emmitt, the Cowboys have not been to an NFC championship game since 1996. The Eagles have been to an NFC championship, I want to say close to 10 times since then, in addition to multiple Super Bowls, some of which they won, some of which they lost. I think 4, right? They lost 1 to the Patriots. They beat the Patriots. They lost to the Chiefs. They beat the Chiefs. And other NFC championship appearances along the way. Emmitt, I get that you're tired of hearing "Go Birds," but I would direct more of that anger towards the Cowboys, who blow, as opposed to being mad that Eagles fans are going to be chirpy. This is the most insufferable fan base in the NFL. It's not close. Of course they're going to be doing that. You have no comeback other than, you got a long way to go. Emmitt, you were there for 3 Super Bowls. They literally have 1 more to do to match you. No one cares about the 70s or 80s. No one cares. You haven't done anything since the 90s. So, soft. Emmitt Smith.
I'm just happy that knowing Eagles fans, this will make it stop for him.
Exactly. That's the other thing too.
People will stop because they know how much it upsets them that they're picking at the star.
I'm sure Emmitt Smith was just having fun on this interview, but yeah.
They need George Teague to defend the star.
George Teague is the only person I trust to defend the Dallas Cowboys star. That is for sure. The Dallas Mavericks, they're soft. They held a roundtable yesterday morning with selected Dallas media. No cameras, no audio recordings. We'll give you some of the details in just a moment. Oh, come on, guys. Also, a lot of bad answers. These reporters who did not have cameras and did not have audio were able to transcribe a lot of what went down. And this was a bad idea. They should have just continued the radio silence. Thinking that a one-on-one or a round table that's not broadcast is going to convince people that the Luka Doncic trade wasn't so bad is Chris Broussarded. That's all I can say. Just unbelievably naive. And not allowing it to be recorded also shows that you're soft. You're willing to face the music, but you're not really willing to face the music. Yeah. And it's like you're trying to bring them around to your house and buy them off to bribe them.
Yeah, it's a good point. That's like, well, you are talking about this, and you are in this being like, nope, we stand by our decision. However, do not record me saying that we stand by the decision that we made. Like, I do not want video or audio of me saying these words. I just want them in print. It's a very weird thing. Also, I assume they're going to have to do a end of season press conference.
Yeah, I think so too.
And that's going to be like, no offense, guys, that might be tomorrow. Their season might be over. So I don't know. I probably would just, I like laying low. You got to lay low. He talked after the trade. Nothing since then. Maybe once this offseason. Nothing again until the draft. Like that's how you have to do this.
Instead, they did this, and it is backfired.
Just the worst decision you could possibly make.
Yeah, they should have just kept quiet.
Him being on video would have been better because at least it projects a little bit more strength.
I really think they shouldn't have done anything. Just bury your head in the sand and keep it buried until eventually you fire everybody. That's really all you could do at this point. Or you're going to just fire him and say, all right, we're going to bring in somebody else now. Like, I don't know how you can trust this guy going forward. Obviously, the Mavericks do seem to trust his direction. So
yeah, no, they agreed. Like I think they're kind of just letting him take most of the arrows for it.
For sure.
Which, hey, you're the nameless, faceless owners of the Dallas Mavericks. You can do that because you're not Mark Cuban. You can do that.
Soft voice continues. Travis Hunter, soft, threatening to never play if you can't play both ways. No one believes you. Like, that's the thing. Nobody believes you. I can understand that mindset, but considering you will probably at some point in your career get a $100 million contract, I do feel pretty good about Travis Hunter's chances at either wide receiver or cornerback. Take your pick. I don't know which one he'll be better at. NFL teams are going to look at you from this perspective. Do we really want to pay a lot of money for an asset that we're going to be putting more wear and tear on? Do we want a guy who is just coming up to the NFL level after playing in the Big 12 last year? Do we want that guy to have the added challenge of playing both sides of the football for an entire game? Doing it at college, it's possible, but seldom seen. There's a reason it's rarely seen in the NFL too.
Yeah, playing 100 snaps a game.
Studying film for both sides of the football.
Yeah.
That's going to be a long day. So, Travis, threatening to never play again, I understand the sentiment, but I do think it's kind of whiny and pouty to do that. Soft Boys continues. This is a soft gal. I don't know how many people pay attention to tennis, but there was a match. The match took place between these two strong, powerful, independent women, Harriet Dart and Louis Boisson. And apparently, Harriet Dart could not handle Boisson's B.O.
Can you tell her to wear deodorant? It's smelling to wear deodorant. She's smelling really bad.
Can you tell Louis Boisson to wear deodorant? Can you tell her to wear that? Well, guess what? First off, Harriet Dart, you can't lose after doing that. And now the idea is that you lost because the person that was on the other edge of the court stank. Well, I'd also say this. Hey, Harriet, I mean, you knew what you were getting into. She's French. Sorry to hate on the French, but Louise Boisson, she is actually French. I looked this up because my first thought was, that sounds like a French name. I mean, of course. And yeah, like they smoke cigarettes as deodorant. That's what they do. You laugh. No, that's true. That's what they do.
Yeah. And
that's my blood.
Harriet Dart, English. You got the English and French getting together. Of course, the English person's going to say they stink. You probably thought that the second she walked out, like that girl doesn't wear deodorant. Maybe she was right. I also don't know, like what are you, like the line judge or whoever she told this to can't go, hey, by the way, can you wear some deodorant? Like, it is just something to say to be like, this chick stinks.
That's lashing out at anything you possibly can as you get your ass kicked. She lost 6-0, 6-3 to Boisson. I don't know much about tennis. I know that's bad.
Yeah, seeing a 6-0 is tough.
6-0 is rough. Truly. One last soft boy. The Miami Dolphins, they're hard boys because they claim they are not in a soft rebuild, even though they're about to trade Jalen Ramsey. They're not trading Tyreek Hill. Not a soft rebuild, guys. They expect to contend next season.
Yeah, nothing
for the
soft
seed.
about this team.
Yeah.
Other than, the obvious stuff that's soft about this team.
Their playoff chances against any of the real
The
contenders. in the
jerseys.
AFC. Yeah, they are.
Quarterback's
candy, yes.
brain.
You damn Sean. Not wrong. That's Sean Mapes Behind the Glass. I'm Paul Gallant. Paul Gallant Show, ESPN 97.5, 92.5. 713-780-3776 to call in, to text in, on YouTube at ESPN Houston, on Twitch at ESPN 975. What else is going on in basketball? Honestly, the highlights of the play-in tournament, other than what we saw out of Jimmy Butler, what we saw out of Steph Curry, and the way that the Grizzlies forgot how to inbound a ball, the highlights of the play-in tournament had nothing to do with actual basketball. And we will read you some of the highlights from Nico Harrison and the Mavericks, for some reason deciding to address the media. Paul Gallant Show, most interactive sports talk show in town. Stay put.
ESPN 97.5. I assume you knew. The super team at Dasper Law handles the full range of personal injury cases. They are getting results for their clients in big numbers. Car accidents, truck accidents, industrial accidents, construction accidents, maritime accidents, offshore accidents. These are all areas where, if it's you or someone you know, I encourage you to get a free case review from John Dasper with the Dasper Law Firm. Call 713. Call now. That's 713. Call next. Let's hydrate. Grab a Rambler Sparkling Water, the official sparkling water of ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. On air. I'll take it. Yeah. Grapefruit, Satsuma, blackberry, and now wild cherry. Get wild in Houston. I'm still going for it, even with higher stroke risk from atrial fibrillation, and a regular heartbeat not caused by a heart valve problem. Over a 3-year study, Eliquis Pixaban tablets reduce stroke risk better than warfarin, and over 97% of Eliquis patients did not experience a stroke. A first stroke occurred in 2.9% of warfarin patients versus 2.3% of Eliquis patients. Don't stop taking prescription Eliquis without asking your doctor. It may increase your stroke risk. Eliquis can cause serious and, in rare cases, fatal bleeding. Don't take Eliquis if you have an artificial heart valve, abnormal bleeding, or antiphospholipid syndrome. While taking, you may bruise more easily or take longer for bleeding to stop. A spinal injection while on Eliquis increases risk of blood clots, which may cause paralysis, the inability to move. Get medical help right away for unexpected bleeding, unusual bruising, or tingling, numbness, or muscle weakness. Medications such as aspirin products, NSAIDs, SSRIs, SNRIs, and blood thinners may increase bleeding risk. Tell your doctor about all planned medical or dental procedures. Learn more at Eliquis.com or call 1-855-ELIQUIS. Has your roof started to experience leaks or been damaged from recent storms? When it comes to roofing in Houston and surrounding areas, Brinkman is the only name to trust with your roofing needs. Brinkman's team of professionals will work with you, and only if necessary, your insurance company, to get your roof repaired or replaced with as little inconvenience to you as possible. There's no substitute for Brinkman quality. Visit them at BrinkmanQuality.com. That's
Houston. And someone on the text line is like, asked if I had ever been on. I was like, no, I don't think I have. Like, I really don't. Did you get a fucking box?
For more information, visit InspirityInvitational.com. Be there.
Okay, what about that? It's like 3 times in a row that something's been out by the door. So they asked if I'd ever been on your flight. I'm like, no, I don't take this shit. Oh, I didn't say shit. But I don't take this that seriously, right? Mm-hmm. And Jeremy was like, "Oh, you should try to pick a fight with Mapes on the weekend." I was like, I don't think I could pick a fight with Mapes. And if we're being honest, like, I think Mapes and I are the least likely in the entire station to have a fight. So the idea of
an on-air fight?
Like an on-air fight. Like, neither one of us, I think, are going to get riled up to the point.
This is the Paul Gallant Show
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
From the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Paul Gallant.
Rockets are going to play the Warriors. Tip-off is Sunday. It's a late game, 8:30 at Toyota Center. And I think the Rockets are still the Warriors' little brother until they actually are able to take him down in this series. But the Warriors advanced after a 121-116 win over Memphis. But what else happened around the NBA yesterday? This is where we throw a little round ball rock on, mixed with a little Tim Robinson to really get you going.
First game was bad. I mean, Atlanta Hawks, no one ever wants to see you people again. And I'd specifically point at Trae Young, who is the worst of the Eastern Conference. Luka Doncic, my least favorite player in the West. If James Harden was still here, I'd probably still feel that way. But to Harden's credit, he's actually having a good year in LA. Trae Young's the worst in the East. I don't think it's close. Play-in legend Trae Young. He got ejected late after a double technical. He got the second technical for kind of bumping into a referee, picking up the ball, kicking the ball, but not kicking the ball particularly hard. I think it was a kind of half-assed way to get ejected. And I could understand why. I guess he just announced that he's got a pickleball racket that he's endorsing. So it's might not be Cancun on 3, it might be pickleball on 3. Makes me respect him a little bit less. I think pickleball is a very lame sport. In the pool report after the game, I stand by this report, even though it's probably not as bad as it was made out to be. Trae Young was ejected from last night's Magic Hawks game for, quote, making a mockery of the game, end quote, per crew chief James Williams.
Agreed.
He always has made a mockery of the game, Sean. He is the worst flopper. Harden was bad at flopping. Trae Young took it to the next level. I hate watching Trae Young.
Yeah.
Hate it.
He's like, since they cracked down on it last year, like he's like you can just see a dip in his production. Like he was the guy who like depended on it the most to the like ultimate can't touch anybody NBA, which they clawed back a little bit from like the peak of like post-pandemic ball.
Mm-hmm.
But it's still something that he does a lot. He also did he faked giving the ball to the ref and then like kind of did whoop and then like nope, take it back. Which I think that also didn't help. I think that's how he got one of the techs. Yeah, I mean, Eastern Conference play-in is like as close to like, hey, this is just a JV game before varsity tips off.
Pretty much.
That's how I viewed, especially last night. Tonight, it's kind of both JV, honestly.
I don't care about either of the games tonight. The Magic I was interested in because my Celtics might play them. And as soon as Magic fans started chanting, "We want Boston," I started thinking to myself, series is over. I do not have to stress about this series. Even though the Magic have done pretty well against Boston the last couple of years.
Their offense is so bad. What the Celtics are going to do is going to force them to shoot threes. And the Magic shot, as a team, they shot 31% from 3 this year. Like one of the worst shooting teams of all time, taking into account how many times that they're shooting.
Yeah.
Just because the team who shoots the least now shoots more than would have led the league like 20 years ago.
Right.
So yeah, they're a terrible shooting team. The only chance they have to win a game against the Celtics is Celtics miss a bunch of threes and they win like 94-88.
I hope it's stress-free.
It will be. If they don't win in 5, if the Celtics don't win in 5, like Boston, we have a problem.
I've seen the Celtics struggle with their food going all the way back to when they won the finals in 2008 against the Atlanta Hawks in the first series that Kevin Garnett, Paul Pierce, and Ray Allen played together. So
Game 7.
But I feel like the Magic saying we want Boston, Joe Mazzulla is going to have them ready to go.
Oh, yeah.
Biggest highlight from last night, was it the man at the Warriors game who was eating spaghetti courtside?
Okay.
Or
that's funny.
Was it the woman who during the Magic Hawks game was very big chested and somehow the big chest, the lovely lovelies on top, wasn't the sideshow because this lady clearly had pulled a bag of cocaine out of her pocket and was shaking it? What was the bigger highlight? Courtside Coke or courtside spaghetti? I personally prefer courtside spaghetti. I know a lot of people would maybe pick the other.
Yeah.
And you're sinners.
I mean, let me be the bad guy and say I like the big chested lady with the illicit drugs.
I mean, listen, who would I rather hang out with? Spaghetti guy or big chested woman with the stuff? You guys know the answer to that.
Yeah, I can. This Olive Garden spaghetti that he's got.
Yeah.
Probably less than Olive Garden.
It didn't look good.
It did not
and the
look
plate,
appetizing
the
at all.
plate too.
It's like a weird rectangle.
It looked like the kind you'd get from catering, and it's been left out for perhaps, I don't know, like an hour and a half, so it's not even 100% warm. Yeah, it did not look. It looked more like Chef Boyardee than something that you would even get at the Olive Garden, to be perfectly honest, Sean. So there you go. That's the play-in tournament. Highlights from the Mavericks and their disastrous press conference, which they made camera-free and audio-free. There's no recordings of it anywhere. Shout out to Mavericks beat writer Tim McMahon, who isn't maybe the biggest he's kind of the Chandler Ohm of Dallas Mavericks basketball. Yes. Good reporter, but fans hate him. But you got to see the back and forth between Nico Harrison and with McMahon. 48 minutes in, McMahon started to press about other things in the organization, like why they parted away with several medical staff members, one of whom is considered to be the best at his respective position in all of basketball. Nico Harrison answered, quote, "I'm not going to sit here and go back and forth. You're coming at me from a negative standpoint, and I'm looking at it from a positive standpoint. The guys we brought in are better." It was at that point, says the person who was watching this exchange between McMahon and Harrison, that I thought McMahon was going to stand up and leave. He should have.
I mean, if I'm having a closed door, hand-selected media group and I'm the Dallas Mavericks, you know who I'm not inviting? Tim McMahon.
Nope.
He is the one. I mean, for us, like you and I, to know the guy on the Dallas beat who's like the most straight shooter will be, I don't want to say contentious, but we'll just like ask the tough question. At the very least, like he will ask the tough question and won't back down. No, don't give me that guy. Give me the guy from whatever, the Valley Southwest. That, you know, give me the team.
Yeah.
Give me the team's halftime and postgame desk guy.
You got to have.
Give me that guy that clowned on James Harden that one time.
The Titans did this the right way. The Titans have had it like just complete Bobos come in and be the only people interviewing.
Yeah. Give me the state-run propaganda.
Yeah, that honestly, it would have been better to do it like that than the way that they did it. I'll give Nico Harrison credit for talking to them, but I don't know what he thought he was going to accomplish. There was an idea that, per Harrison, there was no chance that Luka Doncic would re-sign. He said it wasn't an absolute lock. Well, I think just given Doncic's reaction when he had got the tribute video, I think you could very strongly guess that he would have signed a Supermax extension
and
there.
He just bought a house in Dallas.
Yeah, there's that. I forgot about that. Also, Harrison said defense wins championships when asked about how trading a 25-year-old generational talent was in the best interest of the team.
True.
Even though they were on the cusp of a championship last season with Luka Doncic.
Playing great defense, yeah. But defense wins championships.
Somebody named Welts, who I guess used to run the Golden State Warriors, said that, hey, man, actually, this was a lot like when I traded Monte Ellis, who was the only good Warriors player for a really long time, for Andrew Bogut. Well, they got to draft Steph Curry because Steph Curry fell so far in the draft. And that helped replace Monte Ellis. And really, you got to go read the entire thing. There's just a lot.
It's like every question they said something that like they didn't have one where you're just like, yep, 100%
correct.
Looks good. They always threw in something, or I mean, maybe the entire the entire answer was just like, what the heck? Like the positive mindset that like, hey, you're coming from this from a negative point of view, Tim McMahon.
Nothing worse than that.
Just smile. Smile. It tricks your brain into being happier, Paul.
It does.
So just smile.
The cherry on top of all this, McMahon asking this as a question. In your own words, you created a 3 to 4 year time frame in building a finals team, a team that went to the finals last year. You gave up your first round capital control of it. 27, 28, 29, and 30. So 3 to 4 years ends. You're out of your first round draft capital. How is that a logical decision? Explain the logic of that for the long-term best interest of this franchise. Nico Harrison's response. Can you repeat that?
I like that. I like that. Anyone ask you a long question that's hard to answer?
Huh?
Wait, one more time, because they're not gonna repeat it 100% the next time.
That's true.
So then you give yourself A, more time to think of an answer. B,
You can pull a Bill O'Brien.
Yeah, say like
me.
well, I don't know what you're trying to say here. I mean, last week you did the thing with Fedorowicz and when it was Griffin. So I don't know if this is another one of your classic Tim McMahons here.
Yeah, right. I like your questions. I really do.
I really
but
do.
I'll call you out when you're wrong. Sean Mapes behind the glass. I'm Paul Gallant. Paul Gallant Show, ESPN 97.5, 92.5, 713-780-3776 to call it, to text it on YouTube at ESPN Houston. Are the Rockets still the little bros of the Golden State Warriors? Stick around. It's going to be the Rockets and the Warriors. Sunday, 8:30. Game 1 at Toyota Center after the Warriors took down the Memphis Grizzlies 121-116 last night. Great game from Jimmy Butler, 38 points. Great game from Steph Curry, 37 points. Golden State was in control for much of the game. Memphis, though, really biffed and the last opportunity to tie down 119-116 with about 5 seconds to play. They got called for 5 seconds on an inbound. You give credit to the Warriors on that front. This is definitely a different Warriors team in a lot of ways. First off, a different Warriors team than the Dynasty days, but we knew that, right? Everyone's older. There's no Kevin Durant anymore. There's no Klay Thompson anymore. But they're also different from what they were earlier in the year. Ever since they've brought in Jimmy Butler, they have improved in a lot of ways. I saw this graphic on TNT. Before Jimmy Butler, they had the 17th best record in the NBA. Since getting Jimmy Butler, the third best record in the NBA. Their defensive rating before Jimmy Butler was the 10th best in the NBA. Their defensive rating since then, best in the league. Turnovers forced before Jimmy Butler, tied for 15th. Turnovers forced since Jimmy Butler, best. Points off turnovers, tied for 13th. Since Jimmy Butler, they are the best. Free throw attempts, they've gone from 27th to 3rd. Butler draws a lot of free throws. Free throw percentage, they've gone from last to tied for 2nd. I mean, they've gotten significantly better since Butler's come. And of course, Butler's one of those guys who gets miserable in situations fairly quickly. But if he's in a situation that he likes, the guy's going to give it his all. And that's what makes me wonder about this series because, yeah, the last time we saw that the Rockets and Warriors played a couple of weeks ago, it was on a Sunday. The Rockets handled business. Amen Thompson completely shut down Steph Curry. Draymond Green was losing his composure. Jimmy Butler wasn't doing a whole lot of anything either. It was a really impressive win for the Rockets, but it's also March to April. What do we make of any of these games that take place this time of year? It's tough. It really is. I don't know how much stock to put into anything that happens during March or April before the playoffs.
Yeah, it's a little different just because those two teams that like were obviously going for it. You know, like this isn't pulling like a, sample size like last year's Jalen Green thing. That's the easiest one where it's like, oh, they're just playing the worst teams in the league. And that's kind of not why, but that helped him go off and that helped the Rockets win all those games. For Sunday, 2 Sundays ago in the Warriors Rockets game, it's like I think there's some that you can take from that. Like obviously, like Amin Thompson on Steph Curry. Let's try that. If I'm Ime Udoka, let's see if it happens again. Maybe not 3 points, but let's see if you can at least make it hard on Steph, because I think that's really what the Rockets are going to have to do in the series is just make it as hard as possible on Steph Curry and on Jimmy Butler on offense. Because like we said to start the show, like that is their offense so far. You want to wear them down, and hopefully late in the series, you're able to capitalize on that as, these old legs get a little bit more tired.
I think you're 100% right. This is what concerns me for the Rockets. I do not trust them offensively.
Yeah.
Do I trust them more than the Astros offensively right now? Yes. Low bar. But from a making shots perspective, the Rockets get open shots. They have games where they just can't hit the broadside of a barn. Clank, clank. It's Philip Seymour Hoffman in Along Came Polly. Let it rain. It's bad. On top of that, from time to time, they get a little turnover prone. Whether it's Jalen Green forcing things, dribbling into a corner, or some of the other players who aren't the best ball handlers. Alperen Sengun's been weirdly inefficient underneath the hoop this year. There's a lot of things that add up to when you see the Jimmy Butler effect defensively for the Warriors, and you might start thinking to yourself, damn, are the Rockets going to be able to score enough points? Are they going to be able to score enough? I trust the Rockets to play defense in this, but I do think there's a chance that this series ends up being very football-y, which I will enjoy watching. I know not everyone will enjoy watching, but I will be nervous because I do not feel like the Rockets, from a scoring perspective, especially without the guy. I know they're the favorites to get Kevin Durant this offseason. Maybe there's somebody else they consider going after. That puts them, I think, in a difficult position. Say these games turn into World War I trench warfare.
Yeah. I mean, the Warriors, like, they have Steph and Jimmy, but on the whole, they are like an average offense, like throughout the year. I don't know since they've traded for Jimmy Butler, but a lot of this since they traded for Jimmy Butler is in March and April. So it kind of falls back into how much can you read into the they're 21-6 since they traded for Jimmy Butler.
Mm-hmm.
But that's also, I also bring March Jalen Green into the picture of there's a lot of noise in a lot of these things just because they are a team that changed so drastically in the middle of the season that I think that in general, I think the fact that it is a offense that's going to be kind of station to station, pretty much where you're not worried about. It's going to be either Steph Curry or it's going to be Jimmy Butler. And it's going to be running plays to get Steph Curry or Jimmy Butler the ball. It's not going to be like the old Warriors where it's the ball is pinging around to 3 different guys that can all make you pay. Even Draymond Green back then was more of a threat than current day Draymond Green. So it's going to be a little bit more of a step. We're just trying to get Steph the ball because I am Brandon Pajimski. I am not Klay Thompson.
I forgot some of the guys that they have on the team.
That'll
make you feel a lot better about the Rockets.
I'm not Andre Iguodala. I'm Moses Moody. I need to get Steph the ball. So it's going to be a little. They're more dependent on Steph than they were when the Rockets played the Warriors back in the day.
The Rockets are underdogs in this series for what it's worth. I don't know how many people saw this, but Golden State, 1.5 point favorite on the road, game 1, -200 to win the series. So they think this is pretty close to a toss-up as the series goes. And you know what? Maybe it is. It's the Rockets' first time here. The Warriors have been there and done that for so long. It is a totally different Warriors team. But to what Sean was saying, with Steph Curry, with Jimmy Butler, and with the idea that they are very good at getting to the free throw line, at least based off of last night where they shot, a combined 33 free throws, I think?
Yeah. The Jimmy Butler free throw grifting will
we will hate him by the end of the series.
I'm just flagging that as that's going to get on people's nerves.
Do we disown him from Tomball if we are annoyed by Jimmy Butler and his free throw grifting? I think that there is a chance that we may ask the city of Tomball to denounce Jimmy Butler. We might have to ask for that.
Yeah.
I get that he's the pride of Tomball, but yeah, if he's insufferable in this coming series, which I definitely think will happen, that'll suck.
Or does it just reflect poorly on the ball? Does Houston turn its back on Tomball for the next 2 weeks, however long?
It really is up to the ball. Is the ball going to declare with the banners, or are they a rebel? Are they a rebel entity that's all of a sudden declaring independence like they're the Chaz, the Chop that I lived in Seattle, here in the middle of Houston?
Could you say that the ball is in their court?
Ooh.
I think you could say that.
Damn, dude.
But yeah, I don't want this is a homecoming game for Jimmy Butler. This is Jimmy Butler coming back to his home city. No, it's not. He's from Tomball.
I especially
45 minutes away from Toyota Center.
Especially from the local TV channels. Especially
Channel 2, Channel 13, Channel 11.
I want someone to go back, and I don't actually, because I know Jimmy Butler's been through a lot, and I do like Jimmy Butler. I just don't like him now because it's a Rockets Warriors series.
It's the playoffs.
It's one of those things where he's from here, and I have a great deal of respect for him as a player, and I gotta like that he gets sick of the BS of many players around him and has the balls to constantly call it out, as opposed to ever falling in line. Like the guy's always pushed for it. And there is a part of me
mostly in the right for most of his career.
Yeah, there's a part of me that wants him to win a title. There's a part, but
not this year.
Not this year. And honestly, I think in the years to come, not going to want it again, especially if he stays with the Warriors. I think he will stay with the Warriors.
He's already signed a contract.
Right. I mean, he loves it.
That's kind of why, this last balls to the walls holdout that Jimmy Butler had, that's where he kind of lost some of our love, at least I'll speak for myself. Some of my love, just because it was him trying to get out of Miami was so nakedly just because he wants to sign a 2-year extension at $50 million per year, where it's just so obviously no, pay me until I'm 38. That's all he wanted.
Yeah.
And so that's why this one, with the Chicago trade, that actually was less a demand, but that one cool with Minnesota thing, 100% on his side, wanting to get away from Joel Embiid and Ben Simmons, down with that. It's just this last one, I'm like, all right, dude, come on.
Yeah, but got into a better situation. Worked out in the end.
Yeah, but he was just trying to get paid. He said he would get traded to any team in the league.
But I bet he knew that he would have a chance to go somewhere.
It was going to be either Phoenix or or the Warriors.
Oh, man, that's true. I forgot about it.
Yeah, he just wanted to get paid.
Forgot about.
He was just looking for a team to pay him.
I don't know, man. I think he's got a low tolerance for BS, and I think that he would, if he was in a situation that sucked, I think he'd force his way out again.
Yeah, no, he would get paid from Phoenix and then demand a trade.
Yeah,
that's what he would do.
Yeah, I don't entirely mind that with him, but I'm 100% being inconsistent because I just like Jimmy Butler. But whatever, he is an enemy of the Houston sports state.
He's gonna be pump faking and jumping into Jabari Smith.
I know I'll be very annoyed by it by the end. He did drive me crazy during some of those Celtics Heat series back in the day. Are the Rockets the Warriors' little brother still, or have things changed with both Jimmy Butler joining the Warriors and with just what this Rockets team has been this year? We're going to go through the timeline of the rivalry between these two teams in this era. We're talking Ime Udoka / this current iteration of the Warriors, that generation of Rockets, because it's actually been quite zesty for the last 2 seasons or so. Some fun audio, specifically Tari Eason and Draymond Green going back and forth, and Steven Adams talking about things that Draymond's done to him. It's the Paul Gallant Show, the most interactive sports talk show in Houston. Stay put.
This is the Paul Gallant Show
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's Paul Gallant.
Asked the question, are these Rockets, still these Warriors, Lil Bros. Eric the Driver texted in, as Ric Flair once said, woo! He also once said, quote, to be the man, you have to beat the man. And if the Rockets win, they're no longer the little brother. Zach points out, 1,000%, the Rockets are little brother to Golden State. Maybe if we could have won one in the Harden era, could have been a starting point. Ultimately, if you take a look back at the playoff series between those two teams, where they played each other 4 times over a course of 5 years before the Rockets went back into the dark ages, over 23 playoff games played in 2015, 2016, 2018, and 2019. Golden State 16-7 against the Rockets. And after the first 2 wins of this season, the Warriors had beaten the Warriors had beaten the Rockets 15 straight regular season games. This year, though, for what it's worth, the Rockets have won 2 of the last 3. It's only 3-2 this year as opposed to, just a clean old sweep. The Rockets have definitely given off a little brother vibe with the Warriors in the past. I say that because just go back to last year. Remember down the stretch, the Rockets thought that they could potentially catch the Warriors, make it into the play-in tournament. This is a not actually playing Tari Eason after the Rockets were, I think, within a game of Golden State, really clapping at them, quoting a movie from the 1970s.
Warriors, come out to play! Warriors, come out to play!
Gotta say, pretty good impersonation of that iconic line from the 1979 cult classic, available on Paramount Plus, The Warriors. I've never actually watched the whole thing. A turf battle between New York street gangs from Coney Island to the Bronx. The Warriors are mistakenly fingered for the killing of a gang leader. But ultimately, the Rockets kind of fell apart after Tari Eason did that. This is how Draymond Green, Podcast and D, responded to it on whatever his podcast is called.
I love it. Like I said on my podcast, Tari, you're gonna say that, you gotta play though. You can't come out and say that and not play. But I know what type of player he is. He welcomes all that. He welcomes the challenge. He welcomes the fight. And I, that's the reason. I saw him playing last year and fell in love with his game. Because he does the dirty work. He's getting in the fray, and that team is better when he's out there. So. Love the competitive fire. I love the talking. That's always fun. But yeah, hopefully next year he'll say the same thing, and we both won't be fighting for the play. We'll be fighting for the seat on top. So.
Well, that's exactly what they're going to be doing. And actually measured Draymond Green. Very different from the Draymond that we saw a couple of weeks ago, where he's getting into it with Alperen Şengün because he hates white Europeans. I think it's very safe to say that this is 100% how Draymond feels. No matter how misunderstood you might think he is, that is not misunderstood. If you're a European basketball player, the man hates you, and he might come after you. Earlier this year, Tari Eason, after the first loss, the 14th straight loss for the Rockets against the Warriors, which took place November 2nd, this is what Tari had to say after the game.
What led to? I don't like the Warriors. I mean, I don't know. I just want to win.
I do like Tari Eason, and I like that there's a little zest behind this thing. So it makes me wonder if, while Draymond gets a chuckle out of these young whippersnappers, little bro, it makes me wonder if that'll continue. But I know from the Rockets' perspective, they're like a jealous little brother. They're like Jan with Marsha and the Brady Bunch. Sorry for the dated reference, but Jan sucks, right? And constantly is looking at ways to screw over Marsha, because Marsha's the hot, strong, independent, like big sis. And right now you're Jan. You can change
things, but it's going to involve taking a shovel to Marsha's face and permanently disfiguring her so that Jan can rise up the power rankings. And that's what the Rockets are looking to do.
Yeah, I think what we saw 2 weeks ago, and the difference in how Draymond responded is last year it was hey, this is a cute little fun story. These guys think they can come up with the big dogs, and look at them go. Hey, I love the fire, kid. Just next time, I hope it's not in the plan. And then this year in April of this year, you get and then you still have Tarisin, which I respect, just being like, I don't like the Warriors. And then fast forward to a couple weeks ago, where you have Draymond Green throwing elbows into the people's faces, and
like to make a point to the referee too. It was a very weird move, even by Draymond standards.
And I think it marks hey, actually, this cute little young team, actually, it's not that cute anymore, because they're at that point they're beating the Warriors, and we'll see how they go in the playoffs. Funny that he said, hopefully we're not competing for the play-in. Well, the Rockets weren't competing for the play-in.
They weren't.
You guys back in the play-in. But yeah, I think Draymond has some respect. Obviously, he has respect for what the Rockets have done. I think that during the series, though, it'll be when you a cornered animal. It's the claws will come out, because they are kind of more of a worthy opponent in the eyes of Draymond.
From the 936, why has no one ever just hit Draymond? Eric the Driver asked.
That is an interesting question. Why no one's gone Chris Childs on him?
Well, I mean, don't the Rockets have someone who theoretically could? Now, he does always seem rather even-keeled, but we also saw him without doing anything against which Plumlee?
Miles.
Yeah, whatever.
No, Mason.
Exactly. Like, they're both forgettable players.
I just forget which one's the good one that's still in the league.
Okay.
And that's Mason.
Right. So this wasn't Mason.
This was Mason.
It was.
There's only one in the league anymore.
Okay. Well, anyway, they had their, shoving incident, and Steven gets up, no bleeding, just walks away very calm. Plumlee's bleeding as he gets up from that. Steven Adams is somebody who has been kicked in the nads multiple times by Draymond Green. I'm wondering how Steven handles it. He was asked about that before. Here is what Steven had to say.
I wouldn't say we're mates. No. Yeah. I mean, he did kick you in the nuts. Yeah. Some mates do that, though. Back home, as a high school, I don't know.
There's an extra element to Steven Adams, and I think it's just his calm demeanor that makes him a little bit more intimidating. Going back to what you were talking about a little bit ago, Sean, how there's probably been a perspective change for the Warriors when it comes to looking at the Houston Rockets right now. I did think it was very interesting that earlier this year, Draymond Green had Fred VanVleet on his podcast, and Draymond just goes on a tangent talking about how he thinks Steven Adams respects him, and Fred VanVleet checked him.
Yeah, me and Steven Adams don't really get into it much, man. I think there's a mutual respect.
Didn't you kick my man's in the nuts, man?
Listen, number one, I was selling a car. I was selling the car. I got it.
You kicked my dog in the nuts, man. Come on with that shit. Come on with that shit, man.
He did kick him in the nuts. So I think that there is potential, especially if the Rockets do the thing where they put out Steven Adams and Alperen Şengün for a Draymond Green versus Şengün originally, and then Adams little battle.
A tag team. I mean, we see that all the time where there's a scuffle going on an NBA court, and then Steven Adams comes in calmly again, and then the scuffle kind of de-escalates from there, because no one wants to escalate it.
No one wants to mess with him. And honestly, going back to that Plumlee incident, Adams is a really calm guy. When Adams was down the tunnel, like wanting to go find Plumlee afterwards, that surprised me, because it really did feel like in that moment, for whatever reason, and Plumlee was being an a-hole right there. Adams should not have been ejected for that moment a couple of weeks ago.
I was stunned to see Adams actually lose the demeanor for just a moment because he does strike me as calm and one of those guys where he'd never get in a fight. But that moment right there tells me, oh, if it's the playoffs and he's on this team,
Yeah.
He might throw down.
Yeah, no. Adams is he's a guy that you want in a playoff
For
series as far as bringing a toughness. I mean, really, this entire team, like, I'm not worried about that in that part of, you know, a team's first time in the playoffs where it's like the moment's too big and like they don't know they're gonna get punked or something. Like, no, Fred VanVleet, Dylan Brooks, Steven Adams, Tari Eason, Amin Thompson, even like Jabari Smith. Like they have guys and even like Jalen Green and Alperen Şengün, like they're not pushovers.
No,
like,
exactly.
They're not as goony as 6 other guys on the team.
Right.
But
I mean, some guys who won't even play. Like, I doubt we'll see much Cam Whitmore this series.
But Cam Whitmore.
But Cam Whitmore's one of the scarier ones out there. I do love that about this Rockets team. I really do enjoy them. I really do.
Yeah.
Paul Gallant Show, ESPN 97.5, 92.5, 713-780-3776 to call to text. It's going to be Rockets and Warriors on Sunday. Up next, the 10-minute drill. A look around the National Football League. What are we going to take a look at? Well, how about this, guys? How about the potential destination of Shedeur Sanders? And the Cowboys continue to disappoint their fan base. It's the Paul Gallant Show. ESPN 97.5, 92.5, most interactive sports talk show in town. Stay put. Yes, it is the 10-minute drill. We touched on this at the end of yesterday's show. Travis Hunter says he'll never play football again if he can't play both ways. Sure. I do wonder how much he'll play both ways. I do feel like if I'm a team drafting him, I probably want him to play corner, and I might situationally use him as a wide receiver as opposed to putting him at wide receiver and situationally using him as a corner.
Yeah, and there's more of a pathway, or I guess not a pathway, but there's more guys have been kind of gadget wide receivers than have been gadget cornerbacks. Right. And he's not a gadget wide receiver in the fact that he's limited or that he's 5'8" or something like that. No, he's a gadget just because he's also awesome at a different position. And so I would throw screens to him. I would have little plays to get him open. But for the most part, I want him locking down the other side of the field.
I think that position is a little more important than receivers, which are not necessarily a dime a dozen, but wide receivers are getting
if you have a good receiver, you should draft Travis Hunter to be a corner.
I agree with that.
And use him as a complement.
Very curious to see where he ends up going. It does feel like there's a pretty good chance he's gone at number 2 based off of everything we're hearing, with Cam Ward probably going number 1. The Giants, what are they going to do? Well, they might indeed want Shedeur Sanders, Travis Hunter's quarterback. He will hold a private workout for the Giants tomorrow. Per Mike Tannenbaum, who I think we've had on this show before, ESPN analyst, there is a schism of sorts over him. What is this schism about? Good question. I'm wondering who wants him, who maybe doesn't. If you're Brian Daboll, you're kind of desperate to get a young quarterback because it does feel like you're kind of screwed as far as the ability to save your job going into next year with the roster of talent that you have across from you. Same thing with Joe Shane. I feel like there's a lot of pressure on those two to get him. So maybe it's management that's like, we don't want to deal with this guy because he seems to be loud. I'll say this about Sanders. I mean, when the guy talks, he makes some good points. He said this. Now, you could definitely debate this a little bit because last year it definitely did not go the way that he wanted things to. But he said experiencing and handling pressure is the edge that I have over every other player in this year's draft. To a degree, I think he's right. I mean, Colorado scrutiny constant, especially with how bad the first season was with Deion Sanders to get off to the good start. Things are so fun. And then Oregon just skull bleeps them.
Yeah.
This past year, they started off pretty shakily. They got it together. They weren't that far away from the college football playoff. They weren't that far away. They're pretty damn close despite the start.
What, one Big 12 game goes their way and they win a Big 12 champion. They're in the Big 12 championship, and they win that. They're in.
Yeah.
I think we've been pretty consistent with Shedeur and Colorado as a whole. Where, hey, like, we get it. Like, you're definitely an improvement for Colorado football. Shedeur Sanders, you're definitely a good college quarterback and a decent prospect, like a pretty good prospect.
Yeah.
You're not knocking anyone's socks off, but he probably should be a first-round pick. As far as like the hype around them and the talk around them, that's where it gets pretty insufferable on both sides too. Like the pro Colorado side is also like, hey guys, have you seen college football before? Like,
good question. Good question.
It's very much a stan army for these guys. And then also on the downside, where, people questioning a lot of the stuff that Shedeur Sanders says and how he acts and stuff. It's like some of it might be a little out of line, but also I think a lot of his quotes get blown out of proportion.
I'm with you on that one. We'll see where he ends up. I think if you're the Giants, you have to take him. I think you got to stop being a coward. If there's a quarterback available and he's clearly one of the best two available, pull the trigger. I mean, you could get a pass rush or something like that, but if you're a Giants fan right now, you need something. You need something to care. And Sanders makes you care for good or for bad. Drafting Abdul Carter ain't going to do that.
Yeah, this is where like I kind of go into I have to separate like if I'm Shedeur Sanders, I do not want to go to the Giants, but that's not part of the equation. He doesn't get to pick. But if I think that and I'm like, man, that not suck because you still have Malik Neighbors, but like you lined up with their coaching staff and front office. Like he's probably going to get drafted. If he gets drafted to the Giants, he's going to have one coach and one GM year one, and they're probably going to get fired. And he's going to have a different crew for year two. And that's just a tough way to start your career.
One last story in the 10-minute drill. If you were looking for the Cowboys to perhaps be the team that sneaks up to the top of the draft and takes Shedeur Sanders,
yeah,
and replaces Dak Prescott with him,
Jerry loves a splash.
probably not going to happen, at least based off of what the Cowboys are telling everybody. And unless they're about to pull a fast one with some master plan, I think this is a pretty safe assumption to make. Stephen Jones said the Cowboys are more likely to move down than up in the draft.
Okay.
Gotta say, why tip your hand like that? I mean, Nick Caserio's pretty annoying as far as giving information out.
Yeah.
But today, when he was asked at a press conference, and we'll react to some of what Nick had to say tomorrow, also Dana Brown, in that press conference, Nick said, we might draft somebody in the spot that we're at. We might do it before. We might do it after.
Yeah. The
What's
direct quote, we're scheduled to pick at 25. If we pick at 25, that's great. If we don't, we don't.
Love it.
Thanks, Nick Caserio.
Really
if we
appreciate
don't,
that.
we don't.
He's
Yeah.
explaining the draft to people.
The Stephen Jones and how the Cowboys have been messaging this offseason. Like this offseason, I don't think has been a disaster for him. It's just that when you go, and it starts with last year, when you go start saying you're all in, and this year you go
selective aggressiveness.
Selective aggression, and then the follow-up is you don't really make any big aggressive moves, even selectively, and now you're talking about trading down the draft and not trading up. It's just I feel like you would save a lot of headaches for yourself if you just say, hey, listen, we have a plan and we're going to follow it, and you'll see the plan when we line up on week one. Or, like just give them nothing, really. Casero gives them too little. The Cowboys give them too much.
Mm-hmm.
Feed them bleep. Keep them in the dark.
Cowboys are always in the news cycle, though. And I think Jerry Jones likes that.
I know. They should dress Shedeur Sanders.
To see that would help. Sean Davis, by the glass, and Paul Gallant. Paul Gallant Show, ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Another rough day to this point offensively for the Houston Astros, who have just 3 hits, down 3-1 in the bottom of the 6th inning in St. Louis. I'm wondering if Dana Brown has noticed the performance of some of the guys who are no longer on this Astros team, because a former Houston Astro, an Astros legend, did something last night that he never did in Houston. What's that? Stick around. Paul Gallant Show, ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
It's the Paul Gallant Show.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Paul Gallant.
And up the middle he goes for a base hit. And he is 5 for 5 for the first time in his career.
Keep going. That is the New England Sports Network on the call for a Boston Red Sox Tampa Bay Rays game where Alex Bregman had not 1 hit, not 2 hits, not 3 hits, not 4 hits, but 5 hits for the first time in his career. Also had 2 home runs on the young season. He is hitting .321 with 4 homers and 16 runs batted in. When you look at those numbers and you look at the Astros and their struggles at the plate, just 3 hits today, 2 of them by Jose Altuve in the leadoff spot, 1 of them by Jeremy Pena in a game where Yordan Alvarez is on the bench after hitting a home run last night. And it does make you a little bit sad. You might be going on social media and taking a look at some old pics of the old thing, because that's what Alex Bregman is. You're probably already doing it with Kyle Tucker, who's also off to a great start. He's hitting .313 with 5 homers, 18 runs batted in, and 1,027 OPS. We've talked about this already. The Astros clearly miss Alex Bregman and Kyle Tucker right now. Will they at the end of the year? That remains to be seen, but Alex Bregman had 5 hits last night, and 2 of them were homers. So I wonder how specifically Dana Brown feels. Might have just had a Freudian slip there. More like Dana Frown, taking a look at what Bregman and Tucker are doing. I'm sure that if you were to talk to him, and I'm sure he did his radio hit today, that he would say things that are optimistic. He likes the guys. He likes the base running, which we heard Joe Espada talk about yesterday. He likes the way things are going for some of the younger players. He might say all of those things. He's got to be thinking about Alex Bregman. How could you not? 5 hits. I did not know he had never had a 5-hit game in his career, but he had 5 hits last night against the Tampa Bay Rays, who are playing in a minor league ballpark, and it really is a bad image for the Rays.
Yeah, I mean, the fact that you have 2 teams in the American League playing in a minor league ballpark.
I totally forgot about the A's.
At least the Rays, it's like, hey, their stadium got its roof blown off in October, so it's not really their fault. But the Rays one's completely inexcusable. But the Alex Bregman, we're gonna do this all season, right?
I think so.
Just the horse race element of hey, Paredes had 3 home runs in 3 games, and Bregman slumped over the weekend, and then
wouldn't you?
Then he go 5 for 5.
You have to. You have to. There's no other way to do it. I mean, look, they're struggling to score any runs. Jeremy Pena's like a crazy person, taking off from second base and shaking off the third base coach to go home to score 2 runs. Like, that was one of the 2 runs you had. Yeah, the bases loaded a couple of times, so at least you're getting runners in scoring position. But that was an issue last year. You're not able to drive guys across the plate. Like, they're winning with pitching and small ball. I mean, wasn't there like a Jake Myers hit and run with Cam Smith last night, for God's sake?
Real
like,
baseball.
No, but seriously,
Small ball. Move a guy over.
That's what they're relying on. And okay, I mean, do whatever you can. Take the torpedo bats in. Start banging trash cans again. Do whatever you got to do. But I'm sorry. Someone texted in for the 832. If you talk about Bregman's Mickey Mouse homers yesterday against the Tampa Bay Rays, you've lost a listener, Mr. Gallant. Sir, he hit 2 and he had 5 hits. Like, is that ballpark so Mickey Mouse that you got to put an asterisk next to the homers? I mean, they clearly miss him right now. Paredes has had his moments for sure, but he's not playing like one of the best players in the American League, and that's what you've seen out of Alex Bregman. Meanwhile, Kyle Tucker's been one of the best players in the National League. Also, George Springer is playing really well to open up the year, and a guy that I had really never heard of, Wilyer Abreu, was off to a pretty good start, and you traded him to the Red Sox for Christian Vasquez. That's what sucks right now. And if you're Dana Brown, you got to be second-guessing yourself just a little bit. That's the natural human thought.
He didn't trade Wilyer Abreu, but the others.
Or James Click
George
did
Springer
that.
walk. But the Alex Bregman thing, can I ask, would Alex Bregman be doing this if he was an Astro?
It's a good question. Huey and Spring asked that same question.
He's gotten off to a slow start for 5 straight years until this one.
From the 832, Paul, let it go. Jim Crane was never going to pay Bregman what he wanted. Where were all the hot starts when Bregman was here? I get that, but it's happening right now, and the Astros can't score.
But
so
the Astros can never score in April. They
don't
never
do
do
this.
it.
Sean.
They never do it.
I know they never do it. That does not mean I should be okay with it. I can't let it go. You're telling me to let it go. It's my job to complain for a living, for God's sakes. I'm going to let it go? I can't. They need him right now. They don't have him. And by the end of the year, I need more out of Paredes. I need more out of Cam Smith. Rough day for Cam Smith today. Rough day for Paredes today.
Yeah.
You got 3 hits today, and we're going into the 7th inning. Down 4-1 to a Cardinals team that should not be ahead of you in the standings. I get that they're doing well offensively to open up the year. They got 8 hits on you. They chased Ronel Blanco from the game after 5 innings. And I mean, is this really how you're going to end the road? The very quick 1-series road trip in St. Louis?
Yes. They're going to be whatever 7-10 or whatever their record is.
There are guys on the Cardinals, and again, I'm not the biggest baseball expert, but there are guys on the Cardinals not named Nolan Arenado who I've never even heard of before. And by the way, hey, we talk about trades that were nixed. Remember Wilson Contreras? Actually, Wilson Contreras has sucked for the Cardinals this year.
But what if the Astros had him?
Well, he'd be doing better than Yainer Diaz still.
Yeah.
He's hitting 147. Yainer Diaz is hitting 115 right now. There's a guy named Nootbaar.
Yeah. I'm
Lars
surprised.
Nootbaar.
I'm surprised he hasn't caught your eye before.
That's a great name. Nootbaar. I noticed that last time, like Nootbaar.
Yeah, I was like, I saw his name, whatever. I think it was game 1. I just saw him like in the lineup. I was like, Paul, that's definitely one of Paul's guys.
Yeah.
Lars Nootbaar.
Lars is a great first name too.
Hit a home run.
You got Brendan Donovan, who I had never heard of until this series. He's got the old Jake Marisnick hair going on.
Yeah,
maybe more Colby Rasmus.
Very white baseball player look to him.
Hitting 382 with a 970 OPS. He's having a good day today. I think, did he have a home run? No, he didn't.
No, that was a Nootbaar, right?
Nootbaar.
Your boy, Lars.
I mean, the bottom of the Cardinals lineup today, 5 through 9, has 7 hits, and your 3 through 9 have 0.
Yeah, Astros stink, man. I don't know what to tell you. They're just a terrible team.
They're very tough to watch offensively right now. The 281, both not worth the money. Relax. But you got to tell me something to make me relax other than they're not worth the money because the team is not scoring and you guys don't understand. If the season does not go well, I will become rather insufferable. Paul, you're already insufferable. I have never had to talk about baseball when the team has been bad. But since there are expectations attached to this team, there will be expectations for them to be continuously discussed if this is a rough season. And I have told you about my dreams. I have told you about my visions. I am concerned. You should be a little concerned. I'm tired of being told to relax. Blah, blah, blah. I know we did this last year. I do not care. I do not care. This is what last year. This is what is happening right now, though. And you're scuffling together 2 runs like someone who's reaching into the couch looking for pennies. It's sad. It's unbecoming. Who carries change? Who carries change anymore? I get it. Like if you have it, you bring it home, you put it in a jar or something like that. But who actually carries it around? Who's walking around with a bag of pennies? And that's where the Astros feel like offensively right now. Just jingling a bag.
I mean, what will happen if they're like this all year? So we just stop talking about them. Like that is just what happens.
But the thing is, like, the reason that we and certain football seasons did not talk about the Texans at all was because they were bad, but the Astros had that was the alternative. Like, there's no other alternative. If what we're going to do, we're going to talk about TV shows.
Yeah.
I guess we are.
How did people do radio back in 2013, 2014?
Yeah, that's true. I just talked about Game of Thrones.
Just don't talk about it.
Yeah, that's fair.
Yeah. Hey, Last of Us. I'll catch up on Last of Us if there's still
I don't like that.
10 games out.
I don't like that first episode. Didn't like that first one. 713-780-3776 to call to text on YouTube at ESPN Houston, on Twitch at ESPN 975. Not Santa's saying Paul didn't listen to Dana Brown today. Yeah, I'm not doing that. I'm not doing that today.
Yeah.
We'll save it for the GM day tomorrow. We'll compare and contrast Dana Brown's interview with Nick Casario's press conference.
GM Thursday.
We also got Jeremy Booth. We might have Vanessa tomorrow. We will see. We are efforting to get Vanessa. I thought I had it because we're doing it's her birthday. We're doing birthday drinks. Happy birthday, Vanessa. I think we're doing birthday drinks tonight, but we shall see. We'll see. Because there's a part of me that's like, last night, after I found out that all the information that I had taken down over a period of 8 hours to do my taxes, because I'm stupid and I don't do it over the course of the year, found out all that data was gone. So I got mad, and like I normally do, just after a therapy session where I said, I'm going to stop procrastinating here and now, I decided to play Civilization 3 and drink a bunch of Japanese beer. And yeah. So right back where I normally
Got the
am.
extension, though.
And there's a part of me that doesn't want to drink tonight.
It's
been a lot of days in a row. This would be, I don't like to drink every day. This could theoretically be 7 days in a row if I drink tonight.
Well,
as one does, but I don't want to do
here's how
that.
you fix the procrastination. You don't wait until October 15th to turn in the extension.
But that's the thing. I know I will, like I did last time. I got to be better.
Knock it out in June when the Astros are terrible. When the Astros are 10-20.
Yeah, when that happens. Sean Mace is behind the glass. I'm Paul Gallant. It's the Paul Gallant Show. ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. 713-780-3776 to call to text on YouTube at ESPN Houston, on Twitch at ESPN 975. You know what? For all the Astros are doing or not doing at the plate to open up the year, I'm proud of this Rockets team, because this Rockets team has done something that no team in town has ever done. You're probably thinking to yourself, wow, Paul, must be really impressive. Stick around to find out. Paul Gallant Show. The Astros are again struggling against the St. Louis Cardinals, but the Houston Rockets have not struggled for quite some time, and they will tip off their first playoff series of the Ime Udoka era on Sunday night at 8:30 against the Golden State Warriors, who beat the Memphis Grizzlies last night in the play-in game, the 7-versus-8 game, 121-116. Really impressive performances by Jimmy Butler, who is very good at creating free throws for himself. He was 12 of 18 from the line. He had 38 points total. Steph Curry had 37 points. He hit 2 clutch threes late. You know he's going to do that even if it's not his best night shooting before that happens. They've still got some good players. Draymond still plays some good defense, but it is a rather different Warriors team. I do think the Warriors are still the Rockets' big brother. This series could theoretically change that. I think the Rockets have a good chance. If you're asking me to pick the Rockets, even though they are underdogs in game 1, 1.5-point underdogs at home, and even though they are not favored to win the series, the Warriors minus 200 favored to win. Probably hoping people put money on Golden State or throw money against Golden State because of the way things have gone this year. But I do have some questions about this Rockets team and their ability to beat the Warriors because offensively, they're inconsistent. They have long stretches where all of a sudden bleep hits the fan and they look not quite Cougs-esque, but close to. I mean, I love the way the Rockets play. I love the way the Cougs play, but every now and then the Cougs have their moments where they look like a bunch of college-aged kids that are trying to figure out how to make it work. The Rockets have enough players offensively with the skills where you wouldn't think that would be an issue as much as it is, but no, it is. Jalen Green has his moments where you're like, what the hell's going on, dude? Alperen Şengün has those moments too. Those are your two best offensive players. So when you have a team in Golden State that's so good defensively, going up against a Rockets team that's so good defensively, you really got to wonder, okay, who's going to be able to muster up enough points? Obviously, the Rockets completely snuffed out Golden State the last time these two teams played. Season series this year, Warriors lead at 3-2. But I have just as many questions about the Rockets' ability to score against a Warriors defense that will be going up against players who just aren't as skilled as Steph Curry can be, one of the best players ever, and Jimmy Butler can be as well.
Yeah. I mean, anytime, and this is less true now in like the current day NBA, but generally you don't want to be the team that doesn't have the best player in a playoff series,
Right.
especially when it's not particularly close like it is with Steph Curry versus whoever the best player on the Rockets, whoever you want to say the best player on the Rockets is, whether it's Şengün because he made the All-Star team, whether it's Amin Thompson because you might be voting him for Defensive Player of the Year. At the very least, he's going to be probably all defensive first team. Or if you want to say it's Jalen Green, just because he's a perimeter threat and one that no one else on the Rockets is really close to being that level of perimeter threat. No matter who you pick, that's still a big gap between that guy and Steph Curry.
For sure.
And generally, when these things bog down, you want to have the best guy on the court. Now, the Grizzlies have that, and they got very close to beating this Warriors team in a one-game winner-take-all type scenario. So I think, I think you would agree, probably going to be a long series.
6 or 7.
Rockets have a very good chance. It's just we haven't seen these guys in the playoffs before, and we'll see.
I think it's going to be big for them to finally just get a feel for what this is, and you hope the moment's not too big for anybody. There's going to be a lot of palpitations for some of these young guys because, I mean, it's not just that you're in the playoffs. You're in the playoffs against a Golden State team where things got a little brouhaha, Donnybrook laden. You know, I mean,
yeah,
the emotions I think are going to be high from that perspective. And on top of that, I think just you'll have jitters. It's natural to have jitters against a team that has all these guys. Even if they're not the same player they used to be, it's still Steph Curry. It's still Draymond Green. Some of these players grew up watching those two.
That's
which is so weird to think of, but basketball players are so young.
That's what I was going to say. I was going to say that these guys, like their formative basketball watching years, these guys were holding the trophy more often than not at the end of the season. So even though they don't carry in the baggage of the 2010s and especially the late 2010s Harden Rockets versus the Warriors, And they, chances are they weren't Rockets fans, no matter what they say now. They probably weren't growing up Rockets fans. And they don't have that kind of baggage that the fans have, but they will have different emotional baggage that, hey, these guys, I remember when I was in high school and these guys went 73-9 in the regular season, and they won 3 championships in 4 years. Like, hey, I remember that. And so that's going to be something that the Rockets will also have to get over. But like we said, this Rockets team is, as a group, we would say pretty mentally tough, especially for the age of most of these guys. It's just that in the playoffs, like, it's the ultimate, like, the lights are just brighter and there's nowhere to hide. You're in the spotlight, and we'll see kind of who rises to the occasion and who I don't know if I think there's anyone that's like, oh no, the moment might be too big for this person. If anything, it's just like they're so psyched up that they might psych themselves out, really.
Right. I'm with you there. Hopefully that doesn't happen.
Hopefully not.
You've seen Breaking Bad, right, Sean?
Yes.
I've seen the show 7 to 8 times, to the point where I remember very specific quotes from the show that not many other people do. There's a scene where Walt is driving with Walt Jr., his son, who has cerebral palsy. Flynn, he is called at certain moments in the show, when he's going through a phase where he's embarrassed by his father having been naked in the midst of a fugue state, which he used as a cover for going out in the desert in an RV to cook a ton of meth with no explanation as to why he was taken by Tuco Salamanca. Again, I could go all day. I'm just going to try to give you the story here. There's one little quote. Walt has left the home, and he is trying to make his son happy. So they go to a car dealership, and Walt, who's got all this meth money now, even though he's not living with Skyler and Walter Jr. anymore, offers to buy him a car. Walt Jr. says, if you're going to buy me off, buy me off. And I got to say, unlike the Houston Texans, who I have spent far too many a Sunday covering, considering the lack of deep playoff runs that they've had. And unlike the Houston Astros, who I have been their biggest cheerleader during the most difficult times that this team has faced in the playoffs, there's no denying that. No one has ever been a leader in the vanguard quite like me. You would think that they would, I don't know, have a little respect. Clearly, the last 2 years have proven that they have very little to none for me. And it does sometimes affect my mood when I'm watching this team and how I feel about their struggles at the plate. But unlike those two teams, despite constant criticism by me over years and years and years, just completely hating the way that they played basketball for the entirety of the James Harden era, I want to give the Houston Rockets a shake of the hand, because they tried to buy me off. And if you're going to buy me off, a lifelong Celtics fan who roots for the Boston Celtics, the defending NBA champions, still, this is the way to do it. These guys sent me a customized jersey. Awesome. I like this team as it is. I like the way that they play. I can't jump on this bandwagon quite yet, but I mean, the ground is entirely paved for me to perhaps disown my hometown team. Like, there is a road, there is an avenue here. It would involve the Celtics getting swept by the Magic for sure.
I was gonna say
it would involve
there's a problem here, and it's that
if the Celtics completely crap their pants in the playoffs, am I above this? Am I above this?
If the Rockets are playing a playoff game after the Celtics have been eliminated, like, this 100%, this Rockets Paul will be a thing.
They've been doing this, by the way, to everybody in town. So I'm just impressed that they're doing this for every single person.
Yeah.
I never got a H-Town Blue jersey from the Texans.
No.
I never got. If you're going to buy me off, buy me off. How about that? Houston Rockets.
I know.
Honestly, I want to take a bribe. I've always wanted to be bribed. Think I'm above taking a bribe? No, I'm not above taking a bribe. Bribe my ass. Sean, do you have a jersey too?
They bought me off.
Oh, let's go.
That's how committed to this they are. Let me turn it to the camera.
If you're watching on
There you
YouTube
go.
or you're watching on Twitch, yeah, they gave us, Sean and I, they gave us customized jerseys.
Like I just got drafted. Let me hold it up next.
well, I just got bribed, okay? And you know what? I like it.
And
they gave me some chocolate M&Ms, like some Rockets logo M&Ms.
Yeah.
And a t-shirt too. And the t-shirt's not bad. And guess what? This is the best part. This is the most important part. And a lot of people are going to think this is kind of crazy, Paul. No, here's the thing. You go to a lot of venues in town, when they give out the free t-shirts and they give out the free jerseys, there's a problem. There's a problem for me, someone who is hot, someone who's in shape, you know? I got nice boobs and a nice donk to boot, but I also can kind of see my abs at times, depending on how little I've been drinking in the last 6 days, affecting it so much. They actually gave me a properly sized jersey. It's not an extra large.
Oh, wow.
It's a large, which apparently I have grown into based off of the people making comments about how tight my shirt was at the wedding I was at this past weekend. Hell to the yes. It's a large jersey. They don't think I'm a fatty boom batty like many of the folks who are on the air in this town. Huzzah. I love that I am being bribed by the Houston Rockets. And they're going to say, we're not bribing you. We just appreciate your support.
Appreciate the cover.
I have not been to a game this year. I feel bad now. I feel bad. So I appreciate the attempt to buy me off. And you know what? Like, if the Rockets blow it, oh, yeah. Be right there. Or excuse me, not the Rockets blow it. If the Celtics blow it,
Yeah.
my bad. If the Celtics blow it, I'll jump on the bandwagon. I've done it before. Think I care? I can be bought off. I've always wanted to be bought off. Buy me off. Okay? That's all. 713-780-3776 to call, to text, on YouTube at ESPN Houston, on Twitch at ESPN 975, the most interactive sports talk show in Houston. Speaking of those Texans who have never tried to buy me off, even though I, worked for them, for God's sake. Maybe that's why they know that they have me. They're like, yeah, Paul with the Texans, he's like a little North Korean citizen.
Yeah,
he doesn't know any better.
That's an employee. What are you talking about?
Yeah, exactly. So maybe that's why. But speaking of them, we're going to continue our series taking a look at possible players that the Houston Texans could draft. Yesterday, we talked about guards. It does seem like there are 2 guard targets that they want. Also, it's time to look at the wide receivers. Paul Gallant Show. I know a lot of people want them. ESPN 97.5 and 92.5 with Sean Mapes behind the glass. Stick around.
You're locked in with the Paul Gallant Show
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's Paul Gallant.
Yeah, coming with the Jeremiah. Yeah, sorry, my bad. All good.
So I've heard that. The other one I would say is the Houston Texans. It's going to be the law firm of Booker or Banks. Like they're drafting an offensive lineman between those two guys, whoever's there.
I like that. That's Daniel Jeremiah, who many consider to be the best NFL draft expert. Some consider it to be Lance Zierlein. Both of them work for the NFL Network. Todd McShay. He was on a podcast, Jeremiah, with McShay and Ryan Russillo, and that's where he said, hey, look, the Texans are looking at the offensive line with their pick at 25 overall. Which ones will they take? Per Daniel Jeremiah, who said it in passing really quickly, just so that you're aware of who those people are, because like most people, I am even a bit of a draft casual, you know. I believe we in this industry should admit that we don't know what we don't know. But he's looking at Tyler Booker out of Alabama, or is Banks from Alabama as well?
Texas.
First name?
Kelvin
Banks. Okay. So Kelvin Banks out of Texas, Tyler Booker out of Alabama.
Yes.
I'll say this about Tyler Booker. Texans love Alabama guys. Also,
that definitely helps.
Also, yesterday, Tyler Booker made our big board. We put together a big board. For those who don't know, is this big board based off of tape study, film study, football IQ? No. It's based entirely off of Lance Zierlein's scouting profiles on NFL.com. Specifically, the unintentionally erotic language that he sometimes uses to talk about these players. So yesterday we put 5 offensive linemen on the board. Donovan Jackson out of Ohio State, a guard. Tyler Booker, a guard from Bama, who you just heard about. Tate Ratledge, a mulleted guard from Georgia. We also put on Jonah Savai-Nea from Arizona on the board, and Joe Huber from Wisconsin on the board. Savai-Nea, who's a later round prospect, is from Samoa. That's why we put him on. Whatever. Yeah, we're stereotyping. Joe Huber played at Wisconsin. We are stereotyping. So now let's take a look at wide receivers. Hit it.
You know Lance Zierlein for his mock drafts.
This is where the problems start in my hometown. I pass on C.J. Stroud.
But have you ever read his scouting reports?
Look at the body. Look at that bubble butt. They're power generators right there.
We're going to pick who the Texans should draft entirely based on these things he actually wrote.
A little stiff in the hips. Ooh, they fall down hard and long.
And now, our unintentionally erotic big board.
We're now looking at wide receivers for the Houston Texans. So assuming there's no gas mask bong video that's about to be posted featuring Travis Hunter is going to be gone within the first 2 to 3 picks of the NFL draft. He will be gone. The Browns are supposedly the favorites to pick him. Cam Ward's supposed to go first overall. But say Travis Hunter falls because of something bad that happens, and the Texans still consider him to be Texans worthy. There's a lot going on in Lance Zierlein's unintentionally erotic draft profile at NFL.com about Hunter. Travis Hunter has ball skills.
Okay.
It helps him shine on both sides of the ball. He has the burst to uncover over 3 levels. Whoa. It's a lot of levels to burst over.
Third one.
A great question. Ball hawking. The guy likes balls, okay? He's leggy.
All over balls.
And while he lacks ideal frame size, he grabs balls with sudden hands and good extension.
Oh.
He does have to prove he can compete against higher weight classes.
It's not the worst thing.
We got to put Travis Hunter on the board because it's Travis Hunter.
Yeah.
Like Travis Hunter could do a lot of things, and I'd still think about him even if he fell all the way to the back of the first round, including if he was in jail.
I was gonna say like the gas mask bong. He probably still goes number 2. Like I don't know what would have to happen.
Because it's Boulder, right? You're assuming he's probably partaking a little bit of Boulder. Yeah. I'm wondering what it would take to make him fall. In fact, I don't really want to imagine what it would take.
No, because it gets really dark.
It does get really, really dark. Up next, prospect number 2 at wide receiver, Luther Burden III out of Missouri. That's a good name for a receiver. He has exciting ball skills. He operates with sudden, well-timed hands, but he needs to work back to prevent being contested. Well, hey, he listens as far as that last one goes.
There you go. Okay.
But I'm not excited about Luther Burden III. I imagine he too will likely be gone by the time the Texans pick at 25th overall. A lot of these receivers you don't really 100% know, but per Lance Zierlein, he is the second highest graded wide receiver going into this year's draft. And that's the order we're going in, the order in which Lance has ranked these on I think it's a 10-point scale.
It is a numbered scale. I forgot what the scale was, but the numbers correlate to project versus immediate starter versus immediate star, that kind of thing.
Number 3, Matthew Golden, Texas, who wants to be picked by the Texans based off of everything that we have seen from him on social media.
He might be too good to get picked by the Texans.
Probably is, especially if they're thinking offensive line in the first round. Again, gas mask bong. Maybe this is the kind of player.
Now that's we can probably drop a couple picks.
Artificial intelligence is pretty strong these days.
Or Matthew Golden, have some fun.
Have some fun, Matthew. Not too much fun.
I mean,
not DUI fun, but gas mask bong fun.
Tunsil's probably still in town. You can use his.
John Morant waving a gun around on Instagram Live.
Different kind of fun.
Okay, that's too much. That's a little dangerous. Matthew Golden per Lance Zierlein as we continue our unintentionally erotic big board based off of Lance Zierlein draft profiles is a willing participant in traffic. That sounds dangerous.
Yeah.
Took command of contested catches with better physicality and catch strength.
Okay.
He's also got twitchy pluck and tuck. Especially with this song on the background. Goodbye Horses from Silence of the Lambs.
I'm a pretty wide receiver. Yeah, I'm in. Pluck and tuck got me.
You're in? Okay.
That got me.
Pluck and tuck got you. Also, he wants to be here, so I think we got to put him on the board. All right, so Travis Hunter and Matthew Golden on the board. Prospect 4, Tetairoa McMillan, a wide receiver from Arizona. He has ball skills to create big wins deep. Has a feel for uncovering underneath. Whoa! And can play over the top.
There we go.
Damn.
Full package.
More ball skill talk. Elite ball skills set him apart. And a clever hand fighter. Yeah, he's done.
I mean, he might be.
He sounds better.
He might be one.
He sounds better than Hunter and Golden. I agree with you there.
Yeah.
Jack Beck, TCU, prospect number 5 at wide receiver that we are gauging entirely based off of erotic language from Lance Zierlein and draft prospects.
Snickering at what Lance wrote.
At NFL.com, by the way, a family website.
They let Roger Goodell personally lets the smut on his website.
This is very smutty. Jack Beck stands out as a box checker.
I mean, come on, Lance.
It's 2025. You got to be one. Big, strong receiver. Outstanding ball skills. Has a rebounder's feel for owning catch space once he gains top positioning. Hands are sticky and strong.
Okay. Jack, why are your hands sticky?
I don't know. This guy sounds like a freak.
I mean, he's in.
Ball skills create a buzzy talking point. What? Pins defender and battles to maintain top position.
I mean, congrats.
I think he's overtaken Tetairoa. He's on.
Yes, I didn't think I needed to. Yes, he's in, and he might be one. Him and McMillan, we can debate.
Jaden Higgins, Iowa State, next up. Is he on the board or not? Based off of unintentionally erotic language written by Lance Zierlein at NFL.com and these draft profiles. Outstanding ball skills. Big-bodied wideout with a wingspan over 6'7". Well, you know what they say about big wingspan. Effective use of size to physically separate.
I guess.
Unable to sink hips.
Oh.
Out. You got to sink your hips.
Got to. I need good hips from a receiver.
Yeah, I'm out. I'm out on this one. Up next, Jalen Royals. Might lack the desired explosiveness, but he makes up for it with his body control and feel for the game. That's what they say about a lot of people who perhaps don't exactly have.
It's about the motion in the ocean. That's what Royals is saying.
Exactly. You know what? That means he works hard.
Yeah.
Excellent as a zone beater. I don't know why that's funny. Smooth insertion of wrinkles and leverage into his routes. Can be hard to bring down by the first tackler. All right. I'm in on Jalen Royals.
Yeah. He's in not top tier, but he's in there.
He's in, definitely. Isaiah Bond, not Texans worthy, so he's off.
Yeah.
I think with this incident that he's dealing with right before the draft, he might be off. We'll see. Allowing him to make magic with the ball in his hands. Okay. He makes magic with the ball in his hands. That's something. He's able to eat into cushion.
Oh, is he calling him a biter? Of
Got a little Marv Albert going on. Almost immediately off the snap. Can be overwhelmed by size when contested.
Yeah.
Out.
He would have been out just by this, but yeah, not Texans worthy. Allegedly.
Allegedly, right, exactly. And one last one, Trey Harris from Ole Miss. Fast enough to win over the top. Runs by coverage with long gliding strides. Improved against grabby coverage and downfield contact in 2024. Okay, well, how much has he improved against this downfield contact? Allows throws to get on top of him, leading to drops. Oh, okay, that's an actual football term. Out. So, here's who we're putting on our big board, entirely based off of unintentionally erotic language written by Lance Zierlein as he writes up draft profiles for NFL.com. Travis Hunter, Matthew Golden from Texas, Tedaroya McMillan from Arizona, who might be our best guy, Jack Beck from TCU, who also might be our best guy.
Those McMillan and Beck are top 2.
And Jalen Royals from Utah State. 1A, 1B. So there you go, guys.
Yeah.
That's the wide receiver position. You got thoughts? 713-780-3776 to call, to text. On YouTube at ESPN Houston. On Twitch at ESPN 975. From the 281, Paul, I bet your grinder profile says you have elite ball skills. Well, I'm not going to kiss and tell about the dating apps I may be on, but I would hope so. I would hope so. You know? Got a set of clackers. Leads to manspreading. Spreading? Yeah, manspreading, not mansplaining. Something I used to get in trouble for all the time. Like, Paul, why are you manspreading? I can't help it. I'm being persecuted. I can't help what I was born with. I know people do, the breast reductions. Should I do ball reduction? Just ask you the question. Am I going to get in more trouble for this?
Let's go to break.
What I got caught on the hot mic. All right, Paul Gallant Show, ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Stay put.
You're locked in with the Paul Gallant Show
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's Paul Gallant.
Hope you enjoyed that last segment. We have done guards and we have done wide receivers. Put them on a big board for the Houston Texans as we get closer and closer to the draft, nearly a week away, using not film, using only NFL.com draft profiles written by Lance Zierlein that just happen to have a lot of unintentionally erotic language. I will say this about the wide receivers. There was less unintentionally erotic language with them than there was with the offensive linemen, with the guards that we worked with yesterday, Sean.
Yeah. I was talking to Brian about that, where we really started off with the premium stuff. And I think that in general, Lance is more erotic with the offensive line and defensive line, and gets less erotic the farther away from that you get.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if that says something about Lance or those positions.
Lance may be turned on by.
Yeah, maybe we know Lance's type, and
we might
300-pound men from Alabama.
SEC guy. He's got to get off to something. You would think. See, doubt he's getting laid. Anyway, we have a couple of questions really quickly before we get to Watch Wednesday. Have we discussed the defensive line yet? No, we will. I think we planned on doing that Monday.
Yeah, coming soon. They're on the list.
Tomorrow we're doing tackle.
Yeah, tackle. I forgot what Friday. Maybe Friday's D-line. I don't know.
Friday could be D-line. Friday. Here's what we know we are going to do. There will be a defensive line. There will be tight end. There will be tackle
and
running back. So that's 4 days left. Probably linebacker too. Coverage guy.
Yeah.
Just to make it 5 so that we can get all the way.
Because we have until Thursday's show.
Exactly. So there you go. More comments. Texter says, I hate it when wide receivers muff a punt. Yep.
Yeah.
But hey, based off of that, these guys aren't.
No, a lot of
punt muffers.
A lot of great hands in this year's draft.
Does sound
at least off the top guys from Lance.
From the 832, if they get Luther Burden, do you think they move on from Tank Dell? They're not moving on from Tank Dell on this rookie contract.
No.
But I do not know that Tank Dell will ever play again. And it sucks. I feel for him. It's just brutal luck to have all of that happen on one play. So we wish him the best. Sean Mace behind the glass. I'm Paul Gallant. A real quick edition of Watch Wednesday. While we're talking about the Houston Texans and the draft, two guys who are definitely washed, who were second-round picks of the Bill O'Brien era. Max Sharping, pick 55 in 2019. Ross Blacklock, pick 40 in 2020. Max Sharping, for those who didn't know, was an offensive lineman at Northern Illinois, and Ross Blacklock, a defensive lineman at Texas. Those guys are in the news. Sharping, I didn't know he was still in the league, so shout out to him. The Steelers re-signed him, but he has barely played over the course of his NFL career. Texans really have a pretty rough track record in the second round, if you think about it, at least pre-Nick Caserio. Here's where he has played. Second-round pick by the Texans. He played 35 starts in 50 games with Houston, but he did not go all the way through his rookie contract. Cincinnati for 34 games in 2022, only 3 starts, and he has been with over the last year, Commanders and Steelers. Meanwhile, Ross Blacklock, who I bet's done, was released by the New York Giants. Man, you're getting released by the Giants. Not a good sign. Ross Blacklock's career has really been a disappointment. 29 games for the Texans his first 2 years. Traded to the Vikings in 2022. 2023, he played for the Jaguars, Colts, and Titans. Wow, the entire AFC South thinks you blow. And he was on the Giants practice squad last December. So 2 former Texans second-round picks they're sort of hanging around the NFL, but NFL stands for not for long, and those guys were massive disappointments.
And Ross Blacklock picked one pick ahead of Jonathan Taylor, Indianapolis Colts running back.
Oh,
that's
that
why.
sucks.
That's why I had to remember which awesome running back it was that he was picked one pick ahead of. But yeah, 40th pick in the draft, Ross Blacklock. 41st, Jonathan Taylor.
Grinding on Coffee and Whiskey says never heard of those two guys. Well, when your boy's job was covering the Texans, and the Texans because of the Texans, yeah, we did a lot of that.
No, I mean I remember Sharping and Blacklock too. So it's not good when someone can't remember the names of fairly recent second round draft picks.
Definitely not.
Probably should fire the GM. Oh, and they did.
They did. Washed Watch continues. The Astros lineup. 4 hits today and a 4-1 loss to the Cardinals. They lose 2 of 3 and are now 8-10 before they come back this weekend. I believe I'm going to Friday's game. We shall see. But this weekend, the Astros, they host the San Diego Padres, who are very good at pitching. So good luck. Josh Reddick, he's looking washed. I say that in that Josh Reddick, when he's been on Space City Home Network of late, and perhaps there have been some, no water situations, but Josh Reddick, when I saw him on Space City Home Network last night for the Astros postgame show, looked like he had just jumped out of the shower. No, really, like his hair was wet. It was completely wet. So there you go. Who else is washed? Retired numbers, are they washed? Colorado retired both Travis Hunter, which makes sense, but maybe wait a little bit to do it, and Shedeur Sanders numbers. They had no retired numbers ever. Not even for Cordell Stewart, who was 27-5 as a starter for Colorado. Slash was cool in college and had a couple of fun moments with the Steelers. Or the 1999 national champion quarterback Darian Hagan, who I think had 1,000 passing yards and 1,000 rushing yards back in the Big 8, which wasn't done that often. Those guys should have their numbers retired, no? We're doing that with Shedeur Sanders. It's kind of weird where Deion Sanders feels so much bigger than Colorado that he's doing dictator-esque things. And look, I still like Deion. I do want this to work out. It got a little bit annoying at first, but I respect how they kind of came back last season. This is, I think, a mistake.
It's how fast they did it to me. It's that, like, he gets in, no questions asked, just like a guy who won the Heisman for you. It's like, come on. Like,
yeah.
Like, I mean, I get that different schools have different criteria or different levels to it. Because the Tim Tebow thing, I think you brought it up yesterday, where it's like, but Florida just has a higher level. Although Tim Tebow should definitely meet that level. I don't know why Anthony Richardson got to wear number 15.
Tebow's one of the greatest players in college football history. And yeah, that drove me crazy last year seeing that. I was like, oh, the Gators made me so angry last season.
Yes, but I get he has a borderline case of getting his jersey retired, and ultimately, if you want to do it, that's fine. It's just doing it at the same time as you do the way better player.
Mm-hmm.
That's what kind of rubs me the wrong way. Also, doing it for the spring game. I would want to be a real game.
Yeah, an actual game.
Retire my jersey during a real game.
That I get to come back
game.
for. Yeah, no, good point. Also, and don't get mad at me.
I know.
Yesterday was Jackie Robinson Day.
Oh, no. Careful.
Everyone's wearing number 42. Why did it have to be Dodger blue? Like, we have to kiss the ass of the Dodgers for being the first team to integrate. Like, F the Dodgers. I don't want any Astros colors on a Dodger uniform, and I don't want any Dodger color on an Astro uniform. Doesn't even match. Like, that, to me, everyone wears 42. It's very cool. Jackie Robinson was a brave effing dude.
Okay, pro Jackie Robinson. This is an
incredible athlete.
Okay. This anti-Dodger blue on the jersey.
Was in the military. I mean, like a lot of things from Jackie Robinson. Yes. I know there's some issues on the website, but yep. Jackie Robinson Day was yesterday, and I didn't like that you had to wear a Dodger version of 42. Also, there was a fun little anecdote from Julie Morales on the Astros broadcast yesterday where apparently the movie 42 starring the late Chadwick Boseman is Cam Smith's favorite movie, to the point where he's watched the whole movie and apparently has memorized it. Like he has it all down by heart. I hope he doesn't have certain moments in the movie, memorized by heart. Or that at least he doesn't repeat them, because there are some very horrible things said to Jackie Robinson in this movie, which is also Disneyfied a little bit, right? I'm not sure if it's a Disney production, but this is one of your typical sports biopics. I didn't think they did a great job with the movie, to be perfectly honest.
Inspirational story.
I think they could have done a better job with it, but hey, okay. I mean, Harrison Ford was in it and Chadwick Boseman was too. At some point during this anecdote, Cam Smith, I guess, had asked Julia Morales, "Do you remember Blu-ray discs?" And the way that he said it, as if Julia wouldn't know, made me feel, as someone who just turned 36 on Friday, very old. So I feel washed, to bring it full circle. Also, one last one. Nico Imaliva. Washed. So washed. Has no market. Teams are waiting for his NIL demand to drop below $1 million. He was making $2 million with Tennessee. And I guess he has been given a do not contact tag as he officially enters the transfer portal. Sean, I do not know what that means.
That means basically you're telling teams, don't reach out to me. I'll reach out to you. A lot of times that means you have a destination in mind, at least. But for Nico, I'm not really sure how to take this. It's a weird situation all in all. I would assume that means he has a landing spot, but you would think it'd be announced by now.
Yeah. I don't think he's hard enough to play at Syracuse.
No,
I don't think he's Fran Brown worthy.
Probably not.
By the way, Syracuse lost one of our best players to the transfer portal, and I was like, "Damn it! Wait, guys, leave our program? What?
He's not orange worthy.
No, he's really good.
No. But the fact he ran means
I kind of get it.
You want guys who want to be here, want to put on that jersey.
His name is Trebor Pena. He's a very good receiver. He had almost 1,000 yards. He was all ACC, and his name is Trebor, which I've never seen before.
Oh, a B instead of a V?
And B instead of a V, right. It's weird.
Interesting.
Wonder if there was like a spelling. I wonder this sometimes with names. That
they're right next to each other on the keyboard.
Right, they are. With a spelling mistake here. All right. We wrap things up with garbage time next. It's the Paul Gallant Show, most interactive sports talk show in town. Stay put. He is? Red Barb. Oh, here's the broadcast. Remember that now. Dr. Cox. People were saying Cordell Stewart was Mike Vick before Mike Vick. Possibly. I really wish biopics weren't the same shit every movie.
This is the Paul Gallant Show
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's Paul Gallant.
Last chance to dance. The Paul Gallant Show, ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. People are venting about the Astros, who just lost 4-1 to the St. Louis Cardinals. They have tomorrow off. They play the Padres at Minute Maid starting on Friday. All sorts of sarcasm. Scott Bone comments on YouTube. At least Christian Walker had a great game today. He only struck out once. Well, that's true. Cam Smith had 2 strikeouts. I don't get resting players, even if it's scheduled, when they're primarily the designated hitter. I don't get doing that with Jordan after he had a home run last night. Don't you want him to get going? I get it. It's a marathon, not a sprint. Really, the only thing I'd second guess today is, like, why isn't Jordan playing the day after he gets a home run? And I think you kind of see just how difficult things are for that lineup. I'd be interested to see Jeremy Pena again in the 2 spot. Pena's at least been showing some power, but like there's been very little to get excited about with the Astros offense to this point.
Yeah, and about the Alvarez thing, especially they have a off day tomorrow too.
Yeah, you're right. Yeah, good point.
Why isn't this guy playing?
Biscuit. Someone said Dyke and not Minute Maid. Kiss my ass. The Astros haven't bribed me on the text.
No, or Dyken. If Dyken wants to send us some swag, the company.
I bought an air conditioning unit from Dyken.
Oh, really?
And they have still not asked me to be a sponsor.
Wow.
Like it costs a lot of money. Where's my sponsorship? I actually even emailed them. I was like, want me to endorse you? And they were like, who are you? Oh, you're the guy who got into it with a parking lot attendant at an Astros game last year? We're not going to let you back in our ballpark, you son of a bitch. All right, garbage time real quick. The Pittsburgh Pirates trying to get things going for them as they are off to a very Pittsburgh Pirates start. They're 6-12 in last place in the NL Central. What a surprise. Are bringing back fighting necklaces. You ever heard of these? A fighting necklace is supposedly something that actually makes you have better health levels. This was technology from a couple of years ago, where they found that metal titanium dissolved into water using brand new technology called aqua titanium, when worn on a body, would increase a person's health levels. Why? Because there's technology that involves metals broken down into microscopic particles dissolved in water. AI gave me a very confusing explanation of this, but the Pirates are so desperate to get things going, they are wearing fighting necklaces. Why haven't the Astros done this yet? That's the only question I have.
I think it's something to look at. But yeah, I remember back in the day, everyone wore those.
Everything should be on the table. Did you ever wear one?
No.
I never wore one. I saw this and I was like, puka shell necklaces, bring them back.
Maybe I did have one. I forgot. But it was definitely what everyone on my 6th grade baseball team had.
That's true.
that they were selling like hotcakes there.
I wore a chain for the first time in my life this weekend.
Oh, how'd it go?
A necklace. Well, it worked.
There we go.
So I might be a chain guy now.
Wow.
I don't know if I had the complexion to pull it off. And no offense to our Italian friends out there. Generally, I feel like wearing a chain's an Italian move if you're a white guy. I think I'm gonna be a chain guy now.
Wow. 36. Chain guy.
Chain guy. We're changing it up. And on that note, that's going to wrap up today's edition of the Paul Gallant Show. Big thanks to Sean Mapes behind the glass. Big thanks to you, the listener, our texters, our callers, our YouTubers, and Twitchers. I am merely Paul Gallant. Thank you so much for tuning in. We hope you'll be back tomorrow. So long, farewell. Have yourselves a wonderful Wednesday. The Killer Bees are up next. Peace.
Ooh, what up, H-Town? Hey, how we doing?
He's Blank. I am Branham. It's Brian behind the glass. Wednesday edition of the Killer Bees on ESPN 97.5, 92.5. I'm not sure I got this water hot enough.
What is it?
Be with you in a second.
Tea?
A little spice chai.
Ugh.
You don't like tea?
I don't like tea at all. Iced tea, warm tea, just never liked it.
I like iced tea. I very rarely drink warm tea, only if it's warm tea. Hot tea. The only time I do is if it's trying to
get rid of like congestion or something.
Not even get rid of, just more of a temporary solution. Try to make the throat a little bit better.
Yeah, the broadcast solution is always for most people is the hot tea with lemon.
So what did you do whenever you have a sore throat? If you don't like tea,
coffee.
That didn't help me.
No,
I think it's the acidity.
Maybe so. Yeah, the coffee for me was just that the warm whatever water and the warm temperature could at least clear up a lot of the throat congestion.
Why are you laughing over there? You're not talent. You don't belong in this conversation. Let the talent talk it out here.
There was a little ASMR with you tapping.
Oh, could you hear it?
Yeah, you could hear you tapping the spoon on the cup.
You know, whatever I think about whenever I
ASMR scenario.
You remember that movie? Was it Get Out?
That was well, there was a movie called Get Out. I don't know if it's one you're referring to.
I think it is. It's the one where she's like sitting there.
Oh,
like,
yeah.
Stirring her tea or coffee. I can't remember which one it is. And it takes them to the sunken place?
I forget the name of it, but yeah, that was kind of, what's the term? I think there's a hypnosis term for it. But that's
definitely.
what triggered
And that would trigger their
reaction or hypnotic state. Yeah.
Yeah. There you go. Yeah, that was
a great movie.
That was Poltergeist.
Great movie.
I thought it was a great movie.
That was in Poltergeist too, when the kid would keep hearing "Get Out," and she was like, "They're here."
I thought it was the best of the. I don't know if you've seen them all, but I thought it was the best of the 3 Jordan Peele movies. But
a lot of people think Jordan Peele's a little woke.
Yeah, I don't mind that.
Get a little hot and heavy here. 4 minutes into the show. Let's get right into it. Where do you stand on Jordan Peele's wokeness in all of his movies?
I thought his movies have got progressively worse, but I like Get Out quite a bit.
I think it's the only one I've seen. What are the other ones that you've?
Nope and Us.
Oh yeah, that's right.
Us was fine. Nope was. It's great. Like I thought Get Out was great, and then Us was just fine, and then it got a little bit worse with just. So I'll still see the next one.
There's
a movie called Nope.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah. Nope.
Who's
on first? We're talking about wokeness because of the
Brian
the Astros putrid play today.
Because
speaking of wokeness, though, we took shots yesterday, evidently, because my car wreck was JD Vance dropping the trophy.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, and people said I was crushing JD Vance.
Yeah, I don't think that was political.
It wasn't political at all.
That wasn't political at all. I mean, just so that was about a man dropping a trophy.
Exactly.
It just so happened to be that he's Republican. Would you have done it if it was Kamala?
Yes.
Brian, would you have done it if it was Kamala?
Absolutely.
Okay. All right. Just making sure you guys are consistent.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Not gonna do it. Wouldn't be prudent. Not gonna do it. Bad, Barbara, bad.
Thank you, George.
You're welcome.
Lopez says, breaking news, JoJo returning to the Cougs. I saw that there was news breaking at 3. I guess that was the news. Joe made me record a podcast today. I think you can listen to that tomorrow. I asked Joe, we recorded the Astros podcast. I think he already changed the name of it. Joe did. And I was like, Joe, do you want to record tomorrow since they have an off day as opposed to right in the middle of a game? Joe's like, no, I'll be fine. Okay. All right, Joe. We'll do it right during the middle of a game instead of an off day.
You guys give predictions as to what was going to happen in the game?
No, it was pretty evergreen. Hunter Brown, ace.
Piney smell. Yeah, you stirred up some stuff with that, didn't you?
I did. I did.
Or just one guy.
Yeah. I like Topher, though. Topher and I get into it, but I think it's friendly. I don't know if he thinks it's friendly, but I think it's friendly. Anyways, let's talk about the Astros win first, because we're always a beacon of positivity on the Killer Bees. So let's talk about yesterday's win before we talk about today's loss. We'll do that plenty. Don't worry. Here in a little bit. But what were some of the takeaways of the Game 2 victory over St. Louis?
I think the biggest you have to take away is Hunter Brown. I mean, Hunter Brown continues to just shove. He just continues to, the last 2 outings without giving up a run, I believe, going at least 6 innings. And he's showing you that from a top of the rotation perspective, that the future is bright no matter what happens with Fromber. You got one horse at the top of your rotation that is fully capable of, I think down the road, he could be one of the best pitchers in baseball. I mean, he's got the stuff. And after the slow start last year, he hasn't looked back. Once he figured some stuff out and added a pitch, he's been absolutely fantastic.
I pride the Killer Bees. I pride us on our eye tests. I think we see the game. I think we have old school Clint Eastwood and trouble with the curve type of eyes. Actually, he was blind. He had good ears because he heard the pop of the mitt. But we've been on Hunter Brown. Like, everybody's been on Hunter Brown. Like, it's not just unique to us. Let's not pat ourselves on the back here too much, or me patting us on the back here too much. Like, Hunter Brown's been very good for a very long time. There's a reason that I placed a bet on him to win the American League Cy Young at plus 2,500. But I saw a stat today from MLB Network. They tweeted this out today. Hunter Brown leads American League starting pitchers in ERA dating back to May 1st of last season, minimum 120 innings. So every pitcher in the American League who has a minimum of 120 innings pitched are all behind Hunter Brown in ERA as a starting pitcher. Like, that shows you how good he's been. The only two that are better are NL guys, Paul Skeens and Hunter Green. So whenever we talk about the game's best pitchers and like this upper echelon of starting pitchers, Hunter Brown needs to be in that conversation. And I feel like he's disrespected from a lot of MLB folks. Like, I was looking at MLB.com today, and they had a story about like 7 early questions about the Cy Young race. They barely mentioned Hunter Brown in the final line of the thing. He's not one of the pitchers that's listed on their little like graphic either.
Was Fromber mentioned?
No, not at all. Which, I mean, you could argue that's fair. After 4 starts, 2 of them have been good, 2 of them have been bad. But to me, Hunter Brown is in the upper echelon of starters in Major League Baseball.
No doubt. And I think that you mentioned a guy that I think up until just the way he started this year, people were overlooking too, in Green. Because he pitches in Cincinnati. But look, I think those 3 guys alone, and Skeen got the most, run early because of, the trajectory and coming off of LSU winning the national championship and everything that's happened with him. He got all the publicity and all the spotlight. But those 3 guys right there are probably the future of big time starting pitchers in Major League Baseball for the next, say, 3 to 5 years.
Yeah, they're the state of starting pitching is in pretty good hands with those guys. Like, it's kind of a dying position because there's not a ton of guys that go like 6-7 innings every single start. So it is dying a bit, but those are like, I don't want to say they're the last of the Mohicans, because I think Major League Baseball might even try to put rules in place to reward starting pitching. Like, you've heard this Manfred thing where you lose your DH once you pull your starter, or like starters have to do this or whatever, which I hate all of those rules. But there's still tremendous value in a guy who can go 7 innings, give up a run or 2.
No doubt. And on the big picture that you were talking about, when we, eye test it and give you what we think about baseball, the bottom line is we've been talking about this for quite a while. The days of seeing a guy win 300 games in Major League Baseball and strike out 3,000 are gone, because starting pitchers are babied, and starting pitchers also are getting hurt all the time. And the combination and the fact that you see guys now, when they know that they've got a stud coming up, that for the most part, they're not rushing them through. And if they do, they end up getting injured, but they're not getting nearly what they used to get in terms of the run and the longevity and all the things that they did when we saw guys doing this. So I think those are gone and obviously won't be forgotten. But Verlander was the only guy with an outside chance to be the last guy.
It might never be done again.
And he might not do it because the Giants aren't winning. He's not getting deep enough to win games.
I haven't really kept up with him, but like, I can't imagine another starter doing it.
I don't think there's anybody close enough that still has anything left in their arm if they're still trying to pitch. Kershaw got it, did he?
I don't think so.
Kershaw's been in the game long enough.
He has fewer wins than Verlander, I think.
And yet he's rehabbing yet again. I don't think he'll get. He won't get it.
What's Scherzer at?
And so I don't think that there's any chance. And Scherzer's hurt right now too.
I've kind of purposed the question poorly. I kind of meant like the younger pitchers. Like, I don't like even Skeens. It's going to be so hard to get there.
It is.
Scherzer has 216.
Because you got to, longevity wise, you got to get all these starts. You got to stay healthy. You got to pitch, like Verlander's showing with the career he's had, that you got to pitch, close to 40. I don't think we'll see another 300 game winner.
I don't either. Unless they change the rule where they have to because there are some rules that are being tinkered with and talked about that they trying to value starting pitching again. Unless they do something like that, it could come back into play. But the way that it's currently played, baseball, and the rules are currently written, baseball, I don't like even Skeens, 5 1/3, 7 innings, 6 innings, 6 innings. Like, you're not going to rack it. If you're dominant, you're not going to rack up tons of wins going 6-7 innings.
Well, just think of the math. assuming you're completely healthy 15 straight years, which playing 15 years in the majors already is unlikely, you'd have to average 20 wins a year for 15 straight years.
Yeah.
So that's what I'm
to
saying.
even get there. And then obviously you're not going to average 20 wins, so you're going to have to play even more than 15 years
That's what I'm
and stay
saying.
healthy.
You're going to have to get to 40 years old and just have a remarkable bill of health just to have an outside shot.
Yeah.
And you got to have a really damn good team because you can pitch your ass off and just not get enough run support.
That's the thing with Skeens.
Yeah, and exactly. And you're not going to get enough wins.
Like Skeens in every game he's pitched this year, except for one, have been winnable games. 5 1/3, 2 runs, 7 innings, 1 unearned run, 6 innings, 5 runs, 6 innings, 2 runs, 1 unearned. He has 2 wins.
Yeah.
He's only won half of those games. Like, you can even go back to last season. And I do think Skeens is really stinking good.
Oh, he's awesome.
Skeens won 11 games last year. Like, that's a good amount, especially, I mean, he got caught up in May. Like, he wasn't up the entire year. But you look at some of these performances where he didn't, like, he went 6 innings, 1 run, didn't get a win. 6 1/3 shutout innings, did not get a win. 7 innings, 1 run, no decision. 6 innings, 1 run, no decision. 8 1/3, 2 runs, lost. 6 innings, 2 runs, no decision. 5 1/3, 2 runs, no decision. 5 innings, 3 runs, no decision. Like,
the Buccos suck.
6 innings, 1 run, lost.
Yeah, and you're just again,
it's hard.
And even with Cincinnati being an up and coming team, I mean, you're looking at guys now that if you don't get right off the, like I'm mentioning, like a guy like Green, you get off to a great start from an individual standpoint pitching. If you're not on a good team that puts up runs early, you're again shooting yourself in the foot because everybody will notice you and everybody knows you'll have top of the line stuff and that you really look like you're dominant. But if you're not getting run support from a good team, those starts mean nothing.
Anything else from yesterday's game?
I mean, to me, and overall, they got enough offense to win. The run late, the Jordan bomb was huge. But this team offensively gives me no confidence at all. The fact that they have to, scrap and claw and scratch every time just to try and score runs, it's not fun to watch based on how spoiled we've been over the course of this run, and it's a bit scary.
No doubt. I do have a little bit of optimism about it. Maybe I can share some optimism coming off a loss. Alvarez, for me, hit a home run. That's great. A lot of people were mad that he was not in the lineup today after hitting a home run yesterday, especially with an off day tomorrow. And Jake the Rake, 3 hits. Is Jake Myers a better offensive player than he is defensive player? 713-780-3776.
Now am I going to get tagged on highlights of Jake Myers getting hits?
No. I think he's a better defensive
He has been good, though.
Yeah, remember last year, though, he started off pretty dang good, too.
He did.
And then he kind of fell off a cliff. So
what'd you guys think of Jeremy Pena running through the stop sign for the first run?
That's right. I don't think you should be running through stop signs. Like, it's good that he
was right. So we're not going. Obviously, we haven't talked about it. But if he was wrong, we might crush him.
Of guys that run through stop signs, what is their success rate?
Probably not good.
Like probably 25% at best.
Yeah.
Maybe 10%.
It's also not his. Shouldn't be his decision. It just.
Well, obviously it wasn't. I mean, the stop sign.
Right, but I'm saying that because you see Bryce Harper occasionally do it. You see some guys that decide that they're going to take it into their own hands. They're normally guys that you basically aren't going to have a whole lot of luck pushing back on because of their status. But overall, I just don't think that's his decision to make, and that's why you don't have to blame the runner if in the past Gary Pettis and sent some guy that he shouldn't have or held some guy that he should. Then you don't take the blame for it either. But I don't like it.
Yeah, if you do it, you better be 100% sure you're going to score. So he scored. I'm not going to be like, I'm not. Do you think he gets fined in kangaroo court?
Yes, I do.
Even though he scored?
Yes, I do.
Interesting. Yeah.
It depends on who's the judge in the court. But I think if if one of the veterans is making a decision just based on rules of the clubhouse, I think he does.
If the veteran's Altuve, though, like he doesn't really have a leg to stand on.
No, he doesn't.
That's true because he's one of the worst base runners in the history of the franchise, maybe in baseball.
He might have given Pena a high five. Like,
yeah, I mean,
what he's going to say? He's going to say Jeremy Pena is the greatest base runner of all time. Is what exaggerating Jose Altuve is going to say.
Most of the time, the guys running the kangaroo court, if they're veterans with some kind of clout, they probably don't want to find themselves if they did it, but they'll drop it on everybody else.
I shook Lance's hand today, by the way. Update.
Well, that's good.
Branham Zerline.
The war's over?
There weren't many words spoken, but it was, hey, how you doing?
Ceasefire?
No, Lance and I are fine. At least I think so.
I think that about everybody, though, so I don't know. All right, 713-780-ESPN. Let's talk about today's game. Get your thoughts on the Astros over the last two. 713-780-ESPN. That is the HRP listener line, 713-780-3776. We're on YouTube, and we'll only be on YouTube here pretty soon, so at ESPN Houston on YouTube. We're on Twitter at ESPN975. Blankers at Pac-Man Joel. Brian at Sacked by BMAC. I'm at Jeremy Branham. We are the Killer Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
You're listening to the Killer Bees with Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios.
Astros lost today. Game 3. You want to talk about Game 3 or optimism first?
The season's over, Jeremy, so we can talk about whatever you want.
All right, then let's go to Keith then on the HRP listener line. You give me, just when you think you have all the answers, I change the questions. 713-780-3776. Keith wants in here. Keith, you're in the Hive. What's up, Keith?
Hey, guys, you're talking about potential 300-win pitchers. I'm going to give you a name you didn't bring up. Logan Webb of the San Francisco Giants. Pitcher's ballpark. He's got 57 wins. He's only 28 years old. The Giants are really good this year so far. Say he wins 13 more games, gets to 70. He's got to get 230 wins.
He's got 57.
29.
He's 28 years old. He's got 57 wins.
You said he has 57 wins. He's 28? He's got to.
At the end of this year, he's going to have 70. The Giants are really good. Adames, Chapman.
He's going to have 23 wins this year.
Keith, and at the end of his career, he's going to have an AARP card and hope to God that he gets to 240.
No. Keith, let's make a bet. Let's make a bet, Keith. Keith, whoa, Keith. Hold on a second. Stay on the line. Stay on the line with me.
All right, I'll stay on. I will hang up.
I will bet you that Logan Webb does not get 23 wins this year.
I didn't say 23 wins this year. I said he's got a chance at 230 wins over the next 15 years.
How many wins is he going to have at the end of this season?
He's only going to have about 15 wins. The Giants.
Okay, I thought you said 80. I thought you said 80. My bad.
It's a pitcher's ballpark, so that the Giants aren't going to give him a ton of runs at home either. But
all right, so he gets to 70
already.
He gets to 70 wins.
He gets to 70 at the end of the year.
He's going to have to go for 230 more after the age of 28. So let's say he pitches to 40. Let's say he pitches to 40, and he has 12 more years. That's 19 wins a year.
20 wins a year. 19 wins a year, yeah.
Keith.
So this is going to be his career year, and he's going to add to that every year for the remainder of his career, Keith?
Logan Webb has only gotten better each of the last 5 years.
Well, that's not true. He had a 2.90 ERA in 22. It's been up to 3.25 and then 3.47 last year. He's gotten progressively worse.
Steady.
He has pitched a lot of innings.
He came into Houston this year and got a win.
Keith, I didn't know you were this big of a Giants
fan. It's been hard to do. Astros have lost more than they've won. All right, Keith. We'll keep an eye on this. If Logan Webb hits 300 wins, I will apologize and say that you know ball.
You're gonna find Keith when that happens.
Keith actually went to college with me. I don't know, we don't hang out or anything. But
you can.
I don't know if I can.
Well, we can arrange that for you.
Did you hear his take? I don't know that we can.
Yeah, I mean, by the way, I don't
hang out with people that think Logan Webb's going to win 300 games.
Are you going to find him in another 15 years?
He follows me on Twitter. I know I have him muted on Twitter, so I know who he is.
You're going to find him in 12 years
because
to see if he's close to winning the bet?
No, I'll remember that. I'll remember that somebody
called in. You won't be able
to
find him.
He's on Twitter. Is he going to be dead?
I don't know.
I have confidence.
I don't know how Keith is.
I have confidence that I will know Keith in 13 years, at least online, and in an online relationship.
You'll know of him.
Yes. Yeah. I mean, Keith and I did have a class together at U of H, and that was probably.
Did you know who he was at the time?
Yeah. We did. It was it was a TV class, so we had to work together in projects and stuff like that. We're not. And we've kept up on Twitter and stuff, but we don't hang out. I don't think I've seen him since college, actually. But that would have been 2008. So, I mean, I know him 17 years since I first met him. So, yeah, I have confidence that at the end of Logan Webb's career, I'll still have some sort of dialogue with Keith.
Okay.
And Keith will have some sort of dialogue with me, assuming we're both alive.
I got you.
And assuming you see his tweets because you have him muted.
Yeah. Yeah. I have to unmute him, I guess. See if this Logan Webb thing happens.
No,
that was not the name I was expecting to hear.
Logan Webb's not getting 300 wins.
No, I don't think he gets to 200.
200's lofty.
Yeah, I know. It's not because he's not a good pitcher. It's because he's already 28. I don't know what age he was when he came up, but
22.
He'd have to be much further along at this point for me to give him a legitimate shot. What number would he have to be at right now at 28 for you to say he's got a shot? 150?
At least. Probably more. Probably 175.
More than double what he actually has.
Maybe closer to
triple.
Close to triple.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's not a name I thought anybody would be pulling out of a hat and saying, hey, here's a guy that might have an outside chance.
I'm interested
now. He's a good pitcher, but no chance.
No, he's a good pitcher. There's a big difference between a good pitcher and a chance with all the factors that go into it that he's going to win 300 games.
Low key, the worst argument that he had, though, was that he came into Houston and beat the Astros.
Yeah.
That's great.
Yeah, look at the Cardinals jobbers they've run out there and beat the Astros.
Yeah,
beat the Astros. Pandemonium at its best. He came in here and he beat the Astros. The offense of the Astros is a dominant team this year.
Steven Matz beat the Astros today.
Retired 15 straight against the Astros.
What's 300 at the age of 41?
What's keeping Steven Matz from 300 wins? He beat the Astros. I think he's a 300-game winner. I wonder, Verlander has to be the active leader, right?
Yeah.
It has to be.
Scherzer's not close, you said?
He's got
216.
Yeah, what did I say? 216. He's got 2 more wins than Kershaw.
So they're close strikeouts, but not wins. So Verlander's definitely the leader.
Because Verlander's over 250.
Yeah,
right?
Verlander's 260 something.
You almost nailed it. 262. Let me give you. Let's just go top 10 here real quick. Let's do reading newspaper radio. It's fast. I mean, Astros lost.
Well, top 3 we know.
Verlander. Yeah, those are the top 3. 262 Verlander, Scherzer 216, Kershaw 212. The next one, there's a significant gap. It drops to 153. Former Astro.
Garrett Cole.
Garrett Cole's fourth at 153. Do we think Garrett? He's 34 years old.
No chance.
And he's also having arm trouble.
Yeah, no chance.
He's
out for the year. Yeah,
double. Is he officially out for the year?
I think he's out for the year with Tommy Johnson.
He would have to get
he's out for the year.
double. I didn't know that they had announced that. But whatever. He'd have to get 3. He'd have to win double the amount. And he's already 34.
No chance.
They already blew it. Who's tied for 5th?
Charlie Morton.
Charlie Morton's tied for 5th with Chris Sale.
And he's what, 41?
41 from Morton, 138 wins. So he's gonna have to win over 160 games in his 40s. The Charlie Morton, Chris Sale, 138 wins.
41 years old. Did you say?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Is he really?
Yeah.
Good on him. But
he was already. I guess we do the math in our head. Like 34 when he came here and broke out for the Astros. He was already.
I didn't realize he was
been in the league for a while.
that older.
Fromber's tied for 36th in active wins, 69.
You might get him as a Blue Jay.
Nice.
You might get him as a Blue Jay. So you go Morton 5, Chris Sale's tied for 5th. Sonny Gray, another guy who beat the Astros, he can get 300 wins. He's 7th. Carrasco, Kyle Gibson tied for 8th. Yu Darvish 10th. You'll never guess number 11.
Kyle
also a
Gibson
former
is
Astro.
in there?
Active win leaders.
Oh yeah,
active win leaders. Number 11's a former Astro lefty.
Wade Miley?
Wade Miley is number 11 in active wins. Isn't that
Good
crazy?
call, Brian.
Isn't that
that's
nuts?
longevity, right? Yeah.
He's 38, so he's been around for a while. But
Yeah.
I would have never guessed Wade Miley was
either.
11th in active
I
wins.
would only guess if you set it up that way. I
He had
wouldn't
some
have guessed
good years.
otherwise.
He had one good year here, didn't he?
Yeah,
Yeah, he did. Really
Yeah,
good.
had one good year here.
All right, so there's one guy in their 20s that's top 50. Top 50 in active wins, and it's not Logan Webb. Webb's 51st. So there's one guy under the age of 30 currently that is this is the leader of guys that are under the age of 30. So the active leader wins. Nope.
See, I got one, but I was going to say, again, because of injury, but I was going to say Jacob deGrom. But
he's
that,
over 30.
He had that year where he just couldn't, he didn't get any wins, remember? And
Right.
he won the Cy Young.
Yeah, he actually is 24th with 84 wins, but he's 37.
Okay.
So pitchers that are in that
He's
haven't
37.
turned. Yeah, I thought he'd be in mid 30s. I didn't realize he was late 30s. So pitchers under the age of
Hmm.
30, the youngest active win leader under the age of 30.
I would think someone that's either won a Cy Young or
He's
had
been
some-
mentioned towards the Astros at times. Has never pitched
Snell?
for the Astros.
No, Snell's over 30.
No, he pitches in San Diego.
No. The former White Sox?
Yep.
Um,
Dylan Cease.
Dylan Cease.
Dylan
Yep.
Cease.
Yep.
Dylan Cease has the most active wins for a pitcher that's under the age of 30. He has 58 at 29. Logan Webb does have 57 at 28. So Webb's the second most active wins under the age of 30.
I mean, and Webb's going to go on a run.
Those guys have no
so-
chance.
So what you're telling me is Dylan Cease also is going to get to 300.
Yeah, they beat the Astros
I
this
mean,
year, though.
I don't
well,
think
that's
Keith
true.
doesn't
He
think so, but
he hasn't beat the Astros yet.
Keith thinks there's a significant gap between
Flaherty
Cease and
has
Webb.
56 at the age
One
of
game.
29. Pablo Lopez, 55 at 29. Zach Gallant, 54 at 29. Lance McCullers has 49 at 31. If Lance McCullers didn't get hurt,
There it is.
no one's getting 300.
Nope.
No, it'll never happen
I've
again.
been saying that for a while. I mean, Verlander.
Well, unless Verlander gets there. After Verlander, it's over.
I think Verlander can kiss it goodbye.
Probably. I'm just saying, like, he's the only chance for us to see another one in our lifetime.
Right. And maybe ever again in the history of the
Yeah,
game.
I think so.
Maybe ever again in the
Unless
history
the
of
game fundamentally changes.
I kind of want Verlander to do it, though.
Oh, for
So
sure.
he can be the last one.
That'd be great.
It would be great.
Yeah, and we know we've talked about this. I mean, from an individual stat, you would say he's a history guy. He's a stat chaser too, from the fact that he knows it means something. It's just that, he took the money, and when he took the money, it didn't set him up to get the wins. And he wants the wins and he wants the strikeouts.
Yeah. Get this Giants fan away from here. Dang. Brandon T says Keith is crazy. Keith is a bit radical.
Yeah, he
Keith can be a bit radical. Will the Giants even have 300 wins in the next 2.5 years?
This year, they're surprising some people.
Texture says Verlander will not see 300 wins. You're probably right. You are probably right. I hope it happens, though. You're probably right, but I hope it happens. All right, 713-780 ESPN. Astros lose at St. Louis, the rubber game. Thoughts on that? I do have a little optimism, even though the Astros lost again today. 713-780-3776. Killer Bees, ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
Now back to the Killer Bees.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
Texter Alex Bregman, 5 hits, 2 home runs yesterday. Yeah, we up. He did it at a minor league park.
Sure did.
Go do it in a real ballpark first, and then I'll find a way to poo-poo that. The minor league park. I'm not give him flowers for minor league home runs.
Statistically, isn't Paredes still right there with him, like 2 home runs back or 1 home run back?
I haven't looked today. Does Berliner, he said Berliner, does Berliner go into the Hall as an Astro or a Tiger? Berliner, Berliner. Berliner.
He quarterbacked Carolina for a while, didn't he? Played for a lot of teams. Steve Berliner?
Steve Berline. It's closer to Steve Berline than Verlander.
Across the middle, it was a Berliner.
That's closer than Verlander. Berliner is closer to, what was it, Berline than Verlander. Like, is that a talk to text mistake? Can't.
That's pretty good, Brian.
Does
pretty mean, but pretty good.
Do you think that's all? Do you think that's predictive text, or do you think it's voice to text? It is a capital B too, if that matters.
Yeah. Voice to text is pretty, at least good in terms of enunciation of picking up a V as opposed to a B.
Berliner is the leading weekly newspaper in Berlin. Maybe this guy's German.
I think it's a reach.
And for sure it's a reach, but it would be capitalized in that sense. It's also, Berliner in German can also refer to several things, including a type of donut, a native or inhabitant of Berlin, in a specific paper format.
Was it the first word in the message?
No, it was not.
Okay.
No, so it wouldn't affect the capitalization there. No, it says, does Berliner go into the Hall as an Astro or a Tiger? Tiger was lowercase, which I can understand that a little bit more than Berliner. I'm going to guess that this was voice to text. I'm going to guess it was voice to text. Let us know.
For their sake, I hope so.
3404. Berliner is a beer? I didn't know that. Is Berliner a beer? Google. I have to be careful with Google AI, though. They screw up a lot. Berliner can refer to a type of beer. Sour wheat beer originating from Berlin. Or a Berliner Pilsner.
It's a Steve Miller Band. It's a Steve Miller Band song, too, isn't it, Brian?
This guy might be German.
Big old Jet Berliner?
I think he might be German.
Don't carry me too far away.
Yahoo already has fantasy football out. The draft hasn't even happened. Car wreck nomination. Do you want to guess how many best ball teams I've already drafted? I think 20.
Oof.
20. I've drafted 20 NFL best ball teams already.
How many did you win?
You don't want to talk about that. No, I did okay. I qualified a lot, but I didn't have any deep runs. I broke about even. Maybe it was down like 100 or 200. Nothing crazy. But I positioned myself nicely. I loved my my advance rate, but I got ousted in the first round of the playoffs, and almost all of them really ticked me off. JFK said Berliner. I don't get it. Zoolander makes Hall of Fame first ballot. Zoolander. A guy must have gone to San Jack. Dang. San Jack catching some strays.
Yikes.
Why is that catching? Texting while driving, says somebody. No, I don't think so. I don't think you make that mistake texting and driving. I don't think you would say Berliner. All right, anyways, Astros lose game 3 today. What'd you think of this game today?
Well, it's going to be something that I just, in honesty's sake, I will tell you, but I felt really good. But in the first inning, I thought, God, they got to get both of those runs in because the offense has just been that bad. I just didn't feel confident. And I'm sitting there watching Walker, and I'm going, look, I know, and I've mentioned it. He's barreling up balls. He's had some, he's making some good contact. At a certain point, the fans are going to start comparing him to Abreu, and they're going to start looking at this more and more, saying this is another one of those signings of a guy in his 30s that's not going to pan out at first base. There's similarities across the board. I do think he's catching up to fastballs better than Abreu did when he fell off the planet, but I know it's coming. I know that Astros fans in their moments of panic are going to start making that comparison.
Yeah, that was rough there. Blanco gave up the home run. It was game over.
It really was.
It was game over when he gave up that home run.
And the bunt, I just thought Brian and I were talking about before the game, the game was over and before the show started. If you're Paredes, you know what? First of all, that should be reviewable, I think. But secondly, you got to wait another tick, because when you look at the replay, the ball was not touching the line anymore, but the way the ball was hanging over the line in the umpire's angle, he doesn't see it like that. And if that's not a reviewable play, I just think you got to be smart enough to let that thing roll again. There's no other runners on base. It's not going to hurt you to let that ball see if it has another half a rotation.
And you're not in a hurry.
Yeah.
Now, it should be reviewable.
It absolutely should.
I think everything should be reviewable. Do you think that the width of the ball was hanging over the line?
That's what I mean. You can call it overhang or whatever.
Yeah.
I don't think the bottom of the ball was touching the line anymore. I do think that there was a chance that the overhang on that side of the baseball was still over the white line.
Then it's a fair ball.
Right. So that's why I'm saying you got to see if that ball continues.
I don't think he knew the rule. I think
probably right.
As soon as he saw the round ball in foul territory, he picked it up thinking it was a foul ball. He didn't know the rule. The rule is that the width of the ball, even if there's overhang, it all has to be.
Oh, is that right?
Yeah.
Unlike basketball, where it's
it
like
all has
what's
to be
touching
off.
the floor.
Mm-hmm.
On
a ball that comes to rest in contact with the foul line, it is a fair ball if any portion of the ball is over the foul line. So it's the width of the ball. And so, like, this was, yes, the ball that was, like, the rounded part of the ball at the bottom was in foul territory. But the width of the ball was in fair territory still. So I thought the umpire got the call right.
I just think at that point, he knew enough that he was brushing it foul anyway, the way he took his glove, because you're supposed to do that. But I just feel like there was no one on base, nothing to lose by letting that thing just come to a stop, just so that there is no reason to have any kind of question in it. And he just, knee-jerk reacted too quick.
I think this texture brings up a good point, though. Like, if he lets it roll again and it goes back fair, you'd be saying how terrible that was, and he needs to pick it up the second it goes foul.
I don't, because I don't think he's got a chance to throw him out either way. So at that point, you just let that ball finish its trajectory.
Okay. But what if it was foul and then he lets it go by another beat and then it does roll fair? I think it's a tough play.
It wasn't the first inning, but I don't think anything had happened down that baseline where it was still really smooth. I mean, I understand that that's a possibility. It just looked like the trajectory was taking that ball foul.
It usually doesn't happen on dirt like that either. Like, you see it on turf
like I said,
a
if there's
bit.
runs scored and guys are coming down the baseline, now there's a chance.
Yeah, that was a weird play. I do think that it was umped correctly, though. I agree with you that it should be reviewable. Absolutely should be reviewable.
Because from the standpoint, and because of the lack of offensive production, Blanco's first three hits had exit velocities under, I think, 60. He had 17, 37, and like 54. And yet he gives up the bomb, and that cost him, and that cost him everything.
Yeah, I was 3-0 in prop bets today, though.
Yeah.
Yeah, I had Ronel Blanco under 16.5 outs. He got 15. I had Blanco over 2.5 walks. He finished with 3. And I had under 1.5 walks for Mats. He finished with 0. Branham had a 3-0 day.
There you go. Good for you.
3-0 day. Not too bad coming to work with a 3-0 day. All right, 713-780-ESPN. The Hive has some thoughts. I do have some optimism. With this Astros start. 713-780-3776. Killer Bees, ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
Hey, guys, before we go to break, I want to tell you about the good people at Allstate Siding and Windows. They are here to help Houstonians, and they've been here for about 50 years. They are absolutely fantastic, the best in the business, and it comes to everything from the siding and the windows that's in their name to things like front doors. But basically knowing what they're doing and knowing your property, your house, your structure, and by getting the year it was built and seeing the design and the style of the outside of the house, they can make recommendations from siding and windows and front doors that make your house pop. It brings up the curb appeal. And the most important thing is they're going to make recommendations with their products that are the best in the business that are going to do exactly what you need their products to do. And that is protect the people and the contents of the house inside, and to protect the house on the outside, that hard outer shell, protecting everything that you have that means something to you inside as well. We know we have hurricane season here in Houston. The windows are definitely hurricane proof. They're strong. They're beautiful. We had new windows put in our house a little over a year ago. The curb appeal was up immediately. But the main thing was our energy bills went down by about 33%. Fantastic. And they do everything that they say they're going to do. They keep the cool air in the summer. They keep the warm air in when you need it in the winter, and they protect you from hurricane season. They're fantastic. They're here to serve you. You get a free estimate on anything you're thinking about doing. It's tax season. Maybe you're getting a refund. You want to do something to help out your house. All you got to do is call them, and they will, for free, come to you and tell you exactly what they recommend and how they can help. All you got to do is call 832-204-1936. That's 832-204-1936. Have them come out and see what you're dealing with. They'll give you some suggestions. And in the meantime, if you want to see what they offer, go to allstatesidingandwindows.com.
You found the killer bees. Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
Killer Bees, ESPN 97.5, ESPN 92.5. Here's my optimism with the Astros in their 8-10 start. It's not as bad as last year. They were 12-24. That's not my optimism, but it's not as bad as last year. 8-10 better than 12-24. And like no one's running away with the division. And Uncle Barney texted me the same thing. Yiner, Walker, and Alvarez are all off to horrible starts. The offensive production you're getting is far less than what expectations are and far less what I think the norms are going to be. I don't think Christian Walker is going to have a 154 batting average and a 482 OPS. I don't think Yiner Diaz is going to have a 130 average with a 397 OPS. I don't think that Yordan Alvarez's numbers are going to be what Yordan Alvarez's numbers are. I believe that the players that are currently struggling will find their level. Water finds its level. I think these Astros we're talking about will find their level. And this offense that has been subpar can't possibly be this subpar for the duration of 162.
I can see it. Look, I'm not by any means, we talked about it yesterday, I'm not one that's already, black cloud hovering over, sell all your assets and figure it out. on the other side because you're done. I think that there is hope. I think Cam Smith's going to continue to get better, and he's going to continue to figure things out. I think that, like you mentioned, I expect Walker to not be Abreu. And I think that the fact that he's not getting dominated and blown away by fastballs he can't catch up to shows you that he's a good enough hitter that he'll figure it out. Paredes has already figured it out when he got off to a slow start. I believe Walker will do the same thing. Yiner worries me a little bit, but I do believe that he should be better too. So, and the biggest thing is that the pitching hasn't been bad. And you're going to get some help on the pitching side too, both in the pen and in the rotation. So there's tons to be optimistic about in terms of just, for the rest of the season. It's just hard to watch right now.
Like, do you think Cam Smith at the end of the year is going to hit 200 with a 591 OPS, or will it be better than that?
I think it'll be better than that.
Yiner Diaz 130 average, 397 OPS. That or better?
Better.
The Walker 154 average, 482 OPS. Better?
Better.
Paredes 235 average, 732 OPS. That might actually end up being the number for Paredes.
Even the average?
He doesn't have a great average.
No,
like,
he's not
more of an
a
on-base
big average hitter.
Yeah.
But
But I bet that even if that's the norm, or if it's slightly better, that's still an improvement. But Jeremy Pena 215 average, 682 OPS. Like, I think that Water's going to find the level with the Astros. Now, you could say that Altuve's not going to hit 311 with 788 OPS. You could say that Jake Myers isn't going to hit 271 with a 646 OPS. So, like, that would be the counterpoint there. Yordan Alvarez. Do you think Yordan's going to hit 224 with a 695 OPS?
No.
So, like, the offense is going to find its level. I'm not telling you it's going to be a top 5 offense, but it's not going to be nearly as bad as it's been the first 18 games. And it might be the worst 18-game stretch that they have. And with as bad as the offense has been, they're still 8-10.
Yeah. I think in the grand scheme of things, in 162 and 162 games, it's such a long season. It's just exacerbated by the fact that at the start of the year, when you start off slow, everybody is paying hyper close attention. When you get into June, if you lose, and in the past, the Astros have they've been swept by bad Tigers and Orioles and other teams when they weren't what they are now. And people were like, oh man, that hurts. But they don't really think about it the same way as if you start the season the way this team started the season. I mentioned this yesterday. McTaggart had it out. 5 of the last 6 years, they've started 7-9. So they are traditionally a slow starting team during this run for the Astros. So there's plenty of reason. Even last year when you started out 12-24, you can turn it around. So that's why it's no need to wave the white flag and throw in the towel. It's just, let's get going.
Yeah, no doubt. You definitely need to get it going. 713-780 ESPN. Soriano says, I'm worried about Yiner and Cam. See, I think I've seen improvements from both of them. Yiner, to me, he's looked better in the last 5 games than he did in the first 13 games. Like, he hit for some authority against the Angels. He had a double the other way today that he banged against the right field wall. So Yiner's starting to show signs of getting better. I think Cam has looked better in the last 5 to 7 games than he looked like in the first 5 to 7 games. So I do think that those guys are improving. But you just want the whole body of work to continue to improve, the whole lineup to continue to improve.
Yiner worries me about his chase. And
No doubt.
And mentally right now, I know he's in a funk because you have to be when you're going through stuff like this, and he's going through it. But yeah, the big thing that worries me is he's just chasing every off-speed pitch on the outside corner, and every sweeper is going to dominate him.
But he's been that way the last 2 years too. Like, this isn't something new.
Mm-hmm. But
like, he's been that guy.
More people in the league, figured out. The more people are going to give him a steady diet until he can figure it out.
Yeah, he has to stop getting himself out. And
we went through the same thing with Pena on that front.
Yeah, but I mean, Yiner has been that guy too. Like, it's not a new thing for Yiner. And this is his 3rd year in the league. So, I mean, I think that scouting report's been out a long time about him. Soriano, any merit to the argument that we lost a leader in Bregman? I think that's a little silly. Virginia, Cam Smith is about to learn all about the fine city of Sugarland. We're not having that conversation until 100 PAs.
That's right.
And then we'll have that conversation with 100 PAs. Why do people still make decisions on Astros baseball in April? It's been the same since 2017, says the texter. It really has been.
Mm-hmm.
Why are you not talking about Cam Smith drop foul ball? Okay, here we go. Let's talk about the Cam Smith drop foul ball. He dropped the foul ball.
He did.
Dropped the foul ball.
It ended up being an unearned run that the 4th run came across because he dropped the foul ball. But
he got a hit.
It's just what it is.
Is Cam Smith a worse or better right fielder than Jose Altuve is a left fielder?
He's better in right field than Jose's in left. And I think that he made a good catch today where he ran back and got in front of a ball on the track. I think it was on the track or right near the track that he made. I feel like, the ball in the gap, which they were changing the probability, catch probability, and everything on, but the ball in the gap that he got, whether it be yesterday or today, the one where he backhanded it was a really nice play. He's got a strong arm. He showed that the other day. I don't worry about Cam Smith in the big picture playing right field.
I think they're about equals, Jose and Cam. Like, I think they're both fine. Like, they've both been adequate, maybe below average. Jose Espada would be perfect D2 softball coach. Prove me wrong. That's mean. D2 softball coach?
Did he call him Jose Espada?
Did he? Or did I read that wrong? Oh, he said Joe. Did I say Jose?
Yeah.
My bad.
You mean
Cashier
Mespada?
Trash. What's that?
You mean Mespada?
Mespada. That's what a texter said he wants. Joe Mespada. Cashier Trash. Jake Myers will win Silver Slugger.
Oh, trash.
I think he's having
That's
some
from
fun.
yesterday's
Yeah.
conversation.
200 innings is the new 300. You're right about that. Like, all these people want to get to 200 nowadays. Dang, you guys are already arguing over liking or not liking tea. That's what we do. We'll argue about anything. Just listen. Take a swig of pickle juice for your sore throat. Have you heard of that?
No, and I don't. I mean, pickle juice is also supposed to cure a hangover. Pickle juice is supposed to hydrate you.
Yeah,
and
intern
that's
Ryan
been
says
debunked, I
it's-
believe.
Yeah, intern Ryan said it's used for cramps, like you said, hydration.
Yeah, hydration.
So.
Yeah, thank you for mansplaining sodium whenever you have cramps. Who doesn't know that?
Well, have you talked to our Twitchers?
The Twitchers know that you take
T-Mac taking
sodium
one.
whenever you have cramps.
I don't know.
That's universal.
It's only universal to the person who knows it.
I think 90% of our listeners know
I'm
that
just
pickle
saying.
juice helps cramps.
I'm just passing along some information. Do with it what you want.
Thank you for stating the obvious. I didn't know that it helps sore throats, though. I've never
I
heard
didn't
that
either.
one.
I've never heard that.
I've heard gargling like warm salt water, which
Yeah.
is no fun to do.
No,
tastes awful.
Plus, there's
But I've
some
done
sting
it.
to it. Yeah, I just
sting.
if you have a sore throat
with the salt.
Yeah,
Never felt the sting. Some people believe in the whiskey.
I've heard that.
A little bit of a whiskey. Medicine ball is a big thing. I don't really like the medicine ball. It's too tart for me. I don't like tart.
Medicine ball?
Yeah, you get it at Starbucks. They put it like it's a big concoction.
Oh,
Supposed to make
really?
me- I'm not a big medicine ball guy. It's
Yeah,
not
never
tart.
heard of that.
I haven't either.
Pickle juice, the cure all. I think you learned pickle juice for cramps in your first ever sport as a kid. Exactly.
Okay, we'll see. We'll see.
What do you mean we'll see?
Maybe some people learned something. You don't know who learned something and who didn't.
Sounds like a
in the
Twitter poll.
Midwest. There's a big jar of dill pickles on the bar.
Yeah.
and it's supposed to help you get on the right path for the hangover the next day.
Yeah,
What, like a community jar
The
everyone's
pickle
drinking
juice.
from?
I mean, they can pour it out for you, and you can
Okay.
also grab the pickle if you'd like, Brian.
Now pass.
Okay, just thought it might be something you'd like.
I
to
will
do.
not grab the pickle.
All right,
Don't
there you
clip
go.
that.
All right.
Should we Twitter poll this? Did you know that pickle juice helps with cramps?
Sure.
What do you think the percentages are going to be?
75% yes.
I was going 60-40 yes.
I think it's going to be 90%.
Well, the other problem
And
is
I
people
think
are,
if you look it up, it's been debunked.
I don't think
recently.
so. No, the sodium's good for you.
I thought
The sodium's
recently
very
they
good
said
for you.
that was a
Because
wives' tale.
sodium retains the water in you.
isn't that why Gatorade helps you with cramps? Because it has a high sodium
Absolutely.
level?
And a lot of times, like in athletics, they give you sodium pills whenever you have cramps. They'll give you
That's
they'll give
true.
you straight
That
salt
is true.
pills.
Yes.
Yeah, so I don't think it's been debunked. Like, it might not be as effective as people think, because just sodium pill. Like, why take
Cut
pickle
out the
juice?
middleman, yeah.
Yeah.
They
So it might not be as effective as people thought, but I think that it would have a level of effectiveness. I think it's better good than bad.
Okay, I'm looking it up.
I think there is an advantage there. All right, 713-780-ESPN. That's enough pickle juice for the day. Massive disrespect from Las Vegas. These odds makers, they're giving massive disrespect to the Rockets. It is the Bees, ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's the Killer Bees with Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
It is the Bees, ESPN 97.5, ESPN 92.5. I'd rather deal with cramps than drink pickle juice. Pickle juice, I don't mind pickle juice.
I don't have a problem with it.
I can drink some pickle juice. Pickle juice is for health what duct tape is for construction. Cure all.
My wife is the one that tried to debunk the pickle juice. It did say when I looked it up that it's not the first line of defense for dehydration, but it does because of the sodium and potassium. It does help.
Yeah. 713-780-ESPN, HRP listener line. King of Twitch. He says, we're talking cramps. You get cramps because you're dehydrated. Like, it's part of the reason you get cramps. Dehydration, electrolyte imbalance. There's a lot. I mean, there's several reasons you get cramps, but usually the leading cause is dehydration. So if you're looking to rehydrate, you get a little sodium in your body. No big deal. All right, 713-780-ESPN. Did you see Vegas disrespecting the Houston Rockets?
That's because one of the hot teams, the sleeper teams that everybody loves and the popularity is there for, the Golden State Warriors.
Golden State is minus 200 to win the series against the Rockets. The Rockets are plus 165 to win the series. You know what's weird about this, though? The Rockets are favored to win game one. So it's odd to me that the team that is favored to win the first game of the series at home, and the team has home court advantage, is the underdog in the series. I feel like the balance there is not accurate.
I think the hype of game one in Houston lends them to think that the Rockets could get game one. But I do believe that the Warriors can get game two. I think that they will serve at home. So I understand what you're saying, but I think that because you got a young playoff inexperienced team for the most part, I think the hype and the city and the return to the playoffs and riding all that wave, I think that stands a good reason why they're favored in game one. I just think that starting with game two, look the hell out.
Let's say Vegas is right in game one. Who's favored in game two?
Golden State by at least 2 or 3 points.
If the Rockets win game one, the Rockets are 2.5 3-point underdogs in game two.
Unless Golden State gets its doors blown off in game one, I think Golden State will be possibly favored in game two by a point or two. They're a veteran team. They will come out of the corner scratching and clawing.
I just don't know why you would be a 1.5 underdog in game one, lose a game, and then be favored in game two. That does not really add up.
Like I said, depending on how the game goes, I think because of the fact that with Jimmy Butler and Steph Curry and Draymond Green and the veterans that they have, that I think that they know what they got to do, and I think that they would come out swinging to the point where that's why.
Yeah. Here, I did something stupid today. I don't know if this is stupid or smart. I don't think the math is math in here. The Rockets are plus 165 to win the series. They're underdogs in this. Golden State's minus 200. Minus 200. I find it very bizarre that the team with home court advantage is favored in game one and then is a plus 165 underdog to win the series. So here's what I'm doing. And I don't know if this is smart. I have no idea. You guys let me know. 713-780-3776. But I'm going to experiment a little bit. I played a 7-unit bet on the Rockets to win this series at plus 165. But also, I'm going to play the Golden State money line 1 unit in every single game. I think I can middle this. I think I'm going to middle this for a profit. Now, it's hard to know for sure because you don't know what the odds are going to be in game 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, if necessary. But I think I'm going to come out ahead in this. I have no idea if I will, but I think I'm going to.
Yeah, that'd be an interesting experiment to see how that plays out.
I think I'm going to come out ahead. I think I'm going to. There's no way to do the math yet because we have a lot of unknown.
We don't know the spreads in games 2 through.
And I'm not doing now. I'm not doing the spread. I'm going to do money line every game. But I just don't understand how a team that's plus 165 to win the series has home court advantage in the series, is a home favorite in game one, and 165 underdogs to win the series. So I think I can find value in the middle here. Probably. No, You're probably right, but am I gaining value by finding it? I think I am. I think I'm gaining value here.
I think there's a good possibility. I just think, I think from a national perspective, less than the Lakers, Golden State is the sexy pick by a lot of people to win more than this series.
Yeah. No doubt. The texture says Warriors are plus 450 to win in 5 blankers. Are you taking that?
No, I don't think it's going to I think it's going to go 6.
Warriors in 6 at home?
I think Warriors probably win in 6.
I'm going to go Rockets in 7. Calling it now. Brian, you want to go ahead and put your name on the record for it? Since
Rockets
we're all
in
kind
6.
of accidentally doing it.
Rockets in 6.
Rockets in 6.
I don't see them closing it out in Golden State.
No,
See, I had that internal dialogue with myself today, Brian. I was like, I feel like Rockets in 6, but I don't think they're going to close it out on the road. Let me go Rockets in 7.
So it's 2-3-1-1-1. I mean 2-2-1-1-1.
Isn't it into the finals?
It should be. I believe.
I think that's right.
Yeah. 2-2-1-1-1 into the finals. Okay. Well, I mean, the Rockets haven't been in the playoffs forever. I might have forgotten.
That's what I'm saying. I'm trying to remember what it was.
I might have changed it since.
If it's 2-2-1-1-1, I think Warriors win at 6.
I thought it was always been 2-2-1-1-1 until you get to the finals, and then it goes 2-3-2. They haven't
changed
it
it because of the Lakers and Celtics in the 80s.
Yeah, it was the whole cross country travel. Right. If you get the Eastern Conference team on the East Coast, and
they haven't changed it since 2020. I'm pretty confident in that.
No, you're right.
Yeah, so I'm going with a progressive bet on Golden State, but a series bet on the Rockets, hoping to middle it and get a little bit of value here. A Texas, they're a veteran team. They're old. They got tired legs, and they're going down in the first round. Watching the game last night, though, I said on the air yesterday, I do not care. Watching this game and seeing playoff Jimmy.
Oh, boy, was he good.
I was rooting for Memphis to pull the victory.
I was rooting for
from
Memphis the entire game.
I did find myself there.
And I was worried about, could they sustain the start? But I started to worry when I looked at Butler having 14 points in the first quarter. And I'm like, if he's got 14 in the first quarter and how quickly they erase that deficit, as much as the regular season, there was a little something to it. But in the playoffs, with all their experience, and he is playoff Jimmy, that was a bit unnerving.
Yeah, that's where I started to find some concern. And Steph's sitting there playing with a soft cast on his right hand and having no ill effect.
No, and he had a slow start. He missed his first couple shots and then just turned it on.
So I did find myself pulling for Memphis in that game. I do feel now that the Rockets match up better with Memphis than they do Golden State. But hey, I still have the Rockets winning this series.
I wanted Memphis. I thought that was a better matchup for them. I don't think it's. I think the personnel has changed enough to where I don't think it's any more of they have our number. I just think their experience matters, and I think that when you get guys that aren't on their deathbed of their careers in terms of how much they got left in the tank, when you got Butler and you got Steph. Those guys have been there, done it, and done it at a very high level for a long time. And last night proved to me that both guys can still do it.
Yeah, they both look good last night. Hopefully over the length of a 7-game series, you can kind of wear on them. I do think the Rockets are far better than Memphis, though. And Memphis almost came from behind and won that game.
Yeah, I think the interesting thing, too, is if you saw what Golden State tried to do defensively, because they don't use their bigs a whole lot, they were trying to put Butler and Draymond on Jaren Jackson Jr. and on Edey. And I just think that if you go with Steven Adams and Şengün, I think Golden State has a whole lot of problems physically trying to stop those two guys.
Memphis, when they went with size, gave Golden State fits.
Yep.
That's what got them back in the game.
And that's what I think the Rockets have to do. I think that's why that double big lineup is so big. I know it's been effective in small doses and when the Rockets have used it. I think they got to focus on it in this series because I think it's a distinct advantage for them.
Carlos on Twitter, I don't know how Golden State is a favorite when Draymond's jump shot is broken. Dude can't hit a wide open shot to save his soul. Yeah, they're not asking Draymond to shoot the basketball a lot. They probably don't want him to shoot the basketball.
He's up for Defensive Player of the Year. He means a ton to them defensively. He's a really good passing big, and they don't want him to shoot. If everything goes as planned with Buddy Hield and some of the other guys that they have, along with Steph and Jimmy, they don't want him to shoot.
What do you think is the over-under of how many times Dylan Brooks and Draymond Green get into it? Not like physically fight, but just
right.
Trading barbs.
Over-under is probably 4.5.
Yeah, I think there's going to be some drama.
I think almost every game there will be some kind of word spoken and some kind of pushing and shoving.
I can't wait.
And I think Draymond's going to try and send a message to Şengün too.
Mm-hmm.
I think he'll do something borderline dirty just to see how's the young kid react.
Who was the dude that did that the other day?
In which game?
Oh, it was Draymond.
Yeah, it was Draymond.
It was Draymond.
Yeah, Draymond got into it with Şengün on multiple occasions.
Yeah, that was the one where Draymond got teed up for the elbow. And then later in the game, he did the elbow to the face.
Like a Şengün embellished it and like acted like got hit by a sniper. And then Draymond, they gave him the T and he said thank you and should have probably gotten another one then. But then, on the drive, stuck his elbow right in Şengün's grill.
You remember the last time that Steph Curry played the Rockets? You remember what happened?
He scored 3 points.
1 for 10, 1 for 8 from 3. Rockets in 4.
You remember what Steph's done in the playoffs to the Rockets?
Different Steph.
Oh, yeah.
He's far older now.
Shoot, Steven Adams said about Draymond Green.
Tough
for us to be mates when he's kicked me in the twice.
When he's what?
Kicked him in the nuts twice. And then I went back and saw the video. It was more than twice.
I love Steven Adams. The accent.
Draymond has kicked him in the groin at least 3 times.
Would you mind if Steven Adams just took out Draymond?
It would be awesome. I mean, look, I think the one thing it's puzzling to me. There's no doubt a intimidation factor of Steven Adams across the league that everybody knows. You probably don't want to mess with him, but the thing that bothers me is that Steven Adams never retaliates. He never ever lets his emotions get to the point where he retaliates. And then it was this year against Golden State when they threw him out and he was in the tunnel that he finally something snapped on him.
Was that Golden State? I thought that was Zeller.
I thought it was the Golden State game where they had to hold him back in the tunnel where something's finally clicked with him and he's like, wait a minute, I got thrown out for this. And I thought that's when he really got fired up. But otherwise, I want Steven Adams to retaliate. I want to see him send a message.
He's such a big dude too.
And he's like ox strong.
Mason Plumlee. It was Mason Plumlee.
Oh, so it was I
got my tall white stiffs confused.
What was that? New Orleans or Phoenix?
Steven Adams, Mason Plumlee. I can't remember who he plays for. Doesn't he play for the Pistons?
I don't think so because Isaiah Stewart would have been.
No, Suns.
Yeah,
Suns. Yeah, you'd be. Yeah. Mason Plumlee with the Suns, not Golden State. How you feeling about this series? 713-780-ESPN. Also, I have major beef with the NBA. Something I don't like about what they're doing. 713-780-3776. Killer Bees, ESPN 97.5, ESPN 92.5.
Now back to the Killer Bees.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
I just realized I missed about a dozen company texts.
It's a group chat. You don't need to follow.
I muted it.
Oh.
That's why I missed them.
Okay.
I muted that instantly.
You had her muted? Her in
No,
general or just that
that
conversation?
chat.
Okay.
That entire group chat.
I don't blame you.
I don't like notifications. I don't like to be
either.
bothered.
I think we knew that about you.
Let me do my thing. Don't bother me. Let me watch my things. Let me hang out with my family. Church on Sundays. That's it. Just let me do that. Don't bother me. That's too much to ask for.
And then I got all the responses.
Yeah, I muted. I didn't.
Well, you were responsible for at least one of those.
I did because.
Oh, you're active?
Yeah, I actually got into it because Paul was making fun of,
You got into something?
Well, I actually made a comment on it because they were talking about the fact that I didn't realize this, and the Rockets sent us these playoff boxes, and evidently they're in the past, or there might be even in there. There's M&Ms, and Paul's like, I tried an M&M once, and Paul was notorious for his going into his adulthood and never trying a Reese's peanut butter.
Oh, not just adulthood. This was like in the last 6 months.
Yeah, it's been a long time.
You can see why I muted this chat.
No, I'm totally
This
with you.
Thrilling conversation that I'm missing.
When 30 somethings have tried
so
Reese's for the first time.
I didn't read it yet. I was making a
So
TikTok
Sam
and noticed I had
asked
notifications.
all of us, because the Rockets sent us jerseys, to send her a picture of us with the jersey.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, that's what you were talking about earlier.
Yes.
Oh, okay.
And then
I was wondering why you were
Renato
talking
responded, I'm not much of a jersey guy, but I have a Rockets jacket. I can do that. And then Lance was like, they sent us jerseys, John. But unfortunately, I gave yours away to a guy named Granato that works downstairs. And then Paul was like, I tried one M&M. I'm like, and here we go. And from there, it went amok.
It's muted for me. 713-780.
You better take a picture with your jersey.
Or what?
Or Sam's going to be very upset.
Thank you, Scott Hall.
There'll be ramifications.
Like what?
She'll post a video up for our show and not have any of
the headlines will be fear-mongered.
Something will go.
Yeah, she'll intentionally take you out of context.
Yeah, admin is getting on Bad Take Boulevard.
They handled that yesterday for us.
Yeah. I'm gonna do it more often. Action comes with repercussion. Certain actions. Branham, I'm on my way to Sedona. What activities do you recommend?
Here we go.
Hiking, and we did a wine tasting thing and hiking. That's what you need. That's
I mean, obviously, you would also recommend eating a nice caprese salad.
Caprese salad. Did I have a caprese there?
I thought you did. I thought that's how the conversation came up. I
believe
I can't remember the place that we went, but you're right. I did have a caprese salad there. I also had a skirt steak with chimichurri.
Now that
there
I'm
as
with.
well.
Yeah, that's elite.
I can't remember the place we went to though. I think it had like a wagon wheel outside though. It's right there in Sedona.
Cheddar's?
No, it was specific to Sedona, but I would recommend the hiking. Yes. The sunset near the airport is nice, but you got to get there early to get a spot because it gets crowded quick.
To see the sunset?
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah, it's a very popular spot in Sedona. It's right by their they have a little bitty airport that's like private planes and stuff, and it's on the top of a mountain. So get up there, watch the sunset, get there early. You'll like that. Get a caprese salad with skirt steak and chimichurri at the place that I think has a wagon wheel outside, but I don't remember the name. And wine tasting. The wine tasting we did right there on the strip, second story of one of the buildings, and it overlooks like the scenery, and you can see the mountains in the backdrop. Really nice.
What's the other place that might have the wagon wheel? That's the chain that is like Cheddar's.
Big Bear Diner?
No.
I don't know.
I don't know either.
It's like a country
Cracker Barrel.
Cracker Barrel. There you go.
Oh,
They might have a wagon wheel out front. Yeah, I've seen some that do.
Do they?
Yeah.
Cracker Barrels.
They always have the rockers out front.
That too.
In like the chessboard or the checkerboard.
It wouldn't surprise me if a few of them have wagon wheels though.
That's
Like
possible.
it seems kind of up there, like down their lane.
There's
I think.
definitely a
On their
wagon wheel
deck.
somewhere on the
Yeah.
premises. Yeah.
Because they
Yeah,
put
for
that
sure.
deck out front with the rockers.
I could see it. Maybe not every one, but maybe every like 3 or 4.
And if it's not on the porch, it's decorated. It's part of the decorations inside somewhere, hanging from the ceiling.
It's crazy to me the games that they give you on the table whenever you
Oh
play.
yeah, the little what do they call that? The triangle with the pegs.
I don't know. You say it.
Oh yeah, yeah. I'm not saying it. Nope.
Now I'm genuinely blanking on the name, but
it's Chinese checkers.
Yes, it is.
Okay.
It's Chinese checkers. I think you can
can't.
still say
I
that.
can't think of the
I'm
name.
not McDonalding on the name.
I think you can still
Oh
say
really?
that. It's so Cracker Barrel is weird to me because they have like a million things on the menu.
Oh, for
which
sure.
I'm never a fan of. And
It's
then
like Country Cheesecake Factory.
and then they have a store before you walk in.
Yeah.
It's like a miniature Buc-ee's when
It
you walk
really
through
is.
there. It's so bizarre.
It's almost like a combination of what you would see at the airport and then kind of a country store you walk into.
Yeah, it's weird.
All in one locale.
What when's the last time you've been to a Cracker Barrel?
About a year ago.
Has it been that recent?
Within the last 5 years.
Okay, probably me too. I think we went there as a UH football radio team for lunch one day.
Well, there's a Cracker
3
Barrel.
or 4 years ago, maybe.
I mean, Jeremy is familiar with the area I live in.
That's right. I know all about the livable forest.
There's a Cracker Barrel that's literally 3 minutes from a house right there, the corner of 59 and North Park. So yeah, I've been there, a couple times a year.
So what do you get there?
Generally, I'll go for the fried fish or in some biscuits or things like that.
Fried fish and biscuits. Okay.
Mac and cheese.
All right. Peg game is in Chinese checkers, Texture says. In fact, now that he said that, he's right. Because I have played Chinese checkers.
I'm going to Google
a star.
It's a star.
It's a star.
And you sit at each point of the star.
Yeah.
So thank you, Texture. You're right. I got that backwards.
So what is the triangle?
I don't remember what that one is called now. I think something checkers. Maybe country checkers. I don't know. I'm making stuff up now. But you're right. You're right. Now that you mentioned that, I do remember what Chinese you play with like the little
marbles.
Yeah. Yeah. And you can jump yours. I think you can jump everybody's, but you have to fill the portion of somebody else's star to win. I like Chinese checkers. Chinese checkers is pretty fun.
I think Google AI is not accurate. I tried to find what the name of this game is because I know it's got a name. I couldn't remember it, and it came back with it telling me that it's called Peg Solitaire.
Yeah, they might be right. I've never heard of it as Peg Solitaire. Though.
I haven't either. That's not the name I was thinking of.
Cracker Barrel Peg game.
Yeah, that's what I Googled, and it came back with Peg Solitaire.
Okay. All right. Have you ever been able to win Peg Solitaire?
Sorry?
Have you ever been able to win it?
I've gotten down to 3, I think.
3?
I think.
That's
I'm not tracking. I'm not keeping a journal of the best I've ever done. I don't think I've ever gotten down to 1, though.
BMAC getting fried fish from Cracker Barrel. I've called the FBI. That is a weird order.
I like fried fish. What?
That one in Kingwood has had some issues.
Has it?
Yeah, like bloody stuff and found.
Really?
Oh.
That would have been information useful to me
Welcome
before
to
I
our
went.
studio.
Allegedly.
Okay.
Allegedly. Yeah.
Okay.
Usually I get breakfast there.
Yeah.
That's what I was thinking.
I get the breakfast there.
Yeah.
I'm not even sure. Maybe I've had the chicken and dumplings there.
I should retract that. Most of the time it is breakfast
I
or
bet you
chicken
want to
fried.
retract it. Yeah.
Most of the time it's either breakfast or chicken fried steak. I think the last thing I had there was fried fish, so it was on my mind. But no, it's usually chicken fried steak or breakfast.
Yo, what is this segment? It's fun, is what it is. Texture.
Cracker Barrel talk.
Texture says, I want to be in that group chat. Laughing emoji. You do not want to be in that
No,
group
you
chat.
do not. There's been some very spirited conversations in that thing in the past.
You don't want to waste your time. Eric the driver, why has no one ever just hit Draymond? He's been a dirty rat of a player for years. You would think someone would have given him an elbow to the nose or a foot under his jumper by now. That's a good point.
I don't disagree with that at all. What's his name from Nurkic? I thought after that cheap shot last year that when he swung around and caught Nurkic in the side of the face, I thought if I'm Nurkic, I am going all out on that dude.
Yeah. I'm surprised that somebody hasn't been set off even further. Rockets don't have the experience. Golden State in 5. That's quick series. Rockets lost in 5. I'd be a little disappointed. I just want to say, as a fried chicken enthusiast, Cracker Barrel has some highly underrated fried chicken. There you go. Texture says Green is huge. Yeah, but so are other NBA guys. Like, he's 6'8". He's fat.
Huge.
He's
He's
pretty
not
wide,
like
but
ripped up and all that. I don't think he's huge. I think he's
not like tall and skinny.
He's dirty and cagey because he picks his spots really well, and then he tries to hide it by he does it in such a way that he tries to make it look like it was part of the play.
This Texture says Green's usually messing with smaller dudes. That's true.
That's not wrong, except for the Nurkic one last year.
Yeah. Yep. Here's my beef with the NBA.
Let's hear it.
Why does it take so long to play series in the NBA? Why are we taking 2 full weeks to play a series in the NBA? Rockets play on Sunday, game 1. Yeah. They have Monday and Tuesday off before they play game 2. Mm-hmm. They then have off Thursday and Friday before they play game 3. And then the rest of the series finally has the 1 day off in between games. Why do we have 2 days off between game 1 and game 2 and 2 games off between game 2 and game 3? That's far too long. 1 day off is all you need between games. That's all you need.
I can tell you that it's because of TV, because their master plan as a league is that this is their time. So they want to space the games out so that there is a game on or 2 games every single night, especially in the first round. So they give the extra day on travel days and or if there's any distance traveling to one of the coasts to try and use that as, we don't want the players to be tired out if they have to travel too far. But the main reason is because they're trying to get a minimum of 1 and preferably 2 games a night every single night for the next 2 weeks.
That's great and all. I hate it.
I hate it. I understand why you hate it, but I'm just telling you that's absolutely what they're thinking.
Let's go back to the throwbacks. 1 day off between games. That's it.
Well, especially like in the NBA Finals when you can't have a game on every night. Sometimes you have 2 games, even on. I believe there's sometimes 2 days off, even when the teams aren't traveling.
Yeah,
and just every other game, every other day. There's no reason to complicate this.
And am I acting brand new because the Rockets haven't been in the playoffs since 2020? Yeah, probably.
Maybe.
I probably am acting brand new. I don't care. That's too many days off. You don't need 2 days off whenever you're not traveling. Steph Curry's going to be out playing golf on those 2 days.
Yeah, they won't. And if you notice it, they won't do it you get into the Western Conference, Eastern Conference like finals and the finals, because now you just don't have to worry about it. You're not, and they want a game on every night. So they're going to actually make you play in shorter spans. But because of so many teams in the opening round of the playoffs, they're going to space it out.
Don't like it.
And because they're unwilling to have games on like Major League Baseball doesn't have that same issue because they're willing to play games at 12 o'clock on a Tuesday, but the NBA is not. So you're not going to have you're going to have that spacing out issue.
I don't think I want an NBA game on during the
I
day
don't say I'm not
weekend.
saying I do. It's always been weird that baseball does that, but
it's pretty weird that the Rockets don't play until Sunday night at 8:30 too.
I actually like the Sunday night game instead of Sunday afternoon because it's Easter and I have like Easter stuff going on. So I prefer that
it is easier, for me to watch.
Yeah, you can be able to stay awake.
Yeah, I'll be
fine. I'm trashing the NBA. Did I tell you that I hung out with Adam Silver? He was in San Antonio whenever I was up there.
Oh, really?
Yeah, we crossed paths down the hallway.
I didn't realize he was a Dookie.
I didn't either.
Yeah, he went to Duke, and that's why he was there, was following Duke.
They announced like the Hall of Famers there. So like Dwight Howard was there, Carmelo Anthony was there, Billy Donovan was there, the referee was there. Danny Crawford?
Joey?
No, I think it's Danny. I want to say
Black
it's Danny.
guy?
Yeah.
With a mustache, Danny.
Yeah.
Well, Joey Crawford's
it took you
a
all
stubby
of that
little white
to know
guy.
it. I know that.
And Danny is a light-skinned black guy with a mustache.
Well, I mean, I said Danny.
Okay, I said Joey. I wasn't sure because I wasn't sure Danny's career was good enough to get in the Hall of Fame.
Why is there a referee getting into the Hall of Fame?
I mean,
that shouldn't happen. It shouldn't happen.
If they had
How many
really
refs are in?
long careers,
No clue. No, they shouldn't be in the Hall of Fame. Like a referee's job is to go unnoticed. Like you shouldn't be in the Hall of Fame as a referee.
There's plenty that are in.
If you had a referee Hall of Fame by itself, okay, different story.
I'll
But
put one
a
referee
pro
in.
basketball Hall of Fame with referees in it,
Ain't nobody going to.
it's ridiculous.
Who's going to go visit the referee?
Their
Hall of Fame?
family?
They're going to go
league, yeah.
vandalize it because they hate referees.
For the installation there, they're going to hang the whistle. I mean, what are we putting in there for people to visit? As they
I mean,
walk
there's a
through the
lot
hall?
of Hall of Fames that nobody's visiting. We love John and Lance. Nobody's going to the Texas Sports Radio Hall of Fame.
Sure, but it's just like usually at these Hall of
The
Fames,
bathroom's open and you're on a road trip, and it might be the only building around.
Well, then why wouldn't you go to the Referee Hall of Fame to do the same thing?
are they paying for a bus for the referees?
A bust?
Yeah, a bust.
I don't know, man.
I was just curious
Are
because
there
usually
busts
you have
in the
something to look at.
Basketball Hall of Fame.
I've been there twice. I don't remember.
Football, there definitely is.
Yeah,
I
there's
don't
busts.
ever remember hearing about
I think you might be right.
busts
Basketball
for
doesn't have
basketball
one?
players.
What is it? Just like a plaque?
Yeah, maybe. Or
What's in the, what like what
they
are you,
might
what are you
do-
looking
they,
at when
they,
you
they
go
used
through?
to do like
Big plaque.
a locker or
Okay.
something.
It features statues, busts, and bust are part of those displayed. I guess. I don't remember. Have you been there?
I've never been.
I've been there twice, and I have no clue.
I've not
Well, it
been
wasn't very
to
memorable.
football, basketball, or baseball Hall of Fame.
Huh.
I need to go.
Yeah, it's fine. I mean, it's fine. I thought it was okay. It's not memorable for me. Rockets in 4, said what I said. Let's go. There you go. Dubs in 7. Only Fred VanVleet has legit playoff experience. Is Dylan Brooks not?
Yeah, he does.
Does
mean,
Steven
Jeff
Adams?
Steven Adams
not?
does
Jeff
with
Green?
OKC.
Texture says,
And
come on,
Memphis.
Branham, it's WrestleMania Day. I usually watch that on DVR, though, so that won't impact me.
That kind of DVR. You're not watching wrestling on DVR.
It's a streaming replay, whatever you want to call it.
I don't know.
You knew what I meant.
I know, but it sounds old when you say DVR when it's on Peacock.
I am old.
Okay, fair.
I'm a millennial who identifies as a boomer.
That's fair.
Cracker Barrel game is called High Q. There you go. I like how I mentioned fried chicken and the three white men went silent. Chickenism. I like fried chicken. I don't like it from Golden Corral.
Yeah, I never
or
thought
Cracker
about
Barrel
getting
or
fried
whatever.
chicken at Golden Corral.
My favorite fried chicken places, Gus's world famous fried chicken on Washington. Now it's better in the real spot in Memphis. I went to the original, way better there. Frenchies ain't bad. Frenchies ain't bad. They do a lot of U of H stuff, so I ate a lot of Frenchies.
Okay.
A lot of Frenchies. Restaurant Inn used to be a popular place to get fried chicken. I think it's a little overrated at Restaurant Inn.
I wonder if we're thinking of the same place or if I had the wrong name, but a show I worked on a different station took us to a place called Barbecue Inn.
That's what it is, not Restaurant Inn.
Okay, all right.
Barbecue
Yeah,
Inn.
they had great. It was obviously counterintuitive because it's called Barbecue Inn, but great fried chicken.
Yeah, my favorite is Gus's. Have you had Gus's?
I have not. I've had Frenchies and Barbecue Inn, but
Gus's is my favorite.
Is there Frenchies on Memorial by
there's
Memorial
a lot
Park?
They're all over.
There's a lot of them.
They're all over. The Frenchies is my favorite whenever I'm going like fast food.
There's one, isn't there a Frenchies that's right by U of H?
Oh,
That's
it's right
very
there.
popular.
Yeah, they
That's
tore
the
down the
original,
old
right?
one and they built a new one. It's huge now.
Yeah, that's what.
Yeah. I like to go there every now and then and get actually their shrimp combo. It's like the batter that they use for their chicken, but it's nice little shrimp. You know, my wife doesn't love seafood, so I go by there real quick. Max's Wine Dive is known for their fried
Haven't
chicken.
tried that.
Really?
It's okay. It's
The one
not
off
bad.
of Washington or right on Washington?
Yeah, I believe so. But my favorite by far is Gus's. Gus's is fantastic. All right, 713-780-ESPN, HRP listener line. Are you bored with the NFL draft this year? 713-780-3776. Killer Bees, ESPN 97.5, ESPN 92.5.
Guys, we know tax day was yesterday, but the deadline to fight your property taxes and challenge them is May the 15th. You've got to get going now if you want to win the big game with your property taxes by using someone that knows what they're doing, like Century Property Tax Consultants. They are here to help you. They have over 60 combined years of experience. Century Property Tax Consultants are here to help you win, and they're going to win big. Whether it's residential, commercial, industrial, or business properties, they're going to fight to reduce your taxes. The biggest and best thing that I can tell you is whether they win or lose matters more so than anything else, because if they lose, you don't have to pay. The only time you have to pay them is if they win your case. That is a win-win proposition, because if they lose, you don't have to pay a thing. If they win, you're going to save a bunch of money anyway, so you don't mind paying them because they did their job. It's absolutely fantastic. And like I said, with the experience that they have, this is where you need to go. Go to cprotax.com right now. Get the process started. They're going to do all the work. They're going to challenge it. You don't have to go to court. You don't have to make the case. They're going to do it for you. They'll get what they need from you. They'll get the job done, and they'll do it right and save you money. It's absolutely fantastic. cprotax.com is where you need to go, and they'll take it from there. Century Property Tax Consultants, 60 years combined experience in the business for every kind of property, residential, commercial, industrial, and business. Check them out today. Don't pay more on taxes than you need to.
You're locked in with the Killer Bees on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
Homemade fried chicken slaps. I heard food smacks, not slaps. I'm not a big home cook kind of guy. I'll do steak, and I'm pretty basic with my cooking. I don't want to take on that task. Can't imagine it'd be good for me.
I don't do it a lot. I can do it. I mean, I grew up in a household, though, where my dad did it, and it was fantastic most times.
Have you done fried chicken?
No, I have not.
Texas tradition in Katy, best chicken, fried chicken, best cream gravy. I've never even heard of it. I'm usually not that way, though. That's kind of out of the way for me. But I'll keep it in mind.
I think I told you that before, though. My parents owned and operated their own restaurant, and my
yeah.
dad did the cooking. So my dad would cook on the weekend.
Yeah, you've told me. Yeah, Roscoe's fried chicken in Cali's the best. I've heard that the Roscoe's in La Brea is the best Roscoe's. Didn't have a chance to get out there, though. But I've heard the Roscoe's in La Brea is better than every other Roscoe's they have out there. But I have not sampled the fine cuisine, so I couldn't comment on Roscoe's. But I've heard great things.
Frenchies and Gus's.
Well, Roscoe's is a California thing.
Oh.
Yeah. Yeah, Roscoe's famous chicken. That's
I've
a big
heard
that's a
I've
big
definitely
LA thing.
heard of it, yes.
But I've heard the one in La Brea is the one to go to, not any of the others. All right, is the NFL draft boring this year? Lamont brought this up to us the other day. He's like, even other radio stations that are like nonstop draft right now aren't even talking a whole lot of draft. Are you bored with the NFL draft this year compared to others?
No, I'm very interested in it. And obviously, I think the Texans can do a lot of good to help themselves with it. And I'm also interested because I think they need to from a certain degree. I know Paul was crapping all over it because it's in Green Bay. But I don't think that factors in. I think that from a draft perspective, you still have a lot of picks in this draft. I'm not bored with it. I think that it's less than 2 weeks out, but maybe because you're not drafting in the top 5 to 10 picks in the draft, that it's different for some Texans fans. But I don't feel that way.
Brian, what are you doing? Jumping? I'm just kidding. Go ahead.
Well, it seemed like you're pausing for me.
I heard your mic turn on. So
okay. I was giving you a second there to make sure. I feel like a casual for saying this, but I think I am kind of a little bored by this process. I think part of it is what Joel said, like with the Texans picking at 25, you're not talking about the elite of the elite of the elite. It's, you're a tier or two down. So that definitely plays into it. I think it's also the talent level at quarterback and wide receiver, the sexiest positions, the names we all talk about because we saw them make highlight plays in college. Like Cam Ward's a big name, and he's obviously projected to go number one. But quarterback after that feels like it's a bunch of just guys. It's same thing at wide receiver where okay, Matthew Golden looks pretty good, but I mean last year Matthew Golden would probably been like a mid-second round pick behind the stars like Brian Thomas and other guys that went in a really deep wide receiver class last year. So I think it's partially where the Texans are picking, and then specifically at quarterback or wide receiver, there just isn't the big sexy names that they're used to seeing, and I think that has taken some of my excitement away for the draft.
I felt we were more plugged into last year's draft, and the Texans didn't pick till 42.
Good point.
Yeah, that's true.
Here's my theory on why this year. Look, I'm not bored by the draft. I would say I would use a different term for it. I think it's been more on the back burner than last year. Did the Rockets make the playoffs last year?
No.
Nope.
Okay, when do the NBA playoffs occur? Right around Easter weekend. Right, they get started right before the NFL draft. So that has been something that has taken our priority. Houston went to the Final Four. Look, and I know this is Houston's very much a transplant city, but that was something that all eyes were on the Houston Cougars for 3 weeks of the NCAA tournament. They didn't go to the Final Four last year, so they extended their season a week longer than it was last season. So that put the draft a little bit further on the back burner. But if Houston gets eliminated second weekend of the NCAA tournament, if the Rockets are a Steven Silas coach team and they lost 45, 50 games, we would have been all in on the NFL draft 2 to 3 weeks ago. So I don't think that it's a boring thing. I think it's more that it's taken a back seat to more pertinent matters, especially because it's not here yet. It happens next week. So now that, basketball season's done in the college game, now the Rockets still being in the playoffs is going to interfere with this.
Yep.
We're not going to have as much draft dialogue because the Rockets are still playing in the postseason for the first time since 2020. So board, no. Back burner, yes.
I think Brian, when he first said, I was like, I don't think, because as a Texans fan, I'm not concerned with quarterback and to some degree big time wide receiver. But I think that because of the fact that I'm still a football fan and I know that the top of the draft talent means something to watch where they land, that you're probably right, because the entire quarterback class is less than that. We don't have these dominant wide receiver ones coming out. That affects it. Running back is a kind of lost luster position in a lot of ways. So maybe that has something to do.
I mean, this year's going to running back draft, though.
It's got
like
two
Genty
at the top with Genty.
Genty's a lock to be top 10. And Amari and Hampton.
Carolina?
Yep.
Yeah.
Amari, I've seen draft buzz for him climb big time.
Yes. It looks like he'll be a first round
They're
pick also.
No, they're talking teens.
Yeah, teens.
Really?
They're talking Dallas.
Okay.
Yeah.
I could see that with Dallas. They're needy.
If I had to bet right now, I bet he's off the board by the time the Texans pick. For sure. Are you bored with the draft this year? 713-780-ESPN. Also, Daniel Jeremiah, who I think's the most plugged in draft guy outside of our very own Lance Zierlein. He's the one who predicted that the Texans would draft Stroud at 2, then trade up for Will Anderson at number 3 a couple of years ago. He gives a hint on who the Texans could be drafting at pick 25. 713-780-3776. Killer Bees, ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
You're back with the Killer Bees on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
Is the draft boring? 713-780-ESPN. Let's go out to the HR&P listener line. Honey Glazed Branham, I think, is making his Killer Bee Hive calling in debut. Is that true, Honey Glazed Branham? Is this the first time calling in for you?
Yes.
There you go.
Hello, guys.
Hey, honey.
Little work to do on the show. You know, I'm not going to be one of these guys that says, great show. You need a little work.
Thanks.
Joel,
you tell
love
us on
you.
a daily basis.
Well, yeah, but I love you, Joel, Jeremy, and, of course, Ryan. What I'm getting at here is, well, really, I don't know. I'm just giving you an update on my situation. Remember I was telling you about that devil woman I used to work with?
Yeah.
Well, I got a new job. Now I travel all over the state.
Congrats.
Really got nothing to talk about. I just want to talk to you guys.
All right. Well, that plays really well on
We
Sports
can
Talk
put you on
Radio.
hold. Brian's not
Honey
doing a
Glazed.
lot. He could probably just converse with you for about 5-10 minutes if you want to catch up.
Brian has Ryan in here teaching him how to produce, so he's not doing anything. I've never seen a producer.
Well, you know, the first call's always bad, right?
Yeah, it's awful.
You gotta work into it.
All right, we're gonna hang
You
up
know
on you
about
now.
that,
Try back
Jeremy.
in about 6 months. Otherwise, stick to the text. They're good.
We'll hang up on him. That was atrocious. What a rookie. What a noob. I'm not sure he gets a second call.
That was tough, man.
That was bad.
Loyal listener too.
Yeah, stick to texting, Honey Glaze. That's more your lane, I think.
You're the one that dropped the hammer
ESPN.
on him. I didn't want to go that far, but
Man,
okay.
That was car wreck of the day, actually. I'm going to write that down now so I don't forget. Honey Glazed Branham, early nominee for car wreck of the day. First ever call. Atrocious. Let's see if Alan's any better. 713-780-3776. I have a bad taste in my mouth from Honey Glazed Branham going to the call line, Alan. Please be better than Honey Glazed.
Oh, Honey Glaze got me sweating over here, man. That was rough. But, yeah, I just wanted to call in and say, I think the draft lost some of its luster. You know, these kids are already coming in rich. You know, you used to watch the emotion on stage and, you know, hugging the commissioner. You just changed a generation's or a family for a couple of generations' life. You know, you see a lot of these guys come from, you know, wherever. And, yeah, you don't see that emotion and we forget it as a TV program. Yeah, but I'll hang up and listen. Just wanted to make that point.
I can understand that. I think for the most part, those of us that are just looking purely from a football perspective, I think it's more the talent level of this year's draft at the sexy positions. But I understand how that could be maybe to some degree for some people. But look, I mean, they're all suited out and blinged up, and everybody's they're sponsoring them to wear and do things, you know, the entire time that they're at these drafts. I just think that it's more about the talent level that's not in this draft as opposed to pretty much every year, except for quarterback. Quarterback a couple of years ago was a bad draft with the Kenny Pickett and that draft.
I think it's because of everything else going on. And, like, I think it's a good point, Alan. Like, yes, players nowadays are well off before they come to the NFL.
Mm-hmm.
So maybe you don't have those stories of, you know, a kid coming from poverty and changing his parents' life. But I still feel like you have emotion of being drafted.
For sure.
Like you're living out a lifelong dream. Like, does it lessen it a bit? Do you lose a little luster? I won't deny that. But I don't think the reason that I watch the NFL draft is to see those moments. Maybe I'm in the minority there.
You know, I'm with you. Like when he was making that point, I understood what he said because you always get like Tom Rinaldi piece, and you hear about the home life he came
Cinderella
from.
stories,
Yeah, you hear those. Obviously, Deshaun Watson had that story, and well, things went differently after that. But like, I've never watched the NFL draft like rooting for guys to make millions of dollars. Like I'm just not that invested in them now having, you know, seven-figure bank accounts. Like, okay, what does that do for me? I don't care.
I think, and you know,
good for them, but
from the standpoint of Nick Caserio, he seems to be not just a wheeling dealing son of a gun. He seems to be a guy that really likes having a bunch of draft picks and is creative with what he does with them, to where from a Texans perspective, I would think that they would be more dialed in. Daryl Morey traded all of his draft picks away. He showed little to no value in draft picks and really loved dumping out of them. But yeah, from a Texans perspective, it does feel that way. It is a little different. I can't really put my finger on.
Texture says draft is for booger eaters.
Booger eaters need offensive linemen, wide receivers.
Was that text from Paul?
Does Paul not like the draft?
He doesn't like NFL draft talk. He basically, it's kind of
that's right.
the same take he had about you in NFL film, watching NFL film posturing.
Yeah.
He thinks everyone talking about who they like in the draft is posturing because they don't know what they're talking about.
This year, I haven't really watched prospects this year in college like I had in the past.
Like Levis?
Yeah. That was fun. But I do read up on players, and there are people that I trust. So I'll read their scouting reports on stuff. I trust Lance. Lance knows his ball, obviously. Daniel Jeremiah is a guy that I like to read. I do like reading Matt Miller from ESPN.
Miller, yeah.
So I like to I think Jeremy Fowler does a good job. So I read up their reports on guys, and then probably steal their takes on certain players. I think McShay does a good job. McShay's podcast is very good. I'm sad he's not on ESPN anymore. So there's people that I look to share their knowledge with me. And if they like a certain player, usually I like a player. And it's kind of looking at all of that and forming an opinion. I'm not sitting there watching tape, though. That's for sure.
I'm definitely doing homework, and especially at the key positions that I think the Texans are going to be looking at, focused on possibly taking, to see who would the best 2 or 3 guys in each of those groups be, if it's wide receiver or offensive line or even a backup running back. So I'm doing a lot of that kind of homework too. And I think some of the guys you mentioned are the guys that you've learned to trust over the years. But I'm always dialed in from a football perspective, because it's not just the teams that I root for. It's the fact that I want to see what other teams, handle the draft to see if they can get better.
The trades are interesting to me too, seeing value there. My first priority when watching the draft is Texans perspective, but I also like seeing where these players end up. Does Team X get a new receiver that changes the calculus of their offense? Where does not Genty specifically, but where does Genty end up? Who's going to draft him? What does that do? And probably some fantasy implications there. I mean, I'm drafting year round.
Cougs for you too, right?
Yeah. Probably not have to worry about that in the first round this year. No.
But I mean, in the past, you said had some good stories come out of U of H that ended up in the league.
Yeah, like when Ed Oliver went, for sure.
DJ Hayden was a really good one.
Yeah.
Rest in peace.
First round.
Yeah. 713-780-ESPN. Out to the HRMP listener line. Philip, you're in the Hive.
Hey guys, just a thought I had on to make the draft a little more exciting. I get a little bored with it at times after the Texans pick, just because I know if they don't have a pick for another round or two, it could be a while to wait, and just anticipating a trade that may or may not come is not real that exciting for me. I thought, what if instead of sticking all the compensatory picks, at the bottom of the round, what if they had effectively like a ping pong ball situation where if you had a compensatory pick for that round, it randomly would get assigned and announced during the draft. So let's say you have a 3rd round compensatory pick for a free agent you lose, then randomly you get a pick in the 3rd round that just gets announced suddenly. And then everybody has to scramble and go figure out, get on the phone. Do I trade? Do I move up? Do I get around them? I think it would add a little bit of excitement to it. You're still doing the same picks. You're just making them at random instead of at the end of the round. And one thing I'll leave you guys with that I've always wanted to see out of a prospect for the draft, I want to see an agent convince one of these higher draft picks. You wouldn't do this for a younger, lower guy. But let's say you're a 1st round pick, your quarterback taken 18th overall. As soon as you get done walking the stage, you go race for that private jet. You get on the plane, you skip all the parties, you get on the plane, you show up at the stadium, 6 a.m., ready to work, with asking for the playbook, banging on the door, trying to get in. And just to show the fans you're professional, you care, that's your place, that's your team, you're ready to get to work. And too many of these guys, it's all about the ceremony and having a night and absorbing it in. I would just love it to see a kid go up there and act professional and just be excited to get to work. I'll hang up and listen. Thanks.
So Philip wants to turn the NFL draft into press your luck. High draft pick, and stop.
I look, it shouldn't happen, but I kind of like it. I mean, that would be a chaotic.
And then he wants to do
TV
Hard
event.
Knocks Draft Edition, where they get on the flight and they immediately go to work.
Texter says, tell me that caller wasn't a booger eater. Come on. Philip's not a booger eater. That's not.
Booger eater take,
no.
Although I like the TV aspect of the random selection in the third round.
The hardo showing up to work at 6 a.m. Like, this is the biggest moment of his life to date. Let him celebrate it.
It's
Let him celebrate
cheesy.
it.
Yeah, it's
Like,
a little cheesy.
I see
Knock
what
on
you're
the door
saying.
at 6 a.m.
Like, I see what you're saying, but let him celebrate the biggest moment of his life a little bit. And I kind of like the lottery idea, though. Now, it'd be difficult from a trade perspective, but we're doing this with compensatory picks. We're not doing this at the top of the first round. So I kind of like that idea.
You're also doing it if those picks end up in the middle of the round. You're also like screwing with everybody so that you're elongating the entire process because you're going to have to give more time. You have to give more time. If you're a general manager and suddenly your pick pops up in the middle of the round and you're like, okay, I've got these 4 guys identified and I got to make a pick within a minute and a half or 30 seconds or whatever it is.
No, I mean, they'll have their big boards, their active big boards.
And they would still have their full allotment, whether it be 5 minutes
you like
or
trades.
10
Trades are going to
minutes.
happen less with those picks because
they would.
Because you don't even know when you're picking, and all of a sudden someone's trying to get that pick from you because they got a spot where they got to get a guy.
There'd probably be less trades there. That would be the downside of that. But I mean, they have active draft boards. Like, I mean, Brian does a lot of fantasy football drafts. If Brian went from having penciled in the 44th pick and he moved up to the 37th, he'd be ready to go.
Sure,
he'd be ready to go.
No, I know. Like, I mean, and even there's always the crawl, even the draft prospect. I mean, the guys that do the draft analysis are saying the best 5 on the board are.
Yeah, they'll be ready.
But I'm sure that they would do it. I just think that they'd bitch about it.
Oh, for sure. They're going to do that about anything.
Yeah.
Maybe you couldn't do it like announce it right as you're on the clock, but maybe you could do it at the beginning of each round. Like at the beginning of each round, Goodell comes up and said compensatory picks in this round are moved into slots A, B, C, D, whatever. And then you move on. At least the teams at that point have a little bit of extra time.
So before the third round,
on the clock.
the compensatory picks will land, and you hear the pressure like,
yeah, no way to stop. Yeah, exactly.
You guys, y'all let off Philip here, man. The text line's being too harsh to Philip.
I actually like that idea. Now, the knock on the door at 6 a.m. idea, I don't like that at all.
Stop. We're not going to read that. We're not going to read you say that Philip is a booger eater. Come on. We're not only a couple booger eater Phillips. Philip is get off my lawn guy. Stop making fun of Philip. What year did Philip graduate from A&M? Come on. Why are we taking? I like Philip. Philip's a good caller.
He loves you.
You are proving my point because he knows ball. Don't hate on Philip. Come on. Philip's a good guy. 713. We're not, and no more Philip insults. 713-780-3776. Draft boring. Let's get to the Daniel Jeremiah thing as well. A hint as to who the Texans want at 25. 713-780-3776. Killer Bees, ESPN 97.5, ESPN 92.5.
Guys, before we go to the break, a word from a good friend, Doc Linville. Doc Linville is the best in the business when it comes to getting your hair back. He's got a couple of different ways that he makes it happen. He's really good at a lot of things. He's here in the Houston Med Center. He does Botox, spa treatments, plastic surgery. But where I have personal experience is the Neograft procedure and PRP treatments. Absolutely fantastic. He handles his business. He takes care of you, and he makes sure that he does what he says, which is get your hair back. You can do it too. I had a free consultation with Doc a long time ago, and he explained everything to me. He can do the same for you. People off the street looking for that consultation, they pay $150. You don't pay a single thing because you're listening to me right now and you want to talk to him. All you got to do to get that done is go to 975hair.com and sign up for that consultation. Free of charge. You go in, they explain everything to you. You ask questions, they give you answers, and you can contemplate it from there. No signing on the dotted line, no commitments to be made or money out of pocket. Just an option for you if you've experienced hair loss. Whether you're losing your hair, it's thinning, or you've got bald spots, these procedures take care of the problem. I had my forehead turn into an 8-head. I didn't think that I would be far off from having to shave my head, but instead, he got my hairline back because of the Neograft procedure and PRP treatments. PRP, we've heard about it with athletes for their joints. It's also done with hair. It's like fertilizing your lawn and taking hair that's still there, just maybe not as thick and lush as it used to be. And with the PRP treatments, you get it back to where it once was. And from the standpoint of the Neograft procedure, it's like resodding your lawn. You're never going to lose the hair on the sides and the back of your head. He takes some of that hair and the follicles, repurposes them to where you need them most. You see the follicles as soon as the procedure's over, and in 6 to 9 months, you see the full results, and believe me, you will be ecstatic. Check him out today. He's always got ways to take care of Houstonians and ESPN 97.5 listeners, but he wants to make a difference, and you could be next in line. Go to 975hair.com.
Now back to the Killer Bees.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
Can my son's 10U Select baseball team get a shout-out Bay Area Express? No, absolutely not. We're not shout-out radio. We don't give shout-outs to anybody. I wouldn't
Go Bay Area Express.
I wouldn't give a shout-out to my grandmother. And you know what? She raised me that way.
You think she supports
Shout-outs.
the fact that you wouldn't give her a shout-out?
Absolutely. It's not about her. It's about the hive. It's about
the
people.
love for her that you do it.
She knows I love her. She doesn't need a shout out on the radio to prove I love her. Okay. She's not that insecure.
Doesn't have to be
you don't love
insecure.
me
It
if you
can
don't
be
shout me out
heartwarming.
on the radio.
Heartfelt.
Absolutely not. Okay. Absolutely not. Philip is the guy that has to be the first one in the office in the morning. We're not going to read Philip insults. 713-780-3776. Philip's on the Twitch right now saying, please, no more jokes at my expense. So don't tease Philip. He's done enough. The best is the girlfriend's reactions when they get drafted. So good.
The CD Lamb one was great.
So good.
CD Lamb was the one
really
where,
good.
Yeah, where didn't she try and look at the phone
Yep.
and take one of the phones and he got mad.
That one is the most memorable. There's two ones that stick out to me. That one's really good. I don't know if I would have remembered that if you hadn't brought it up though. Like that one's really good.
Yeah.
But I don't know if I would have thought of that one. The one that immediately comes to mind for me was Russell Wilson's girlfriend.
Was his wife at the time? I think they were already married.
They were married?
Yeah.
She was
the blonde girl.
She was so aghast that the bottom and the top of her lip was like the Grand Canyon. That's how like it was the biggest smile I've ever seen in my life.
Yep.
Biggest smile ever. That's the one that sticks out to me more than any of them ever.
I believe they were already married.
They were already married?
Mm-hmm.
Wow. I didn't know that.
Yep.
Yeah, but anyway, that's the one that sticks out to me. That one was pretty elite.
Your boy Will Levis's girl got a lot of attention.
Yeah, I think she broke up with him because he slid in the draft. Yeah, good for her.
Yeah.
Not sticking up with that. You
doesn't like milk either.
You jobber. Branham, Blankers, I will do better, says Honey Glazed Branham. I believe you because there ain't nothing worse than that.
Well, I don't know if Jeremy's going to let you. You can text.
Yeah, bar was
Everybody-
set pretty low.
When we send out, you can text. When I say you can text, you can call, you can tweet. I think if Jeremy does it, I don't think the call's going to be part of that.
We'll give everybody deserves a second chance. But that was rough.
When that second chance happens is under review.
I mean, we'll see the courage that Honey Glazed Branham has. If he has cojones, he'll try again tomorrow. If he doesn't, well, he's not going to call for a long time, maybe ever.
You can have the quick hook.
Yeah,
Yeah.
absolutely. We'll have a quick hook. Philip's favorite weekend plans is checking work emails. Come on. Stop insulting Philip. 713-780-3776. Texter, you're kind of aren't you, Branham? What makes you think that? What makes you think I'm a jerk or something that's synonymous with jerk or something that's synonymous with donkeys, whatever. I don't know why you would think that just because I'm not giving a shout out to my grandma on the air. Plus she's Spanish. She speaks
What's
Spanish.
that got to do?
She wouldn't understand it. She wouldn't understand it. She only speaks Spanish.
Okay.
She would have no clue what I'm saying.
I mean,
it would be lost on her.
We think the Astros still have an interpreter, but someone could interpret it.
If I'm not giving a shout out to my Spanish speaking grandmother, I'm not giving a shout out to the 10U Bay Area Express. No, we're not shout out radio. We don't do that.
I did.
Yeah. Soft. Shout outs are soft.
Okay.
Some
Notated.
people are not going to get what just happened there.
I celebrated graduating college. I partied. I had the rest of my life to work. Let these dudes enjoy themselves, Philip. I watched the NFL draft rooting for the sad player camera of guys falling off the draft board. And I'm the jerk. And also rooting for players to literally trip on their way onto the stage.
Now that's the jerk
most
take,
famous fall and failure is Rodgers, right?
Yeah.
In the draft, yes. Not like a literal fall, but
no,
a
I'm
metaphoric
saying the fact
fall
that
in
he
the
was
draft.
in the
Yeah,
green
yeah.
room. He was supposed to be a high pick.
Levis felt pretty good.
Yeah,
Yeah,
he was
second
there. That's
round.
true. He was
Second
there.
round.
Levis was a heavy favorite to be a top 10 pick, and he fell to the second round.
At one point, not that long before the draft, he was a favorite to be here.
Yes. The day before the draft, he was a favorite
Yeah.
to be in Houston, and I was trolling everybody. Now, on draft day, it moved pretty big to
It
Stroud.
moved drastically.
Yeah, it did move pretty big to Stroud. Sanders is there's a lot of talk that Sanders doesn't have a first round grade.
That's
a
what
lot
Lance
of
has
people
been saying.
don't give him one, and then there's a few that say, "Don't fool yourself. He's going to be top top 5.
He's going to be a mystery for the draft. My hunch says that an owner is going to force somebody to draft him. I think somebody texted in earlier and said that the Browns are going to draft Travis Hunter and then trade up for Shadur Sanders and be the most exciting team in the NFL. That would be fascinating.
That would be.
If they get both of those guys, that would be fun. I would root for that.
I
would root for that to happen.
Trying to salvage your image, your screw up with Deshaun Watson and everything with the Haslam family. You could put yourself in a positive light that everybody be watching right now if you got those two guys.
That would be interesting. I've never understood why the draft was interesting at all. Finding out more people I don't like the draft, then that's interesting to me. The draft is boring. So is baseball talk. 17 games in. Glad the Cougs made it to the ship. Go Cougs, and Rockets are in the playoffs. A lot of people are saying they want Scattaboo from Arizona State. I don't know.
Second round?
I think it'll probably be third round. Yeah.
There's a lot of running backs I like in this draft.
It's like 9 deep.
There's a lot that I like. I do want the Texans to get a running back. And if they got Scattaboo, I would hope it's more fourth round. Because there's some guys that I like. I like that Nil kid from Kansas. I like the Harvey kid from UCF. There's a lot of guys I like. Samson kid's not bad. Not bad. There's some guys in here that I would like to get my hand on. Who's the really fast? His name's funny. It's hard to pronounce, like Thiebel or something like that. He ran like a 4.24 40. He was a track guy before he played college football. Like, he's very intriguing. I forget where he played.
Okay.
Yeah, Lance was on him very early. And I started drafting him like for free in the back end of these best balls, and now he's going like in the 12th round. Like
12th round.
His draft buzz has went very high since he ran that 40. Why? No, not reading that. Gauntlet has been thrown down, says Honey Glazed Branham. He's coming back. Geno Smith, maybe. We'll see when he calls back in, Honey Glazed Branham. Geno Smith stormed out when he didn't go first round. I don't remember that one.
I don't either.
I remember he went second round. I didn't remember him storming out.
Salvage your image by taking Sanders. I don't think so, says a texter.
I think there are teams that will. I think the Vegas situation's interesting, but I think that Mark Davis was enamored by him.
Would it salvage the image though? Because
you said salvage the image because of Cleveland, though, right?
Yeah, I said for Cleveland.
Because whether you believe it or not, there's some baggage that obviously comes along with Shador.
There is, but look, from a standpoint of everybody, you were the laughing stock and an embarrassment in the way you handled everything with Jimmy Haslam and his wife and the Browns. And now it looks like you're in a quarterback quandary for years to come. If you take him and you somehow find a way to get Hunter too, there are going to be a ton of eyeballs on you. And if it works at all and it's exciting at all, it can make Browns fans excited and it can start to get some of the forgiveness that Haslam needs.
See, go ahead, my bad.
That just feels like a Jerry Jones move. Not saying that you're advocating or whatever, but like kind of taking the move to excite the fan base, the big name, but maybe not necessarily the generational talent that you would actually need to be successful with the pick. Kind of feels like a Jerry Jones
but
move.
He needs it in Cleveland. That is such an embarrassment.
But you need to be good though. Like if Shador, like if you believe guys like Lance and the other people who say he has no special talents, no special skill traits, that he's more of a second round guy than a first, but you then vault him into the top 15. I mean, if he sucks, then you've done the opposite. You've set yourself back even further.
If he sucks. But I'm saying just from the standpoint of some positive PR for an organization that desperately needs it.
I just hate you kind of had the same conversation like locally when Manziel was coming out. You heard people, or when Vince Young was coming out, take the local guy for the good buzz, the good PR. But good PR and buzz die as soon as the team's not winning.
If he actually is not the player that some people think he is, that Lance doesn't think he is, and others are like saying he might be a second round draft pick. But if he plays anywhere near decent his first year, and the fact that they're able to get both those kids on the same team, it can go a long way for the Browns.
I don't like making picks with PR. Like, you're right, that would help
understand
PR and all that, because like there would be some buzz and excitement. If PR is the reason you're taking a player, I think you're making a bad pick. Like, if you love the kid, don't worry about the PR. Just go draft the guy. So, like, what is the motive, I think, matters here. If you want to trade for Shador because you think he's really good, great. Do not stand in the way of that at all. If you're drafting the kid because, like, our fans are going to love this, I feel like you're failing your team's success.
I understand that. It's just that, and there's certain situations we went through it from a different extent with the fact that Cal and the Texans were such a laughing stock, but they actually did it by getting the moves that they made to get Will Anderson and CJ Stroud, and made some savvy moves that actually made sense for the team as well. But I think that it's been done before in certain instances where you just need a 180 from an overall overhaul of your franchise with how bad and embarrassing you've been in the last couple of years. That I would say I would draft Hunter.
The best way to get you out of the embarrassment, though, is to build a roster
that
wins.
Yeah, I get it. But I mean, when he went out and, gave up the haul that he gave up for Deshaun, and then it's failed, and then Deshaun did what he did on top of it, and then did it again, and then got hurt again after getting hurt. And then him almost basically and then him coming out and admitting that we really screwed up there.
Yeah. I think it'd be fun. I'm not a huge Shedeur guy.
I'm not either.
Like I not personally. Like
as a player,
I'm talking about as a player. Like I don't trust him to be. I think he'll be okay. I think he'll be a starter in the NFL. I don't think that you're handing the keys of the organization to Shedeur Sanders and saying you're going to go win me a Super Bowl. I think he'll be a steady quarterback in the NFL, not a star. 713-780-ESPN. Let's get to the Daniel Jeremiah. Who does he have the Texans linked to? There's another player that's been linked to the Texans as well. It's draft season, baby. You all love it. 713-780-3776. Killer Bees, ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
You're locked in with the Killer Bees on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
Soriano tells us Lance loves Shadur. Rocky says, I think for me, I know offensive line is going to be a given for us Texans fans, and I'm hyped to see what wide receiver we take. See, I think you can find good wide receiver in the second round. I don't think you need to do it at 25, depending on what Nick Caserio does. Like, he is a willing, dealing son of a gun. The Texans do have 4 picks in the top, what is it, 90?
Isn't it top 100?
I want to say it's 90.
Maybe. I thought it was 4 in the top 100. If you want to say, break it down even further. Regardless, they've got a lot of good picks.
Yeah, so I think that there are receivers that you can find in the second round that are pretty good. I think you can find a good running back at 79 or 89. I don't mind offensive line at 25.
I think there's a couple guys that could slide too, and we know Nick has a propensity every now and then to trade up.
Yeah,
to where there's a couple guys in that first round that are offensive linemen that could help you a bunch.
Here's what Daniel Jeremiah again was all over the Texans whenever they drafted C.J. Stroud at 2, trade up for Will Anderson. He predicted it to happen when everybody was like, "That's not happening." Here was Daniel Jeremiah talking about who's on the board for the Texans at 25.
The Houston Texans, it's going to be the law firm of Booker or Banks. Like they're drafting an offensive lineman between those two guys, whoever's there.
There you go. Booker or Banks, whoever's there. Of course, Kelvin Banks Jr. Went to Brian's favorite T-shirt school at Texas. Good player, like more of a tackle. And then Booker's the guard that like wants to rip people's heads off. So they call him the Will Anderson at the interior offensive line position. So there are 2 options. I would be okay with either one. Like if either one of those guys is the pick, totally understand. Banks, you need a tackle. Maybe he can play guard early in his career, move him out to tackle when these guys leave because the guys you signed are 1-year deals. If it's Booker, okay, like go draft an interior offensive lineman that you know is going to be very good. Now, my fear here is that Nick Caserio doesn't have a great track record at drafting offensive linemen.
True.
So that's my biggest fear. But I like the prospects here. I worry about Caserio drafting offensive linemen.
Was this a curse now? Even if they're good
I hope
prospects,
not.
But I mean,
Caserio curses
I hope
them?
not.
The track record says he ain't wrong. Like we've been saying it for a long time. As much as he's good at getting wide receivers and getting defensive backs, he's been horrible with his offensive lineman picks.
Awful.
I mean,
Patterson's the one saving grace.
And he's just a guy.
Right.
Like the reason that he's a saving grace is because that he's league average as a 6th rounder. You know what I mean?
And he can play 2 positions.
Yeah. But he's league average at best. At best, he's league average.
Yeah, I mean, overall, I agree. He hasn't been good drafting offensive lineman. It's hard to argue against. But I mean, at the top of the draft, say I don't know, first 2 rounds, the sample size is what, 2 guys? Is it just Kenyon Green and Juice Scruggs? So
yes.
Okay, I mean, so
yes.
I guess that's kind of my pushback on and now the track record is 0-2, so you could definitely make the argument. Nick Caserio is terrible drafting offensive linemen that matter because, like you said, like the hits are 6-round picks that are just guys. But yeah, he hasn't hit. But if it's an 0-2 sample size, a 2-player sample size, I don't. It feels like at times we're maybe leaping too far to he can't draft offensive linemen. Not necessarily we, but just in general the fan base.
It's the prevailing wind.
I know. I don't know. I think the prevailing wind stinks a little bit. I don't think it's telling the full picture. I don't want to say he can't draft offensive lineman based on a 2-player sample size.
He's doing here. He's talking himself into it as a Texans fan.
Yeah.
There's a part of that.
He's talking himself into it. Eric on YouTube says trade out for more picks. I'm always a fan of trading down if the value's there. I wouldn't mind that. Ocho says, do not draft an offensive lineman at 25. No. Move mountains to draft a speedy receiver. Now, Ocho did want Brian Thomas Jr. last year, so Ocho kind of has scoreboard here. So I do have to tip my cap to him.
Ocho, what if they don't draft him at 25? Maybe they draft him at 18.
Why?
I know.
He said move mountains to draft one, so.
But Ocho said don't draft me. Please, no, at 25. Well, maybe Nick will move up and you don't have to do it at 25. You can do it higher because it sounds like that's the prevailing thought that everybody knows that they, regardless of any other positions they might look at, they're looking at O-line.
Yeah. I mean, according to Ginger Jeremiah, for sure. Stroud needs weapons, says Ocho. See, I think you can find a receiver weapon in the second. Like, I think you can. What if one of those tight ends gets to you at 25? What if Loveland falls to 25? Warren's not.
Warren's not gonna be there.
Loveland's not either.
No.
But if Loveland's got a better chance of doing it. If Loveland's there at 25, do you dare draft the tight end in the first round?
It depends on who's there at other positions. Because if Booker slides,
Booker or Loveland?
Yeah, Booker.
Banks or Loveland?
Banks.
Who's your favorite receiver?
Egbuke.
Egbuke or Loveland?
Egbuke.
Okay, you're out on Loveland then.
I kind of
yeah. It sounds like you're out on Loveland
because I think you know why? Because I think that they're so in on the tight ends that they have that, and you have other needs that you have to fill. I just don't think you do it there.
That's fair. That's fair. I'm laughing at this text. Tyler and Conroe. I'm a serial winner at fantasy football, so I consider myself a good evaluator of talent. I take an O lineman. The difference between players 20 to 80 isn't so large that you miss out on serious talent by taking an O lineman. So there's you have to take him seriously because he's a serial winner at fantasy football. How many offensive linemen have you had on those serial winning fantasy football teams there, Tyler and Conroe? Reminds me with the Mets signed Tebow all for the media. That was different though, because the Mets, all they just spent was a little bit of money. They didn't use like an actual high priority draft pick. Now here, Tony Pauline, who kind of looks like a poor man Tony Levine. He had Omarion Hampton. The expectation, he had a nugget about a Hampton. The expectation is Omarion Hampton, running back from North Carolina, will be a first-round lock in the 2025 NFL draft. Okay, you're not telling us anything there, poor man Tony Levine. But he says the 4 teams that are heavily connected to Hampton, Commanders, Broncos, Chargers, and Texans. Would Nick Caserio draft a running back at 25 with Joe Mixon on this team? They've never really prioritized running backs in the draft. Even Pierce was a mid-round draft pick.
I can't see it.
I don't either. I'm calling this bluff.
I think, yeah, and I don't know how Joe takes that either. And I know that Joe is longer in the tooth and he doesn't have many years left, probably. But I can't see him doing it.
See, I do think RB2 can be a weapon. Like Ocho's saying, give them weapons, give them weapons, give them weapons. I do think an RB2 could really help this football team. I don't think you do it at 25, though. Like, you should get wide receiver 2 before you're looking at RB2. Now, I do like Hampton, though. Hampton's pretty stinking good.
Yeah, and I think that, you look at it from the perspective of when you mentioned tight end. I could see them doing a tight end because even getting Stover's not a guy that's going to be a frontline pass catcher. So if you get a frontline pass catcher and you've got your tight ends for the future locked up from a blocking and from a catching perspective, that's great. But in the first round, with the needs that you have, and again, depending on who's still there, whether it be wide receiver, offensive line, or otherwise.
Plus, Caserio's so much of a value guy. And everything tells you that the value is not drafting running back in round 1.
Yeah.
Everything tells you that.
Other than those 2 guys, for sure, it's more like, mid-second to third?
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
I really want one in the top 4 rounds, though.
I think they need one because I don't believe Pierce is a guy that can be a really good, like you're talking about. If you want a weapon that can be, multi-purpose use, aside from running back kicks and punts to some degree, I just don't see Pierce as a valuable 2. If you get a guy that's versatile, that's a pass catcher, that's also dynamic as a backup running back, that's great.
Yeah. They're saying Pierce is better for this scheme, but cool. That's awesome. That's great. Still go find me a pass catching running back, though. Like, Pierce can be great for this scheme. That helps you. Fantastic. I still think you could really use a pass catching running back that really helps on third downs. What Dare can do. No, Dare's a special teamer. I really don't want Dare taking offensive snaps. If you need him on this team so much because you love him on special teams, cool. That's fine. You can have Dare as one of your 53 guys on the roster. That's A-okay by me. I don't want Dare ever playing an offensive snap again. And that's not an insult to Dare, but he's a special teamer. He's not really a running back. He's Matthew Slater is who he is.
Yeah, he's limited. He has a ton of skills, like in short doses. Like you said, I mean, he's good at picking up blitzes and blocks from time to time. Occasionally, he can give you a run or he can give you a catch, but he's not a guy that you're going to actually implement into your offense if you're looking for a weapon, and he's definitely not the heir apparent to anything with Joe Mixon. So, if Joe Mixon gets hurt, I think you're screwed.
If you think Loveland can be Kelsey or Kittle or Bowers, just do it. I do like Loveland. I really don't expect him to be there at 25. If he's there at 25, it throws a wrinkle into things because it's a conversation we really haven't had. Loveland at 25.
I think you'd have to be convinced he's special, to the texter's point, because of
Do you, though, or do you just have to think he's a better offensive weapon than Emeka Egbuka, Matthew Golden, Luther Burden?
As long as you're willing to put aside the assets put into the rest of the tight end position, then sure. But I would just worry, considering what else they put into the position, if they draft a guy and he doesn't just completely.
They got 3 tight ends on the roster.
That's what I mean.
That
Like
are locked down.
Are they good though? And how much?
I mean, you know how I feel about Dalton Schultz.
And how much? Here's the other caveat to this. That's really an unknown. Like it's an educated guess. Does Nick Cowley want to play 60% 12 personnel or 60% 11 personnel? Don't know.
We don't know.
Yeah,
we don't
if it's
know.
a 2 tight end set majority of the time, then that opens the door for sure.
If he wants to operate more out of a 2 tight end set than he does a 3 receiver set, well, Loveland makes more sense than those other receivers. And then you draft a receiver in the 2nd or 3rd round that you think has a chance to be pretty good. And Nick Caserio is pretty good at that. Tank Dell, 3rd round. Nico Collins traded up in the 3rd round.
Yeah.
So I'm not opposed to that.
Davis Mills.
He's not a receiver. Also not good.
Just an unbelievable
Jalen
talent.
Petrie, 3rd round. There you go.
So, that is a caveat that's kind of an unknown to the Texas process because we don't really have an idea of what Nick Caley runs to run. We take a little bit of what he did with LA. We took a little bit of what he did in New England, and we assume that's what he's going to be. But he also told you at the press conference, my style is going to be Houston Texan style, and it's going to take elements of both.
Mm-hmm.
We don't know. We have no clue. We're guessing.
If they had the talent to do it at tight end, that would make some sense because with the current state of the wide receiver room without Tank Dell, I don't really want them running a lot of 3 wide receiver sets.
Right.
So, I mean,
the running game would improve, you would think, with 2 tight end sets.
As long as they're willing to get Loveland or whoever it is on the field, then I'd be for it. If that means a change of the offense that they've been running, well, not they haven't been running because it's a new offense coordinator, but you know what I mean. Like if this is a sign that it's a shift from 11 personnel to 12, then sure.
Right. I think to me, it would signal that. Like if you're drafting Loveland there, I think it's a signal and a clue to what their base offense will be. And of course, you're not doing all of this all the time. You're not going to be 100%.
Sure.
You're going to change. You're going to adjust. Jaybird, are we forgetting about Brevin? No, Blankers didn't. Wasn't he pretty good at blocking and catching? No. I mean, no, I like Brevin Jordan's potential. But Schultz is probably in the final year of his deal.
For sure.
He wasn't great last year.
No.
Like he's got a 3-year deal. He's in the 2nd of a 3-year, but all the guarantees are in the first 2. If Dalton Schultz is on this football team in 2026, I'll eat paper. Like he's not going to be on the team. Like the guarantees give us all the evidence to that.
How much?
Just a piece, not much. I'm
not the general. You're not going to eat the whole chronicle.
Yeah, General said he'd eat the phone book, right?
I thought it was the whole chronicle.
See, Tyler Connell has a
maybe
good
so.
point. There's not a tight end on this roster that would call for you to turn your nose up at Loveland. I completely agree because he's immediately, if you're drafting him at 25, your best tight end. And it's not a knock on Brevin. It's not a knock on Dalton Schultz. It's a testament to Loveland.
I don't disagree.
And probably a clue about the offense.
Yeah, I don't disagree with that point that he's at least, on paper, the most talented guy. I've just seen veteran staffs of basically play the veteran. They draft a guy and, well, we're still going to go with the veteran. If this guy's been here longer, he knows the system. The rookie's got to earn his way in. And at that point, if Loveland, let's say it's Loveland in this scenario, if Loveland's not seeing the field, this team needs starters at other positions. And to me, that just wouldn't be the best use of your draft picks.
But you can't use the know the system with Caley. Because
I know,
you
but
don't know
right?
But we've seen that with
Caley's
coaches.
got
That's my point.
Earmarked a couple linemen that he says this is the kind of guy that I really need because of all the things that they did to kind of turn this thing over on the fly. That if one of those 2 guys is someone that he's just hell bent that as a guy that could really make a difference, to Brian's point, rather than spending it on a tight end, I think you got to do that.
Sure. Yeah. I think tight end would be the biggest clue about the type of offense they would run if they draft a tight end. If they draft an offensive lineman, it's not really a clue to the type of offense they're going to run. They're just drafting an offensive lineman to upgrade their offensive line. Even a receiver, I think, would be the same way.
Yeah, and I want to say that there was a receiver recently that used to play for him in that system with the Rams that was talking about how he values tight end and the 3rd receiver to where he thought that they would be targeting that because of him. And that would be interesting to see because, I mean, you're right. We don't know what we don't know about him.
It'll be interesting. Texas says Loveland isn't special. All right, 713-780-ESPN. I hate Ace Talk. It is the Bees, ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5. I also hate property tax. It's the worst. Being a homeowner comes with a lot of responsibility and a lot of property tax. Owen's here to help you with both of those things. Let them take that off your plate. Don't worry about it. Take away that stress, but also allow them to save you some money. A lot of homeowners are overpaying for property taxes, and it should not be you. Head to ownwell.com right now, ownwell.com. Sign up in less than 3 minutes to get their experts fighting for you. Everybody's talking about it. Ownwell's cutting-edge technology can start saving you money with zero upfront costs. You heard me right. You're not paying anything upfront. You're only going to pay if you save money. All reward, no risk. And 86% of Ownwell's customers receive a reduction. The average customer saves over $1,100. It takes you 3 minutes. You could potentially be saving over $1,100. What are you waiting for? Put those savings back in your pocket. Ownwell handles it all from start to finish and delivers top-notch results. They level the playing field, eliminate the concern of paying too much on property tax for the everyday home and property owner like you and me. Deadline to protest less than a month away, May 15th. May 15th, put it in your calendar. No, don't put it in your calendar. Just head to ownwell.com right now so you can get this done and check off the box and potentially save hundreds of dollars. Save money on your property taxes with Ownwell. Sign up in less than 3 minutes. Start that protest today at ownwell.com. That's OWNWELL.com. Ownwell.com.
You found the Killer Bees. Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
I hate ace talk so much. And look, I think there are two different ways to use the ace term in baseball. I think you use ace as kind of a status, elite tier. Like, I think you have more than two aces on one staff. Like Greg Maddux, John Smoltz, Tom Glavitt. Those are three aces.
Mm-hmm.
Randy Johnson, Kurt Schilling, two aces. Pedro, Kurt, two aces.
Well, you saw it here.
Garrett
You
Cole,
had Cole
Verlander.
and Verlander.
Yeah, two aces. You might have it now with Fromber and Brown. Those guys are both, I would consider, depending on how they're doing that day, in the elite tier, ace tier. What I don't hate is the second way that we use the word ace in baseball, because the second way we use ace in baseball is who the best pitcher is on a specific starting rotation. And that changes by the night to some of these Astro fans that are out there, and to every other team, I'm sure, as well. Framber Valdez has a bad night. Hunter Brown follows it up with a good night. Hunter Brown's the ace. Hunter Brown's our guy. Next week, Hunter Brown has a bad start. Framber Valdez pitches well. I told you that Framber Valdez was the ace. Who cares? What's the difference between the number one starter and the number two starter outside of 3 times a year? Opening day rotation, the rotation that you said after the All-Star break, and if you're lucky enough to make the playoffs, that's the only time that stuff actually comes into play. The second way that we use ace, the best pitcher on a staff, is a mythical title. It does not matter or carry any weight.
But it matters to the players.
I don't think it does.
Remember Fromber?
That's more about the opening day starter thing. Like
opening day starter, all-star, and then when,
those are the
when
dates I
they got
mentioned.
Verlander back, and he was pretty adamant about he wanted to be the number one.
Okay.
I'm just saying.
In
that regard, I thought that it mattered to him.
It might matter to Fromber, but what is the manager doing to say that this guy is our ace? He's starting him on opening day. He's starting him the first game after the All-Star break, and he's using him as his number one starter in the postseason. Those are the only 3 times it comes into play. Like on April 16th, Joe Espada is not going into the clubhouse and saying, Fromber, I know the fan base is saying that Hunter Brown's the ace. I know that Hunter Brown's pitching better than you in this last turn through the rotation. Hunter Brown isn't our ace, you're our ace. That conversation's not happening.
No, I think that the only other possibility is like late in the season, you have a must-win situation. You might take your quote-unquote best pitcher and make sure that even on short rest, that's the guy you got to go to.
That's going to be difficult to do based on their rest.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe a little bit of a reach, might not be possible to happen. I'll grant you that is a half a time either. So 3.5 times it matters. If you're a postseason team, okay, 3.5 times. If you're not a postseason team, it's twice.
Look, I think
twice.
I think the term was a lot more prevalent when teams and money wasn't the way it was and free agency and everything wasn't the way it was, where most teams just had one horse, one just badass dude at the front of your rotation. And then you had, other guys that might be close to that, but you weren't. Now you can stack and rack, depending on how much money you're willing to spend, multiple aces.
The difference between the number one starter and the number two starter is very, very slim.
And it mostly does competitive teams.
Yeah. And look, they're going to get the same amount of starts. They're, depending on how they pitch, going to get similar amount of innings pitched. So this whole, he's the ace of the stat is irrelevant outside of 3, maybe 3.5, 4 times a year.
It's more so a term that, a lot of people like to
I
use.
get tired of it. Why does it matter?
Because I just think, especially old school traditionalists, they want to believe that there is a line of demarcation and separation between your 1 and 2 to where you want to be able to say that dude is the best of the staff. But you're right. I mean, you look at some of the ones you named, and even there's lots more of the possible examples where even the Braves recently and the Yankees were trying to do it this year till Cole got hurt, that you're going to look for having 2 go-to guys at the top of your rotation.
Yeah. I mean, they're both going to start 32 games. They're both going to pitch in the playoffs. Mm-hmm. And perhaps my biggest annoyance with this is kind of the wishy-washiness of how often it changes within the fan base. Like, Fromber Valdez, he pitches really well one night. He's the ace. Hunter Brown pitches really well. No, he's the ace now. It's a mythical title created by the fan base. It really is. Outside of the 3-4 days that we mentioned, any other day on the calendar year, it is irrelevant. They're both going to start tons of games. They're both going to throw a lot of innings. They're both going to try to win baseball games.
And I don't even know if it was created by the fan base. I think a lot of times it was created by the media.
I'm talking about currently, common vernacular and our common discourse about that term, because that you've seen that, and that's what has led to my annoyance. You see on Twitter these last 3 games now, Fromber pitched bad, Hunter pitched good. No, this guy's our ace now. Okay, cool. Fromber's going to go 8 shutout innings next week. Hunter Brown might give up 3 or 4, and you're going to change your opinion again because you've now created this mythical title. You know what I want? I want Fromber to always pitch good. I want Hunter Brown to always pitch good, and I want to have 2 aces at the top of the rotation.
Yeah. I think analytics changed a lot of that too, because a lot of times you remember when they were even more hyper analytic in the last couple of years, where you had multiple choices based on the lineup you were facing, the amount of righties and lefties in said lineup, different things were going to factor into who they were going to start in the first game of said series, whether it be playoffs, or otherwise. And I think that the case that Fromber's also going is he didn't have that big contract yet. And so that meant something to him because he thinks in negotiations it means something.
Adele did hopefully both pitch like aces. And I think that's the other way you can use ace. I think there's 2 ways to use it. There's a status tier among baseball of this is the upper echelon of pitching. And you can have multiple in a single rotation. And then there's the second one. This guy is the best pitcher on our staff. And I hate the latter. I'm cool having the conversation about the former. The latter I don't like. So what if I told you the Astros don't have an ace right now? We don't have a Skeens, a Skubal, a Garrett Cole. Ace is thrown around too much. You can make the case that Hunter Brown last
Brown.
20 starts has been
Yeah.
the best pitcher in the American League.
Yeah.
So I would argue opposite. Of
He might be
that.
one of the best kept secrets right now in pitching.
And I will admit that Hunter Brown, I have more faith in him than Fromber. And if I had to create my mythical title, I would give it to Hunter Brown.
Yeah.
As the best pitcher on the staff.
Especially, and again, a lot of it is, like you said, it's recency biased.
Oh, for sure.
And the fact that Fromber had a hiccup and Hunter Brown keeps pushing, that most people are going to say it's Hunter Brown.
And it's just so irrelevant. Like Fromber's going to make his next turn through the rotation. Hunter Brown's going to make his next turn through. It's a word. It's a word that is
I think
out there.
And I think in negotiations it plays a
Probably.
Yeah.
Probably does. Sure. Yeah, I would agree with that. All right, 713-780-ESPN. What is the car wreck of the day? 713-780-3776. What is your car wreck of the day? It is the Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5. We don't want you to get in a car wreck, but if you do get in a car wreck, I hope it's from a vehicle you bought at Monument Chevrolet, because Monument Chevrolet is the dealer that you can trust. They're transparent, no hassle pricing. You don't have to hassle. Hassle is the worst thing whenever you're trying to buy a car. I've been hassling with the dealership too. You don't want to have to do that. Get out to Monument Chevrolet where they're transparent and you will have no hassle. You're also going to get your car shopping done fast. Monument Chevrolet has been serving the Houston area for 50 years. They've helped generations of families get into new vehicles, and these families keep coming back because they trust the fine people at Monument Chevrolet. Family feel, friendly atmosphere, great culture. They hire good people. Their salesperson of the week, Theo Nill. Theo has worked with Monument Chevrolet for nearly 20 years, dedicated to his customers, listens to what they say, guides them through the car buying process, and gives them the information they need to make an informed decision. Not going to hassle you either. Monument Chevrolet, listen to your request. Truck month has been extended through April. You get employee pricing, just 2.9% interest on Chevy Silverado 1500 through April 30th. Now, there is a hanging point here, is that Monument Chevrolet is selling record numbers of Silverados. So if you're looking for a special truck, you need to act fast. Get out to Monument Chevrolet before they sell out. Get a fair deal, fast deal. Don't waste your time in these aggravating, stressful negotiations. No tricks, no time wasting, no hidden charges. You can visit them online, monumentchevrolet.com, or just get out there in person, 225 and Beltway 8 at Monument Chevrolet. Chevrolet, together, let's drive. Car wrecks of the day, 713-780-ESPN, 713-780-3776. What's your car wreck of the day, Blankers?
The first one should be the Astros offense.
Hmm.
Astros offense has been a car wreck all season. It was a car wreck again today. They only got 4 hits. They got 2 in the first inning. It's been a reason for my uneasiness watching this team from a game-to-game basis, and today was no different.
Yeah, the offense wasn't great today. I have 2 car wrecks of the day, 713-780-3776, should you have one. Wesley Bryan has been suspended indefinitely from the PGA Tour after participating in the Live Duels creator event.
What is that?
He's just going to a little creator event. It's like they have the influencers that go play golf, and then they kind of have a good time. And Wesley Bryan got suspended indefinitely from the tour for going to play a little creator event, being a social media influencer.
First, they came after the influencers, and I said nothing. You obviously don't get the reference. We could keep it moving.
Also, Honey Glazed Branham's phone call.
Yeah,
that definitely has to be there.
It was his maiden voyage into the hive.
And he hit the iceberg and sank.
It was as bad as the Titanic.
Yeah, it was pretty bad.
Into the live, not into the hive.
It was as bad as the Titanic without any of the lifeboats. It was
He's
atrocious.
in the hive daily. He just into the live, which he failed miserably at.
Yeah, that was bad.
Yeah, that was. Anyway, all right. My car wreck of the day nominee. This happened on John and Lance's show. They went to a caller named Stafford who had been on hold a while, and when they did, this is what happened.
Hey, Stafford's been waiting for a while. Let's get him in here. Hey, Stafford.
Oh, that's good. Is this the whole thing?
Have his own music, his own hold music.
He put us on hold.
I know. He's got his own hold music.
Yeah. Who are you nominating for the car wreck here, though?
The caller.
I recognize. I don't know.
How long do you stick with it?
See, I think this is a troll. I think this is a troll.
Let's go to the other caller. Let's keep him on hold.
This isn't a car wreck. That's a tip of the cap.
No, it's just what you guys is.
That's a tip of the cap.
Tip of the cap for what?
That's you've put me on hold so long. I'm not happy about it. I'm putting you on hold, and when you come to me, this is what you're getting.
Okay.
I like that. Stafford stands on business.
So you think this is the
I'm
caller?
a fan of that. That's a Branham move.
You think this is the caller fighting back against the man?
Yes.
Against the system? Okay.
I do. This
All
is
right.
Stafford saying these Hall of Famer jabronis want to put me on hold for 30 minutes. I'll show them.
Who do you think you are? Think you're better than me?
Exactly. This isn't a car wreck. This is an epic troll.
I also had Bill Belichick's girlfriend, the 24-year-old, is now billing herself as the chief operating officer of Belichick Productions. And during the Carolina spring game, she had a walkie-talkie and earpiece and dressed like she was about to audition for American Idol, running around the field all over the place. And people were all looking at it. And then Gronk and Julian Edelman did a podcast and said, 3 things Belichick told us to always stay away from. And one of them was girls. He ain't doing a great job.
There was also, we don't have time to tell the story now, but Google the emails that she was sending out to NC staffers. Just like, oh boy, this is a problem.
And were they bad in which way?
Micromanaging, like telling people what they could and could not say, trying to get people who were commenting on their website like booted because they're saying poor things about Belichick. Yeah, it was not looking great.
And he asked that everybody in their whatever group work chat include her on all emails.
It's rough. Car wreck of the day, the Honey Glazed Branham. Joe is spotted for sitting Jordan after homering yesterday, and B-Mac just because. All right, what's winning?
It's Honey Glazed Branham,
Honey
right?
Glazed Branham takes the cake. Congratulations, Honey Glazed Branham. Even whenever you were a loser, you won. Does it for us. Thanks to Ryan for doing all the hard work. Brian just sat there and did nothing. He's blank on Branham. We'll talk to you tomorrow. Hall of Fame, Jobber T and Brad Gilmore coming up at 7 o'clock on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.